At the very outset, the protagonist Lin Qi finds himself in an extraordinary realm, awakening to a remarkable signing-in system. His initial rewards include the supreme Dao Bone and the unbounded divine fist from the unbounded sanctuary, as well as the divine demon suppression technique from the infinite demon sect. In this life, he adopts a nonchalant attitude towards life and death, choosing to confront challenges head-on. In the quaint and warm confines of the Lin family residence in Qingzhou City, Lin Qi opens his eyes to behold a radiant sword emanating warmth, yet finds himself in a state of confusion. After a moment of realization, he comprehends the astonishing truth. He has traversed into an unfamiliar world. However, he is perplexed by his current physical condition, unable to move as if paralyzed. A sweet voice disrupts his thoughts, announcing his awakening. Yet, as he attempts to turn his head, an excruciating pain surges through his mind, causing him to writhe in agony. Amidst his suffering, the young maid, Xiao Shui, rushes off to fetch warmth for him, leaving Lin Qi to succumb to unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, his perspective shifts dramatically as he realizes the pain was a result of merging memories from two lives, transforming him into a new being. He learns that this world is known as the spirit martial domain, where martial prowess reigns supreme and the cultivation levels are categorized into various realms. Currently, he resides in a remote town called Qingzhou, belonging to the esteemed Lin family, a renowned martial arts clan. Once celebrated as the Lin family's prodigy, Lin Qi had ascended to the prestigious Feishua Mountain Manor, only to be betrayed by his fellow disciple, Ma Ziwei. This treachery led to his downfall, resulting in the loss of his esteemed status and leaving him afflicted with debilitating cold poison. Recalling the past ignites a fierce rage within him, particularly towards Ma Ziwei, a seemingly insignificant girl who, through sheer luck, became a servant disciple at the manor. Her actions, driven by desperation, led to Lin Qi's tragic fate, and the memory of her mocking words fuels his anger. Yet, he finds himself trapped in a vulnerable state, grappling with the cold poison that has rendered him incapacitated, facing insurmountable challenges. Just as despair begins to set in, a mechanical voice announces the activation of a supreme signing-in system. With newfound hope, Lin Qi eagerly commands the system to unveil his beginner's rewards. To his astonishment, he receives the supreme Dao Bone, the breath-holding technique, and the body-refining golden pill. Upon absorbing the supreme Dao Bone, he feels an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, bestowing upon him an aura of profound enlightenment. Determined to harness this newfound strength, he resolves to refine the energies within him, no longer hindered by his previous afflictions. With the body-refining golden pill in hand, he prepares to consume it, envisioning the immense potential it holds. As the pill glides down his throat, it feels as though a dragon has entered the vast ocean, promising a transformation that could alter his destiny forever. In an instant, chaos erupted. The terrifying potency of the elixir surged forth, clashing wildly within Lin Qi's body. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if a great drum resided within him, reverberating with thunderous sounds. In his dantian, a new realm seemed to form, absorbing the medicinal power and transforming it into an endless stream of spiritual energy, refining his flesh. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed, only to swiftly mend, becoming ever more resilient and powerful. At that moment, his blood thickened, resembling a true ocean, rolling with a resounding roar. This was the pinnacle of body tempering, blood like tidal waves. Each circulation of vital energy was a baptism for the body. A force of 1,000 June would soon burst forth. In the blink of an eye, 7th level of body tempering, 8th level of body tempering, 9th level of body tempering. For an ordinary individual, reaching the 9th level of body tempering signified the peak, preparing to break through to the postnatal realm. However, for a prodigy, there lay a hidden realm beyond, known as the ultimate realm. The apex of body tempering, the 10th level. Any ambitious genius would pause at the 9th level, seeking the 10th for an absolutely solid and formidable foundation. Yet Lin Qi required no such pause. He broke through directly. 10th level of body tempering, truly worthy of the ancient divine elixir. It has propelled me directly to the pinnacle of the 10th level of body tempering. With my current talent, I could easily become a saint in some holy lands. A small sect like the Feishua Mountain Manor? Huh. Lin Qi smiled faintly. His vision had long transcended such trivial places. Moments passed, and Lin Qi fully absorbed the elixir's potency. As long as he wished, he could immediately break through to the postnatal realm and become a postnatal warrior. However, the profound Dao rhythm within the supreme Dao bone stirred a peculiar sensation within him. It seemed that the 10th level of body tempering was not the ultimate limit. There was yet another level above it. But this 11th level of body tempering had never been heard of, nor was it recorded in any texts. Should he pursue this ethereal realm? Lin Qi hesitated. Creak. The courtyard door opened, and faint footsteps approached. Lin Qi immediately withdrew his thoughts and opened the door. Before him stood a girl of about 12 or 13, her face still stained with undried tears. A vivid 5-fingered imprint marred the left side of her face. It was none other than Dongfang Shui, his devoted maid. During the year he was plagued by a severe cold, she had been his sole caretaker. To Lin Qi, she was not merely a maid but family. Seeing this scene, Lin Qi instantly understood what had transpired. His expression darkened, fury surging within him. Who did this? Chapter 2, Offending the Powerful. Dongfang Shui was taken aback, having never witnessed the young master in such a manner. It was as if the figure before her was not the frail young master she had known, but rather a majestic mountain, worthy of reliance. Her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, tears welled in her eyes as she recounted her grievance. It was Lin Xiaobao. Seeing the chill in the air, I feared for your health and went to fetch some coal. Yet, he tormented me mercilessly and even slapped me. If I hadn't fled quickly, I might never have seen you again. The young girl wept, collapsing into Lin Qi's embrace. Suddenly, she felt a warmth emanating from him, a stark contrast to his previous coldness. Observing his complexion, which now glowed with vitality, she marveled. Could it be that he had subdued the cold poison and recovered? A mix of shock and joy flooded her heart, and she hoped fervently that this was not a mere illusion, for it meant she would no longer have to endure bullying. Lin Xiaobao, Lin Qi muttered, his gaze turning frosty. This dwarf was the grandson of the Lin family's elder. Yet, due to his ineptitude, he had been relegated to a position of idleness, merely biding his time. However, this fool possessed a modicum of cunning, extorting and bullying the servants with ease. In the past, Lin Qi had found himself powerless against him, but today was different. Indeed, it is I, Lin Xiaobao. How bold of you, little girl, to dare to complain. Alas, your master is but a worthless wretch. Your complaints will yield no fruit. Ha ha ha. Before Lin Qi could make his exit, a short figure entered, fanning himself as he came. Following him was a group of servants, bowing low, appearing even more diminutive than Lin Xiaobao. The sight was almost comical, akin to a troop of dwarves. Yet, Lin Xiaobao did not find it amusing. Instead, he strutted with arrogance, declaring, Dongfang Shui, today you will comply, whether you wish to or not. But I, Lin Xiaobao, am a gentleman. I shall not go back on my word. You fear for the useless Lin Qi's well-being, do you not? I have found him a splendid task. You lot, take this good-for-nothing to the kitchen to stoke the fire. It will be quite warm there. Lin Xiaobao laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with his decision. The nearby servants quickly echoed, Indeed, young master, your foresight is commendable. As they approached Lin Qi, mockery danced upon their faces. Useless wretch, obediently accept your fate and spare yourself further suffering. What, are you just going to stand there, expecting us to assist you? Does he still think he is the former genius young master? Truly a fool without self-awareness. To be expelled from Feishue Villa is testament to his acknowledged incompetence. Enough talk. Pick him up and carry him away before the young master grows angry. As they jested, rolling up their sleeves, Lin Qi regarded them with indifference. His voice icy. Since when do dogs strut before their masters? Silence. Insolence. The servants retorted furiously. Who do you think you are to speak to us like that? I see. You believe you can act with impunity because your father, Lin Jinwu, is your backing. But times have changed. Someone has witnessed Lin Jinwu being pursued, entering the Blackwater Demon Forest, where he is surely doomed. Before he could finish, Lin Qi stepped forward, seizing the servant by the throat, his face contorting with rage. What did you say? What's happened to my father? The servant stammered, his head suddenly tilting, lifeless. Useless. Lin Qi kicked the corpse away, his gaze darkening as he turned to the remaining servants. Speak. Who is pursuing my father, and why did he enter the Blackwater Demon Forest? That forest was the most feared, forbidden ground in the northern territories. Legends spoke of those who entered, not dying but shedding their very skin. Once, a true lord of the Yuan-Ing realm entered the forest, only to emerge as a mere skeleton within 3 days, his bones shattered upon exiting. If his father, Lin Zhenwu, had entered the Blackwater Demon Forest, it was a sentence of certain death. Seeing the terror etched on Lin Qi's face, the servants turned pale, hastily exclaiming, "We do not know. It was mere gossip." Gossip? Lin Qi shot forward, delivering a resounding slap. The nearest servant's head spun, his severed gaze fixed upon the rest. Eyes wide in death. Gasping, the remaining servants recoiled, their expressions filled with disbelief. Was this truly the frail young master afflicted by cold poison? Surely, they must be seeing things. Before them stood not a worthless wretch, but a fearsome beast capable of obliterating a corpse with a single strike. Thud, thud. All the servants fell to their knees, frantically bowing their heads. "Young Master Lin Qi, we were wrong. We failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare us. We were compelled. Mere pawns in this game. We beg for your mercy. We shall never dare again. We pledge our lives and loyalty to you, young Master Lin Qi." The sounds of their kowtowing filled the air. Lin Qi, weary of their pleas, casually dispatched a few more with a kick before approaching Lin Xiaobao, who was now quaking in fear. He was no genius, and witnessing Lin Qi's ferocious outburst had left him utterly terrified. Stammering, he fell to the ground, pleading, "You cannot kill me. I am the grandson of the elder. If you dare harm me, my grandfather will not forgive you." "The elder, you say?" Lin Qi pondered, appearing somewhat wary. "Tell me what has transpired with my father, and I shall spare you." Seeing Lin Qi's calm demeanor, Lin Xiaobao realized he had struck a nerve. With a glint of cunning in his eye, he replied, "I will, but I have an additional condition." "Speak," Lin Qi urged, maintaining his composure. Lin Xiaobao grinned, his gaze shifting to Dongfang Shui. "I want her. Lin Qi, as long as you give her to me as my personal maid, I will keep today's events for my grandfather. Moreover, I will ensure you have as much coal as you desire. What do you say? Is this not an excellent bargain?" He raised a finger, indicating the singularity of his demand, positing it as a generous offer. "Young master, please." Dongfang Shui's face drained of color as she cried out, fearing Lin Qi might forsake her. "Ha ha ha." Lin Qi laughed, suddenly seizing Lin Xiaobao by the throat. His voice icy. "You lack the standing to negotiate with me. I grant you one last chance. Answer my question. I will tell you everything." Lin Xiaobao exclaimed in terror. "Your father did not enter the Blackwater Demon Forest. He was captured at its edge after offending a powerful figure. This individual is not yet satisfied and seeks to capture you as well. However, Lin Qi, fear not. I prepared an escape route for you. The kitchen has a small hole I often use to sneak out. I had them take you there to assist you." With a feigned sincerity, he implored, "Given my good intentions, will you not spare me? Save your lives for the gullible." Lin Qi sneered. With a swift motion, he crushed Lin Xiaobao's throat. His gaze was profound, directed beyond the courtyard gate. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed forth. Before the figures arrived, an aged and resonant voice urgently commanded, "Halt." In a flash, shadows darted into view, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were momentarily struck dumb. How does this differ from my expectations? Chapter 3. The Pulse-Stopping Finger. The newcomer, an elder with white beard and brows, despite his advanced age, exuded vitality, his eyes sparkling with life. He was none other than the esteemed Grand Elder of the Lin clan. Upon receiving word that his simple-minded grandson, Lin Xiaobao, had followed Dongfang Shui to Lin Qi's courtyard, he feared that this fool might recklessly harm Lin Qi, potentially leading to fatal consequences. Thus, he hastened to the scene, bellowing a warning to stop. Intent on curbing Lin Xiaobao's impetuosity, it was crucial to note that Lin Qi had been specifically requested to remain unharmed by a significant figure. Should he perish here, the repercussions will be dire. However, to the elder's astonishment, he did not witness Lin Xiaobao bullying Lin Qi. Rather, he found him lying awkwardly on the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Qi stood calmly in the courtyard, nonchalantly disregarding the bloody corpses at his feet, exuding an air of unflappable composure. Could this truly be the so-called useless Lin Qi? "Father, what is it? Lin Qi isn't dead, is he?" A few individuals followed closely behind, leading with a hawkish-nosed man. As his words left his lips, His gaze fell upon the prostrate Lin Xiaobao, and his expression shifted dramatically. Rushing forward, he felt for his son's breath. Is he dead? The hawkish-nosed man's countenance darkened to an extreme. Although Lin Xiaobao was a foolish and lecherous dwarf, he was still his son. He could strike and scold him. But no one else had that right. I will make you pay for this. He roared in fury, launching a punch aimed directly at Lin Qi's head. The Grand Elder's expression changed alarmingly as he shouted, "Leave him alive. Do not worry, father, I shall handle it. Though I am unsure of how he recovered. I can render him useless once more." The hawkish-nosed man let out a cold laugh, his fist momentarily hesitating as it angled towards Lin Qi's shoulder, intending to cripple one of his arms. "Come on." Lin Qi remained unperturbed, letting out a hearty laugh as his right fist surged forward, colliding with the hawkish-nosed man's fist with a resounding crash. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, followed by a chilling scream. My hand!" In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the hawkish-nosed man staggered backward, his right arm hanging limply, rendered useless by a single blow. In contrast, Lin Qi, though he too had been pushed back several steps, appeared unfazed, breathing steadily and sustaining no injuries. How can this be? My heavens, this Lin Qi was supposed to be useless. How has he become so powerful? Could it be that he not only healed, but also regained his innate talent? Has the once great genius returned? Alas, I have previously offended him. This man is known for his vendettas, and if he has killed Lin Xiaobao, what shall I do? Fear not. Even if he is talented, it matters not. His father has offended a significant figure, and he too shall meet his end. Indeed, let's all strike together and subdue him, delivering him to the great figure to vent their wrath. Attack! Without needing further instruction from the Grand Elder, the gathered crowd surged forward to strike. A single command from the great figure was tantamount to an imperial decree. It was well known that the great figure had stated that if they failed to deliver Lin Qi, the entire Lin clan would face annihilation. At this moment, Lin Qi was not merely a member of the Lin family. He had transformed into a living calamity. Even more troublesome was his father, Lin Jinwu. Of all the people to provoke, they had drawn the ire of a significant figure from the Tianwu sect. This had brought catastrophic misfortune upon the Lin family. Break his limbs, but spare his life. The great figure desires him alive to further torment Lin Jinwu. The Grand Elder gazed intently at Lin Qi, speaking gravely. He recognized that this young man faced the onslaught of many, yet did not flinch, exhibiting an almost absurd level of physical resilience. Even when struck by the same level of body-refining martial artists, it seemed as though the blows merely tickled him, leaving him unscathed. Only against those of the innate realm did he show any inclination to defend himself. Yet when he struck back, it was a single punch for each body-refining martial artist. His strength was formidable, seeming effortless, as if he wielded colossal power with ease. In the face of such might, even those of the innate realm would retreat, fearing to suffer a fate similar to that of the hawkish-nosed man. This young man, having suddenly healed, had grown so powerful. What fortuitous encounter had he experienced? The Grand Elder's expression darkened significantly. Damn, why must he heal precisely at this moment? Is heaven toying with the Lin family? Suddenly, the Grand Elder moved silently, launching a fierce attack. As an esteemed 7th-level innate martial artist, he unleashed a lethal move, the pulse-stopping finger. With astonishing speed, he struck, severing the enemy's meridians, capable of rendering a person incapacitated in mere moments. A truly insidious and ruthless technique. Within the entire Lin family, only the Grand Elder had mastered this skill, a reflection of his treacherous nature. In that instant, all eyes turned towards him, a mix of fear and astonishment gripping their hearts as they witnessed such a venomous technique. They had been fortunate to witness the essence of a viper. Not acting was one thing, but when he did act, it was like the thunderclap of judgment. With a flurry of motions, the Grand Elder's fingers struck like lightning, landing dozens of blows upon Lin Qi's back in the blink of an eye. The fabric of Lin Qi's clothing tore, revealing spots on his back that turned a sickly green, oozing blood. At that moment, Lin Qi was engaged in combat with 3 innate martial artists. Suddenly ambushed, he felt a searing pain in his back, deep and penetrating, escaping a muffled groan. "Get away from me!" he shouted vehemently, as the supreme Dao Bone within him quaked, conjuring golden divine liquid to heal his wounds. Simultaneously, he charged forward, breaking through the encirclement. The Grand Elder, evidently caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, furrowed his brow. You were able to break through after being struck by my pulse-stopping finger? Impressive. However, this is where your journey ends. I have sealed your Wind Gate, Nourishing Gate, Heart Door, Liang, and Spirit Hall. Do you not feel your shoulder growing numb, your legs refusing to obey? It has been many years since I employed this pulse-stopping finger. Your ability to endure until now is commendable. To be honest, I hold great respect for your talent. Were it not for your father provoking a significant figure, I would rally the entire clan to nurture you. Alas, it is a pity. The Grand Elder shook his head with a sigh, appearing genuinely regretful for the loss of such potential. Lin Qi scoffed derisively. Old dog, your flattering words are quite charming. Where's your grandson, Lin Xiaobai? All your resources have been squandered on him, have they not? You would cultivate me with all your might? The cultivation resources I received were earned by my father through hard work. He has laid the foundation for the Lin family, accruing countless merits. Yet now, simply because he offended some insignificant figure, you seek to sever ties with him, even going so far as to deliver me as a sacrifice for others' wrath. Is this what humanity is? You dare not strike outsiders, yet only bully your own kind. A pack of heartless cowards, how laughable. Upon hearing Lin Qi's scornful tirade, some lower their heads, seemingly filled with shame. The Grand Elder shook his head. You are mistaken. If Lin Jinwu knew that sacrificing you would secure the family's stability and prosperity, he would undoubtedly do so. After all, this is his family, his life's work. You are still young and lack your father's resolve. But fret not, we shall assist you. Just surrender to sleep. Upon awakening, one could immediately behold your father. The Grand Elder, while speaking, drew closer, intending to bind Lin Qi. Just then, Lin Qi abruptly opened his eyes, a dazzling brilliance emanating from them. The Grand Elder's expression shifted in shock as he hastily retreated, only to be met by a colossal fist hurtling towards him. Chapter 4. Sign in Heavenly Frost Fist. With a swish, the fist's wind sliced through the air, under the terrified gaze of the onlookers. The Grand Elder's ear was severed and fell to the ground with a thud. It was fortunate that the Grand Elder was of considerable strength and quick in his evasion. Otherwise, it would have been not merely an ear that fell, but his entire head shattered. Stumbling back in haste, the Grand Elder wore an expression of sheer terror. He had never anticipated nearly meeting his demise at the hands of Junior. How could this lad be so formidable? Despite having sealed his meridians, he was still able to strike. Fortunately, this blow seemed to be his limit. The Grand Elder thought to himself, yet he was mistaken. This was far from Lin Qi's threshold. It was merely the beginning. The divine sign-in system. Apart from the novice gift pack, what other utilities might it possess? Standing firmly amidst the crowd, Lin Qi silently pondered. Since acquiring the novice gift pack, he had yet to fully comprehend the system's capabilities. With no one daring to confront him, it seemed an opportune moment to explore the system's further applications. After all, even a novice gift pack contained treasures like the supreme Dao Bone. A system of divine caliber could not possibly be lacking in value. This system offers a daily sign-in feature. The host can sign in at any location to receive corresponding rewards. The more unique the location, the more substantial the rewards. Rewards from signing in at the same place will diminish in quality sequentially, but consecutive sign-ins may trigger special bonuses. It is advised to establish a long-term sign-in point. Shall the host commence sign-in? The system's introduction was succinct and clear, and Lin Qi grasped it instantly. Rewards for signing in? There was no room for deliberation. He would sign in immediately. Sign in, Lin Qi commanded. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in, rewarded with Heavenly Frost Fist. Ding. For the first sign-in. An additional reward. Boundary-breaking pill. A gentle reminder. The sign-in location is not sufficiently unique, and thus the rewards are not as bountiful. It is recommended that the host select a special sign-in location and cherish every opportunity to sign in. The system indeed possesses a thoughtful nature. Yet the rewards deemed insufficient by it were still significant for Lin Qi at present. The Heavenly Frost Fist, an innate ultimate skill. It is a premier martial art practiced by masters of the innate realm. With a single punch, it could freeze everything within a 10-jong radius, if not entirely, at least to a considerable extent. It is worth noting that within the entire Lin family, there was not a single innate master, nor any innate ultimate skill. Just the Heavenly Frost Fist alone would likely cost the entire Lin family to procure. Learning. Without hesitation, Lin Qi directly absorbed the essence of the Heavenly Frost Fist. In the blink of an eye, he had mastered this innate ultimate skill. As for the second reward, the boundary-breaking pill, it was somewhat inferior to the Heavenly Frost Fist. However, if utilized wisely, it could prove beneficial. The boundary-breaking pill allows one to transcend the minor realms of their current stage, yet cannot breach the major realms. For instance, if Lin Qi were at the 9th level of body refinement, he could advance to the 10th, but not to the innate realm. Nevertheless, he was already at the 10th level of body refinement, so consuming it might yield no effect. I shall see if there truly exists an 11th level of body refinement. Lin Qi did not hesitate. He promptly took the boundary-breaking pill and placed it in his mouth. Gulp. The pill melted into pure spiritual liquid, and with a slight movement of his throat, the essence swiftly descended into his stomach. It was akin to pouring a bucket of boiling oil into a volcano on the verge of eruption. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated within him. The medicinal power coursed through his limbs and bones, saturating every acupoint and meridian with the profound essence of the boundary-breaking pill. Crack! Suddenly, his bones resonated with a sound akin to echoes in a vast canyon, reverberating throughout his entire body. At that moment, the supreme Dao Bone seemed to undergo a baptism from the boundary-breaking pill. The two profound essences merged, granting Lin Qi an astonishing epiphany. Is this the pinnacle? The human body is a vast treasure, harboring endless wealth. The body refinement stage is merely the first step in unlocking the body's potential. Only the most resilient physique can withstand the deepest excavations. 11th level of body refinement. Let me break through. Crack! A sound like thunder erupted within Lin Qi, causing him to sway momentarily, nearly losing his balance. A heart-wrenching roar erupted from his lips, accompanied by a spurt of dark blood. This seemed to be a form of shackling. The instant the dark blood was expelled, Lin Qi felt an unparalleled lightness. The agony of the breakthrough was directly proportional to the strength he now felt. It was as if, with a mere flick of his finger, he could exert immense power. If previously he needed a full punch to dispatch a body refinement practitioner, now it seemed a mere fingertip could suffice. The 11th level of body refinement represented a complete departure from the confines of the body refinement stage. Even ordinary innate practitioners would have to consider whether they could withstand a single punch from him. He spat blood. The anguish scream that escaped his lips indicated that he had just squeezed every ounce of potential, and the injury from the meridian sealing technique had flared up. His body swayed, clearly signaling his imminent collapse. Quickly, seize him. Bind him. Do not let him take his own life. A chorus of excitement erupted from the crowd. The Grand Elder also felt a slight sense of relief. Indeed, the blow just dealt was the limit of this lad's strength. That wretched boy, although he had reached the end of his tether, he still fought back desperately, attempting to drag him down with him. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, will my reputation not be tarnished? Break his limbs and sever his ears. With a command, the Grand Elder's eyes glinted with a cold light, and he let out a chilling laugh. Dare to sever my right ear? You shall repay me doubly. Swiftly, two innate practitioners, renowned for their speed within the Lin family, rushed forward to seize the credit. They thought that after this battle, they might be elevated to the position of new elders, their hearts swelling with glee as they laughed and charged forward. The left ear, left hand, and left leg are mine. The tall, lean elder extended his claw-like hands towards Lin Qi's left side. Simultaneously, he kicked out with the intent of breaking Lin Qi's left leg. As he spoke, he appeared nonchalant. The right ear, right hand, and right leg shall naturally belong to me. The other elder cackled, unleashing a hammering fist technique aimed at shattering Lin Qi's limbs. To be rendered useless, he was undoubtedly a professional in this regard. Within the Lin family, this was precisely his line of work. All the enemies of the Lin family dreaded hearing the name Lin Hammer. The term hammer was not merely a name, but a reputation forged through action. Seeing Lin Hammer make his move, the Grand Elder involuntarily nodded, fully aware that Lin Qi was destined to be crippled. Did you not see that the hammering fist technique had already struck Lin Qi? If it does not incapacitate him. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly pierced the Grand Elder's ears. His gaze suddenly sharpened, and his pupils constricted as he trembled and stepped back, utterly unable to believe the scene before him. Why? It was not Lin Qi who was screaming in agony, but Lin Qi. Chapter 5. The Great Bear Technique. My hands. Lin Qi stared incredulously at his bent hands. Panic etched across his face. Had he truly just struck a human being? Surely, even the hardest materials like xiantai and fine steel could not compare. Was this Lin Qi truly the same person he once knew? There was no time for contemplation as a fist the size of a sandbag descended before his eyes. Bang! The sound echoed in his mind, and Lin Qi could see nothing further. Silence enveloped him. Was this what death felt like? In that moment, Lin Qi suddenly recalled his moniker. What did it mean to have a fist as powerful as a steel hammer? This punch was the embodiment of that. Before Lin Qi, he felt as powerless as a mere 3-year-old, utterly defenseless. With a resounding crack, the sound of a watermelon bursting reverberated throughout the courtyard. Everyone collectively gasped, recoiling in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Who could have imagined that with just one punch, the fearsome Lin Qi would meet his end at the hands of Lin Qi, who truly belonged to the body refinement realm and who was in the acquired realm? Spare me. The tall, gaunt elder who had attacked alongside Lin Qi shouted in desperation, quickly retracting his claw-like hands and stepping back from Lin Qi's left leg. With a swift motion, he fell to his knees, bowing his head in supplication. Those who understand the times are indeed wise. To perceive the situation clearly in an instant and react accordingly, he could be deemed a sage. Yet Lin Qi remained unmoved. Those who sought his life were destined to perish. You shall not be spared. With a crushing stomp of his left leg, Lin Qi trampled down like a mighty elephant, shattering the elder's spine. The ground quaked beneath him, leaving behind a deep crater. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide with terror, unable to suppress their trembling. The faint-hearted had even soiled themselves in their fear. Lin Qi surveyed the crowd with a cold smile. Who was it that just said they would offer me to a powerful figure to vent their frustrations? Why not step forward and repeat that in my presence? No one uttered a sound. It was as if all had become deaf mutes. Elder, was it you? Lin Qi advanced with a smile. You don't come any closer. The elder's face turned ashen as he staggered backward, wishing he had grown 2 more legs. Suddenly, someone cried out, "Run!" That shout acted like a whistle, awakening the instinct for survival in everyone. Flee! This is not a man. This is a fearsome beast. One stomp could shatter the ground. Even a peak acquired realm warrior is nothing in comparison. Lin Qi concealed his true power to catch us off guard. Only the clan leader and young Master Lin Xiaobai can subdue him. Quick, summon the clan leader. Panic ensued as the crowd scattered, the entire courtyard gate splintering under the stampede. The Lin family, a reputable martial arts family in Qingzhou City, appeared pitifully weak at that moment. The mere appearance of a single powerhouse capable of sweeping through the acquired realm was enough to extinguish any thoughts of resistance. Lin Qi could not help but shake his head. No wonder when he first joined Feishua Mountain Villa, the entire family celebrated. They must have believed that his becoming a disciple would guarantee his breakthrough into the innate realm. Only families with innate masters could truly be considered martial arts families. Yet Lin Qi understood that such martial families were still but pitiful creatures in the secular world. With his supreme Dao Bone and the signing-in system, he would soon surpass the 3 realms of body refinement and enter the 3 realms of Qi cultivation. Only then would he truly undergo a transformation transcending the mundane. Lin Qi realized that the so-called powerful figure his father had offended was undoubtedly a being beyond the secular realm. Faced with such power, the Lin family had no choice but to fear. Yet fear or not, to turn against one's own kin in fear was inhuman. Why not secretly escape as a family instead of becoming accomplices to a tiger? Was that not disgraceful? For such despicable souls, words were futile. Only fists could send them to the afterlife. Flee, everyone. To dare to escape is also a form of courage. Lin Qi chuckled, ignoring the fleeing crowd, his gaze fixed on the elder. This was the true villain. The others were mere ants, unworthy of his scorn. He remembered the elder's past attempts to withhold healing elixirs from him and the various covert schemes against him. This man must die for his transgressions. Lin Qi, I was wrong, but I only acted for the sake of the family. If your father were here, even if he disagreed with my methods, he would surely understand my intentions. A tiger's son cannot be a dog. You must understand me, right? Look, I have already received my punishment, having lost an ear. Would you spare me? As Lin Qi focused solely on him, The elder could no longer contain his terror, his legs giving way as he felt his knees, begging for mercy and knocking his head repeatedly against the ground. In terms of martial prowess, he knew while he was only slightly superior to Lin Qi. If Lin Qi could kill Lin Qi with a single punch, ending his life would be no challenge. Although he did not understand why Lin Qi had not killed him before, this was not the time for such thoughts. Pleading for mercy was paramount. If he could somehow survive and delay until the clan leader arrived, it would be Lin Qi's demise. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. "The clan leader is coming," someone exclaimed with joy. "We're saved. And young Master Lin Xiaobai is here too. Lin Qi is finished. How can he withstand two peak acquired realm fighters? Quick, turn back. I must personally avenge grandfather Lin Qi." In an instant, the crowd that had just fled turned back. The elder's face lit up with joy. He sprang to his feet and laughed maniacally. "Lin Qi, you're finished. Why not surrender now?" "Surrender?" Lin Qi scoffed, striding forward and gripping the elder's shoulders. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as both shoulders shattered in an instant. The elder screamed in agony. But this was not the end. "Let me bind you first." Lin Qi's hands moved like lightning, grasping his arms and crushing them like mere noodles, then twisting them together into a braid. All the elder's martial prowess resided in his hands. Even if he were spared now, he was utterly incapacitated. The elder howled in despair, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His eyes rolled back in their sockets, wishing he could faint from the pain. Fortunately, at that moment, a thunderous voice, akin to a heavenly call, resounded above him. "Clan leader, save me," the elder cried, weeping in torment. The clan leader of the Lin family, a scholarly middle-aged man, appeared somewhat frail. Yet when he shouted, it was like thunder. His upper body muscles bulged, transforming him in an instant into a wild beast, a human manifestation of a bear. The Great Bear Technique? Lin Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. This was Lin Xiong's signature skill. In his youth, he relied on this technique alongside Lin Jinwu to carve out their territory. Though the Great Bear Technique was not an innate secret art, it was incredibly close and should not be underestimated. Yet, Lin Qi remained undaunted. Comme fort. Frost Fist. Chapter 6, 17, Innate Grandmaster. Bang! The air erupted with a wave of frost, and even delicate snowflakes began to fall. Lin Qi's fist contrasted sharply with Lin Xiong's massive paw, resembling that of a great bear. Nevertheless, both retreated several steps in unison, taking a moment to regain their balance. Truly, the bear technique exuded a raw power akin to that of a formidable beast. Lin Qi slightly shook his arm, contemplating that once he broke through to the postnatal realm, the bear technique would be trivial. Within the same realm, he wouldn't even need to deploy the frost fist. A mere finger would suffice to crush his opponent. Alas, his cultivation was still insufficient. What he required was time. Grant him a few days to sign in, and he would effortlessly break through to the postnatal realm. With this thought, Lin Qi refrained from further strikes, coldly gazing at Lin Xiong. "So, the clan leader has graced my humble abode. What brings you to this meager courtyard?" Lin Xiong inhaled sharply, his brow furrowed with frost. He swiftly extended his right fist behind him, regulating his internal energy to alleviate discomfort. His heart was filled with profound astonishment. Despite unleashing his full strength, he had failed to incapacitate Lin Qi. Rather, he felt a chill sweeping through him. What martial art was this young man employing? And what was the source of that cold air? Suddenly, Lin Xiong's brow tightened as he recalled a crucial detail. This lad bore the cold poison, barely clinging to life. Could it be that he had experienced an epiphany, refining the poison within him, thus gaining cold energy? In the past, Lin Xiong would have rejoiced at such news. However, with Lin Jinwu captured and having offended powerful figures, Lin Qi's resurgence and enhancement were not tidings of joy, but dire news. What a most inopportune enlightenment. Cheer, Lin Xiong sighed. What grievance do you hold against the elder? You have rendered him handless. How cruel! If your father were still alive, he would have upheld justice, ensuring you pay for your actions and restore the elder's honor. Do you not recognize your error? Recognize my error? Lin Qi erupted into laughter, even questioning whether he had misheard. What wrong had he committed? Old dog Lin Xiong. My father, in his folly, agreed to co-build the Lin family with you. Today, I stand in my father's stead, withdrawing from the Lin family. From this day forth, we shall part ways, never to cross paths again. You have 3 breaths to vacate. Otherwise, do not blame me for unleashing a massacre. As Lin Qi spoke, he raised a finger. You cannot leave the Lin family. Lin Xiong shouted in alarm. Should Lin Qi escape, the Lin family would bear the consequences. All would perish. The elder shrieked, everyone, seize him. Render him powerless. Xiaobai act swiftly. He called for his talented grandson. Both were Lin Xiao. Yet Lin Xiaobai and Lin Xiaobao existed on entirely different planes. It seemed that the heavens had absorbed all of Lin Xiaobao's talents and bestowed them upon his elder brother, Lin Xiaobai, making him the most exceptional genius in the history of the Lin family. Following Lin Qi's expulsion from Feishua Mountain Villa, Lin Xiaobai became the hope of all within the Lin family, the sole one capable of becoming an innate grandmaster. Upon his arrival, all bowed their heads in greeting, murmuring, "Young master, you have arrived." At that moment, individuals flanking the courtyard lowered their heads in reverence. A young man clad in white, holding a folding fan, sauntered into the courtyard. He strolled leisurely, his eyes shimmering like stars, casting a casual glance at Lin Qi. Is the Lin family a place where one can come and go as one pleases? His tone was nonchalant, yet it echoed the sentiments of all present. Each individual felt invigorated, releasing pent-up frustration. This was indeed the unparalleled Lin family's young master in their hearts. In contrast, Lin Qi was unworthy of even carrying their shoes. Was it not so? Lin Qi suddenly chuckled. In all corners of the world, I, Lin Qi, can come and go as I please. What is the mere Lin family to me? What audacity! The crowd seethed with anger. Clap! Lin Xiaobai unfurled his fan, stating coolly, "The Lin family is indeed of little consequence. However, with me, Lin Xiaobai, present, you shall not exit this door today." His calm words exuded unparalleled confidence. The crowd erupted in excitement. The elder shouted, "Good grandson, twist his hands and feet into a pretzel." "Is that so?" Lin Qi replied with a faint smile, stepping forward. "Then let us see." As the two faced off, the tension of battle thickened in the air, prompting the crowd to quickly step back, eagerly awaiting the moment Lin Qi would be twisted into a pretzel. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiaobai raised a finger and shook his head. "I, as your young master, have always acted with fairness, disdaining to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Your cold poison is only just healed, and having endured 2 battles, your breath is unsteady. You're not my opponent. However, I'm willing to wait for you. In 1 month, I want you to present yourself before me in your prime. At that time, I shall ensure you understand the gulf between us. I will make you concede wholeheartedly." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Some were perplexed, questioning why young Master Xiaobai would take such a risk, leaving a potential threat alive. Others felt immense admiration, recognizing this as the unparalleled confidence of young Master Xiaobai. Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback. He began to suspect this fellow might be an undercover agent, as he had articulated Lin Qi's innermost thoughts, granting him time to sign in. Yet, he had not received any compensation. Setting those thoughts aside, if he wanted a month, then a month it would be. Agreed. Lin Qi acquiesced. Lin Xiaobai added, "But I have a condition." "Speak. During this month, you cannot flee." "Agreed. Words alone are not enough. You must vow. A heavenly oath." "How tedious." Lin Qi, without hesitation, slashed his palm, invoking the heavenly oath. Blood from his palm vanished into thin air, enveloping his wrist in a faint red glow. This was the heavenly oath. Should he violate it, he would be bound to death by that red aura. Though the principle was unknown, all within the spirit martial realm understood the power of the heavenly oath, and it was accessible to all. Such a mysterious force enveloped Lin Qi, causing his supreme Dao Bone to tremble, emitting a subtle radiance. In that moment, Lin Qi felt the binding of the heavenly oath weaken slightly. Lin Qi was both astonished and delighted. He had not anticipated the supreme Dao Bone to possess such formidable capabilities. Nevertheless, even without it, he was not concerned about the heavenly oath, for he had no intention of fleeing. As long as he could eliminate them all and depart openly, it would not be considered retreat. The month-long constraint was thus rendered meaningless. Lin Xiaobai, unaware of Lin Qi's thoughts, nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing the efficacy of the heavenly oath. "You are quite obedient. Those who recognize the times are the true elites. I hope that when the month is up, you will also recognize the situation and surrender." He chuckled. Lynch dismissed him with a wave of his hand, saying, "Enough. Get out of my courtyard, and do not expect to be escorted. Oof. You will survive for another month. After a month, young Master Ba will surely make you aware of his prowess." With that, a group of people departed, leaving behind a trail of threats. Soon, they arrived at the council hall. The clan leader dismissed the crowd, retaining only a few elders and Lin Xiaobai. The eldest elder suddenly exclaimed, "Why? Why not dispose of that little wretch immediately?" "Lin Xiaobai, what are you thinking?" "Grandfather," Lin Xiaobai replied leisurely, "I am on the verge of breaking through to the innate realm." "What?" The clan leader and others gasped in unison. The elder, taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. A 17-year-old innate master who has not yet joined any sect. What extraordinary talent. Heaven bless my grandson. Heaven bless him. That little wretch, Lin Qi, despite his inexplicable recovery and immense strength, is unworthy to even carry my grandson's shoes. An innate master from a martial arts family. My dear grandson, your future is boundless. Truly boundless. However, how does this relate to not disposing of that little wretch on the spot? Despite his upper body being crippled, the elder's mind remained unexpectedly clear. After his laughter, he posed a soul-searching question. Chapter 7. Innate Purple Qi. Lin Xiaobai shook his head and sighed. "Grandfather, you are becoming muddled. The life and death of Lin Qi cannot possibly compare to the significance of my breakthrough to innate master. Not killing him now will prevent unnecessary complications that could hinder my advancement. After all, once I break through, he will be but an ant in my eyes. Eliminating him will be as simple as a snap of my fingers. Why rush?" Lin Xiaobai spoke with an air of confidence, exuding an undeniable self-assurance. Clan leader Lin Xiong and the elders could not help but nod in silent agreement. Such formidable confidence is indeed what begets a true innate master, they mused. Heaven bless the Lin family. Yet the elder furrowed his brow. I still do not understand. What is so complicated about subduing that little Lin Qi? Humph. Lin Xiaobai flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. "I'm going to cultivate. If there is nothing else, do not disturb me." Lin Xiong quickly responded, "Yes, yes. Xiaobai, you must break through to innate master. Our Lin family relies on you." "Rest assured," Lin Xiaobai replied without looking back, leaving the elder in a daze, muttering, "Why is my dear grandson angry? Did I say something wrong?" Lin Xiong sighed and waved his hand. "Take the elder to the healer for treatment." It was more than just saying the wrong thing. It was akin to pouring salt on an open wound. Did he think Lin Xiaobai did not wish to act? His reluctance was a clear indication that he could not guarantee subduing Lin Qi. Even if he could, he would surely sustain injuries himself, delaying his breakthrough to innate mastery. What if he damaged his foundation and could never reach the realm of mastery? That would be a regret beyond measure. Thus, the safest course was to strike after becoming a master. As the saying goes, below the master, all are but ants. This marked an entirely different level. A threshold into the realm of Qi practitioners. Once Lin Xiaobai broke through to the innate realm, he would ascend to greatness, reborn anew. The annihilation of Lin Qi would be a mere flick of the wrist. Why the urgency? Yet, as a peak practitioner of the acquired realm, fearing injury from a mere body-refining Lin Qi was, in itself, a great humiliation. How could the elder not see this? Lin Xiong felt pity for the elder. No matter how astute he had been in the past, becoming incapacitated had turned him into a frantic fool. It seemed the elder's position should be reassessed. Lin Qi was unaware of Lin Xiaobai's calculations and cared not to know. Strictly speaking, he had only been in this new world for less than half a day. Although he had gained numerous advantages with the help of the system, he had yet to fully digest them. Now, with no one to disturb him, it was the perfect opportunity to consolidate his newfound knowledge. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Qi turned his focus inward. He mused, "The supreme Dao Bone absorbs the cold poison within me, perfectly enhancing the heavenly frost fist, enabling me to send Lin Xiong flying with a single strike." Alas, the heavenly frost fist is merely a martial technique, not a cultivation method. Though I once joined the Feishu Mountain sect, my status as a servant meant I only received the basics of the Feishu divine art. Relying on such a meager technique, even if I could break through to the acquired realm, would it not be a waste of my unparalleled body refining level 11? With these thoughts, Lin Qi quieted his mind and began to delve into the mysteries of his supreme Dao Bone. This was an ancient, enigmatic bone of unparalleled origin, a treasure of infinite potential, harboring boundless secrets. If he could not derive the most fitting cultivation method from it, then he might as well perish in vain. It would be akin to receiving a feast from heaven and being unable to partake. What meaning would life hold then? As time passed, Lin Qi became wholly engrossed in his contemplation. Gradually, an indescribable aura enveloped him. Should a peerless powerhouse witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. This was the aura of enlightenment. Only a once-in-an-era genius could have a chance to enter such a state. Enlightenment is to comprehend one's own path. Should he succeed in this understanding, not only would his strength soar, but his future cultivation would also be smooth sailing. If he could inhale even a breath of the enlightenment aura, it would be an immeasurable boon. Unfortunately, in a small place like Qingzhou City, there were no formidable experts around. The Lin family, fearful after the recent killings, would not seek trouble here. Only a little maid named Dongfang Shui crawled out from a concealed corner, patting her chest in relief. Finally, peace and quiet. Thankfully, the young master displayed great prowess, not only slaying Lin Xiaobao, but also driving everyone out of the courtyard. It seems the young master has finally refined the cold poison and, in turn, has made a tremendous leap in strength. Henceforth, I need not worry about being bullied. A smile blossomed on Dongfang Shui's face. In her small world, there were no grand dreams, only the wish to not be bullied. Having cared for the young master for so many days, she had finally seen the light after the storm. "Young master, are you hungry?" Dongfang Shui slowly approached and asked softly. Yet Lin Qi remained motionless, showing no sign of response. Has he fallen asleep? The young master must be truly exhausted, sleeping even while seated, she thought to herself, but suddenly felt her body grow weak, her mind becoming hazy. Finally, she stumbled and fell to the ground, dozing beside Lin Qi, snoring softly. As a little maid who had never practiced cultivation, she could not withstand the influence of the enlightenment aura. But this was, in fact, the best state for her. In her slumber, she would receive a baptism, gaining insights into her own path. Should any supreme beings witness this scene, they would be envious of Dongfang Shui's fortune. They would yearn to exchange identities with her. No level of cultivation could compare to the solid foundation of enlightenment she was receiving. Time passed without notice. When Dongfang Shui awoke, she found herself lying in bed, covered with a small quilt, with a warm stove beside her, reminiscent of spring's arrival. "Oh dear, I actually fell asleep, and on the young master's bed. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths," she exclaimed, wondering if the young master had eaten yet, and hurriedly getting up to prepare food. However, she could not find Lin Qi anywhere. At this moment, Lin Qi had departed from the Lin family and arrived at the city lord's manor in Qingzhou. This place could be deemed somewhat extraordinary. Standing at the entrance, Lin Qi murmured to himself, according to the system's gentle prompt, the more unique the location, the more bountiful the rewards. Among the entirety of Qingzhou, this place was arguably the most exceptional, for it housed the city lord, a genuine innate master, and the sole master-level powerhouse in Qingzhou. Who would dare linger and gaze about at the city lord's manor? A guard barked a stern command, brandishing a long spear to chase Lin Qi away. "I apologize. I am merely passing through," Lin Qi replied with a slight smile, turning to leave. Simultaneously, he silently murmured, "Sign in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in, earning a pot of innate purple energy. Innate purple energy can be directly transformed into innate spiritual power, possessing the effect of cleansing marrow and altering one's constitution. It can also be employed in the forging of divine weapons and can be used to comprehend martial arts, maintaining clarity of the mind and achieving twice the result with half the effort. Should a peak postnatal martial artist consume a strand of innate purple energy, they could directly break through to the innate realm. Chapter 8. Friends for a Day, sending you to the afterlife. Innate purple energy is indeed a marvelous treasure. Lin Qi was filled with delight. This journey had not been in vain. Such a remarkable item, if revealed, would surely incite countless individuals to fight over it, resulting in extensive casualties. What all martial artists yearn for, the innate realm, could be obtained here with merely a wisp of energy. Alas, there was only one in the city lord's manor. If he were to sign in again next time, the quality of rewards would diminish. However, for now, he set aside these thoughts and hurried back to sample the innate purple energy. Lin Qi walked briskly, unaware that someone had emerged from the city lord's manor. It was a young man clad in blue, who frowned as he observed Lin Qi's retreating figure. Lin Qi, isn't this fellow afflicted by cold poison and, after being expelled from the Feishue villa, been recuperating at home? How could he have the leisure to wander about? Could it be that he has recovered? The young man in blue pondered, then waved his hand, saying, "Today I shall explore alone. You need not follow me. Depart at once." "Yes, second young master." The subservient guards obediently retreated. It turned out that this young man was none other than Qingzi Lin, the second son of the city lord of Qingzhou. In the past, when Lin Qi was still a genius, he had dined with Qingzi Lin several times, establishing a degree of familiarity, and thus he was quickly recognized. At this moment, after dismissing his subordinates, Qingzi Lin quickened his pace, stealthily trailing Lin Qi. As Lin Qi proceeded toward the Lin family estate, he sensed someone following him and felt puzzled. He did not turn to look, but could discern that the follower's strength was rather mediocre. Merely at the 5th level of the postnatal realm, with a shaky foundation, even inferior to Lin Qi of the Lin family. He hastened onward, rounding a few corners until he entered a concealed, dilapidated little house. Only then did he turn to face the newcomer. It was indeed Qingzi Lin, the second young master. Lin Qi smiled slightly and clasped his hands in greeting. "I was wondering who it was. You startled me. May I inquire why the second young master is following me? Are you wishing to treat me to a sumptuous meal? It's been quite a while since we've gathered." "Indeed, Lin brother," Qingzi Lin chuckled. "Ever since you went to the Feishue villa and attained great success, we have not met. I did not expect to chance upon you today and was hoping to invite you to Tongfu Lu for a grand feast." "That sounds delightful. I happen to be quite hungry," Lin Qi replied, patting his belly. Qingzi Lin approached with a smile, extending his hand as if to embrace Lin Qi's shoulder. Yet suddenly, his right hand gathered strength mid-air, a gust of wind howling as he struck fiercely at Lin Qi's back. Bang! Lin Qi fell to the ground, rolling several times, blood spilling from his mouth as he exclaimed, "Second young master, what is the meaning of this?" "What do you mean?" Qingzi Lin sneered. "You worthless fool. How dare you call me brother? Did you think you were still the genius of old? Hand over the Feishue divine art, and I may spare your life." "The Feishue divine art?" Lin Qi was utterly astonished. The rules of the Feishue villa strictly forbade the transmission of this technique. If outsiders were caught practicing it, they would face brutal torture and death. What could the second young master possibly want with it? Qingzi Lin scoffed, "Fool, why should you concern yourself with my intentions? If I master this art, my strength will soar, and upon successfully joining the Feishue villa, I shall naturally become a disciple. Who would dare punish me then? You, on the other hand, are such a waste that you were expelled from the Feishue villa. The Feishue divine art is wasted on you. You might as well recite it to me and make the most of it." Lin Qi suddenly understood. So this was the second young master's scheme. How clever of him. No wonder he did not bring any subordinates. Alas, the members of the Lin family are not as astute as you. I see they are simply too timid, lacking the audacity that you possess. Silence. My courage is none of your concern. Quickly recite the Feishue divine art, and I may spare your life. Qingzi Lin's face contorted with malice, devoid of any patience. Were it not for his need to extract the Feishue divine art from Lin Qi, he would have already killed him. Seeing Lin Qi remain obstinate and ask questions, he stepped forward, preparing to inflict torture. Who would have thought that at this moment, Lin Qi chuckled derisively, slowly rising to his feet. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his complexion rosy, as if he had suffered no injury whatsoever. "You." Qingzi Lin was taken aback and retreated, exclaiming, "You were feigning it?" Lin Qi replied with a smile. "One could not strictly say it was feigning. I sustained some minor injuries, but then I recovered. It can only be said that the second young master's palm strength is too weak. It merely grazed my surface." "Nonsense." Qingzi Lin, both ashamed and furious, retorted. "This is my family's secret technique. How could it fail to injure a worthless person like you? Behold my palm." Smack! He struck with fury, the sound of his palm echoing through the air. However, before the force could reach Lin Qi, he heard a sound of bones cracking. At the same time, a sharp pain shot through his left cheek. His entire vision began to spin. When his sight finally stabilized, Qingzi Lin realized he was no longer looking at Lin Qi, but rather the dilapidated wall of the little house behind him. Why? Qingzi Lin was utterly bewildered. Yet before he could regain his senses, he lost all consciousness. So weak, Lin Qi shook off the bloodstains from his hands. He had merely given Qingzi Lin a slap, yet it had sent his head spinning. No wonder the city lord of Qingzhou did not favor him. The city lord had 3 children. The eldest son, Qingzi Long, was undoubtedly a genius, having been sent to the Feishue villa at an early age. The youngest daughter, Qingzi Feng, though young and not particularly gifted, was naturally intelligent and possessed an exceptional demeanor, being groomed as the next city lord. Only the second son, Qingzi Lin, was utterly useless, failing at everything he attempted. Had he not been born into the city lord's family, with his talent and recklessness, he would never have broken into the postnatal realm throughout his life. Who would have thought that this waste would not cherish everything around him? Instead, he harbored resentment toward his father's favoritism. Lin Qi had heard him complain more than once while drinking together. He envied his elder brother for joining the Feishue villa and for learning the Feishue divine art. He believed that if he possessed the Feishue divine art, he would surely be no weaker than his brother, Qingzi Long. Little did he expect that he would resort to such methods to obtain the Feishue divine art. This cannot simply be described as audacity. This is sheer ignorance and foolishness. If the techniques of a grand sect could be so easily acquired, how could they maintain their dominance over the world? Lynch could not help but feel a tinge of sympathy for him. He proceeded to strip him of his wealth, remove his garments, and shatter his skull. Since you harbor disdain for your family, do not allow them to recognize you, thus granting you the freedom to depart without any ties. As a friend, I cannot bear to see your corpse rot in this place. With a solemn expression, Lynch took out a match, igniting King's clothing before tossing it into the broken rafters of the dilapidated house. In this city of Qingzhou, where land is precious, supporting cremation is a contribution to the people. I hope that in the afterlife, you will bless me so I am not captured by your father. Silently, Lynch bowed 3 times to the deceased. Once the flames fully engulfed the remnants, he swiftly vanished from the scene. Chapter 9. Another sign-in, a pristine martial art. It's on fire. Come help extinguish it. The nearby townsfolk began to shout. At this moment, Lynch had already returned to the Lin residence. After defeating the elder and slaying Lin Qi and others the day prior, his reputation soared. Everyone lowered their heads and averted their gazes upon seeing him. This made Lynch feel as though he were in a realm devoid of obstacles. Soon, he arrived at a small courtyard. Young master, Dongfang Shui rushed over, both delighted and apprehensive. You have finally returned. I was so afraid you would leave me behind. Lynch smiled faintly. What nonsense are you speaking? Even if I were to leave, I would take you along. This past year has been thanks to your care. Taking care of the young master is what I ought to do. My life was saved by you, and I am willing to care for you for a lifetime. Dongfang Shui said earnestly, her large, watery eyes reflecting her sincerity. Lynch chuckled. With your petite frame, it would be unfeasible for you to care for me for a lifetime. Would you like to learn a martial art I possess? Yes, Dongfang Shui exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy, but she quickly shook her head in disappointment. But I am merely a servant, unworthy of learning martial arts. Lynch waved his hand dismissively. Who made such rules? Do the Lin family's rules govern me? Gulme, sit here. This martial art is called Soft Fist. I acquired it by chance. It is not particularly powerful, but can help you cultivate to the acquired realm. When I obtain an innate technique in the future, I will pass it on to you to help you break through to the innate level. Without waiting for her response, Lynch began to instruct her on the training routes and techniques of the Soft Fist, unconcerned whether she could comprehend it. This martial art was gentle, suitable for women's self-defense. With diligent practice, success was inevitable. You possess considerable talent, far surpassing many of the Lin family's offspring. Practice diligently and do not slack off, Lynch casually advised before entering the house, retrieving the innate purple gas gourd. He carefully opened a small crack in the lid, and a rich, fragrant aroma immediately wafted through the air. In an instant, Lynch felt as if he were soaring amidst the clouds, transcending earthly bounds. His soul seemed to detach, wandering through the air and dancing amid the sea of clouds. Suddenly, the gourd vanished from his hand, returning to the system space. At that moment, Lynch forcefully broke free from his entranced state, swiftly refining the strand of innate purple gas. According to the description, even without deliberate refinement, merely inhaling it while asleep would yield immense benefits. However, for Lynch, the true utility of the innate purple gas surpassed this. He sought to comprehend his own path through it. Even if he could not grasp celestial techniques, he aimed to uncover his own innate martial art. With this determination, Lynch immersed himself once more in contemplation, and a profound aura of enlightenment enveloped him. Outside, Dongfang Xuan noticed nothing amiss, but with each punch she threw, she felt an increasing strength, her understanding of the soft fist deepening. The young master said, "I have talent." He was not deceiving me. Her excitement grew, causing her to forget her hunger. Thus, an entire day passed in this manner. That night, in the city lord's mansion, this troublesome boy is becoming more unruly. Where has he gone off to now? At the dining table, Lord Qingtian slammed his hand down in frustration. His wife quickly consoled him. "Linner simply enjoys playing. You had no intention of having him inherit the lordship, so why fuss over him? Humph, a doting mother only spoils her child." Qingtian grumbled, but said no more. He turned to his daughter, King Zifeng, and gently inquired, "How is your training going? Have you encountered any bottlenecks? If you reach your peak and find no way to advance, tell me. I shall procure an innate pill for you. At that time, I will have your brother return to protect you, ensuring your breakthrough into the innate realm." His words brimmed with affection. "Understood, father." "Thank you." King Zifeng nodded slightly. She was not one for many words, exuding a cool, elegant aura akin to a solitary plum blossom on a snowy mountain, maintaining just the right distance from others, neither too close nor too distant. This was precisely the quality Lord Qingtian cherished. Unfortunately, his daughter's innate talent did not match that of his eldest son. Otherwise, she could have ventured even further. "Father, I have finished eating. I shall now go train." King Zifeng stood, bowing slightly. Qingtian nodded in acknowledgement. After the meal, Qingtian entered the main hall, listening to reports from his subordinates, his brow furrowing slightly. "Lord, we have not found the second young master in the brothels, the marketplace, or the flower houses. It appears he has deliberately dismissed all servants and guards this morning, seemingly hiding from everyone. It is uncertain whether he has devised some new scheme." The subordinate, clad in black, analyzed the situation. Qingtian snorted coldly. "What scheme? He is merely trying to drive me to despair. Pay him no mind. This troublesome boy will reveal himself in a few days." With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode away. "Understood, my lord." The dark guard responded, but he swiftly moved into action. Trusted by the lord, he would not remain idle. Instead, he would exhaust every effort to locate the second young master. One night passed. Unbeknownst to Lynch, events unfolded at the city lord's mansion. To avoid drawing attention, he chose not to leave the Lin residence at dawn, but instead ventured to the Lin family's treasury. Though referred to as a treasury, it merely contained the family's collection of resources. After all, a small family like this possessed little in the way of treasures. Nonetheless, the treasury remained a crucial stronghold for the Lin family. Upon seeing Lynch, the guard were filled with trepidation and shouted sternly, "Lynch, what brings you here? Do not overstep your bounds. Leave at once." They feared he might force his way in. Lynch grinned. "As a member of the Lin family, is it unreasonable to take a few resources? Return what you previously withheld from me, and I shall spare your lives." The guards were taken aback and swiftly reported to the elder of the treasury. Soon, a bag filled with various items was delivered. "Is this all? It seems there is more than less." "Thank you very much." Lynch laughed heartily and then silently intoned, "Sign in." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have received the reward. Gale Step. Gale Step, an innate martial art. It is a premier technique of movement. It is said that when cultivated to its utmost pinnacle, one's form becomes indistinguishable from the wind, imperceptible to the naked eye. Furthermore, the gusts generated by one's movements can shatter foes to pieces." Lynch reviewed the introduction, shaking his head slightly. It was passable, on par with the Tianchuang fist, yet it paled in comparison to the innate purple aura of the gourd. It seemed that the city lord's mansion was indeed unique. However, given his current predicament, it was wise to refrain from venturing out and courting danger. The so-called treasure repository of the Lin family was akin to the rewards from signing in at my own courtyard. Thus, it would be more prudent to establish my courtyard as a long-term signing point. The system indicated that although the quality of reward from signing in at the same location would diminish sequentially, consecutive sign-ins could potentially trigger special rewards. Rather than waste time running about, it was preferable to test my luck. After all, it was a risk-free endeavor with the possibility of significant gains. After contemplating briefly, Lynch promptly returned to his small courtyard to continue his pursuit of enlightenment. At present, his primary focus remained on comprehending the path. In this small town of Qingzhou, there was little of worth to sign in for. He would explore the vast world beyond once he departed. Damn it! As Lynch left, the guards of the treasure repository gritted their teeth in frustration. The elder seethed, muttering, "Just wait and see. I will observe your arrogance for how long. Once young Master Xiaobai emerges, you shall see what is in store." Chapter 10. A Natural Phenomenon. Capture Lynch. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a long-term signing point. Activating automatic sign-ins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in. Reward received. Pay you on Dan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in. Reward received. Shisue Dan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in consecutively for 7 days, triggering a special reward. Wudao Dan. Wudao Dan greatly enhances the user's comprehension, providing profound insights into the principles of the path. What a remarkable find. Lynch felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated triggering such a treasure after merely 7 consecutive sign-ins, and one that was perfectly suited for his use. His luck was indeed splendid. Without hesitation, he consumed the Wudao Dan. In an instant, he felt his mind transform, with many previously incomprehensible mysteries suddenly becoming clear. He absorbed the essence of the supreme Dao Bone like a sponge, eagerly soaking in the profound insights it radiated. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. Suddenly, Lynch's body jolted as something within his mind erupted. Simultaneously, a tremor coursed through his bones, unleashing a terrifying aura of the Dao. Outside, Dongfang Shui, who was practicing, suddenly collapsed, falling into a deep slumber as her body underwent mysterious changes. Brise-Conseilling technique absorbe. Lynch hastily invoked the technique. These auras of the Dao were treasures that should not be squandered on the Lin family. However, Lynch was unaware that even a mere wisp of aura had already incited a tremendous upheaval. Boom! Thunder roared from the heavens. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, flashes of lightning illuminating the sky. Strangely, this phenomenon was confined solely to the Lin family estate, while other areas remained clear and sunny. A thunderous roar in broad daylight, a phenomenon that defied nature. Was a prodigious genius breaking through a major realm? Why did this manifestation occur solely above the Lin estate? Could it be Lin Xiaobai of the Lin family? The entirety of Qingzhou City was shaken. The Zhao and Wang families, who were equally prominent in Qingzhou, expressed their astonishment. Everyone realized that the Lin family was on the rise. From this moment, the 3 prominent families would cease to exist, leaving only one to dominate. The entire Qingzhou city was destined to become the Lin family's backyard. A genius capable of invoking heavenly phenomena promised a future beyond measure. Such talent would be sought after even by great sects like the Feishuan Mountain Manor. Heaven bless my grandson. The elder in the physician's chamber fell to his knees, gazing skyward, exclaiming with excitement. Meanwhile, clan leader Lin Xiong and the elders rushed to the training room. The door of the training room burst open, revealing a solitary figure clad in white emerging with grace. Snap! The young master of the white attire unfurled his folding fan, a smile gracing his lips. I have not disgraced my mission. I have successfully broken through to the innate master. Heaven bless the Lin family. The clan leader and others knelt in reverence. Although Lin Xiaobai was young and a junior, his status as an innate master was extraordinary, deserving their homage. Henceforth, the entire Lin family would take pride in Lin Xiaobai. Salute to the ancestor. Countless younger members cheered and bowed, sharing in the glory. The emergence of an innate master signified that the Lin family was qualified to become a martial arts lineage. Lin Xiaobai was their ancestral figure. As long as the ancestor guided the clan and left behind a multitude of talented descendants, the Lin family's ascendance as a martial arts lineage was imminent. Lin Xiaobai smiled faintly, shaking his fan while gazing at the sky, coldly scoffing. Did you summon thunder? Cease. With that, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky as if the recent thunder and lightning had been mere illusion. The crowd stood aghast, unable to refrain from bowing once more. The ancestor's words are law. His prowess transcends creation. Ha! Lin Xiaobai smiled indifferently, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. In truth, the phenomenon was destined to dissipate. He had merely spoken at the right moment. Yet, before the foolish crowd, he was the favored child of heaven, commanding even the heavens to heed his call. What divine marvel! He relished the elevated sensation of superiority. Good grandson, you have finally broken through to the innate master level. Quickly, take revenge and accompany me to deal with Lin Qi. An elder suddenly rushed in, shattering the solemn atmosphere. It was the elder who had lost his arms, now racing forward with fervor, even swifter than before, fueled by a burning desire for vengeance. Lin Xiaobai frowned, feeling quite displeased. Were it not for the fact that this old fool was his grandfather, he would have long since silenced him with a single blow. An impudent old man, how irritating. All right, I have heard you. Lin Xiaobai replied coolly, stepping toward Lin Qi's courtyard. In truth, even without the elder's urging, he had already intended to incapacitate Lin Qi. The inability to subdue Lin Qi previously had been a grave humiliation. Now that he had broken through to the innate master level, he was determined to erase that disgrace. As for the month-long agreement, the one who pledged a heavenly oath was Lin Qi, not himself. Allowing Lin Qi to survive these past few days was already the greatest mercy Lin Xiaobai could muster. The time for revenge had finally come. The elder's eyes gleamed with ruthless excitement as he hurriedly followed in Lin Xiaobai's wake. Suddenly, a servant rushed in with news. Clan leader. The sixth captain from the city lord's mansion has come to pay a visit. The crowd paused, Lin Xiong in disbelief. So soon? The city lord's mansion is quite perceptive. Qing Tianfeng, capable of both humility and assertiveness, truly lived up to his title as the city lord. The crowd exchanged words. Believing that the sixth captain represented city Lord Qing Tianfeng to congratulate Lin Xiaobai on his breakthrough. One by one, their faces lit with joy. An elder scoffed. Even the lofty city lord's mansion, upon learning of the ancestor's breakthrough and the resulting phenomenon, must wag its tail to curry favor with us. What is Qing Tianfeng? He may be an innate master, but can he invoke heavenly phenomena? Age speaks for everything. 17 years old, an innate master. Qing Tianfeng pales in comparison to our ancestor. Our ancestor is invincible. One person can match 100,000 troops. Lin Xiaobai wore a smile as he basked in the flattery of the crowd, feeling as though he were floating on clouds. Though the title of ancestor may initially feel somewhat jarring, one gradually becomes accustomed to it. This appellation signifies not age, but status. How many elderly men desire to be called ancestor, yet lack the qualification? At merely 17, I have achieved such remarkable feats. The title of martial ancestor. What an imposing honor. Let him enter. Lin Xiaobai waved his hand grandly, dismissing any intention of visiting Lin Qi's humble abode. To him, Lin Qi was akin to an insignificant ant, easily crushed underfoot. For now, it was imperative to accept the congratulatory gifts from the city lord's mansion. Thus, he led the assembly to the Lin family's conference hall. Elders and family members stood rigidly on either side, while Lin Xiaobai, seated prominently, was accompanied by the clan leader, Lin Xiong. This scene resembled that of an emperor receiving an audience. Lin Xiong suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. It was not appropriate for someone in his position to stand where a eunuch would. The sixth commander of the city, Lord S. Mansion, has arrived. A servant announced. A formidable and imposing man strode into the hall, followed by 4 robust subordinates, each exuding strength. Upon witnessing the Lin family standing in unison, the 5 men exchanged bewildered glances. What was happening? Such a grand reception? Commander, what congratulatory gifts do you bring? Present them. Lin Xiaobai's voice rang out, tinged with displeasure. Did the city lord's mansion lack sincerity, arriving without gifts and merely standing about like fools? Such imbeciles could be commanders? Gifts? What gifts? The sixth commander was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed. He had come on a mission to interrogate Lin Qi. After investigation, it was reported that Lin Qi had been seen near the city lord's mansion, hence the suspicion of his involvement in the disappearance of the second young master. For the sixth commander, his sole duty was to bring Lin Qi back. Anything beyond that was of no concern to him. Indeed, it is Lin Qi, who must be held accountable. Lin Xiaobai mused. No gifts. Lin Xiaobai's expression darkened. All the Lin family members wore frowns of discontent. Clan leader Lin Xiong huffed in dissatisfaction. Commander, why have you come without gifts? The sixth commander, maintaining a formal demeanor, replied gravely. We suspect Lin Qi is connected to the disappearance of the second young master and have come to conduct an interrogation. We hope for your cooperation, clan leader. Lin Xiong and others were momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that the purpose of the visit was not to present gifts. The case of the missing second young master, Qing Zilin, had stirred up quite a storm in the city, becoming common knowledge throughout Qingzhou. Yet, no one had imagined Lin Qi could be implicated. How audacious of him! Did he wish to bring calamity upon the Lin family? No, that was not the case. Previously, the Lin family might have feared repercussions, but now, with ancestor Lin Xiaobai having broken through to the innate realm and attracting celestial phenomena, their future was boundless. How could a mere city lord's mansion dare to act imperiously in their presence? To arrest someone at will? Such a fantasy. Even Lin Qi, whom everyone despised, was still a member of the Lin family. Could the city lord's mansion simply take him? Moreover, Lin Qi was indispensable. If a prominent figure from the Tianhua sect sought to vent their anger on him, how could they hand him over to the city lord's mansion? Commander, do you possess any evidence linking Lin Qi to the disappearance of Qing Zilin? Clan leader Lin Xiong inquired solemnly. The sixth commander replied, on the day of the second young master's disappearance, Lin Qi was seen lingering at the city lord's mansion. Lin Xiong furrowed his brow. Is this all? This is your evidence? The sixth commander's expression turned grave and cold. Ha ha! Such a perfunctory piece of evidence. What great authority the city lord's mansion wields. Lin Xiaobai laughed heartily. Commander, if you have nothing further to say, kindly take your leave. With that, he waved his hand dismissively, his face devoid of warmth. The sixth commander, realizing the situation, stepped forward and shouted sternly, is the Lin family attempting to shield a criminal? Shield? Lin Xiaobai chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow. And if we were? You lack the standing to speak to me. Depart at once, and summon your master. As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, and a white stream of energy shot forth like an arrow, slicing through the air. The sixth commander's face changed dramatically as he stumbled back in alarm, exclaiming, an innate master? Only those who had cultivated inner energy could unleash such force. This 17-year-old youth was already a master. How could this be? Had a dragon emerged from Qingzhou? Suddenly, the sixth commander recalled the earlier celestial phenomenon. The legends were true. A remarkable genius breaking through to a higher realm would indeed attract the attention of heaven and earth. Yet, he had not expected such a talent to arise from the humble Lin family. Qingzhou was about to undergo a transformation. The sixth commander's heart was filled with awe as he gazed at the dissipating energy arrow, standing in a daze, unable to utter a word. Lin Xiaobai was immensely pleased with his reaction, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, filled with pride. An elder from the Lin family could no longer contain his derision. Commander, why the pretense? Please take your leave. The sixth commander trembled slightly, regaining his senses as he vacantly made his way toward the exit. With an innate master guarding the Lin family, he could no longer act with impunity. If he wished to investigate Lin Qi, he would need to request the city lord to intervene personally. Wait, a voice suddenly called out. Everyone turned to see the Grand Elder. With a grin, he suggested, why must you take Lin Qi to the city lord's mansion for questioning? You may conduct the interrogation here in the Lin family. The sixth commander was taken aback, glancing at Lin Xiaobai, uncertain of the Lin family's intentions. Though Lin Xiaobai was displeased with the Grand Elder's interference, he reconsidered. It was indeed unnecessary to confront the city lord's mansion over Lin Qi. After all, Lin Qi was a nuisance. Allowing the city lord's mansion to deal with him would save their esteemed ancestor from getting his hands dirty. The Grand Elder's proposal aligns with my thoughts. You may interrogate Lin Qi using any means necessary, but do not kill him. Understood? Lin Xiaobai's voice was calm, his presence as steady as a mountain. The sixth commander bowed deeply, respectfully stating, I shall comply with the esteemed Master Lin's wishes. Internally, he felt a surge of relief. The rumors of discord between Lin Xiaobai and Lin Qi proved accurate. Now that he could employ any method, he had 100 ways to extract the truth from Lin Qi, allowing him to report back successfully. Huh, follow me, the Grand Elder exclaimed excitedly, leading the way. Soon, they arrived at Lin Qi's small courtyard. Bang! The Grand Elder kicked open the courtyard door, bellowing, Lin Qi, your crime of murdering Qing Zilin has been exposed. Come forth and confess your guilt. Inside, Lin Qi was engrossed in mastering the mystical inner energy of the postnatal realm when he was abruptly interrupted, his brow furrowing in annoyance. Had he been discovered so soon? That seemed improbable. It should have been merely a test, lacking any solid evidence. Otherwise, it would not be the Grand Elder, a mere fool, making a ruckus, but rather the city lord himself, who could not neglect the matter of his own son's murder. What audacity for this old dog to bark so foolishly. Should you continue to speak, I shall ensure you spend the remainder of your life in a reclined position. Lin Qi's voice was calm as he leisurely pushed the door open. He beheld the Grand Elder, whose face was a stormy shade of iron, his beard trembling in fury. You wretched little beast. The sixth commander of the city lord's manor has come personally to apprehend you. Surrender at once and kneel to confess your wrongs. The sixth commander? Lin Shan turned his gaze towards the imposing figure of the robust man, meeting his fierce glare with a composed expression as tranquil as a still pond. He recognized the sixth commander from a past encounter at Tongfu Tower, where Qing Zilin had spoken of him. This man was powerful, second only to the Grand Commander among all commanders, and possessed great talent and potential. Unfortunately, he lacked cunning and fortune, hindering his ascent. However, in terms of combat prowess, he was likely the strongest among all commanders now. A pinnacle master of the postnatal realm, his martial skills honed to perfection. Had Lin Qi faced him before his own breakthrough, he might have found it somewhat challenging. However, at this moment, Lin Qi regarded him with indifference, scarcely glancing his way. Instead, he reached out to grasp the wooden door. With a crack, he extracted a wooden spike. Before anyone could react, he swung it with force. The sharp wooden spikes pierced through the air, impaling the Grand Elder's knees. A piercing scream shattered the silence. The Grand Elder collapsed to the ground, his legs rendered useless. Beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, his body trembling in agony and rage. Lin Qi, I shall kill you and scatter your remains. He howled, his voice dripping with venom. The surrounding members of the Lin family recoiled in terror, fearing they too would lose their legs if they dared enter Lin Qi's courtyard. Lin Qi merely smiled faintly and said, A gentleman's word is his bond. If you continue to wail, I shall ensure your legs are not the only thing I take from you. Enough. Silence yourself. Should you utter another sound, I shall aim for your throat next. All sounds ceased abruptly. The Grand Elder appeared as if someone had seized his throat, his labored breaths faltering. He seethed with resentment towards the sixth commander, who stood by like a daft goose, failing to speak a word. Are you the one interrogating the prisoner, or am I? He thought bitterly. Are you Lin Qi? Finally inquired the sixth commander, his tone laced with astonishment. He had evidently not anticipated that the discarded Lin Qi from Shueshua Mountain Villa would be such an audacious youth. Isn't it said you were afflicted by cold poison? This contradicts the rumors. Moreover, the boy's abilities were formidable, capable of incapacitating the Grand Elder from a distance. It seemed he had indeed found the right target. Only such an audacious and skilled rogue could have killed the second young master. With this thought, the sixth commander felt a surge of excitement, his breath growing heavy. Heaven has finally smiled upon me. After all these years, am I finally to achieve merit? He chuckled heartily. You are mistaken. I am not Lin Qi. Lin Qi replied with a subtle smile. The sixth commander was taken aback. Not him, he questioned, glancing at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, in pain and fury, could not help but scream, You fool. I led you here personally. How could there be a mistake? Seize him, incapacitate him. A shrill cry echoed as the Grand Elder was pierced in the throat by a wooden spike. Clutching his throat, he emitted muffled sounds before collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth, his eyes bulging in terror, unable to close. All members of the Lin family gasped in horror, stepping back in trepidation. The esteemed Grand Elder, grandfather to Lin Xiaobai, had been eradicated with such ease. This Lin Qi was audacious beyond measure. To commit such a heinous act in front of them, devoid of humanity, it seemed the second young master had indeed fallen at his hands. The sixth commander's expression turned cold as he advanced step by step, his muscles rippling ominously, producing a sound akin to stones clashing in a valley. Impressive. No wonder he is the sixth commander of the city lord's manor. His physical strength is like steel, and his internal power surges like a mighty river. Just by his stature, he resembled a bear confronting a lamb. How could Lin Qi possibly contend with him? The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, their hearts racing. The Grand Elder's alliance with the sixth commander was a clever stratagem, indeed. Though he may have died, he died with honor. I had warned that should he cry out again, I would shatter his throat. I have merely fulfilled my promise. This is the conduct of a gentleman. How can be deemed brutal? Lin Qi replied with an air of tranquility, turning to the Sixth Commander. Sixth Commander, if you wish to fabricate charges, you need not seek excuses. But if you aim to claim merit from me, I fear you have selected the wrong individual. I have already taken a life today and wish not to take another. Ha ha ha. The Sixth Commander laughed in rage. He dared not provoke Lin Xiaobai, a congenital master. However, this insignificant Lin Qi had been perceived as merely a postnatal realm novice. To eliminate him, a mere finger would suffice. Wretched beast, kneel before me, he roared, lunging forward with both palms descending like a tiger pouncing on its prey, targeting Lin Qi's shoulders. What was ostensibly a standard tiger claw technique became alive in his hands. Suffused with intent, a gasp escaped the lips of an elder, shocked by the display of talent. What a terrifying gift. The Sixth Commander's strength exceeded all expectations. Is this what they call intent? Lin Qi mused, his brow slightly furrowed. It was said that martial arts could be comprehended at a perfect level, leading to the realization of intent. Yet only those with exceptional talent and affinity for martial skills could achieve it. He had not anticipated that the Sixth Commander was also a prodigy. With a resounding clap, his palms struck Lin Qi's shoulders, only for a cry of agony to erupt from the Sixth Commander. Ah, my hands, my hands! He staggered back, his arms limp, as if they had shattered at the wrists. It felt as if he had struck a mountain instead of a human. A mere hand could not shake a mountain. It was as though he had broken his own hands. What are you? The Sixth Commander stammered, retreating in terror. Suddenly, a fist appeared before him. No, spérame. The plea barely left his lips before he was sent flying, crashing into the crowd, those nearby either dead or injured. Flee! Flee! The Lin family members screamed in horror, scrambling to escape. Quickly summon the ancestor. Only he can subdue him. Stop. Move, and you shall die. Lin Qi's voice rang out suddenly. All froze in place, paralyzed by fear. The gruesome fates of the Grand Elder and the Sixth Commander loomed large in their minds. Who would dare defy Lin Qi's command? Come here, Lin Qi said calmly. Tell me, when did the Lin family acquire an ancestor? An elder with a white beard hurriedly replied. Young Master Xiaobai has broken through to become a congenital master today, attracting the attention of heaven and earth. He is now the Lin family's ancestor. You have killed the Grand Elder, his own grandfather. You should flee. We shall not betray you. Oh, Lin Qi smiled faintly and remarked, you are quite considerate. He then inquired about the identity of the influential figure whom his father had offended. It is a direct disciple of the Tianhua sect, came the response. Tianhua sect? Lin Qi pondered for a moment before stating, isn't that merely a third-rate sect on par with the Feishuo Villa? Is that enough to instill such fear in you all? The crowd fell silent, internally skeptical. What did it mean to equate it with a third-rate sect like Feishuo Villa? To be part of the ranks of third-rate sects was a dream for many sections. Lin Qi himself had to beg and plead just to become a mere servant disciple at Feishuo Villa. A true disciple from Tianhua sect, however, was a formidable existence capable of contending for the position of sect leader. How terrifying! Moreover, in terms of strength, true disciples from third-rate sects were all at the Qi realm. Despite Lin Qi's bravado, he was but a mere speck next to a Qi realm expert. Even his ancestor, Lin Xiaobai, a congenital master, would be considered an ant in their presence. How could one not feel fear? Lin Qi should refrain from boasting. Yet, the crowd dared only to voice their dissent in their hearts, none willing to speak out loud. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qi further inquired, what is the name of the person from Tianhua sect? Why haven't they sent anyone to our Lin family to apprehend us? The elder replied, we lack the qualifications to know the name of such a prominent figure, let alone to expect them to personally come and apprehend someone. However, it is said that one of their subordinates has already set off and should arrive here shortly. Lin Qi nodded in understanding. This clarified the situation. No wonder Lin Xiaobai had insisted that he vow to remain for a month. It seemed during this month that so-called influential figure's lackey would appear. Lin Xiaobai had indeed calculated well. Nevertheless, his supreme Dao Bone had nearly worn away the heavenly oath. Even if he were to leave now, it would matter little. Yet, Lin Qi had no intention of departing. He still sought news of his father from those lackeys. He could not leave in a state of disgrace. What level are those subordinates? Lin Qi asked again. The elder shook his head. I do not know. However, I estimate they are likely all innate realm masters. Those of the Huachi realm would disdain to come to this desolate place. Of course, this is merely speculation. Very well, Lin Qi nodded. You are quite commendable, answering every question I pose. I shall spare your life. Thank you, young master. The elder hurriedly knelt on the ground. Begone. Lin Qi waved his hand. The elders scurried away, hastening towards the conference hall to report the matter to the ancestor. Only the ancestor could subdue Lin Qi as he ran. He could not help but feel a sense of pride. Although he had just allowed Lin Qi to escape, it was all a ruse. Lin Qi was bound by the heavenly oath and could not flee, ha. Yet, this statement had certainly garnered Lin Qi's favor, thus preserving his own life. Truly, he was a genius. Ancestor, ancestor. Finally, he reached the conference hall and shouted, The Grand Elder, what are you shouting about? A voice interjected with displeasure. Chapter 13. Undercurrents. Visiting? Visiting whom? The heads of the Wang and Zhao families had come together to pay respects and celebrate the ancestor's breakthrough to master. Now, they awaited only the city lord's office. By the way, why are you here alone? Where are the Grand Elder and the Sixth Commander? They are dead, all dead. The white-bearded elder cried in trepidation, all killed by Lin Qi. What? Everyone was taken aback. Was Lin Qi mad, daring to commit murder? Impossible. The Sixth Commander is at the pinnacle of the acquired realm. How could he not capture a Lin Qi? Someone questioned. The white-bearded elder shook his head and sighed. Not just unable to capture him, they were simply no match for each other. He succinctly recounted the details of their battle. After hearing it, everyone broke into a cold sweat, filled with dread. Who would have thought that the crippled Lin Qi, tormented by cold poison, could turn the tables? The Sixth Commander, at the peak of the acquired realm, had unleashed his unique technique against Lin Qi, only to have his arm shattered. It was simply unfathomable. How robust must his physique be? We must summon the ancestor. Only the innate ancestor could subdue him. But the ancestor was currently in a meeting. Just then, a servant rushed in, breathless with excitement. The commander of the city lord's office has come to pay a visit. The commander. Everyone was inexplicably elated, trembling with excitement. This person was a close confidant of the city lord, holding significant power. His appearance signified the city lord's respect for their Lin family. The Lin family was indeed on the verge of soaring to great heights. This was excellent news. They could invite the commander to take action and avenge the Sixth Commander. An elder's mind sparked with an idea. Indeed, the city lord's office will avenge our own, saving us from taking action ourselves. Instantly, the crowd felt a wave of relief. Using another's strength to slay an enemy. What could be better? Soon, the commander was invited into the conference hall. Clad in armor, he exuded an imposing aura. His eyes like those of a fierce beast, carefully scrutinizing Lin Xiaobai. Impudent. Lin Xiong bellowed. How dare you show disrespect to a master? Is he truly a master? The commander questioned, shaking his head slightly in disbelief. A good show was about to unfold. The heads of the Zhao and Wang families exchanged glances, unable to conceal their excitement. They too were skeptical, but dared not test the waters recklessly. With the commander of the city lord's office now questioning him, it cannot be better timed. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupted as a white figure, like a ghost, swiftly arrived at the center of the hall. It was Lin Xiaobai. With a flick of his right hand, he snapped his folding fan shut and pointed it sharply at the commander's chest. Bang! The commander flew back several yards like a kite with a severed string. Clap! Lin Xiaobai opened the fan with a disdainful smile. Do you believe now? Indeed, indeed. The heads of the Zhao and Wang families applauded in unison. Master Lin is truly a prodigy. Having Master Lin in Qingzhou City is a blessing for us. Haha, such flattery. I am but showing my humble self, Lin Xiaobai replied with a faint smile as he returned to his seat. In the distance, the commander picked himself up and re-entered, cupping his hands as he said, Young Master Lin is indeed an extraordinary talent, breaking through to innate master at the tender age of 17. Unfortunately, while possessing innate inner energy, you lack martial skills, rendering your strength insufficient to harm me. A hiss echoed through the hall as everyone gasped in shock. Each person instinctively distanced themselves from the commander, regarding him as if he were a corpse. This man was courting death, daring to insult an innate master. What audacity! Lin Xiaobai's face turned pale with rage as he sprang forward, ready to teach him a lesson. However, the commander produced a tome from his bosom and said, This is an innate supreme skill, commissioned by the city lord as a congratulatory gift for young Master Lin's breakthrough. He bowed, presenting the book forward. Lin Xiaobai's form froze, his face flushing with excitement and surprise. This unexpected gift thrilled him immensely. Even as he accepted the manual, his hands trembled uncontrollably with exhilaration. This was indeed an innate supreme skill. It was worth more than the entire Lin family, and could not be bought even if one could afford it. Yet now, he held an innate supreme skill in his hands. It felt as if he were dreaming. Having just transcended to the innate realm, a martial technique presented itself, as if it were a gift from the heavens. The City Lord truly is magnanimous, and I, Lin Xiaobai, am indebted to his generosity. With a hearty laugh, Lin Xiaobai opened the secret tome, the Thunderclap sword technique. The more he perused its contents, the more astonished and exhilarated he became. This was a sword technique seemingly tailor-made for him. As a prodigious genius capable of summoning thunder in broad daylight, there could be no better technique for his cultivation. However, just as his excitement peaked, he turned the page and found it missing. Was this merely a fragment? Lin Xiaobai's expression darkened. The Grand Commander informed him. This is the first part. The latter part is in the possession of the young lady. Qing Zifan? At the mention of her name, a vivid image flashed through Lin Xiaobai's mind. The Grand Commander continued, "This brings me to my second piece of delightful news. The City Lord intends to betroth the young lady to Master Lin. May I inquire about your thoughts on this matter?" "I accept," Lin Xiaobai exclaimed, rising abruptly with unwavering resolve. He had long harbored affections for Qing Zifan. A wife presented at his doorstep was an opportunity too sweet to decline, especially with an innate supreme skill included. The two family heads exchanged knowing glances, understanding that their relevance had waned from that moment onward. The union between the City Lord's estate and the Lin family heralded a new era for Qingzhou City. "Congratulations, Master Lin. I shall return and report. Awaiting your personal visit to propose," the Grand Commander said, bowing as he took his leave. The family heads hastily followed suit, extending their congratulations. "Congratulations, Master Lin. You and Miss Feng are a match made in heaven. We shall not intrude on your wedding preparations." "Ha ha ha." Lin Xiaobai laughed heartily, instructing the clan leader, Lin Xiong, to escort the trio from the Lin residence. He then immediately immersed himself in the study of the Thunderclap sword technique. In the blink of an eye, he was lost within its depths. Not only had he forgotten about Lin Qi, but he had also cast aside thoughts of Qing Zifan. The allure of the innate supreme skill was simply irresistible. Outside, the elder with the white beard and others displayed remarkable discretion, choosing not to disturb him. Aware of the impending union between the Lin family and the City Lord's house, they were not foolish enough to divulge the death of the Sixth Commander to the Grand Commander. Any disruption that might jeopardize the alliance was a grave offense. For now, they could only wait for the ancestor to emerge from seclusion. And so, the days passed. Lin Qi continued his daily routine of signing in and cultivating, steadily increasing his strength to the 3rd level of the postnatal realm. His formidable prowess at the 11th level of the body refinement stage laid a solid foundation. Breaking through minor barriers now felt as effortless as eating or drinking, with no hint of a bottleneck in sight. Coupled with the various elixirs obtained from his sign-ins and the resources he had acquired from the Lin family treasury, reaching the 3rd level of the postnatal realm was a natural progression. Oddly, it had been nearly 10 days since he killed the Sixth Commander. Yet there was no sign of activity from either the City Lord's estate or Lin Xiaobai. What were they up to? One day, after consuming the remaining elixirs, Lin Qi ascended to the 4th level of the postnatal realm and could no longer resist the urge to leave his small courtyard. His intentions were twofold: to purchase some elixirs from the alchemy shop in Qingzhou City to aid his cultivation and to ascertain the current situation. "You there, old man with a white beard, come here." As Lin Qi approached the entrance, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face, the elder with the white beard who had previously answered his queries without hesitation. He waved him over. The elder's expression stiffened, as if he had swallowed a fly, yet he dared not refuse and reluctantly approached, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Master Lin Qi." Lin Qi replied with a smile. "It has been a few days. You still exude charm. I have a question for you. What recent developments have transpired between the Lin family and the City Lord's estate?" Though his tone was casual, the elder immediately broke into a sweat, fearing that a misplaced word might cost him his head. He hurriedly responded, "The City Lord has betrothed the 3rd young lady to the ancestor, and the wedding is to be held shortly. The ancestor is still in seclusion, practicing the innate supreme skill. I have suppressed the matter concerning the Sixth Commander, and the City Lord's estate should still be unaware. Even if they were informed, they likely wouldn't take care. Master Lin Qi need not worry. He continued, it is said that the city lord's eldest son, Qing Zilong, has returned from Feishua Mountain Manor, presumably to recruit the ancestor back to their ranks. Furthermore, individuals from Yinzhou City are en route. They are subordinates of a prominent figure from the Tianhua sect and have sent a pigeon letter, instructing us to keep a close watch on Master Lin Qi. The elder spoke succinctly, each word to the point, seemingly aware that Lin Qi preferred brevity over unnecessary chatter. Lin Qi frowned repeatedly as he listened. He hadn't anticipated such undercurrents swirling in such a short time. Surprisingly, Lin Xiaobai possessed an innate supreme skill to cultivate. No wonder he and T made an earlier move against Lin Qi. This was advantageous. Lin Xiaobai believed that possessing an innate supreme skill would render him stronger. But in reality, it only widened the gap between them. Since breaking through to the postnatal realm, Lin Qi had ceased to regard Lin Xiaobai as a threat. It was not Lin Xiaobai who stirred the celestial phenomena, but he himself, with the supreme Dao Bone and 2 top-tier innate supreme skills. If he were to fear a mere Lin Xiaobai, he might as well end his own life. His current concern lay with the individuals arriving from Feishua Mountain Manor in Yinzhou City. According to the rules of Feishua Mountain Manor, any disciple expelled from their ranks was deemed worthless, a designation stamped by the manor itself. If a discarded disciple were to rise again against the odds, it would imply that Feishua Mountain Manor had failed to recognize talent. Thus, upon discovering that an abandoned disciple had made a comeback, there were 2 possible outcomes. First, Feishua Mountain Manor might view the individual as resilient, having passed an invisible test, and thus allow them to return to the manor for focused cultivation. Second, Feishua Mountain Manor would obliterate the individual entirely to protect their reputation. As the saying goes, a good horse does not turn back to eat the grass it once grazed. Lin Qi had no intention of returning to such a third-rate sect. Therefore, only one path lay ahead of him. While he was expelled from the mountain, Qing Zilong was already an innate master. A year has passed, and he must have grown even stronger. When he returns to Qingzhou City to confront me, it will surely be a fierce battle. Additionally, the people from Yinzhou City, as lackeys of the Tianhua sect, would undoubtedly be formidable as well. Lin Qi furrowed his brow in silence. It seemed there was no time for leisurely wanderings. He must continue signing in and cultivating. Xiaobai, procure a substantial quantity of postnatal cultivation elixirs for me. If you fail to do so, I shall annihilate your entire family. However, if you succeed, I shall ensure you ascend to the position of head of the Lin family, Lin Qi said, patting the elder with the white beard on the shoulder, his tone grave and earnest. The elder trembled involuntarily, his face paling. Young master, you are asking the impossible. Though he longed to leap up and curse Lin Qi as a madman, the depth in Lin Qi's gaze instilled fear within him, compelling him to refrain from uttering a word of dissent. He could only muster the courage to whisper, I shall do my utmost. Chapter 14. The Celestial Silkworm Gloves. The ancestor emerges from seclusion. Half a day passed. The elder with the white beard, living up to expectations, returned with a substantial quantity of elixirs. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, Lin Qi solemnly patted him on the shoulder, praising, well done. Ensure that you deliver cultivation resources to me daily, and I shall remember your contribution. The elder with the white beard instantly felt overwhelmed, tears brimming with indignation. What misery had he brought upon himself? Had he known survival would be this arduous, he would have preferred to perish alongside the Grand Elder and the Sixth Commander. Young Master Lin, I have gathered these elixirs to the limit of my capabilities, incurring a significant debt. I truly cannot procure any more. I implore you to spare me. The elder with a white beard knelt on the ground, weeping profusely and banging his head in despair. Lin Qi, astonished, inquired, Are you ready to give up? To surrender now would mean the failure of your efforts, and you may never have the chance to become the head of the family. Me? How could I ever qualify to be the head? He replied, attempting to sound nonchalant, though internally he felt utterly speechless. You Lin Qi are like a fish in a barrel, soon to be taken away by the Heavenly Fire sect, yet you dare to promise the position of family head. If it weren't for the ancestral master in seclusion, I would have long since invited him to dispose of you and present you as a gift to the city lord. Despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, he dared not voice them, nor could he bear to meet Lin Qi's gaze. He felt an uncanny power emanating from Lin Qi's eyes, staring directly into them made him feel utterly defenseless, compelled to obey unconditionally. Since you are unwilling to assume the role of family head, I shall not press you further, Lin Qi said with a smile, dismissing him. After closing the courtyard door, he consumed various elixirs and resumed his cultivation. Ever since his breakthrough into the acquired realm, Lin Qi had discovered a seemingly supernatural ability, a significant enhancement of his mental prowess. By merely locking eyes with someone, he could suppress their spirit, compelling them to obey. Unfortunately, this extraordinary ability was quite taxing and had limitations on when it could be employed. If an adversary possessed a stronger will, there could even be a backlash. This technique could be termed the soul-capturing art. With diligent study, it might yield remarkable results in the future, Lin Qi mused. Yet, he did not delve too deeply into it, choosing instead to focus on elevating his cultivation level. In the face of the impending confrontation with Qing Zilong and other innate realm powerhouses, he knew that bridging the gap in their cultivation was essential for his survival. Thus, he began to practice the supreme Dao method, a technique he had painstakingly developed through immense effort and the harnessing of innate purple qi, evolving it via the supreme Dao Bone. While it could currently only elevate him to the innate realm, its continued evolution promised to refine it further, transcending all and earning the title of supreme, a dream within reach. Under the potent workings of the supreme Dao method, Lin Qi rapidly refined the elixirs brought by the elder. Though the quantity was considerable, within half a day, he had consumed 1/3 of them. His internal energy surged significantly, and he anticipated that it would not be long before he could advance to the 5th level of the acquired realm. Although the old man was obedient and had not poisoned the elixirs, the inherent toxicity of such low-grade elixirs was still lethal. Most individuals would require days to refine a single elixir, and were it not for the supreme Dao Bone, he feared he would not have been able to endure it. Lin Qi contemplated, realizing it was time to halt and expel the toxins before continuing with the remaining 2/3 of the elixirs. This gradual approach would prevent any future complications. Soon, a day passed quietly. The next day, a notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for signing in for 20 consecutive days, triggering a special reward. Celestial Silkworm Gloves. Celestial Silkworm Gloves? What a ridiculous name, Lin Qi thought, initially dismissing it. However, upon reading the description, he was intrigued. Celestial Silkworm Gloves. Crafted from the most resilient celestial silkworm threads, they are as thin as a cicada's wing, yet indestructible. Impervious to blades and fire. They can only be destroyed by a true energy realm master, cutting through them. What a treasure, Lin Qi exclaimed, elated. He possessed the innate martial art of the Frost Fist, but was not adept at wielding weapons. With the celestial silkworm gloves, even against divine weapons, he could defend himself. In Qingzhou City, there were no true energy realm experts, making the gloves nearly invincible. Upon donning the translucent celestial silkworm gloves, Lin Qi felt they were tailor-made for him. They fit perfectly, causing no discomfort, almost as if they had melded with his hands. It seemed he could wear them continuously without the need to remove them. After practicing the Frost Fist for a while, he resumed his cultivation of the supreme Dao method. 2 days passed in this manner. A notification sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in, receiving a reward. Disguise Technique Beginner. Disguise Technique. Beginner master the skills and models to transform one's appearance into that of another, completely becoming another person through costume and voice techniques. Even innate realm masters cannot discern the truth. However, to impersonate an actual existing individual, one must capture them for facial molding. Furthermore, one cannot alter their physique. Only mimic someone of the same build. Do you wish to learn? Learn, Lin Qi commanded. And instantly, he felt a wealth of knowledge regarding the beginner's disguise technique flood his mind. After some contemplation, he instructed Dongfang Shui to prepare the necessary tools for disguising. Although he had no immediate plans to flee and thus no pressing need for disguise, it was prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. The following day, yet another notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in, receiving a reward. Disguise Technique Beginner. Another beginner disguise technique? Lin Qi felt exasperated. If it had been a duplicate elixir reward, it could still serve a purpose. However, having already mastered this technique, learning it again would be a waste. System. Can I extract it and sell it? Lin Qi pondered. Yes, but it can only be extracted as a book, not instantaneously learned as you did, the system replied. Very well, extract it as a book, Lin Qi commanded. In an instant, a thick tome appeared before him, inscribed with the words, Disguise Technique, Beginner. He wondered how much he could sell this book for. Young master, it's time for dinner, came Dongfang Shue's voice. Lin Qi stood up, placing the book on the table. Curious, Dongfang Shue began to flip through it, soon becoming engrossed. Seeing her captivated, Lin Qi chose not to interrupt. Finishing his meal before returning to his room to continue his cultivation. Time passed, and eventually a young boy's voice called out, Young master, it's time for dinner. Lin Qi stepped out to find a timid boy of about 12 or 13 standing there, nervously clutching his clothing. Who are you? Lin Qi paused, then suddenly realized. You must be Dongfang Shue. Such remarkable talent, learning the disguise technique so quickly and without a teacher. It's all thanks to the young master's excellent teaching. Dongfang Shue replied, beaming with joy, but then worriedly added, However, I've run out of the materials for disguising. Those were prepared at your request, and you haven't used them yet. No problem. Whatever materials you need, I'll have that old man with the white beard bring more, Lin Qi replied with a smile. Having a genius for disguise by his side would save him the trouble of doing it himself in the future. As they chatted over their meal, suddenly a thunderous roar echoed from afar, followed by the sound of trees crashing down. The ancestral master has emerged. Shouts of incomparable sword technique. The ancestral master is invincible. Fill the air. Lin Qi rose, gazing into the distance. Lin Xiaobai had emerged from seclusion. It appeared that the tranquil days were about to come to an end. However, it was also time to settle things. Chapter 15, Disciple Lin, eliminate him. At the city lord's mansion, 3 young individuals clad in white robes approached the entrance. The guards immediately welcomed them, exclaiming, Young master, you have returned. It was none other than Qing Zilong, who had just returned from Feishua Mountain Manor, accompanied by a male and female junior disciple. Though young, each of them was a master at the innate level, exuding a fierce aura from their solid foundation. The guards at the door, unable to contain their nervousness, watched in awe as the trio entered the mansion. Soon, they arrived in the main hall, where they encountered the city lord, Qing Tianfang. Father, I've returned, Qing Zilong stated respectfully. His junior disciples simultaneously bowed, saying, We pay our respects to the city lord. Please, take a seat, Qing Tianfang exclaimed, feeling both astonished and delighted. He was pleased to find that his son's prowess exceeded his expectations, and he was astonished that even the 2 accompanying him were equally formidable. Indeed, Feishua Mountain Manor's outer disciples had reached such heights. Father, is it true that Lin Xiaobai has broken through to the innate level, causing a phenomenon in the heavens? Qing Zilong inquired, settling into his seat. Absolutely true. Everyone in Qingzhou City witnessed it. Lin Xiaobai possesses extraordinary talent, far surpassing Lin Qi of my time. I have already betrothed your younger sister to him and gifted him the first part of the Thunder Sword technique. Qing Tianfang recounted the recent events, including the disappearance of Qing Zilin and the 6 commanders. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Zilong declared, It seems I must pay a visit to the Lin family. Father, you stay here. I shall return shortly with my junior disciples. Qing Tianfang nodded, reassured by his son's leadership. By the way, regarding your sister's innate elixir, when I return, ensure she can cultivate without it and achieve a breakthrough. With that, Qing Zilong, along with his junior disciples, strode forth. To him, Lin Xiaobai was evidently of greater importance, and matters concerning his sister could wait. A genius capable of invoking celestial phenomena could certainly be welcomed into Feishua Mountain Manor as a disciple, which would surely earn him favor with his master. This was crucial to his future, and he could not afford to be negligent. Before long, the trio arrived near the Lin estate. Just as they were about to enter, a thunderclap erupted from deep within the Lin Manor. The Thunder Sword technique? Qing Zilong's expression shifted, a mixture of shock and joy washing over him. According to his father, Lin Xiaobai had only received the technique a mere 10 days prior, yet he had already mastered it. Such innate talent was undoubtedly that of a dragon among men. He must bring him back, perhaps even take him as a direct disciple. Brother, this trip has been worthwhile. To bring a genius to our sect, even if our master does not reward us, the sect will surely recognize our contribution. His junior disciples exclaimed with excitement. Qing Zilong smiled subtly, cautioning, let's not display our enthusiasm too overtly, lest we inflate his pride and diminish the reputation of Feishua Mountain Manor. Indeed, they replied, as they approached the Lin family entrance. I am Qing Zilong, from Feishua Mountain Manor, here to see Lin Xiaobai regarding a matter of significance. Please announce my arrival. Qing Zilong commanded nonchalantly, his demeanor authoritative. The guards of the Lin family were taken aback, realizing that the esteemed young master from the city lord's mansion had come personally. They hurriedly relayed the message. Momins late. The family head, Lin Xiong, greeted them with a hearty laugh. I did not expect the young master to return. Please forgive my lack of proper welcome. One of the junior disciples smirked slightly, remarking, Lin Xiaobai has quite the ego, not even coming out to greet us. Qing Zilong waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. Let's meet him. The three of them then bypassed Lin Xiong, barely acknowledging him. Feeling slighted, Lin Xiong suppressed his irritation and followed them to the conference hall. Young master, you have arrived. I was just practicing the Thunder Sword technique and had a breakthrough. I beg your forgiveness for not coming out to welcome you, Lin Xiaobai said with a smile, inviting the three to sit, displaying proper courtesy. After all, he was to be the future brother-in-law and a disciple of Feishua Mountain Manor, an innate master in his own right. How could he not show respect? Qing Zilong was pleased with Lin Xiaobai's demeanor, responding with a slight smile. No harm done. Brother Lin, your training is of utmost importance. As he spoke, he exchanged a subtle glance with his junior disciple, who immediately stepped forward, cupping his hands. I have heard that Lin Gongzi possesses extraordinary talent and has grasped the Thunder Sword technique. As a martial arts enthusiast, I cannot help but feel eager to seek your guidance on this matter. Lin Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, responding with a smile. It is an honor to receive instruction from a disciple of Feishua Mountain Manor. Please let us proceed. The two quickly moved to the courtyard, establishing their stances. Let us keep it light. We seek to avoid any loss of harmony, Qing Zilong instructed. His junior disciple, a solidly built innate level practitioner, had a wealth of martial skills, while Lin Xiaobai had only recently broken through to the innate level, despite having mastered the Thunder Sword technique. The disparity between them could not be overlooked. Clang! Their swords clashed, producing a sharp sound. Lin Xiaobai staggered back several steps, while the junior disciple remained steadfast. The Thunder Sword technique. Lin Xiaobai's expression darkened as he shouted, brandishing his sword in anger, unleashing a flash of white light akin to lightning. The junior disciple's countenance turned serious as he too unleashed his innate martial arts, emitting a fiery red glow that collided with the white light, creating a series of crackling sounds. Eventually, the white light dissipated, and the residual red glow struck Lin Xiaobai's chest. Stumbling back, Lin Xiaobai's face turned pale with a mix of shame and fury, his aura becoming erratic and on the verge of exploding. At that moment, Qing Zilong bellowed, Enough! I instructed you to go easy. How could you injure Brother Lin? The junior disciple lowered his head slightly, admitting I was wrong. Yet he felt perplexed. He had not only suppressed his cultivation level, but had also used merely 50% of his strength, and yet he had still pushed Lin Xiaobai back. Could this fellow truly summon celestial phenomena? Not only was he puzzled, but Qing Zilong shared the same sentiment. He mused that Lin Xiaobai's lack of formal training in a sect had hindered him. Had he cultivated top-tier martial arts and techniques within the sect, his combat prowess would undoubtedly have soared. Brother Lin, my junior disciple has acted without restraint, but he has already acknowledged his mistake. Please forgive him, Qing Zilong said with a smile. Though Lin Xiaobai felt disgruntled, thinking that the disciples of Feishua Mountain Manor were deliberately humiliating him due to their superior martial arts, he refrained from retaliating, merely grunting in response. Seizing the opportunity, Qing Zilong continued, Brother Lin, in the pursuit of cultivation, aside from innate talent, access to resources is invaluable. Various martial arts manuals, techniques, medicinal pills, and weapons are all essential. Our Qingzhou city is but a small locale, incapable of nurturing true dragons. Why not join us at Feishua Mountain Manor? My master is an elder of the manor, a formidable figure at the Qi realm, possessing abundant resources for cultivation. Although I may not be exceptional, I have the right to take you as a disciple on my master's behalf. Brother Lin, we are fated to meet, and since my sister is already promised to you, why not strengthen our ties and become fellow disciples? If you agree, I shall immediately present my master's token, allowing you to perform the disciple ceremony. Afterward, all the cultivation resources I possess will be yours. In addition, I will share the Feishua divine art with you. What say you? His heartfelt words were laced with countless benefits. It was not only Lin Xiaobai who felt a stir of interest. Every member of the Lin family present was captivated, yearning to speak on his behalf. Such a fortuitous opportunity, if missed, will never be encountered again. Qing Zilong wore a smile, filled with confidence. He could hardly believe that anyone could remain indifferent upon hearing the benefits he presented. He had invested significantly to recruit Lin Xiaobai. Even if other sects sought Lin Xiaobai's allegiance, none would be as generous as he. As Qing Zilong anticipated, Lin Xiaobai was indeed tempted. Ever since he broke through to the innate realm, he realized that his cultivation method was somewhat lacking, yielding diminishing returns. Thus, the mere prospect of being taught the Faciu-Divine art was enough to captivate him. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement, expressing his willingness to become a disciple under his esteemed master, thanks to the generous affection of Brother Zilong. Haha, splendid! Qing Zilong rejoiced, producing the Master-S token and performing the ritual to accept a disciple. He then imparted the Faciu-Divine art to Lin Xiaobai. As for the cultivation resources promised, only a small portion was given to Lin Xiaobai. Now that he had boarded the ship of destiny, he felt it inappropriate to demand more from his elder brother. Moreover, the Faciu-Divine art alone was sufficient to satisfy him. Lin Xiaobai eagerly anticipated cultivating this divine technique. However, Qing Zilong waved his hand, saying, "Do not rush, Brother Lin. We are now family. My brother Qing Ziling's disappearance is reportedly linked to Lin Qi. You must bring him before us." Lin Xiaobai chuckled. "That insignificant Lin Qi is no challenge. I can easily subdue him. However, he has his uses, so I shall spare his life. I will cripple him, and brother, you may interrogate him at your leisure, subjecting him to any torment you wish, as long as he remains alive." "That would be ideal," Qing Zilong replied with a satisfied nod. Thus, under Lin Xiaobai's guidance, they made their way to Lin Qi's humble abode. The Lin family members followed closely behind, eager to witness the moment Lin Qi would be dealt with by their ancestor. Particularly, the elder with the white beard and the treasury elder were filled with anticipation. "Finally, we will put an end to this scoundrel," the elder exclaimed with excitement. "These days of hardship are finally coming to an end, thanks to our ancestor." The treasury elder sneered. "That despicable little thief dared to extort from our treasury. Now, the ancestor shall ensure you never rise again. Grandfather Lin Qi, may you rest in peace. Our vengeance will be fulfilled. That wretched Lin Qi, having slaughtered his kin, shall face the consequences of his twisted nature." The crowd murmured with gritted teeth, leaving Qing Zilong and his companions astonished. What had Lin Qi done to incur such wrath from his own family? Qing Zilong recalled when Lin Qi was once revered as a genius, adored by the Lin family. Looking at his current predicament, he shook his head. No wonder he was expelled from our Faciu Mountain Manor. This scoundrel is not worthy. Even his own kin disdain him. Such filth must be eradicated. His sister coldly snorted. As she spoke, the aura of an innate expert radiated from her. The door to the courtyard crumbled like paper under her power. "Lin Qi, kneel. Is my brother Qing Ziling's disappearance your doing? Confess, and I shall grant you a swift end." Lin Xiaobai spoke scornfully. Yet, to their surprise, Lin Qi remained seated in the courtyard, savoring his tea. With an expression as calm as a still pond, he slowly raised his gaze towards Lin Xiaobai and remarked, "There are still 4 days left in the month. Lin Xiaobai, are you eager for a duel?" The crowd was taken aback, followed by uproarious laughter. "Were you? How dare you challenge our ancestor?" They mocked. Qing Zilong and the others shook their heads in disdain. This man was utterly ridiculous. A discarded waste expelled from the sect dared to proclaim he could contend with an innate master. "Brother Lin, quickly dispose of him. He is an eyesore," his sister frowned, evidently displeased with Lin Qi's nonchalance, feeling he should be begging for mercy instead. How dare this insignificant ant have the audacity to drink tea in such a situation? It is truly infuriating. Chapter 16, Brother, Save Me. Without needing further provocation, Lin Xiaobai had long harbored disdain for Lin Qi. He strode forward, a cold smile on his face. "While I was in seclusion, you, this insignificant ant, have been flaunting your arrogance for far too long. However, your fortunate days are over." With a resounding slap, he struck downwards, shattering the stone table before Lin Qi into dust. The innate energy surged into the debris, transforming the fragments into lethal projectiles aimed at Lin Qi's vital points. "Impressive." Qing Zilong and the other's eyes gleamed with admiration. Such a move showcased Lin Xiaobai's innate talent, proving his extraordinary control over innate energy. Lin Xiaobai smiled with satisfaction, although he had expended considerable energy to achieve this effect. The prospect of impressing Qing Zilong and his companions brought him joy. The sound of metal clashing reverberated as the shards struck Lin Qi, yet to everyone's astonishment, he stood unscathed, exuding an air of calmness, even wearing a mocking smile as if to say, "Is that all you've got? What?" Lin Xiaobai and the others turned pale. The shards, infused with innate energy, should have severely harmed even a peak postnatal expert from such close range. Unless one possessed a body honed through rigorous cultivation, how could Lin Qi withstand such an assault? An innate master is nothing extraordinary, Lin Qi commented indifferently. Although he expected Lin Xiaobai to be weaker than himself, he did not anticipate him to be this feeble. His flashy techniques lacked any real lethality. "Receive my blow," Lin Qi shouted, extending both hands and launching a fierce attack directed at Lin Xiaobai's shoulder. "Ah!" Lin Xiaobai screamed in agony as his innate energy surged wildly to protect his shoulder, retreating hastily. His panic caused him to leave deep gouges in the ground beneath his feet, a clear sign of uncontrolled energy erupting from his soles. Qing Zilong and the others frowned in disbelief. A distinguished innate master was actually forced back by a discarded postnatal disciple. What humiliation! This was a disgrace to Feishua Mountain Manor. "Catch the sword," Qing Zilong shouted, tossing his sword. Lin Xiaobai hurriedly caught it. Feeling the weight of the sturdy blade in his hand, a surge of joy swelling within him. An excellent sword. This blade was forged from pure steel, remarkably resilient, far surpassing the mundane weapons he had previously wielded. With this sword in hand, severing Lin Qi's limbs would be a trivial matter. Lin Xiaobai's confidence surged as he shouted, "Dundoklap swort technique." His entire being radiated with energy, winds howled, and the long sword in his hand shimmered with a brilliant white light, resembling a thunder god descending upon the night. All the Lin family members were entranced, unable to resist, kneeling in reverence to the ancestral might. Qing Zilong and his companions nodded in silent approval. This was the demeanor of a true genius. He had not tarnished the reputation of Feishua Mountain Manor. At such a crucial moment, however, Lin Qi advanced rather than retreated, defiantly launching a powerful punch amidst the crackling electricity. The air seemed to freeze around them. Under his fist, a surge of icy mist erupted, as if he too possessed the might of a formidable force. As the frost and electric light collided, an echo reminiscent of shattering ice resonated through the air. In that fleeting moment, neither force yielded to the other. The clash of fists and blades rang out, a stalemate that left both combatants unscathed. Impossible. Lin Xiaobai's heart raced with increasing trepidation. As an innate master wielding profound techniques and a finely crafted steel sword, how could he possibly be unable to subdue Lin Qi? What sorcery had transformed this lad? His body was as resilient as iron, utterly unfathomable. It must be the gloves. He donned indestructible gloves. Suddenly, Qing Zilong let out an exclamation, his excitement palpable. Such a treasure had fallen into the hands of this sect's discarded disciple. What a waste. Senior brother, observe his martial arts. There might suggest they may be innate techniques as well. The junior sister's eyes sparkled with delight. To discover an innate ice technique in this remote corner was beyond her expectations. If they were to present this technique to the sect, they would undoubtedly receive a considerable reward. Even without such a reward, merely possessing this innate technique would bestow upon them immeasurable benefits. Such a mere ant, endowed with treasures and techniques, must have acquired them through theft. Should we intervene, senior brother? The junior disciple whispered. Qing Zilong waved his hand dismissively. Let Lin Xiaobai handle it himself. After all, he is but a postnatal ant. No matter his tricks, he won't last long. The chasm of the innate realm is not easily crossed. Yet before he could finish his sentence, his expression shifted dramatically as a chilling cry pierced the air. Senior brother, save me. Lin Xiaobai turned, his face a mask of despair and blood. But before Qing Zilong and the others could act, Lin Qi had already surged forward, his fists crashing down, shattering Lin Xiaobai's shoulders. In one swift motion, his foot swept like a razor, severing Lin Xiaobai's legs. The latter collapsed into a pool of blood, his face contorted with fear as he howled in agony and pleaded, "Brother Lin Qi, please don't kill me. I was wrong." All transpired in an instant. By the time everyone processed the unfolding scene, a metallic clang resounded, the sound of the long sword hitting the ground. Lin Xiaobai had succumbed to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by terror and pain. A collective gasp erupted as countless onlookers instinctively recoiled in disbelief. Even the venerable ancestor, an innate master, had proven no match for Lin Qi. Was this an illusion? Ancestor! Quickly save the ancestor! The family patriarch, Lin Xiong, was the first to regain his wits, urgently shouting, "Eldest son, the ancestor is your master's younger brother. You must save him and incapacitate Lin Qi." Qing Zilong cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xiong, ignoring him, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He had not anticipated Lin Xiaobai's defeat, let alone his swift transformation into a cripple. Was this the prodigy capable of invoking celestial phenomena? What a joke. The thought of having expended so much effort and resources for such a worthless individual made Qing Zilong feel ill. He had become a laughingstock, duped by Lin Xiaobai's mediocrity. Yet his father had insisted the celestial phenomena were irrefutably genuine, not mere illusions, and that they were precisely positioned above the Lin family's estate. Qing Zilong could not help but glance at Lin Qi. A mere postnatal practitioner had shattered the boundary between realms, easily vanquishing an innate master. Could he truly be the genuine prodigy? "Senior brother," the junior sister murmured. "Should we intervene?" Qing Zilong waved his hand, a plan forming in his mind. "Lin Qi, I have come to understand you. Your tenacity remains steadfast, even after being expelled from our Feishua Mountain Manor, yet your heart still yearns for martial arts. Our Feishua Mountain Manor is in dire need of talents like you. Congratulations. You have passed the Sects' hidden assessment. Welcome back to Feishua Mountain Manor. I, Qing Zilong, am willing to take you as a disciple and impart the subsequent innate chapters of the Feishua divine art. Do keep in mind, our master is a venerable elder of the Qi Si realm, presiding over a peak abundant with cultivation resources. With your talent, you will undoubtedly receive focused training, and your future will be boundless, an ascent to greatness." Chapter 17. Do not speak, I have broken through. Qing Zilong's words were heartfelt and imbued with a fervent warmth. The Lin family members stood agape. This proclamation was nothing short of a grand blueprint for the once mighty Lin Xiaobai. Previously, they had managed to deceive Lin Xiaobai into joining the sect without reaping any benefits, while also inadvertently gaining 3 additional senior brothers and sisters. Now that Lin Xiaobai had been rendered incapacitated, Qing Zilong immediately turned his back, refusing to assist him, instead extending an olive branch to Lin Qi. What manner of person was this? Despair washed over Lin Xiong and the others. Regardless of whether Lin Qi accepted the invitation, the Lin family's fate was sealed. With the ancestor crippled, all resources invested by the Lin family had gone to waste, plunging them into an abyss. The arrogance of recent days would soon be met with dire consequences. It felt as though the heavens were toying with them. All of this was Lin Qi's fault. Lin Xiong seethed with resentment, wishing fervently that Lin Qi would decline the offer and, better yet, be slain by the people of Feishua Mountain Manor. If he could not find solace, then no one else should either. However, to Lin Xiong's dismay, he heard Lin Qi exclaim with excitement, "Really? Our sect has a hidden assessment? I can truly return to the sect?" Qing Zilong laughed heartily, "Of course. Not only can you return, but you can also become a disciple of the elder. I possess the elder's token. Kneel down and pay your respects to become my brother in arms." "Brother in arms?" Lin Qi could hardly contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "I never imagined I would have the fortune to be a brother with the eldest son. But I killed Qing Zilin. Can we still be brothers?" "It was you." Qing Zilong's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Xiong and the others were taken aback. Having never anticipated that Lin Qi had indeed slain Qing Zilin, they had merely been making casual inquiries, only to realize their words had become prophetic. Now, with Lin Qi's confession, Qing Zilong would undoubtedly seek vengeance for his brother. The prospect of Lin Qi returning to Feishua Mountain Manor was now utterly impossible. However, to the astonishment of all, Qing Zilong did not erupt in anger. Instead, he spoke in a solemn tone, "Lin Qi, do not jest. As long as you kneel and pay your respects, we shall become brothers, and all past grievances will be forgotten." "Senior brother, you are truly magnanimous," Lin Qi said, feeling inexplicably moved. Qing Zilong waved his hand, disregarding Lin Qi's sarcasm, and with a faint smile, produced the Elder's token. Kneel and pay your respects, and all will be well. Lin Qi shook his head. But what if I refuse? Qing Zilong's expression hardened. Refuse? The sect's rules dictate that those who betray the sect face death without mercy. Then I have no choice? No, you have a choice. You can choose to kneel and follow us back to the sect, bringing glory to your ancestors and soaring to greatness. Or you can choose to be beaten to death by us, your corpse returned to the sect, displayed on the wall as a warning to others. Qing Zilong's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Lin Qi could not help but sigh deeply. How tyrannical. The junior sister scoffed at this, naive. Does Feishu Mountain Manor allow you to come and go as you please? Once a member of Feishu Mountain Manor, always a member of Feishu Mountain Manor. Lin Qi, while we are still in the mood to indulge you, swiftly hand over your gloves and the secrets of your martial arts. We will allow you to return to the sect and become a disciple of our master, with a future that is boundless. Why delay? Her eyes gleamed with fervor, fixated on Lin Qi's gloves. Had it not been for Qing Zilong's silence, she might have already lunged forward to seize them. A future that is boundless, indeed. Lynch smirked mockingly. You summon me back and demand my gloves and secret manuals. Do you not fear that should I rise to power in the future, I might take vengeance upon you? The expression of his junior sister froze momentarily. Qing Zilong's complexion darkened as he scolded. Enough of your prattle. Silence yourself. The junior sister, forthright and unwilling to be slighted, retorted, Brother, why waste breath on him? This fellow clearly has no intention of apprenticeship, merely blabbering and wasting our time. So what if he can summon phenomena of heaven and earth? We are not worthless like Lin Xiaobai, and besides, there are 3 of us. The junior brother beside them also huffed. Well said. This fellow is merely posturing, which is quite irksome. Bringing him back as a junior disciple would only be nauseating. We should simply end this. Sighing, Qing Zilong lamented. Junior brother Lynch, despite my intentions to rescue you, your lack of discernment has drawn the ire of many. Therefore kneel, and I shall spare your life. This eye was not for Lynch's impending demise, but rather for the reality that the lives of the living held far more value than the dead. Should a talent like Lynch return to the sect, he would be rewarded handsomely. Yet, should they merely retrieve a corpse, only a meager fee would be given. What a pity. It was truly unfortunate that Lynch failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, unable to distinguish right from wrong, acting impulsively, and lacking the breadth of spirit. Such a fool could only meet his end. Brother, your kindness is misplaced. This man is not worthy of a complete corpse. The junior sister interjected with disdain. His pretentiousness irritates me. I long to shatter his mouth, rendering him incapable of speech or sipping tea. However, her tone shifted abruptly as she added, yet, should he recognize his place and present the gloves and martial arts manual willingly, I might consider sparing him. Utilizing psychological pressure, she sought to subdue him without conflict. After all, while the gloves were easily procured, if Lynch were to incinerate the manual, they would be forced to compel him to transcribe it, which would be quite troublesome. It would be far simpler if Lynch surrendered it outright. Rather than surrender, what I hear is your laughter, Lynch retorted. You still have a leisure to chat? Apologies. But in the brief interlude of our conversation, I have attained a new level of mastery. What? Qing Zilong and the others were taken aback. There was no fluctuation of energy. How could he have broken through? This fellow was spouting nonsense. Yet, he was correct in one regard. It was unwise to converse with him and grant him respite. However, even in peak condition, what could a mere post-heaven realm practitioner do? The trio did not regard Lynch as a threat. Yet, his mocking laughter was unbearable, prompting Qing Zilong to coldly snarl, Go, shatter his mouth so he cannot laugh again. Understood. The junior sister responded with a chilling smile, leaping forward with her sword. As she danced through the air, her blade sparkled with purple light, aimed directly at Lynch's mouth. This technique, known as Jade Rabbit Grinding Medicine, sought to crush Lynch's tongue. Even if it did not sever his tongue, it would surely leave gashes around his mouth. As an outer sect disciple of the Flying Snow Mountain, a second-tier master of the innate realm, even the simplest techniques wielded immense power. Before her sword could reach him, the innate energy had already surged along the blade, hissing ominously. Aware of Lynch's formidable physique, capable of withstanding Lin Xiaobai's innate first-tier energy, she held nothing back, unleashing her purest second-tier energy. She was determined to break this fool's mouth. Could it be that he had trained his skin to such impenetrability, like a copper face and iron mouth, impervious to blades? Chapter 18. One punch, one kill. Impressive, Lynch exclaimed, retreating rather than meeting her attack head-on. The junior sister coldly laughed. You realize your inferiority, yet you still do not surrender? Hand over the gloves and the manual. Come and take them if you have the capability, Lynch scoffed, darting into the building. The junior sister pursued relentlessly. However, as soon as she crossed the threshold, a fist the size of a sandbag came hurtling toward her, accompanied by a chilling wind. You're hiding your strength, she shouted in alarm, her fair face paling as she quickly drew back her innate energy for defense. But the fist seemed to transcend space itself, crashing toward her face without obstruction. No, it was not the fist traversing space, but rather Lynch's bizarre movement technique. He combined his martial arts with his agility to create a powerful punch that shattered the air. The strike was sudden and infused with a terrifying chill. Even as a second-tier master of the innate realm, she could not withstand it, and she did not even have time to scream. Bang! The fist struck her chin, obliterating her mouth and nose. The junior sister was sent flying, akin to a kite with its strings severed, blood erupting from her mouth like a beautiful flower in bloom. She lay on the ground, struggling to lift her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. She beheld Lynch stepping out from the building, cupping his hands apologetically. My apologies. I struck too hard and broke your mouth. Puffed. Another mouthful of blood spewed forth. The junior sister perished, her eyes still wide open. Despite being a second-tier master of the innate realm, she had many techniques yet to unleash and had barely tapped into 50% of her power. Had she not underestimated him, had she not sought to extract the manual from him, she would never have met such a defeat. Regret flooded her thoughts, and she could not find peace in her death. Junior sister, Qing Zilong cried out in anguish, his heart shattered. He cradled her lifeless body, his eyes burning with rage as he glared at Lynch, howling with fury. Kill him, with all your might, do not hold back. Yes, brother, the junior brother replied solemnly, his expression dark as iron. The thought of his sister's death due to underestimation ignited a wildfire of fury within him. The most despicable aspect was that this scoundrel had not only killed, but also mocked them. By what right? Just because he had employed cunning tactics to ambush them, exploiting their moment of carelessness? Ridiculous. Soon, he would realize that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were but useless paper tigers. Clang! The junior brother drew his sword, his gaze fixed on Lynch, as radiant red light coalesced in his hands, infusing his blade. He intended to use the most powerful innate sword technique to cleave Lynch in two, obliterating him with overwhelming force. But suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Lynch's figure vanished before him. What? The junior brother was shocked. He heard a sound behind him, not the voice of a person, but the chilling sound of air freezing beneath the ice. Crackle, crackle. The sound was like a death knell, sending shivers down his spine, compelling him to cry out, "Spare me." Bang! The fist descended mercilessly through the frigid wind, showing no mercy whatsoever. The once proud head burst like a watermelon. Lynch did not spare a glance at the corpse, but turned to Qing Zilong, shrugging his shoulders. You told me to go all out without holding back. You cannot blame me. I am innocent. I will kill you. Qing Zilong trembled with rage, unleashing a furious roar, seeing his beloved junior brother and sister slaughtered before him. The murderer still dared to speak with such arrogance. If I do not shred him into 1,000 pieces, I, Qing Zilong, will not be able to face the spirits of my younger brothers and sisters in the afterlife. With a fierce roar, Qing Zilong dashed forward, retrieving his sword, and summoned a tempest of chilling winds around him, striking fiercely with his blade. This sword seemed to embody all his rage, enveloped in a significant amount of innate energy. The very air seemed to be drawn into a terrifying whirlwind of sword energy, targeting the vital points around Lin Qi. Faced with such a frenzied attack, Lin Qi felt himself engulfed by the sword's aura. Moreover, this tempest of sword energy seemed to generate a formidable suction force. Even with his swift steps, he could not escape its grasp. Thus, he resolved not to flee. His blood surged within him, producing a roaring sound akin to a tidal wave. At the same time, he locked eyes with Qing Zilong, forcefully directing his mental strength to suppress him. Soul-capturing technique. Ah, A chilling scream erupted from Qing Zilong as his spirit faltered, exclaiming in alarm, "Blood like tidal waves, blood like tidal waves. How could you, a mere Sects discarded disciple, achieve such mastery over your physical form?" Before he could finish, a massive fist came crashing towards him. Wait! Qing Zilong's face drained of color, his expression frozen in terror. In that instant, he felt as if the world had fallen silent. Then came a resounding thud. The first impact shattered his skull, and the second produced the sound of his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Lin Qi exhaled deeply, feeling a tingling numbness in his hands, to the point where he could barely clench his fists. Looking down, he saw that his body was already tattered and covered in wounds. His arms bore the brunt of the injuries, with several areas exposing the stark whiteness of bone. After all, he had just vanquished 4 innate realm masters. With the power of the 5th level of the postnatal realm, coupled with 2 innate ultimate techniques, a formidable physique of the 11th level of body tempering, and the mighty internal energy cultivated from supreme Taoist methods, he had managed to survive. He was fortunate that Qing Zilong and his companions had underestimated him and did not attack together. Otherwise, he would have suffered even more grievously. Yet, death was out of the question. At worst, he would be half dead. How could one with the unparalleled body tempering of the 11th level and the supreme Taoist bone perish so easily? How painful it is, observing the injuries on his arms. Lin Qi inhaled sharply, frowning as he said, "Xiaoxue, search their bodies for any healing pills or powders and apply them to my wounds." "Coming, young master." Dongfang Shui hurriedly emerged, indeed finding healing powders among the corpses to tend to Lin Qi's injuries. While applying them, she expressed her concern, saying, "Young master, these individuals are too formidable. Why does the Feishua Mountain Manor not eliminate them completely? We should leave this place." Lin Qi smiled gently. "We will certainly leave, but we must wait a moment longer. Bring Lin Xiong and the others here. Tell them we have good news to discuss." As he spoke, he felt a tingling sensation in the wounds on his arms, and, astonishingly, his strength began to return. The might of the supreme Taoist bone was evident. "Yes, young master." Dongfang Shui obediently exited the courtyard. Lin Xiong and the others huddled together, shrinking back in fear, cautiously peering into the courtyard. The earlier tempest of sword energy unleashed by Qing Zilong had been too terrifying, causing these small clan members to witness the might of an innate master. They had all retreated, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Even upon hearing that the battle had concluded, they dared not enter hastily, lest they provoke the master. Suddenly, they saw a frail figure emerge from the courtyard. In the darkness, they could not discern clearly, but it was evident that this figure was neither Lin Qi nor Qing Zilong. "Who is that?" Lin Xiong summoned his courage to inquire. "I am Dongfang Shui. The young master said to call you in. There is good news to discuss." "What?" Lin Xiong and the others turned pale, astonished. They had never anticipated that Qing Zilong's terrifying assault had failed to claim Lin Qi's life, and instead, he had been slain in retaliation. What manner of transformation had Lin Qi undergone? "I understand now. Lin Qi is the true prodigy, capable of invoking the phenomena of heaven and earth. We have all been deceived by Lin Xiaobai." One person suddenly exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Damn it, it's all Lin Xiaobai's fault. He has led us into a terrible trap." The crowd expressed their frustration, wishing they could shred Lin Xiaobai into pieces. Had it not been for his pretentiousness, they would not have so grievously offended Lin Qi. Clearly, Lin Qi could have served as the cornerstone of the Lin family, leading them to a powerful future. Yet now, he had become their greatest adversary. It's over, it's over. Lin Qi dares to kill Qing Zilong. Killing us would be a trivial matter. What should we do? We must plead for mercy. Plead for mercy? No, we must flee. Run as far as you can. One by one, they turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably, and began to retreat. "Everyone, do not panic. There is still hope. Did that girl Dongfang Shui not say that Lin Qi asked us to come in to discuss good news? It shows he still values our kinship," the elder with a white beard comforted. Having served under Lin Qi for so long, he knew that while Lin Qi was ruthless, he was not indiscriminately murderous. At least, as long as they did not actively provoke him, there should not be a significant issue. Then a voice emerged, filled with a bitter laugh. "Having offended both the Tianhua sect and the Feishua Mountain Manor, what good news could there possibly be? We are doomed. Lin Xiong's face turned ashen, walking into the courtyard like a lifeless being. Chapter 19. Tianhua Sect in Yinzhou City. The Tianhua Sect come forth. As Lin Xiong and the others timidly entered the courtyard, Lin Qi had already changed into a fresh set of clothes, concealing his wounded arms. He sat steadily in a chair and asked, "Tell me, when will the people from Yinzhou City arrive?" "They should be here in a few days," Lin Xiong replied feebly, appearing despondent and lifeless. Lin Qi nodded. "I have a plan to rid ourselves of the troubles from Yinzhou City." Lin Xiong's eyes brightened, filled with excitement. "Could it be that you intend to sacrifice yourself for the family and volunteer to surrender?" Truly, he was Lin Jinwu's son. "I did not misjudge you." "Enough of your nonsense." Lin Qi cursed vehemently, spitting a thick phlegm onto Lin Xiong's face, snorting, "Tell me, did the pigeon post from Yinzhou City mention any names? And what did they say specifically?" Lin Xiong wiped the phlegm from his face, his expression reddening. "They only said to capture the son of Lin Jinwu and wait for them to come and collect him. If we do not comply, they will annihilate the entire Lin family." Lin Qi pondered. "So, they do not know my name, nor do they know what I look like. And you did not mention anything, correct?" No. It was all one-sided communication. We had no authority to reply to them." Lin Xiong waved his hands, suddenly struck by a realization. He understood Lin Qi's intention. Since they did not know the name or appearance of Lin Jinwu's son, they could merely capture anyone and claim that person was Lin Jinwu's son. How had he been so foolish as to overlook such a brilliant plan, leading to this dire outcome? It was truly deserved. However, one must consider that ordinary people would hardly dare to deceive a colossal entity like the Tianhua sect. Just the thought of it was enough to instill terror. Only someone as audacious as Lin Qi would dare to take such reckless risks. "Enough." Lin Qi waved his hand, declaring, "Since they know nothing, from this moment forth, Lin Xiaobai shall be recognized as Lin Jinwu's son." The crowd was left in astonishment, their mouths agape and unable to comprehend the unfolding events. They quietly watched as Lin Qi led Lin Xiaobai into a room, unaware of what transpired within. Inside, Lin Xiaobai awoke in a daze, only to be struck with terror as he shouted, "Brother, save me." "Cease your cries," Lin Qi retorted with a slight gesture. "Your brother is already dead." Despair overtook Lin Xiaobai as he wailed, "Spare me, brother Lin Qi, spare me. Given our past relationship, please let me go. You are known for your benevolence. I may consider sparing your life." Lin Qi replied solemnly. "Is that true?" Lin Xiaobai asked, a mix of surprise and hope flashing across his face. Lin Qi continued, "However, you must swear an oath to the heavens." "What kind of oath?" Lin Xiaobai felt a sudden surge of caution, eyeing Lin Qi warily. Lin Qi's gaze deepened, almost as if it possessed boundless power. Lin Xiaobai, entranced, echoed the words. "I swear, from this day forth, I shall be the legitimate son of Lin Jinwu, and Lin Qi shall serve as my guardian." As he spoke, he cut his palm, and as the words left his lips, the blood upon his hand vanished in a thin air, leaving a faint red glow encircling his wrist. The oath was made. If he were to violate this pledge, the red aura would ensure he learned his lesson. Lin Qi's heart swelled with joy. What had begun as a mere conjecture transformed into reality. The supreme Dao Bone had refined the heavenly oath, granting him insight into its nature. He discovered that this so-called heavenly oath was merely a form of formation. By uttering the oath and shedding blood, the blood activated the formation. The red glow around his wrist represented a binding circle that connected with the grand array of heaven and earth. Should he betray the vow, the array would ensnare him to the point of death. Realizing this, Lin Qi understood that the formation's utility extended beyond mere oaths. It could even alter one's psyche. As Lin Xiaobai initiated the oath and activated the formation, he fell into a state of confusion and stupor. Given time, he would become wholly bound by the formation, believing himself to be Lin Jinwu's son. This was the grand design of the formation, teaching him a lesson. How could a mere innate master like Lin Xiaobai resist such a force? The heavenly oath was no trivial matter. One could only wonder who had constructed this formation and what their intentions were. Without the supreme Dao Bone, Lin Qi feared he too might fall under its subtle influence. The more he pondered, the more he felt a chill in his heart. The world seemed to unfold like a vast net, with himself merely a pawn upon a grand chessboard. It appeared that the road ahead was long, and one must escape this board to truly claim a life of their own. Otherwise, he would remain a mere plaything of others. Someone tend to Lin Xiaobai. He is now Lin Jinwu's son and must not perish, Lin Qi commanded as he stepped out of the room. I have resolved the troubles with the Tianhui sect. There is no need for excessive thanks. Simply inform all clan members to cooperate with me. When the people from Yinzhou City arrive, I shall accompany Lin Xiaobai to the Tianhui sect. After that, we shall part ways, and I will have no further ties with your Lin family. Do you understand? Thud, thud. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd knelt in unison. Lin Xiong cried out, Ancestor, do not abandon us. We were wrong, and we sincerely seek to amend our ways. We implore you to help us through this crisis. Yes, Ancestor, we beseech you, the others echoed. After all these years, we are family, and we rely on you. Lin Qi grew impatient and coldly interjected, Silence. I have already extended my mercy by resolving your issues with the Tianhui sect. Do you dare to demand more? If you continue to plead, Lin Xiaobai will meet the same fate as the rest. The crowd fell silent, fear enveloping them. Unwilling to speak further, Lin Xiong gazed upon the three lifeless bodies on the ground, his face ashen, his heart wailing in grief. Though Lin Qi had aided them in resolving one problem, the Flying Snow Manor and the City Lord Mansion, it was Qing Zilong who had perished at their hands. Lin Qi was the one who had killed him. Why should they bear the blame? Lin Xiong simmered with resentment. Lin Qi cast him a glance, a cold smile forming within. This incompetent clan leader had reached his limits, relying on others without realizing their unreliability. Soon, he would taste the bitterness of his own inadequacy. Lin Qi, disinterested in dealing with him personally, reclined nearby to recuperate and circulate the supreme Dao arts. Regardless of the circumstances, his injuries needed swift attention. The healing powder from the Flying Snow Manor was effective, and combined with the supreme Dao Bone and his 12th tier physique, his recovery was impressively swift. Time passed slowly. At some point, a voice called out from outside. Where are the members of the Lin family? Have they all perished? Who is it? Lin Xiong and the others were taken aback. They saw a clan member rushing in, exclaiming, The master from Yinzhou City has arrived. Quickly ensure Lin. No, Lin Xiaobai is secure. Do not let him escape. Chapter 20. Departure from Qingzhou City. A band of useless fools, not emerging to welcome me? What kind of foolish gathering is this? The rough and boisterous voice grew closer, resonating like a great bell, causing the ears of those present to ring. Lin Xiong and the others hastily rushed out, kneeling before the imposing figures. I, Lin Xiong, greet the esteemed master of the Tianhui sect. Prostrate before them, his eyes fixated on three colossal feet belonging to three burly men clad in fiery red robes adorned with yellow flames. The leading red-faced man cast a glance at Lin Xiong and coldly demanded, Where is Lin Jinwu's son? Bring him forth. Do not waste my time. I will bring him to you, Lin Xiong stammered. Lin Qi emerged, carrying the bandaged Lin Xiaobai, and declared, Esteemed master of the Tianhui sect, this half-dead individual is Lin Jinwu's son. The red-faced man furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. What have you done to him? How could you allow him to end up in such a state? He stepped forward, ready to unleash his fury, but suddenly sensed something off about Lin Xiaobai's aura. He focused intently, grasping Lin Xiaobai's arm, exclaiming, This lad is an innate master? He scanned his surroundings, scrutinizing Lin Xiong, Lin Qi, and the others, and questioned, How could a group of postnatally awakened individuals have subdued him? I see no signs of poisoning. Lin Qi replied, in response to the esteemed master. It was the assistance of an outer disciple from the Flying Snow Manor that allowed us to capture him. The Flying Snow Manor? The red-faced man expressed increasing astonishment, realizing that someone from the Flying Snow Manor had intervened. It was known that both the Flying Snow Manor and the Tianhui sect were third-rate sects with comparable power. If the Flying Snow Manor had captured him, he was their quarry, making it difficult for the Tianhui sect to take Lin Xiaobai away. Where are the disciples of the Flying Snow Manor? Why do they not come forth to be seen? The red-faced man called out. Lin Qi responded, The disciples of the Flying Snow Manor are all deceased. They are inside. Please, esteemed master, come in. Deceased? The red-faced man was taken aback and filled with suspicion as he entered the courtyard, only to find three mangled corpses lying in a pool of blood. The garments they wore unmistakably identified them as outer disciples of the Flying Snow Manor. Quite amusing. To think that a 3-to-1 situation was turned around. leaving only 2 broken legs. What useless bunch from the Snowfall Villa, ha ha. The burly man with a red face laughed disdainfully. He then stepped forward, kicked the corpse, and squatted down to rummage through the body. Did you take everything from them? The red-faced man glared fiercely at Lin Qi, his eyes filled with a predatory hunger. Lin Qi hurriedly produced some pills and weapons, saying, "This is all I have. I've set it aside for you to collect." "Haha, good lad, very good." The red-faced man took everything into his possession and gave Lin Qi a hearty slap on the shoulder. Lin Qi trembled involuntarily at the impact. If he had any hidden items on him, they would surely fall out during this moment of tremor. Fortunately, he had nothing to conceal. The red-faced man grinned, quite honest. "Indeed, you've earned yourself another chance at life." With that, he tossed the bundle to his 2 companions, saying, "Since the Lin family has been somewhat obedient, I'll show mercy today and spare you. Give me a carriage to transport Lin Zhanwu's son. Damn it, if the half-dead fellow expires along the way. That would be troublesome," he muttered in the latter part of his statement. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qi said, "My lord, I wish to accompany you to deliver Lin Xiaobai to the Tianhui sect. I will ensure his survival." "Oh," the red-faced man raised an eyebrow. "Intrigue you? What do you intend to do?" Lin Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he declared, "I wish to join the Tianhui sect and ask for your support." "Ha ha ha." The 3 men burst into laughter, their faces revealing utter scorn and derision. "You, a worthless fool, wish to join the Tianhui sect? What audacity! Get lost." The red-faced man kicked out. Lin Qi staggered back several steps, exclaiming, "I can endure it. My lord, you can test my physique. I am absolutely qualified to join the Tianhui sect. If you take me there, I will not let you down." Seeing Lin Qi still standing and able to speak, the red-faced man's expression darkened, and he kicked out once more. Bang! Lin Qi was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Yet, amidst the rubble, he resolutely stood up again. The red-faced man, filled with rage and humiliation, could hardly believe he could not kill a mere postnatal realm cultivator with a single kick. Just as he was about to strike again, a slightly shorter man held him back, saying, "Big brother, that's enough. This kid has a special physique. If we bring him into the sect, we might receive rewards. Besides, someone needs to look after Lin Zhanwu's son on the way. The young master insists on capturing him alive. The more vibrant he is, the more enjoyable the torment." This reasoning struck a chord with the red-faced man. After a moment of contemplation, transformed his anger into delight, replying, "Very well. I will take you to the Tianhui sect. You must take good care of Lin Zhanwu's son. There must be no slip-ups, understand?" "Understand." Lin Qi rejoiced, quickly expressing his gratitude. Suddenly, a small and frail figure rushed over, grasping Lin Qi's hand and whispering, "Young master, what will happen to me if you go to the Tianhui sect?" It was Dongfang Shui, her voice filled with grievance and panic. Lin Qi furrowed his brow. This was indeed a dilemma. He had initially planned to teach Dongfang Shui a few martial arts techniques, equipping her with the means to survive, along with disguises to ensure her safety. However, the arrival of those from Yinzhou City was too swift, leaving him no time to prepare her. As things stood, he could only take her along. Otherwise, if he left her with the Lin family, she would either be killed by them or fall prey to outsiders. "My lord, this is my brother, who also wishes to join the Tianhui sect." As Dongfang Shui had disguised herself as a young boy, Lin Qi articulated this claim. Before he could finish, the red-faced man waved his hand impatiently. "Bring him along, then. I want to be responsible if he dies along the way." "Damn it. A bunch of ants with too many concerns." His voice was low, and apart from Lin Qi and Dongfang Shui, no one else heard him. Lin Xiong, noticing that Lin Qi and Dongfang Shui were conversing with the big man, approached and knelt, pleading, "My lord, I beg of you. Could you inform the city lord's mansion and the Snowfall Villa that it was Lin Xiaobai who killed Qing Zilong and his companions, and that our Lin family had nothing to do with it?" "I couldn't care less." The red-faced man kicked Lin Xiong away, cursing, "What does it matter to me? Get lost. Damn it, this godforsaken place always reeks. Is the carriage ready? Let us move out." Without further ado, seemingly disgusted with the location, the red-faced man proceeded with a fierce determination, showing no intention of lingering for the night or even a meal, heading straight for the city gate. Charging through as the city guards dared not stop him. From a distance, Lin Qi could hear the guards discussing, "Yinzhou City, what a grand city. We are far inferior to them. It is said that the spiritual energy there is abundant, the air fragrant, allowing for rapid cultivation. and there are formidable experts at the Transformation Realm. Chapter 21. I wish to join the Snowfall Villa. End of this volume. Listening distantly to the guard's chatter. The carriage grew increasingly distant, eventually vanishing into the night. Lin Qi was unaware that shortly after his departure, the guards reported everything that had transpired to the city lord. City Lord Qing Tianfang frowned. What brings the people from Yinzhou City to our Qingzhou City? An attendant responded, we are not entirely sure. But they visited the Lin family and left shortly after. We can investigate further from the Lin family. A confidant beside him snorted, those 3 wicked dogs. Relying on Yinzhou City's prestige, rampaged through our Qingzhou City without a word of greeting, showing utter disregard for the city lord. If they hadn't fled quickly, they would have learned their lesson. Qing Tianfang waved his hand, dismissing such useless talk, for the people had already left, and it was meaningless to gloat over their absence. He suddenly felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, as his most promising eldest son had gone to the Lin family and had yet to return. Let us go to the Lin family. Qing Tianfang bellowed, immediately leading the guards towards the Lin residence. Upon arrival, they found the gates wide open and unguarded. Entering the premises felt like stepping into a desolate realm. Eventually, they reached Lin Qi's small courtyard, where a crowd surrounded a corpse, weeping. Qing Tianfang pushed through the throng and was taken aback. He recognized the deceased and had some acquaintance with him. It was Lin Xiong, the head of the Lin family. It turned out that Lin Xiong had been killed by a careless kick from the red-faced man. The terror of a congenital master was evident. What transpired here? Qing Tianfang demanded in a deep voice. The Lin family members, finally snapping out of their shock, trembled before the guards. An elder with a white beard suddenly broke into loud sobs. The people from Yinzhou City, relying on their status as disciples of the Tianhui sect, kidnapped young Master Lin Xiaobai. Our family head pleaded for mercy, only to be killed with a single kick. What? Qing Tianfang was taken aback, rushing into the courtyard. He beheld 3 bloody corpses sprawled on the ground, all clad in the attire of the Snowfall Villa, though the heads were shattered. As a father, how could he not recognize his son? He lunged forward, embracing his son's lifeless body, unable to contain his anguish, crying out, my child, my son. The father lamented, I was wrong. I should never have allowed you to return. The mournful wails echoed throughout Qingzhou City, bringing sorrow to all who heard, and tears to the eyes of those who witnessed. The city guards bowed their heads in silence, expressing their grief. Even the sycophants, who often reveled in their sharp tongues, dared not utter a harsh word at that moment. The assailants were disciples of the Tianhui sect, unafraid of the Feishua Mountain Manor, and certainly indifferent to the authority of the city lord's residence. The fact that they had slain the esteemed Qing Zilong and 2 others spoke volumes of their formidable strength. This vendetta, it seemed, could never be avenged. It was a calamity destined for the eldest son, and all that could be done was to mourn on behalf of the city lord. After a while, Qing Tianfang wiped away his tears and composed himself, declaring loudly, the Lin family has birthed a Lin Xiaobai, yet it has cost me my son. Annihilate the Lin family. However, the white-bearded elder, drenched in cold sweat, urgently interjected. Young Master Xiaobai has pledged to return after completing his studies at the Tianhui sect to marry Miss Qing Zifeng. Moreover, this tragedy bears no relation to us. It is solely the misdeeds of the Tianhui sect disciples. I believe that upon establishing himself at the Tianhui sect, young Master Xiaobai will exact revenge on those 3 for the death of the eldest son. Qing Tianfang's expression darkened. He had momentarily forgotten this detail. His earlier promise to Lin Xiaobai to betroth his daughter was intended to recruit this extraordinary talent. Little did he know that before the arrangement could be fulfilled, he had lost his most outstanding eldest son. Now that Lin Xiaobai had been taken to the Tianhui sect, it was possible that he would indeed be nurtured as a prodigy, with an illustrious future ahead, if he were to annihilate the Lin family. Upon Lin Xiaobai's return to demand accountability, the repercussions would be dire. Qing Tianfang's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions. After a prolonged silence, he grumbled, for now, I shall spare your lives. If Lin Xiaobai does not return, I will ensure that your entire clan pays the price for my son's demise. With that, he departed with the corpses of his son and the 2 others, accompanied by the city guards. The white-bearded elder, watching their retreating figures, finally exhaled a breath of relief, collapsing to the ground. Thankfully, he had devised a clever means of survival, thereby alleviating all troubles. Although he would now live under the watchful eye of the city lord's residence, at least he was alive. Furthermore, with Lin Qi deceased, according to lineage and merit, he would assume the role of a new clan leader. Astonished that he could still flourish in his old age, he couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. Lin Qi, you are indeed my family's good fortune. I only hope that one day you can return. Our entire clan depends on your survival. The white-bearded elder fervently prayed. Lin Xiaobai had been rendered powerless and would undoubtedly be subjected to relentless torment as Lin Jinwu's son, facing certain death. Now, he could only hope that Lin Qi would perform a miracle, not only to rescue his father Lin Jinwu, but at the very least, to make a name for himself at the Tianhui sect, which would serve as a stabilizing force for their family. Even if Qing Tianfang were to become tyrannical, the knowledge that Lin Qi was a disciple of the Tianhui sect would compel him to tread lightly. Reflecting on Lin Qi, Lin Zhan felt a shiver of apprehension, muttering to himself about luck. He was fortunate that Qing Tianfang was solely focused on the death of his eldest son and did not consider Lin Qi's existence. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to provide an explanation. When Qing Tianfang eventually remembered to investigate the disappearance of his second son, he could simply claim that Lin Qi had perished in the chaos at the hands of the Tianhui sect disciples. With the bodies disposed of haphazardly, Qing Tianfang would have no means to pursue them. Lin Zhan stroked his white beard, unable to suppress his admiration for his own wisdom. The Lin family was indeed fortunate to have Lin Zhan. In the city lord's residence, Qing Tianfang gazed upon his son's lifeless body, consumed by grief, yearning to seek vengeance. Yet, considering his own capabilities and the impoverished state of Qingzhou City, he ultimately restrained his fury. With a heavy sigh, he summoned his shadow guards, instructing them to return the other two bodies to Feishuan Mountain Manor, claiming they were slain by disciples of the Tianhui sect. Just then, a graceful young woman entered the room. Fenger, Qing Tianfang's eyes reddened. You have come to bid farewell to your brother. Qing Zifeng's eyes glistened with tears, but they quickly dissipated as her expression regained its composure. Father, I do not wish to be the city lord. Even if I were to become the lord of Qingzhou City, I would find myself powerless against the might of any major city or sect. With my brother's death, I can only seek vengeance through others. What is the point of living under such humiliation? I wish to join Feishuan Mountain Manor. Before Qing Tianfang could voice his consent or dissent, she hoisted the two corpses onto her shoulders. I shall escort these bodies. Fenger, Qing Tianfang exclaimed, attempting to intervene. Yet, witnessing his daughter's resolute stride, he realized that once she set her mind on something, not even the strongest bull could pull her back. With a heavy heart, he sighed and instructed the shadow guards, take good care of the young lady. Yes, the shadow guards replied, swiftly following her. End of Volume 1, Chapter 22, The Innate Pill. Unbeknownst to Lin Qi, events in Qingzhou City unfolded without his knowledge. To him, everything there was but a fleeting memory, no longer worthy of mention. Since embarking on the journey to Yenzhou City with the three robust men, Lin Qi had refrained from speaking, choosing instead to cultivate discreetly. He was tasked with driving the carriage while Dongfang Shui tended to Lin Xiaobai within. The three burly men rode ahead, seemingly preoccupied with the journey and disinterested in conversation. The one trailing behind, a red-faced giant, appeared troubled and brooding, remaining silent. Lin Qi found solace in this arrangement. Upon reaching the hour of Chun, a new day dawned. Refreshing the daily sign-in, the system detected that the host had departed from the long-term sign-in point and was now traveling in a moving carriage. Would you like to set this carriage as your new long-term sign-in point? The system inquired warmly. Lin Qi was astounded. He could actually designate a moving carriage as a long-term sign-in point. Considering they would be on the road for some time, he felt no reason to hesitate. Set it, he commanded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successful sign-in. You have received a reward, Divine Wind Pill. Divine Wind Pill. Once consumed, it grants the swiftness of the wind, an essential remedy for fleeing or pursuing. While not particularly precious, it indicated that the location of the carriage was not sufficiently special. Nonetheless, Lin Qi was undeterred. By continuing to sign in, he would unlock special rewards for consecutive sign-ins. He did not feel disappointed, allowing the Divine Wind Pill to remain in the system space, before retrieving a bare gallbladder pill from the same space. It is widely acknowledged that the body refinement stage cultivates the physical form. The postnatal stage focuses on internal energy, and the innate stage hones the internal Qi. The Bear Gallbladder Pill is a potent elixir capable of augmenting one's internal strength. This particular pill was secretly procured by Lin Qi from Qingzi Long and discreetly concealed within the system space, never handed over to the burly red-faced man. Now, he retrieved it and quietly consumed it, immediately commencing the refinement process through the Supreme Dao Law. Thanks to the assistance of the breath-holding technique, there were no noticeable changes during the refinement. Additionally, with the fusion of his 2 lifetimes mental prowess, he was able to multitask effortlessly, leaving the 3 burly men completely unaware. Half a day swiftly passed, and Lin Qi's cultivation level steadily advanced. While conversing with Qingzi Long and his companions, he had initially broken through from the 4th to the 5th level of the postnatal stage. With the aid of the Bear Gallbladder Pill, he promptly ascended to the 6th level. For an ordinary individual, refining a single Bear Gallbladder Pill would typically require several days, with a risk of losing some of its medicinal potency. However, Lin Qi remained unburdened by such concerns. The Supreme Dao Bone, in conjunction with the Supreme Dao Law, allows for the refinement of all elixirs without the risk of pill toxicity. If you were to acquire several more Bear Gallbladder Pills, breaking through additional levels would pose no challenge. At this moment, Lin Qi felt a strong urge to eliminate the burly red-faced man and seize the remaining Bear Gallbladder Pills. However, reason prevailed, reminding him that he still needed these 3 hefty men to gain access to the Tianhui sect and meet his father. Fortunately, he had cleverly taken 2 Bear Gallbladder Pills, along with an innate pill. Lin Qi mused to himself that the innate pill was a remarkable treasure, far more valuable than the Bear Gallbladder Pill, worth over 100 times more. This single innate pill could potentially forge an innate master. In the secular world, an innate master is akin to a martial arts sage, a pillar of martial arts families, making it exceedingly rare. The extraordinary value of the innate pill, hidden away by Qingzi Long, suggested it was a hard-won treasure, undoubtedly of great utility, yet it fortuitously fell into his hands. Adhering to the principle of not wasting opportunities, Lin Qi decided to refine another Bear Gallbladder Pill before consuming the innate pill. For him, transcending to the innate stage did not necessitate external elixirs. Rather, he aimed to enhance his internal strength. Should outsiders be privy to Lin Qi's intentions, they would undoubtedly condemn him for squandering such a precious resource and mock his audacity. How audacious to attempt to refine an innate pill while merely at the postnatal stage. Was he not afraid that the intense potency would obliterate him? Without wasting a moment, Lin Qi swiftly consumed the other Bear Gallbladder Pill. Each elevation in the postnatal stage demanded increasingly greater internal energy. While one Bear Gallbladder Pill had propelled Lin Qi to the pinnacle of the 6th level, this second one merely brought him to its peak. Resolute, Lin Qi then hastily swallowed the innate pill. The potential dangers of its intense potency did not deter him. If the unique body refinement stage could perish so easily, it would not hold its esteemed title. However, Lin Qi underestimated the potency of the innate pill. As the elixir coursed down his throat into his abdomen, he felt a tremendous surge. The overwhelming medicinal energy surged forth. Unlike the straightforward potency of the Bear Gallbladder Pill that directly transformed into internal strength. Instead, this force carried an aggressive momentum, violently assaulting his meridians, attempting to scatter his internal strength. If he were at the pinnacle of the postnatal stage, he could harness this energy to dissolve and convert his internal strength into Qi. Yet, as he was not at that level, he required an additional layer of strength to digest this force. Thus, part of his focus was devoted to refining the pill, while another part was engaged in staving off the onslaught of energy. With his attention divided, he could not afford to concentrate on driving the carriage. Had Lin Qi anticipated such an outcome, he would have certainly allowed Dongfang Shui to take the reins. Yet, with no time to spare, he was wholly absorbed in the internal processes of refinement and control over the medicinal energy. Time passed unmeasured. Suddenly, the entire carriage swayed violently, throwing Lin Qi off balance. The red-faced man's expression darkened as he rushed forward, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. Damn it, I brought you along to keep an eye on Lin Jinwu's son, and you fall asleep, steering the carriage into a ditch? You must be seeking death. With each blow landing with resounding force, even an ordinary person let alone an innate master, will be severely incapacitated. Yet, Lin Qi found a peculiar sense of exhilaration. For the energy from the innate pill was being refined at an accelerated pace under the external assault. Thus, he remained silent, allowing the red-faced man to continue his relentless assault. The more he was struck, the more his cultivation advanced. Please stop. Do not harm my brother. We will take good care of Lin Xiaobai. Dongfang Shui sobbed, her face streaked with tears, pleading desperately. The slightly shorter man also interjected, Brother, it's really not a big deal. Spare him. He seems to have been injured before and is simply exhausted from the journey. Dozing off is understandable. We should find a place to rest. We cannot continue like this. The red-faced man paused, grunting in annoyance. I know that constant travel is exhausting. But that old fool schemed against us, assigning us this ridiculous task to waste our time, hoping we would miss the lectures at the Yin Taoist temple. We cannot allow him to succeed. Chapter 23. Provoking the wrong individual, an unmatched assassin. The Yin Taoist temple? It sounds remarkably prestigious. Although Lin Qi was unaware of its true nature, he speculated that if he could sign in there, it would surely lead to the discovery of valuable treasures. As he pondered this, the refinement of the innate pill approached its conclusion. While the red-faced man vented his frustrations, Lin Qi quietly achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the postnatal stage, ascending directly from the 6th level. This demonstrated the exceptional potency of the innate pill. Were he to acquire another, he could potentially leap into the innate stage. However, Lin Qi remained unhurried. Firstly, he lacked another innate pill. Secondly, even if he possessed one, he would reserve it for breaking through to the 10th and 11th levels of the postnatal stage, rather than hastily advancing to the innate stage. The benefits he experienced at the 11th level of the body refinement stage were substantial, and he was determined not to squander such a solid foundation. Future cultivation must be even more grounded and stable, avoiding reckless advancement. As Lin Qi quietly gathered his thoughts, the slightly shorter man sighed. The Yin Taoist temple is not a place one can enter casually. The red-faced man retorted, even if entry is uncertain. We must return and thwart that old dog schemes. Despite his words, they needed to rest and replenish their strength. Indeed, brother, I nearly dozed off while riding, he added. In light of his companion's grievances, the red-faced man, albeit reluctantly, conceded, then let us procure another carriage in the town ahead. I will drive while you two rest, and then we can rotate. This was a splendid idea. After all, with Lin Xiaobai's carriage already causing a delay, the addition of another vehicle in tandem is of little consequence. Are you dead? Get up and drive. The burly man bellowed, delivering a swift kick to Lin Qi. Slowly rising, Lin Qi, filled with trepidation, stammered, I was wrong. I assure you I will never fall asleep again. If you dare sleep again, I will slap you dead. The burly man growled ferociously. Lin Qi trembled in fear. Nearby, a slightly shorter man suddenly remarked, This lad's constitution is indeed formidable. Even after being struck by the elder brother, he remains unscathed. He is a promising talent, worthy of cultivation. The burly man, rarely nodding in agreement, replied, Indeed. Focus on driving and quickly ensure that Lin Jinwu's son recovers, and I shall recommend you to the Tianhua sect. Thank you, my lord, Lin Qi exclaimed, his expression brimming with astonishment. The burly man then produced several healing elixirs, stating, These are to mend the wounds and staunch the bleeding for Lin Jinwu's son. Understood. As they continued on their journey, Lin Qi remained distracted, absorbing the residual potency of the innate elixir, solidifying his realm at the peak of the acquired realm's 9th stage. He was but a step away from the 10th stage, with only the absence of cultivation elixirs holding him back, suppressing the urge to slay the burly man. Half a day passed before they finally arrived at the city gates of Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou City. This city was of a similar caliber to Qingzhou City. Upon seeing the command insignia of Yinzhou City, the city lord, looking more eager than a child, rushed out to greet them. How splendid to see you esteemed gentlemen from Yinzhou City. Why did you not come by my humble abode earlier? I was eager to extend my hospitality. The city lord wore a fawning smile, his demeanor utterly subservient. It seemed he regarded those within the carriage as his superiors, his eyes keenly scanning, yearning to catch a glimpse of the young master's grandeur. Enough chatter. Bring me all manner of elixirs and prepare the fastest carriage. If I am not satisfied, I will raise your lord's estate. The burly man, as irascible as ever, wasted no words, getting straight to the point. The city lord's expression darkened slightly, but quickly masked it with a smile, saying, of course, I will prepare everything immediately. He then issued commands to his subordinates. As they hurried off to gather the elixirs and carriage, he turned his gaze back to the carriage, curiously inquiring, may I ask which esteemed individual resides within? Too much idle talk, seeking death. With a resounding slap, the burly man sent him sprawling to the ground, raining down fists and kicks. Lin Qi found the scene both amusing and exasperating. This city lord was indeed foolish, so eager to attach himself to powerful figures yet oblivious to the consequences. Unwittingly inviting a beating. The burly man's fists were no gentle matter. Watching as the city lord was beaten nearly to death, the burly man finally ceased, casting a cold glance at the crowd behind the city lord. Each person hastily lowered their heads, fearful of inciting the wrath of a formidable man. Moments later, the earlier subordinate returned with the carriage and elixirs. Without a second thought, the burly man mounted the carriage, leading his two brothers alongside Lin Qi's carriage, galloping towards another city gate. To him, delivering a thrashing to a foolish, unobservant city lord was hardly a challenge. However, he was unaware that this cowardly city lord was one who harbored grudges. He had a means to retaliate. Rising from the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth, his eyes glinted like a venomous serpent, fixated on the departing carriages. He swiftly returned to the city lord's estate, dismissing all servants. He entered the innermost chamber of the estate, a secret room. If anyone had witnessed this, they would have been utterly astonished. The dignified city lord knelt before the door of the secret chamber. He had not knelt before the burly man, indicating the person within the chamber commanded far greater respect. You saved my life once, and I promised you a favor in return. Are you to use that favor today? A melodious, chilling voice echoed from within the chamber. Just from the voice, one could surmise the speaker was an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Regrettably, the door to the secret chamber remained closed, shrouding her in mystery. The city lord spoke, Miss Lin Qi, I have suffered a tremendous humiliation today. I implore you to aid me in exacting vengeance. Is that so? Miss Lin Qi's voice was calm and unhesitant. How many are there? Present me with their likenesses, and I shall act on your behalf. From that moment on, I shall owe you nothing. Do you understand? I understand. The city lord replied, an inkling of reluctance flickering in his eyes. He knew that once Miss Lin Qi intervened, she would no longer remain in Jiangzhou City. To hear her voice again might take a lifetime. Yet, rather than cling to a woman who would forever be out of reach, he preferred to have her exact vengeance on his behalf. At least having her kill for him would become a beautiful memory. Resolute, the city lord described the appearance and characteristics of the burly man and his companions. Though he had no portraits, the two carriages, ostentatiously parading through the streets, would be unmistakable. All he had to do was wait for them to exit the city. Awaiting them would be Miss Lin Qi's lethal strike. The city lord remained oblivious to Miss Lin Qi's origins or her destination, nor did he know the nature of her powers. However, he was certain of one thing. Anyone she wished to kill would not escape, for he had witnessed her kill before. The finesse with which she executed her victims could only be described as art. She was a woman born for killing. Her terror lay not in her level of cultivation, but in her profound understanding of the art of murder. She was an unparalleled assassin, an unmatched killer. Chapter 24. Consider the consequences. Outside Jiangzhou City, two carriages traversed the desolate ancient path. The autumn wind howled, sweeping up a flurry of fallen leaves. Suddenly, the horses pulling the carriages neighed in unison, halting abruptly. The burly man's expression shifted. Brother, why do we stop so suddenly? Inside the carriage, his two brothers poked their heads out, puzzled. Before them, an inexplicable figure clad in white appeared on the ancient road. This person, draped in a long robe, obscured their figure, a veil shrouding their face, rendering their appearance unrecognizable. One could only sense that their arrival was both abrupt and peculiar. Just moments ago, the path was empty, yet in the blink of an eye, they materialized, seemingly having always been there, blending seamlessly with the ancient road and the surrounding atmosphere. Who was this person? All three were engulfed in confusion, their expressions gravely serious. Even a fool could discern that the newcomer bore ill intent. Appearing out of nowhere to block their path, their movements were unfathomable. The burly man, abandoning his usual aggression, respectfully clasped his hands and inquired, May I ask what business you have? I have been instructed to kill you, the figure replied softly. It was a woman, her voice clear and melodious, compelling one to wish to hear her speak further. But the burly man's countenance darkened, and he shouted, "Who sent you to act against us? And why must you kill us?" Regrettably, the figure offered no response. In stark contrast, he stepped forward with deliberate strides. Each footfall appeared light, yet it felt as though he were treading upon the very hearts of those present. Even the three formidable men, each a master of the innate realm, found themselves unable to suppress the instinct to clutch their chests, cold sweat beating upon their foreheads, rendered immobile by an unseen force. Had fate not intervened, the moment that figure approached, their hearts would surely shatter, leading to their demise. However, before such a fate could befall them, a voice filled with panic and distress suddenly emanated from a nearby carriage. "I feel so unwell. Brother, I think I am about to perish." It was Dongfang Shui, her frail strength unable to withstand the enchanting rhythm of the footsteps. She writhed within the carriage, moaning in agony. Lin Qi hastily lifted her from the carriage, placing her upon the ground, then positioned his left hand against her heart while his right clenched into a fist, striking down with force. The impact seemed to disrupt the cadence of that ominous footfall. Dongfang Shui emitted a small whimper, gasping as she sat up, throwing herself into Lin Qi's embrace. Weeping in terror, "Brother, I thought I was going to die." "It's nothing to worry about," Lin Qi said gently, offering her reassurance as he patted her back, continuing to counter the oppressive footsteps. After a series of hiccups, Dongfang Shui felt a wave of relief wash over her, her demeanor lightening considerably. "What's that?" Miss Lanqin halted, a soft gasp escaping her lips as she turned to regard Lin Qi with a look of astonishment in her veiled eyes. In this remote locale, to encounter someone capable of shattering her heart-calming technique was utterly unexpected. What could his origins be? He appeared so youthful, not at all resembling a formidable warrior of profound mastery. Could he perhaps be the scion of a reclusive sage? A frown creased her brow. If that were the case, killing him would certainly provoke the ire of the powerful figure behind him, bringing her trouble. It was crucial to avoid antagonizing anyone after having navigated multiple crises to arrive in this place. With that thought, she ceased her advance. In a flash, she materialized before Lin Qi, as if conjured from shadows. "What is your name, and who is your master?" she inquired directly, her aura emanating a subtle yet palpable pressure. Lin Qi rose, drawing Dongfang Shui behind him. "If you wish to inquire about another's name, should you not first reveal your own?" Miss Lanqin was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such composure in the young man before her. Clearly, he was no ordinary individual, but someone who had faced significant challenges. Nodding slightly, she responded, "You may call me Dongfang Lanqin." Lin Qi raised an eyebrow in surprise. The surname Dongfang was rare throughout the entire Zhou dynasty. In his years, he had only encountered one other bearing that name, Dongfang Shui. Now, here stood another, Dongfang Lanqin. "Sister, you also share the surname Dongfang?" Dongfang Shui exclaimed, stepping from behind Lin Qi, her excitement palpable. "My mother said that if I ever met someone with the surname Dongfang, there's a high probability they are kin. At last, I have found family." As she rushed to Dongfang Lanqin, grasping her hand, Miss Lanqin's expression shifted slightly. With a swift motion, she seized Dongfang Shui's wrist. Her left index finger, sharp as a blade, cut into Dongfang Shui's skin, drawing blood. In a swift reciprocation, she inflicted a similar wound upon her own wrist. As the two droplets of blood mingled, an extraordinary sensation unfolded, their blood merging as if drawn by an inexplicable bond. "Sister, you truly are my kin," Dongfang Shui exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy as she embraced Dongfang Lanqin, tears and snot staining her attire as she struggled to contain her excitement. Dongfang Lanqin's expression softened as she tenderly stroked Dongfang Shui's hair. "Were your parents?" "They are both deceased," Dongfang Shui replied, her tone heavy with sorrow. "What were their names?" "I don't know." She shook her head repeatedly. Dongfang Lanqin's brow furrowed deeply. As a member of the Dongfang family, to have come to this impoverished corner of the Zhou dynasty without disclosing their names was indicative of something dire, evidence of a family in disgrace, fleeing for their lives. Thus, their child was merely a product of sin, a descendant of wrongdoers, deserving of the same fate. Dongfang Lanqin's demeanor grew icy. As a member of an assassin lineage, Her hands were stained with blood, her heart long hardened. The presence of a family sinner was nothing more than an error to be swiftly rectified. Yet, before she could act, Lin Qi's cold voice pierced through the tension. Do you intend to kill? While I'm unaware of your past might, you are presently injured. If I were to fight with all my strength, even if I cannot slay you, I would surely exacerbate your injuries. What do you think would happen to a woman of your beauty if she were to lie gravely wounded by the roadside? His words, delivered with an unsettling calmness, sent a shiver down Dongfang Lanxin's spine. Chapter 25. Acknowledging One's Roots. Miss Lanxin could scarcely fathom that someone could perceive her subtle intent to kill. Furthermore, he discerned her weakened state. The young man's gaze seemed to penetrate all aides, leaving her astonished and incredulous. Clearly, he was connected to a powerful lineage. It would be prudent to avoid entanglements with such individuals to avert disaster. Thus, despite not believing this postnatal warrior could harm her, she refrained from retaliating. Instead, she waved her hand dismissively, diverting the conversation. Someone has commissioned me to eliminate you. However, out of consideration for Dongfang Shui, I shall spare you. You may leave. Leave? Naturally. We shall depart, Lin Qi replied with a cold chuckle. Shui, come here. You cannot. Dongfang Lanxin grasped Dongfang Shui's arm. Yet, Lin Qi stepped forward, his gaze fierce as he locked eyes with her. Dare you lay a finger on her? Test me if you wish. A tremor coursed through Dongfang Lanxin, and her grip faltered. She looked at Lin Qi in disbelief, feeling his presence swell like an ocean, terrifying in its intensity. Could this truly be a mere postnatal warrior? Blood surged like a tide, his physical prowess honed to perfection. Indeed, he was the scion of a great power. Dongfang Lanxin's conviction solidified. She sighed internally. It seemed this little wildling was beyond her reach. However, it mattered little. Her encounter was serendipitous, and if she could eliminate the others, she would. But the three men with the flushed faces, they must be dealt with. Dongfang Lanxin was a woman of her word. Her promises were as unyielding as steel. Thus, she resolved to turn her attention to the three brutish men. Suddenly, her expression shifted slightly, and she gazed at Dongfang Shui with astonishment, scrutinizing her closely. Dongfang Shui felt a twinge of fear and retreated behind Lin Qi. Sister, is there something on my face? She whispered, perplexed. Dongfang Lankin's voice turned serious as she asked, Who taught you this disguise technique? Upon hearing the term disguise technique, Lin Qi's heart jolted. This woman was indeed a formidable presence beyond the realm of Qi transformation. Their disguise art was merely a rudimentary form, undetectable by those of innate level, yet discernible by those above. The higher the cultivation level, the keener the perception, allowing one to see through subtlety. The fact that Dongfang Lankin could only now discern the disguise indicated her current power had significantly diminished. With this thought, Lin Qi felt more assured. Even if he could not defeat her, he still possessed a divine wind pill, making escape entirely feasible. However, it was preferable to avoid conflict altogether. An inexplicable battle would not only be meaningless, but also wasteful of precious pills. A poor trade indeed. Thus, he answered on behalf of Dongfang Shui. Shui taught herself the disguise technique from a book I provided her. What? Dongfang Lankin trembled, utterly shocked. As a prodigy of the Dongfang family, she had spent over a year mastering the art, under the guidance of a renowned mentor. Yet, this Dongfang Shui had managed to learn it in merely half a day through self-study. If not for her astonishing talent, it must be that the book was exceptionally profound. Yet, no matter how good the book was, without innate talent, one would struggle. Clearly, Dongfang Shui was an unparalleled genius in the art of disguise. Such a talent, if brought back to the Dongfang family, would undoubtedly be a significant achievement, far more valuable than eliminating her as an inconsequential entity. Dongfang Lankin took a deep breath and said, Shui, your parents not revealing their names must indicate some hidden truths. Nevertheless, they have made it clear that all who bear the Dongfang surname are your kin. It is evident they long for you to return to your roots. This must have been their lifelong wish. Meeting you today is fate, a request from your parent spirits in the heavens. Come with me, and I shall guide you home. Dongfang Lankin extended her delicate hand, slightly bending to unveil her gentle, amiable face, resembling a caring older sister. Had it not been for her previous actions, Lin Qi might have been swayed by her performance. Naively innocent, Dongfang Shui felt an irresistible pull toward the notion of family. Moreover, Dongfang Lankin's words were logical and compelling. Her parents would surely desire her to reconnect with her lineage, and this opportunity was indeed rare. If missed, she may never again have the chance to embrace her family. After all, they were blood relatives. She should return at least once. Brother, Dongfang Shui looked at Lin Qi with pleading eyes. Lin Qi smiled and patted her head, saying, "Go ahead, but be cautious. While we may not share blood, do not forget you have me as your brother." "Thank you, brother." Dongfang Shui joyfully leaped into Dongfang Lankin's embrace. To her, the greatest dream was to no longer be bullied, and returning to her family would surely shield her from harm. Though her brother was good, he was destined for greater deeds, venturing into enemy territory. Remaining by his side would only be a burden. Therefore, following Sister Lankin back to the family was the most advantageous choice. "Good girl." Dongfang Lankin smiled as she took Dongfang Shui's hand and turned to approach the trio of burly men. Lin Qi's voice suddenly rang out. "Those three are of use to me. Do not kill them." "What if I insist on killing them?" Dongfang Lankin replied coldly, seemingly fed up with Lin Qi's commanding tone. Dongfang Shui tugged at her hand, pleading, "Sister, could you do a favor for my brother and spare them?" After a moment of silence, Dongfang Lankin replied, "Very well. For your sake, I will let them go." The three burly men, whether spared or not, were inconsequential. After all, they were merely pawns for the wasteful city lord of Jiangzhou, whose demands she could easily disregard. As for the notion of keeping her word, chuckles were warranted. The inept city lord did not even know his own surname. Her dishonor would not tarnish the Dongfang family's reputation. Thus, there was nothing to fear. Moreover, if he dared to speak out of turn, she would eliminate him first. For Dongfang Lankin, the priority was to swiftly return Dongfang Shui to her family. They would undoubtedly reward her handsomely upon witnessing such a talent, and recovering her own strength would be no issue. As she turned to leave with Dongfang Shui, Lin Qi's voice reached her ears, woven into a line. "I know you have taken an interest in Shui's talent, hence your change of heart. But let me make it clear. Whatever schemes you may be contemplating, should I discover that Shui has been wronged, I will ensure you regret ever stepping into this world." Dongfang Lankin glanced back, a smirk of derision playing on her lips. She was wary of the formidable presence behind Lin Qi, but bore no fear of him. Currently weakened, she could easily crush Lin Qi, a mere insect of the postnatal realm, with a mere finger. "I look forward to it," she scoffed, leading Dongfang Shui away, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Chapter 26. Li Dai Tao Jiang, the substitute corpse. Lin Qi watched as the two figures faded from view, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Regardless, Dongfang Lankin was a formidable adversary. The fact that he could depart in peace was the best outcome. As for Dongfang Shui, he held little concern. With her exceptional talent, as long as the family was not foolish, they would protect and nurture her. Conversely, who knew what unforeseen circumstances might arise while she remained by his side? In any case, the situation had been settled. Further worry would be futile. Thus, Lin Qi turned to the three individuals in the carriage. They lay in disarray, unconscious. Clearly, Dongfang Lankin's footwork was indeed fearsome, capable of incapacitating three innate masters with ease. Had it not been for his supreme constitution, he too would have suffered. Swiftly approaching the trio, Lin Qi rummaged through their belongings, extracting all the pills and placing them into his system space. He then returned to his own carriage, reclining in a similarly disheveled manner. Moments later, the red-faced man was the first to awaken, hazily surveying his surroundings, momentarily disoriented. Once he roused his companions, the three conferred, patting themselves down. "This is bad. All the pills have been stolen," the red-faced man exclaimed, his expression darkening. "Did that woman not say she would kill us? Why did she only steal the pills?" Another queried. "Who knows? Damn it, that wretched thief." The red-faced man cursed vehemently. "Well, at least she spared our lives. We can procure more pills in the next city." Another added. "Still, who sent her to kill us in the first place? Regardless of all this, we must leave swiftly." The burly man with a red face seized Lin Qi and barked, still daring to sleep, seeking death. He then lifted the curtain of the carriage and checked Lin Xiaobai's pulse, muttering, "Fortunately, Lin Jinwu's son is still alive." However, something felt amiss. Where was the little child? Alarmed and fearful, the red-faced man sensed an eerie presence in the area. Was that woman not merely a thief, but also a kidnapper? Or perhaps she was solely after the child? Without the luxury of pondering such thoughts, he hastily mounted the carriage and sped away, eager to vacate the ominous location. As the night passed on the carriage, the following day arrived. At the hour of Chun, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host, on successful sign-in, reward received, Tranquil Heart Pill. The Tranquil Heart Pill aids practitioners in achieving a state of calmness, momentarily enhancing their comprehension and cultivation speed. For those who are restless or lack focus, it proves to be highly effective. Yet again, it was merely another insignificant pill. Lin Qi stored it away, continuing to secretly consume bear bile pills. In this silent cultivation, the carriage pressed onward. Soon, they entered another city. This time, although the red-faced man again sought pills from the city lord's estate, he did not display the same volatility as he did in Jiangzhou City. It seemed he had learned from his previous encounter with Dongfang Lanxin, becoming wiser for it. Now, he prioritized expedience to avoid unnecessary complications. After leaving the city, time flew by during their journey. Unbeknownst to them, half a month had slipped away. During this time, Lin Qi remained grounded. Aside from tending to the carriage and caring for Lin Xiaobai, he focused solely on signing in. Every task was accomplished within the confines of the carriage, wasting not a moment. To his dismay, he found that he had failed to break through to the 10th layer of the postnatal realm within this half-month. There appeared to be an insurmountable barrier between the 9th and 10th layers, one that could not be surpassed through mere diligence. A potent remedy was required. If only he possessed an innate pill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in continuously for 16 days, triggering a special reward. Boundary Breaking Pill. The Boundary Breaking Pill was a valuable item, allowing immediate advancement by one minor realm. However, it was best reserved for breaking through to the 11th layer. Compared to the barrier of the 10th layer, the 11th layer was akin to a heavenly chasm. Only the Boundary Breaking Pill could bridge that divide. Adhering to the principle of resourcefulness, Lin Qi chose to store the Boundary Breaking Pill within the system's space. Someone, carry Lin Jinwu's son, discard the carriage, and ride directly. The commanding voice of the red-faced man echoed. Lin Qi complied without hesitation. Although he still did not know the true names of the three rotund men, he had begun to distinguish them well. The red-faced man was the eldest brother, irritable and harsh in speech, with an exceedingly unattractive appearance. In contrast, the slightly shorter man was far more agreeable, serving as the third brother. This third brother was gentler in temperament and had often spoken on Lin Qi's behalf during pivotal moments, preventing Lin Qi from being beaten to death by the red-faced man. Were it not for him, Lin Qi would have likely erupted long ago. As for the second brother, he was taciturn and rarely voiced his opinions. Nevertheless, his cultivation was commendable, matching the eldest brother at the 5th layer of the innate realm, while the gentle third brother was at the 4th layer. At this moment, the third brother rode alongside Lin Qi, saying, "Little brother, my name is Yuzhong. You've worked hard alongside us these days." "Not at all. It is my honor to assist my brothers," Lin Qi replied earnestly. Yuzhong chuckled. "Ah, little brother is a man of dreams, naturally unafraid of hardship. However, joining the Tianhui sect is not an easy feat. You must be mentally prepared." Lin Qi's expression dimmed at once. "I understand. However, you need not worry too much. I possess a martial arts manual that suits you well. Study it diligently and strive to pass the Tianhui sect's assessment. At that time, we shall be brothers in arms, and there will be no need for formality." Yu Zheng produced a tattered book, which Lin Qi accepted, glancing at the title, Unbeatable Horizontal Training. "Thank you, Brother Yu Zheng. I shall not disappoint your kindness," Lin Qi expressed with sincere gratitude. In truth, he had previously stumbled upon this so-called manual while searching the three men for pills, but he had dismissed it as subpar and had not taken it. Little did he expect Yu Zheng would voluntarily offer it now. This was a gesture of goodwill, intending for Lin Qi to accept his favor. Although Lin Qi held it in disdain, he feigned delight at the gesture. Yu Zheng, satisfied with Lin Qi's reaction, patted his shoulder and said, "Train well. Your physique is suited for our style of martial arts. I believe you will achieve great success." Lin Qi repeatedly thanked him, pledging not to let him down, while internally he scoffed. With such a shabby technique, even if mastered, one would likely become a grotesquely stout figure. Lin Qi would rather leap from here to his demise than practice such rubbish. "Third brother, enough chatter. Accelerate our pace. Let us take a shortcut and save time." The red-faced man's voice suddenly rang out. Yu Zheng responded affirmatively, giving Lin Qi's horse a sharp slap. "Giddy up." The group swiftly altered their course, weaving through the woods. Thus, 6 more days passed in the blink of an eye. They were nearing Yinzhou City. Although Lin Qi had changed his continuous sign-in location to the horse, he had not triggered any special rewards during these 6 days, only receiving some ordinary pills. Fortunately, he did not squander time. He was but a step away from breaking through to the 10th layer of the postnatal realm. After all, the closer they approached Yinzhou City, the denser the spiritual energy became. Even without pills, the cultivation speed surpassed that of Qingzhou City, let alone the purity of the spiritual energy in this forest. Brother, in 2 or 3 days we shall arrive at Yinzhou City. Be wary of that old thief's ambush. Use caution during arrest. The red-faced man snorted. Does he dare? If Lin Jinwu's son were to perish, he would be held accountable. If the young master were to become enraged, the entire Yinzhou City would face annihilation. Lin Qi's ears perked up slightly. This so-called young master must be the significant figure from the Tianhui sect whom his father had offended. Yu Zheng remarked. While that may be true, we cannot let our guard down. That old thief is ruthless and will stop at nothing. Based on my understanding of him, I suspect he will attempt an ambush midway. Not only would he eliminate us, but he would also capture Lin Jinwu's son. What's not to gain from that? The red-faced man's brow furrowed as he asked solemnly, Then what do you propose we do? Yu Zheng smiled slightly, confidence radiating from him. I have a plan. Let us employ a scheme akin to Li Dai Tao Jiang. We shall have this young brother don your attire, adopting your appearance. Thus, the 3 of us will lead Lin Jinwu's son ahead, while you follow behind. That old thief, no matter how clever, will surely mistake this young brother for you. When they eagerly reveal themselves, you can launch a surprise counterattack. How splendid that would be. Yu Zheng spoke passionately, his words flowing with fervor, relishing the brilliance of his scheme. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qi had already been thoroughly insulted by the man, having subjected his ancestors to a tirade of curses. He wondered why this individual had the audacity to generously provide him with a manual for the invincible horizontal training technique. Was he intent on making him a scapegoat? Such calculated malice was far more detestable than the brutish nature of the red-faced giant. It was likely that he had long harbored such intentions to bring Lin Qi along. How foolish of Lin Qi to have previously perceived this man as mild-mannered. Truly, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Fortunately, he was no naive lamb. The red-faced giant burst into hearty laughter, slapping his thigh. Excellent. This scheme is splendid. Our wise strategist lives up to his reputation. Brother, you flatter me. It's merely a slight maneuver, Yu Zheng humbly replied. Suddenly, the silent second brother interjected. But there is a problem. What if this kid suddenly cries out and exposes us? Moreover, even if he dons elder brother's clothing, he cannot mimic your aura. What if he is recognized? Lin Qi shook his head in disbelief. If this taciturn fool could think of such concerns, how could the cunning Yu Zheng not have anticipated them? Indeed, Yu Zheng calmly raised a finger. Regarding the first question, it can be easily resolved by sealing his mute acupoint. However, it's unnecessary because he will cooperate with us. The old thief will act decisively. If he does not align with us, he is courting his own demise. My little brother is not foolish. He knows what to do, right? Yu Zheng turned to Lin Qi, who quickly nodded. I will certainly cooperate. I hope that when I join the Heavenly Fire sect in the future, the 3 brothers can speak well of me. Ha ha ha. As long as you achieve such great merit, I guarantee your entry into the Heavenly Fire sect. The red-faced giant laughed heartily. Yu Zheng raised a second finger and stated, As for the second question, it is no issue. I have already imparted the invincible horizontal training technique to him. His aptitude is commendable. I have assessed his progress over the past few days, and he has made a preliminary breakthrough. With deliberate practice while riding, he can exhibit a formidable aura akin to elder brothers. It won't take long, but it will suffice to deceive the old thief. Wonderful. The red-faced giant clapped joyfully. With our 3rd brother here, the old thief is doomed. He then added with a cold smile. What I fear now is that the old thief might not come, which would deprive us of much amusement. Yu Zheng chuckled. If he comes, it will be his demise. If he does not, we will avoid the trouble. In any case, whether I am worrying unnecessarily or not, we shall proceed according to this plan. As he spoke, Yu Zheng turned to Lin Qi softly. Rest assured, with the invincible horizontal training technique protecting you and Lin Jinwu's son tied to you, they will be hesitant to strike. Given your physique, surviving the first wave of attacks will not be a problem. After that, it will be our turn to slaughter them. With this merit, The young master will undoubtedly take you as a confidant, and your future will be limitless. Yu Zheng painted a grand vision for Lin Qi, who felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. What did he mean by claiming they would hesitate to kill? On the contrary, they would likely strike first, fearing Lin Jinwu's son was being used as a hostage. Such nonsense might fool a child, but it was laughably naive to think it could deceive him. Yet Lin Qi chose not to argue, instead curiously inquiring, "Brother, who is this young master you speak of?" Chapter 27. You may kill at will. All the spoils will belong to me. Yu Zheng smiled knowingly, realizing this naive newcomer had fallen for his ruse. He was not worried about being ambushed. Rather, he was intrigued by the identity of the young master. Even if you learn the identity of the young master, you will never meet him, he said, satisfying Lin Qi's curiosity before adding solemnly, "The young master is none other than Gong Sunhua, the top true disciple of our Heavenly Fire sect and a formidable contender for the position of the next sect leader." Lin Qi trembled with excitement, his eyes reflecting an immense yearning for the future. Yu Zheng and his companions exchanged knowing glances, smirking at their comrades' foolishness. It would be better for such an imbecile to perish here than to be toyed with in the Heavenly Fire sect. Better to die early and be reborn. Lin Qi, my brother, let us not waste time. We must change into our disguises, Yu Zheng said, producing a large bundle of clothing. He wrapped Lin Qi securely, making him appear much more robust. Then, Yu Zheng mixed various powders with water to form a dough-like substance, which he applied to the red-faced giant's face. After a brief wait, he carefully arranged it and affixed it to Lin Qi's face, then meticulously carved it to perfection. Finally, he applied a red powder mixed with water, instantly transforming Lin Qi into a red-faced figure. Lin Qi touched his face, realizing that this was indeed a form of disguise. Although it was not as convincing as his own rudimentary disguise techniques, from a distance, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to scrutinize closely. Based on his physique and the red-faced appearance, it was entirely plausible to deceive others. Yes, that is the essence of the aura. Your mastery of the invincible horizontal training technique has improved impressively. The young master will undoubtedly praise you as a genius. Yu Zheng lavished compliments on his handiwork. Lin Qi offered a sheepish smile, his expression on the faux face appearing somewhat rigid. The red-faced giant, however, was unperturbed and exclaimed, "Third brother's disguise technique is becoming increasingly sophisticated. I could almost believe I have a twin brother. Ha ha ha. Young man, do your best. When we reach the Heavenly Fire sect, I will treat you to a drink." He then clapped Lin Qi firmly on the shoulder. Next, he made a series of precise finger gestures, tapping several acupoints on Lin Qi's body. Ugh! Lin Qi let out a stammering sound, realizing that this scoundrel had indeed sealed his mute acupoint after all. However, such acupoint sealing techniques would be ineffective against him. With a surge of internal energy, he could easily break free. Yet, he chose not to reveal this, instead feigning nervousness. Yu Zheng reassured him, "Do not worry, this is merely precautionary, to prevent you from becoming too anxious and revealing our plan. In any case, my young brother, rest assured, we will ensure your safety." As he spoke, the three men bound Lin Xiaobai to Lin Qi's back. They also secured Lin Qi and his horse with hidden ropes, ensuring he could not escape. Go! A slap on the horse's hindquarters sent it galloping away, with Yu Zheng and the second brother closely following. The red-faced giant trailed behind at a safe distance. The day passed in vigilance, with Lin Qi secretly breaking free from the seal and continuing to take medicinal pills for cultivation. Such trivial matters were of no concern to him. Another day passed. At the hour of Chun, a chime rang out. Congratulations to the host for consecutive sign-ins over 8 days, triggering a special reward. Innate pill. The innate pill. Lin Qi was overjoyed, finally seeing the light after enduring so many days of sign-ins. A single innate pill was sufficient to elevate him to the 10th level of the acquired realm. After consuming the breakthrough pill stored in the system space, he would undoubtedly reach the 11th level of the acquired realm. A breakthrough to the innate stage was within reach. Alas, it was not yet time to consume the innate pill. He carefully stored the innate pill within the confines of the system space before ceasing his cultivation, redirecting his surplus mental energy to surveying the surroundings. Despite his robust constitution, it would be unwise to be caught off guard. What if the adversary wielded an extraordinary concealed weapon that jeopardized his foundation? After all the arduous effort he had invested in his cultivation, he could not afford to falter now. Remarkably, the subsequent day passed without incident. The taciturn second brother could no longer contain his frustration and murmured, "Third brother, it seems we have been overly anxious." "Hush," Yu Zheng admonished him. The second brother, resigned, resumed his feigned urgency, closely trailing Lin Qi. Beneath the blazing sun, beams of light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows on the ground. As they traversed the jungle, the fleeting rays occasionally struck their eyes, compelling them to squint. What a splendid location, Lin Qi mused, recognizing it as an ideal spot for an ambush. It seemed the moment had arrived. Although his mental prowess had yet to reach the level of external perception, he could still detect subtle movements in the environment. His heightened senses alerted him to an anomaly. Suddenly, Lin Qi stumbled and fell from his mount, landing motionless on the ground like a lifeless body. Ambush! Ambush! Yu Zheng had anticipated this moment, emitting a piercing scream that shattered the silence. He swiftly propelled himself onto a tree branch to the left. The second brother was equally quick, leaping onto a branch to the right. However, both found it peculiar that the ambush had targeted only Lin Qi, rather than all three of them. Logically, they should have all been assailed simultaneously, with perhaps Lin Qi being the primary target. Yet, as they ascended, they encountered no hidden weaponry, as if the enemy had not struck at all. In truth, Lin Qi had not been injured. He had simply chosen to fall. Rather than be caught in a trap, it was more prudent to feign incapacitation, thus avoiding any potential projectiles. Let the remaining adversaries contend with one another. What was happening? The leader of the ambushers appeared bewildered. He had yet to engage when Lin Qi collapsed. Could it be that a clumsy fool had fumbled with a concealed weapon, inadvertently triggering a trap? What an utter fool. Fortunately, this imbecile had unwittingly eliminated their strongest member, a feat worthy of commendation. Attack! He bellowed, leading his men to charge from the trees, intent on surrounding and annihilating Yu Zheng and the others. At that moment, Yu Zheng smirked mockingly. "You've fallen into our trap." "What?" The leader was taken aback, but before he could react, a flying axe spiraled toward him. With a swift slice, the axe severed his neck, and his head thudded to the ground. His subordinates stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Yu Zheng laughed heartily, wielding his knife to decapitate the nearest foe. Among the ambushers, the leader had been the strongest, possessing a fifth-tier innate realm. Although another fifth-tier master was present, he was swiftly dispatched by the second brother in the chaos. Their failed ambush turned into their own undoing, causing panic among their ranks. Despite having a numerical advantage, their disarray rendered them vulnerable, and within moments, the trio of red-faced warriors had decimated them completely. Ha ha ha! The red-faced warrior laughed heartily at the sight of the fallen foes. "Though you were cunning, you still ended up beneath our feet. Third brother, your strategy is truly ingenious." Yu Zheng smiled faintly. "It's a pity that old dog didn't show up." "No matter. With these subordinates gone, that old dog won't stir up any trouble." The red-faced warrior waved dismissively, basking in his triumph. Yet, at that moment, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, and darkness engulfed him. "Who?" Yu Zheng exclaimed in shock, only to feel the same sudden pain and collapse to the ground. The second brother followed suit, unaware of the identity of their assailant. Once the three brothers succumbed to unconsciousness, the figure revealed itself to be Lin Qi. He gazed down at the three corpulent bodies, contemplating whether to eliminate the red-faced warrior and Yu Zheng. The former was overtly malevolent, while the latter was insidiously cunning, harboring malicious intent. It would be preferable to spare the second brother, allowing him to serve merely as a guide. Yet, reflecting further, Lin Qi realized that the second brother, being a taciturn individual, would likely fall victim to Yu Zheng's treachery upon entering Flame State City. Such an outcome could expose his own strength and embroil him in the conflicts within the city, a troublesome prospect that would waste valuable time. For the moment, his priority remained entering the Celestial Fire Sect. With this in mind, Lin Qi resolved to spare the lives of these two dogs for now. He then proceeded to search the bodies for weapons and techniques, dismissing them as unworthy but taking them nonetheless, ensuring not to repeat the mistake of leaving behind the unbeatable techniques of horizontal cultivation for Yu Zheng to exploit. As for elixirs and herbs that could enhance his cultivation, he would ensure they all found their way into the system space, denying Yu Zheng and his companions any advantages. He even stripped the trio of their belongings, leaving them with nothing. Once all spoils were secured, Lin Qi returned to his previous position, feigning sleep on the ground. Chapter 28. Soaring Cloud Steps. Arrival at Flame State City. A muffled groan broke the silence as the red-faced warrior regained consciousness. Blinking in confusion, he scanned his surroundings. How had he fallen unconscious again? His two brothers lay sprawled on the ground as well, a scene that felt eerily familiar. Frantically searching his person, he discovered that all their possessions had been purloined. His expression shifted to one of alarm and terror as he roused his brothers, exclaiming, "Our belongings have been stolen again." What? Yu Zheng's face paled with panic. Who's been toying with us? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he lunged toward a nearby corpse, searching it frantically. It was empty. He continued to search the other bodies, but all yielded the same result. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Infuriated, Yu Zheng trembled with rage. This was his meticulously devised strategy for a counter-ambush, yet he had gleaned no benefits. They had slain the three brothers, but their possessions had vanished into the hands of an unknown assailant. Who could it be? If I catch you, I will tear you to shreds. Yu Zheng seethed inwardly, but dared not voice his fury, burying it deep within his heart. They faced an opponent capable of rendering them unconscious without a sound. Angering such a figure could lead to far worse consequences than mere theft. We must flee. That woman's ghost lingers. She has been tailing us. The red-faced warrior was filled with dread, longing to enter Flame State City as quickly as possible to evade further treachery. Calm down, my brother. I will first free Lin Jinwu's son. Yu Zheng approached Lin Qi, who lay prostrate on the ground, intending to untie the ropes binding him and Lin Xiaobai. Suddenly, Lin Qi sprang to his feet. Yu Zheng was taken aback, nearly losing his balance. Why, you're alive. What happened? Why did I suddenly faint? Lin Qi scratched his head. Looking bewildered, Yu Zheng cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and replied, "It's nothing. The enemies have been eliminated. We can leave now." "That's wonderful," Lin Qi exclaimed joyfully. The burly man and Yu Zheng exchanged puzzled glances, both bewildered by the situation. How could this lad, who had been ambushed, still be alive? Wait, Yu Zheng suddenly recalled that there had been no ambush at all. Moreover, Lin Qi bore no injuries. Could it be that this fellow was fortunate enough to faint at a critical moment, leading them to mistakenly believe he had been attacked? It was ironic that this was precisely where the enemies lay in ambush. By sheer coincidence, this lad not only emerged unscathed but also successfully completed his mission. Such extraordinary luck. A glimmer of wisdom shone in Yu Zheng's eyes. He sensed that the situation was not as simple as it appeared. Indeed, if this lad were truly straightforward, he would not have sought the Lin family to escort him to the Tianwu sect. An ambitious individual, if devoid of cunning and capability, would be highly unreasonable. Contemplating this, Yu Zheng smiled and gave Lin Qi a thumbs up. "You, my friend, are remarkable and have a bright future ahead, all thanks to the cultivation of the three elder brothers." Lin Qi grinned. "Let's go." Yu Zheng mounted his horse, carrying Lin Xiaobai on his back. He could not fully trust Lin Qi, fearing that this lad might attempt to outsmart them with Lin Jinwu's son. However, there was no need to harm Lin Qi. After all, they had brought him a long way and were determined to take him to the Tianwu sect. He was at least a genius in terms of constitution, and their recommendation would undoubtedly earn them rewards from a sect. Since fate had spared him, it signified that the rewards were rightfully theirs, and no one could take them away. "You lead the way," Yu Zheng commanded, although he was not intimidated by a mere postnatal realm cultivator. Keeping him within sight was far preferable to losing track of him. "Yes." Lin Qi obediently spurred his horse, racing ahead. He noticed Yu Zheng's watchful gaze upon him and realized he had no opportunity to consume the innate pill, so he decided against it. Moreover, the potent effects of the pill required tranquility, which was not conducive while riding. Better to wait until they reached Yinzhou City to attempt a breakthrough. Thus, during the subsequent journey, Lin Qi focused entirely on riding. Initially expecting it to be dull, he soon found himself entering a profound state. It felt as though he had become one with the horse, perfectly sensing its posture, movements, and even breath. It was a sublime harmony. At that moment, it was as if he was not riding the horse, but had transformed into it, galloping through the forest. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed in his mind. The unique cadence of the horse's muscles and bones resonated as they galloped. Lin Qi could not help but close his eyes, attuning himself to the innate rhythm of the animal. Time seemed to lose meaning as he felt himself no longer galloping on the ground, but soaring through the air. Lin Qi, slow down. What do you think you're doing, running so fast? A gruff voice suddenly interrupted, pulling Lin Qi back to reality. He felt as if he were plummeting from the sky, returning to solid ground. The horse continued to gallop, while Lin Qi savored the insights he had just experienced. After a while, he took a deep breath and made a decision. That technique he had just practiced would be called the cloud-leaping step. Although it was only a rudimentary form, its power should not be inferior to the innate skill, Gale Step. In fact, while Gale Step had reached a standstill in its development, his cloud-leaping step still held vast potential for improvement. Once his strength increased, he would surely master the art of riding the clouds. As they sped along, they unknowingly exited the forest. Kid, stop. We'll take the main road from here. I'll lead the way, the burly man commanded. Lin Qi obediently followed behind. That night, they continued without rest. As dawn broke, a wide city wall emerged before them. Yinzhou City, they had arrived. Though the distance was still considerable, the mere sight of the city wall's outline made Yu Zheng and his companions breathe a sigh of relief. They had finally returned safely. Furthermore, calculating the time, there were still a few days until the sermon at the Yin Daoist temple. They had enough time. Ha! I can hardly wait to see the look on that old dog's face when he sees us. The burly man laughed heartily. Yu Zheng smiled slightly and said, having achieved this significant feat, we must be allowed to enter and listen to the teachings. The old dog's plans are thwarted. Hearing their cheerful conversation, Lin Qi felt a surge of excitement. The Yin Daoist temple seemed like a splendid place. He was determined to sign in there. Chapter 29, Postnatal Realm, Level 11, Poisonous. As they approached the entrance of Yinzhou City, a wave of intense heat enveloped them. Lin Qi staggered back slightly, astonished by the sensation. Yu Zheng chuckled. Yinzhou City has a heat source underground that can condense fire-type spiritual energy. You haven't seen anything like it before, have you? Lin Qi nodded. I have not. Gome, let's not be too surprised. With my invincible horizontal cultivation technique, I can refine my body using fire-type spiritual energy to enhance my cultivation. For the time being, you shall train diligently here, Yu Zheng said, guiding his horse through the city gates. Commander Yu, greetings to the three commanders. The guards at the city gate immediately bowed and saluted, their expressions serious and respectful, a stark contrast to their earlier lax demeanor. It was clear that Yu Zheng and his companions held a fearsome reputation in Yinzhou City. Yes, guard well, and do not be lazy, Yu Zheng remarked nonchalantly, not even glancing at the guards, exuding an air of authority. Lin Qi followed behind them, receiving the guards' respectful greetings and gazes, feeling a sense of borrowed prestige. Brother, should we go directly to see the city lord? Not long after entering the city, Yu Zheng quietly inquired. The burly man replied, no rush. Let us first return and rest, regrouping our energies. Yu Zheng nodded. Indeed, we have been exhausted. A rest is in order. With a unified understanding, the trio promptly altered their course towards their residence. Lin Qi couldn't help but feel astonished. Logically, as the leaders under the city lord, upon completing their mission and returning to the city, they should have reported to the lord without delay. Yet they appeared so leisurely, as if they had no regard for the city lord at all. It seemed that the situation in Yinzhou City was quite different from that in Qingzhou City, where the lord evidently held no real power. This thought brought Lin Qi a sense of relief. After a month of arduous travel, he was eager to rest rather than waste time at the city lord's estate. Before long, under the guidance of the three, they arrived at a grand courtyard. A line of guards stood at the expansive entrance, and the display made Lin Qi marvel at the grandeur of a big city. Although the Lin residence in Qingzhou City was considered prestigious, it paled in comparison to this estate, resembling a mere chicken coop. However, to his surprise, those guards were not subordinates of Yu Zheng and his companions. Instead, upon seeing them, the guards immediately dispersed with a loud noise, revealing their sycophantic nature. A burly man with a red face sneered and bellowed, "Go inform the old dog that Lord Hong Ong has returned." His voice echoed down the street. Hong Ong dismounted and entered the estate with Yu Zheng and the others, and Lin Qi followed suit. Inside the courtyard, the servants rushed forward, weeping, "Master, you have finally returned. We shall not perish. Thank the heavens." A A group of them fell to their knees. Han On coldly inquired, "Where is everyone else? Are you all that remains?" An elderly servant replied, "Master, your city guards were all conscripted by Feng Jiangji after your departure, as were the second and third masters." I, an old servant, was powerless to dissuade them. He fell to his knees, crying out in despair. Hong Ang's expression darkened significantly. Yu Zheng smiled slightly and reassured, "Brother, there's no need for concern. Those who bend like reeds in the wind are merely seeking self-preservation. When we were absent, it was understandable for them to seek refuge under Feng Jiangji. However, now that we have returned and achieved significant merit by bringing back Lin Jinwu's son, if we extend an olive branch and invite them back, how many do you think will return to pledge their loyalty?" As Yu Zheng spoke with pride, he twirled his sparse beard. "Konkan laughed heartily. Excellent. Let these servants handle it. Second and third brothers, let's first bathe and enjoy a good rest." Grasping the rough hands of his brothers affectionately, Han On commanded the servants to prepare hot water while ordering Lin Xiaobai to be imprisoned. As for Lin Qi, he was tasked with guarding the cell. In truth, he and Lin Xiaobai were confined together. Fortunately, they were provided sufficient food and drink. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Qi untied the ropes binding Lin Xiaobai's mouth and hands, allowing him to eat the leftover scraps. It seemed Lin Qi's soul-binding technique and heavenly oath had left Lin Xiaobai in a daze. Nevertheless, Lin Qi felt no sympathy for him. Once he finished eating, Lin Qi restrained him again and cast a soul-binding technique to induce sleep. Next, Lin Qi sat cross-legged and began to circulate his energy to adjust his state. Moments later, when the servants had departed to fulfill their duties, he consumed a primordial pill. Boom! The pill erupted within him, unleashing a torrent of potent energy that surged through his entire being. However, having learned from his previous experience and with no worries about controlling his energy, Lin Qi proceeded steadily and calmly, especially since he was already at the peak of the 9th level of the acquired realm. Crack! It felt as though the shackles within him had been shattered, and his realm broke through. Acquired realm, 10th level. This stage was renowned as the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Even the most exceptional geniuses in the spirit martial domain could typically only reach this point before preparing to break through to the innate realm. Yet, Lin Qi exhaled lightly and, seizing the moment, took a breakthrough pill, consuming it directly. Compared to the chaotic energy of the primordial pill, the breakthrough pill was much gentler. It melted upon entering, its sweet flavor quenching his thirst and tempting him to take another. If one were to break through from the 1st to the 2nd level, or from the 8th to the 9th, the pill's effect would be limited. However, breaking through from the 10th to the 11th level, an unprecedented peak, would unleash the full potency of the breakthrough pill. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated within him, as if his bones and meridians were bursting apart. His body was engulfed in turmoil, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. Crack, crack, bang! Terrifying sounds echoed within Lin Qi, as if something dreadful was growing inside him, struggling to break free. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge not to restrain this power. If he allowed it to erupt, he would naturally achieve his breakthrough. With this thought, he nearly ceased the operation of his supreme path. Just then, his bones radiated a brilliant light and a calm, profound, and majestic energy emanated from the supreme path bone, instantly invigorating his mind. Lin Qi felt a surge of vitality, sensing a significant enhancement in his mental acuity, as if submerged in icy water, awakening his senses. Thus, he promptly focused his mind and vigorously circulated the supreme path. Time passed in silence. The tumult within his body seemed to settle into tranquility. Yet, Lin Qi knew this was merely the calm before the storm. As expected, when his supreme path reached its zenith, a sudden twisting pain gripped his abdomen, akin to countless insects gnawing within. Thankfully, the agony was swift to arrive and just as quick to depart. Crack! A tremor resonated within him, and a surge of even greater pain erupted, causing Lin Qi to let out a roar. Spurt! A mouthful of fresh blood shot from his lips, landing on the ground like a dark stain, creating a bizarre scene. In that moment, Lin Qi felt an unparalleled lightness in his body. Without further thought, he instinctively restrained his aura and gazed at the puddle of dark blood. Recalling his previous breakthrough to the 11th level of the body refining stage, he had also expelled such blood. However, at that time, he was in the midst of battle and had no time to observe. Now it was different. Lin Qi frowned slightly, leaning closer to the dark blood. To his astonishment, he heard sizzling sounds as the dark blood began to evaporate on its own, disappearing without a trace in mere moments. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have thought it a mere illusion. Who could have anticipated that such viscous dark blood could evaporate completely, leaving no mark on the ground? What was this substance? It was utterly bizarre. If he had not forced it out during his 11th level breakthrough, this entity would have remained hidden within him. Lin Qi felt a chill run down his spine. He possessed the breakthrough pill to expel this blood, but what of others? Upon contemplating the eerie notion that every individual harbors this sinister, pitch-black blood within, one cannot help but feel a chill of dread. It is as if an immense web enshrouds all, unnoticed by anyone, and therein lies the true horror. What are you shouting about? A voice suddenly pierced through Lin Qi's thoughts, having been drawn by the anguished cries he had emitted. Brother, I've misaligned my practice and sustained internal injury. Would you be so kind as to bring me some water and food? Lin Qi smiled apologetically. The man snorted, fetched food and water, yet did not depart. Instead, coldly stating, hurry up and eat. If you don't, I shall take you. Lin Qi picked up the plate, inhaled deeply, and then raised his gaze, chuckling softly. I cannot eat. There is poison within. Chapter 30. Yin Daoist is dying. You. The man was taken aback, astonished that he had been discovered. This young man was unsettlingly astute. But what did it matter? He was merely at the 4th level of the acquired realm. His expression twisted into a snarl as he thrust a powerful punch through the bars of the cell, aimed squarely at Lin Qi's head. However, Lin Qi deftly evaded, his body darting backward with ease. Let us converse amicably. There is no need for violence. Let us discuss matters first. The man's demeanor faltered slightly, hesitating to strike again, torn between fear and suspicion. His intention to poison Lin Qi stemmed from a desire to avoid attracting too much attention. The sudden act of murder was equally driven by this apprehension. He had planned to eliminate Lin Qi swiftly and then seize Lin Xiaobai from the cell. As long as he moved quickly enough, capture would not be an issue. Yet he had not anticipated Lin Qi's remarkably swift reflexes, allowing him to evade a lethal blow. Even more surprisingly, Lin Qi had not shouted for help. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, requesting a discussion. What do you wish to discuss? The man inquired coolly, regaining his composure. Lin Qi pondered briefly before asking, do you possess a map to the Tianhua sect? Now that he had arrived in Yinzhou City, having elevated his strength to the 11th level of the acquired realm, acquiring the map would place him in control. In doing so, should any unforeseen events arise, he could escort Lin Xiaobai to the Tianhua sect without needing others as guides. In other words, if he ever felt displeased, eliminating Yu Zheng and Hong Ong would pose no challenge, freeing him from his current constraints. A map to the Tianhua sect? The man paused momentarily, then sneered. You harbor grand ambitions, hoping to lead Lin Jinwu's son to the Tianhua sect for glory. With your level of the acquired realm, even with your quick reflexes and agility, escaping from Yinzhou City is mere folly. How can one know without trying? Lin Qi retorted, unwilling to engage in further trivialities. Enough of your rambling. Do you have the map or not? None. None? Lin Qi was incredulous. If you infiltrated here without a map, how could you dare attempt to abduct Lin Jinwu's son? That would be a futile endeavor. While I do not possess the map, Elder Feng is a disciple of the Tianhua sect and can guide us there. The man, with a sudden spark of inspiration, urged if you and I together present Lin Jinwu's son to Elder Feng, we can both go to the Tianhua sect. With such a significant merit, we would ascend to the sect in no time. Lin Qi laughed outright. I am well fed and well cared for here, and can just as easily report to the Tianhua sect with Hong Ong and Yu Zheng. Why would I betray my allegiance to follow you? Spare me your nonsense, and tell me where I can procure a map to the Tianhua sect, or I shall spare your life. Spare me? The man's incredulity was palpable. One audacious claim. You are but a captive, confined to this cell, unable to escape, and yet you dare to speak of sparing my life? How deluded! He was not wrong. Lin Qi indeed could not slip through the bars of the cell. However, he took a step forward, exerting force, and to the astonishment of the man, he bent the steel bars, the thickness of his forearm, with sheer strength. Then he swaggered out. Now, tell me where I can find the map to the Tianhua sect. Lin Qi fixed his gaze upon him, exuding an imposing aura. His deep eyes akin to an endless abyss, seemingly poised to devour the man's very soul. It was indeed the soul capture technique. Under its influence, the man's eyes glazed over, and he divulged without reservation. There is no map to the Tianhua sect. To reach there, one must accompany a disciple of the Tianhua sect. There are 6 disciples in Yinzhou City. The Hongong brothers, Yu Zheng, Elder Feng Jiangji, the old city lord's inept son, Yin Feiyang, and finally, Yin Yin Daoist. Lin Qi reflected, what are their strengths? I have heard there are formidable figures in Yinzhou City. How many are there? The man answered vacantly. The Hongong brothers are at the 5th level of the innate realm, while Yu Zheng is at the 4th. Feng Jiangji is at the 6th level of the innate realm, and Yin Feiyang at the 4th. Additionally, there are 4 captains, all at the innate level, serving under Feng Jiangji and Yin Feiyang. As for the formidable figure of the transformation realm, there is but one, Yin Yin Daoist, whose power is unfathomable. Yet he remains reclusive, abstaining from the conflicts within the city. Having absorbed this information, Lin Qi grasped the situation. Yinzhou City was not as formidable as it appeared. The so-called transformation realm expert was merely a fa-ade, exaggerated, with only one in existence. Its superiority over Qingzhou City and others stemmed from the geothermal resources that cultivated fire attribute spiritual energy and its affiliation with the Tianhua sect, which birthed numerous innate masters. Beyond that, it possessed no extraordinary qualities. With only one transformation realm expert, and he being a recluse, Lin Qi felt a sense of steadiness. There was also the old city lord at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm. However, due to his advanced age and declining vitality, he acted merely as a guardian, rarely taking action. Finally, the man dutifully shared a crucial detail to note. Lin Qi was satisfied with his responses and rewarded him with a swift death, granting him a merciful end. Subsequently, he returned to the cell, restored the bars to their original state, and resumed his meditative practice. Now, at the 11th level of the acquired realm, he stood on the cusp of the innate realm. Should he successfully break through, he would become even more formidable. Thus, he devoted all his focus to the operation of the Supreme Path. The richness of spiritual energy in Yinzhou City was unparalleled, surpassing even tenfold that of Qingzhou City. Coupled with the numerous pills he possessed, Lin Qi felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yet something crucial remained elusive, a missing opportunity. Time slipped by, and footsteps approached from outside. A corpse? What is happening? The newcomers were Hong Ong, Yu Zheng, and the others, their expressions shifting upon seeing the lifeless body on the ground. Lin Qi stated, this man infiltrated with the intent to abduct Lin Jinwu's son, and I dispatched him. Such a development? They were all astonished, and Hong Ong, the burly man, surprisingly praised Lin Qi, his gaze softening significantly. Brother, this was my oversight. Yu Zheng immediately admitted fault, filled with trepidation. Had it not been for Lin Qi, their efforts would have been in vain, and they might have even faced retribution from Feng Jiangji. It was simply that this journey had worn them out, and upon returning to the estate, he had inadvertently let down his guard, leading to this unfortunate outcome. This serves as a profound lesson, one to be heeded in the future. Yu Zheng cautioned himself, suddenly noticing a pair of 5-fingered imprints on the steel bars, thick as a forearm, and was filled with both surprise and doubt. Who could possibly leave such prints behind? At that moment, he heard Lin Qi suddenly speak. Brothers, given the dangers in the city, why not hasten to the Tianhua sect and deliver Lin Jinwu's son? Hong Ong waved his hand dismissively. There is no rush. The Taoist Yin Yun will commence his sermon in a couple of days. We shall depart once it concludes. You have achieved great merit this time. Would you care to join us for the sermon? I am willing. Lin Qi feigned surprise, though his enthusiasm was lacking. Initially, he thought the Yin Yin Daoist teachings sounded impressive, being referred to as a Daoist temple. However, upon learning more, he realized it was merely a practitioner of the transformation realm sharing his understanding of cultivation. How profound could insights from such a minor figure truly be? Nevertheless, he mused, despite its shortcomings, the Yin Yin Temple must be superior to signing in at the City Lord's Mansion in Qingzhou. He did not expect a miraculous treasure, but hoped it would at least surpass a gourd of innate purple energy. A flicker of anticipation remained in Lin Qi's heart. Of course, Hong Ong was oblivious to Lin Qi's thoughts. He opened the cell, instructing, carry Lin Jinwu's son on your back. And I will arrange a room for you to stay together with us. Third brother, I shall visit the city lord's mansion. Oversee matters here, he directed. Second brother, lend him your support. Rest assured, brother, I will ensure nothing goes awry, Yu Zheng promised, thumping his chest. Very well, Hong Ong nodded, striding away. Lin Qi followed Yu Zheng and the others out of the underground cell. Upon stepping into the courtyard, the bright sun shone down, the warm rays enveloping him, bringing a sense of comfort to his body and mind. Let's take a break, Yu Zheng suggested to Lin Qi, handing him a jug of water while scrutinizing Lin Qi's hands with keen eyes. Unfazed by his gaze, Lin Qi merely smiled and expressed his gratitude. He was unconcerned with Yu Zheng's intentions or objectives. He knew he could easily defeat him if necessary. As time slowly passed, Yu Zheng and his companion reclined in chairs, eyes closed, relaxing their bodies and minds. Meanwhile, Lin Qi, under the guise of a breath-concealing technique, continued to practice silently. The warm sunlight, coupled with the rising heat from beneath, filled the air with rich fire element spiritual energy. Although he had no strict fire element cultivation techniques, the supreme Dao could transform all. Gradually, Lin Qi progressed from refining only 30% of the fire element spiritual energy to now refining 70%. He estimated he would soon be able to refine a full 100%. Second brother, third brother, a voice suddenly called from outside the courtyard. It was Hong Ong. He entered, gravely stating, "It seems the Taoist Yin Yun is nearing the end of his life. This will be his final sermon. The old city lord has issued a decree forbidding any grievances during this time to show respect for the Taoist. In the presence of the old city lord, Yin Feiyang, Feng Jiangji, and I have all pledged our vows. Thus, from this moment forth, you must not seek trouble with them, nor with any other commanders or city guards. No disturbances are permitted." Hong Yang's tone turned stern, adopting a serious demeanor. Yu Zheng nodded. Agreed, it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let Feng Jiangji live for a few more days. When does the Taoist begin his sermon? The day after tomorrow at dawn, during the Qin hour. Chapter 31. Sign in. An unexpected reward. It appeared the old city lord held considerable prestige, or perhaps everyone had sufficient respect for the Taoist. Remarkably, in the 2 days leading up to the sermon, no incidents occurred. They arrived smoothly at the auspicious day for the Taoist's teachings. Even before the Qin hour, the perimeter of the Yin Yun temple was already surrounded by city guards. Anyone daring to approach would have to consider whether they could withstand the guards' long spears. Commandant, a city guard spotted Hong Ong and immediately saluted loudly. Hong Ong nodded. Stand your post well. As he spoke, he led Yu Zheng and Lin Qi to the temple's front entrance. No sooner had they settled than the city guards behind them respectfully announced, Old Master Feng. Ha! Thank you. Thank you. Everyone has worked hard. A warm, albeit aged, voice rang out jovially. Lin Qi turned to see a sprightly elderly man leisurely approaching. In contrast to Hong Ong and his companion's iron-fisted demeanor, this elder appeared quite amiable. However, the two individuals accompanying him wore cold expressions. If Lin Qi's guesses were accurate, they were the two innate realm commanders following Feng Jiangji. As Lin Qi scrutinized Feng Jiangji, he too turned his gaze upon him, primarily focusing on Lin Qi's burden, Lin Jinwu's son. Young brother, is that Lin Jinwu's son you are carrying? Feng Jiangji inquired curiously. Before Lin Qi could respond, Hong Ong interjected, scratching his ear in surprise. What dog is barking? An old dog at that. It might be mine. I forgot to feed it today. Yu Zheng chimed in with a chuckle. Presumptuous. How dare you show disrespect to old Master Feng? You seek death. The two commanders following Feng Jiangji shouted in unison. Yu Zheng retorted, Here come two more. Fear not. Barking dogs do not bite. Hong Ong reassured him. Despite their burly appearances, their sharp tongues could indeed be deadly. Many city guards listened with trepidation, fearing a clash between the two parties. The two commanders, filled with rage, radiated an aura of violence, nearly ready to engage in combat. Feng Jiangji's expression darkened momentarily before returning to a smile as he raised a hand to pacify the two commanders, saying, Commander Hong was merely jesting. Please do not demean yourselves. After all, you are commanders, and to call yourselves dogs lowers our city lord's reputation. Laughter erupted from the crowd, not only from the two commanders, but also from several city guards loyal to Feng Jiangji, who joined in the mirth. In that instant, Hong Ong and Yu Zheng felt like clowns. Just as they prepared to retaliate, the crowd parted, revealing a gaunt old man slowly approaching amidst the throng. "We have met the old city lord." The previously boisterous Hong Ong and Feng Jiangji immediately straightened their attire and bowed respectfully. The old city lord waved his hand, his hoarse voice resonating. "Today marks Taoist Yin Yun's final sermon. For 60 years, the Taoist has imparted wisdom in our Yinzhou city, dedicating countless efforts. All of us who have successfully broken through to the innate realm, and even advanced further, owe a part of our success to the Taoist. Therefore, I hope everyone can show the greatest respect during the Taoist's final moments. Let's remain calm and composed, sending him off peacefully, shall we?" The last phrase, "shall we?" dropped in tone, as if weighing heavily on their hearts. Instantly, everyone felt their hearts sink, hastily responding in unison. "We will heed the old city lord's teachings." Lin Qi echoed, internally noting the old city lord's profound mastery. His utterance carried a spiritual pressure reminiscent of his own soul-capturing techniques. Alas, the only pity was that the old city lord was indeed quite aged. Strength, no matter how formidable, ultimately succumbs to the inevitability of death, rendering one incapable of exerting significant power. It seems that the reason he holds such profound respect for the esteemed Yin Yun Taoist, wishing to accompany him on his final journey, is likely due to his own reflections, feeling a deep sense of empathy. This is a poignant expression of reverence from one elder to another, a recognition of the helplessness and resignation that accompany the twilight of life. "Father, please take a seat." As the crowd stood in silent reverence, a middle-aged, portly man beside the old city lord beckoned for a chair, inviting him to sit. Lin Qi glanced over and recognized this rotund figure to be the infamous, yet ineffectual, young city lord Yin Feiyang. At the age of 40 or 50, he was still merely a deputy, unable to ascend to the position of city lord, which spoke volumes of his ineptitude. Lin Qi could distinctly observe the scorn and derision in the eyes of the onlookers. Yet, Yin Feiyang appeared oblivious, eager to place the chair beside the old lord. The elder turned to him, his expression a mixture of disappointment and exasperation, and sighed, "I shall stand. I wish to await Taoist Yin Yun's teachings." However, as Yin Feiyang began to protest, he was swiftly silenced by a stern glance from his father. Nevertheless, he maintained his supportive stance, redoubling his efforts in assisting the elder. Lin Qi found himself slightly astonished. While it was widely accepted that Yin Feiyang was a failure, and the old city lord had delayed passing on his title due to his shortcomings, the father-son dynamic seemed quite amicable. At the very least, Yin Feiyang displayed filial piety, and the old lord did not exhibit excessive reproach. "Father, have some tea." Yin Feiyang once more summoned someone to serve tea to the old city lord. The elder shook his head in resignation. He wished to maintain a serious demeanor, patiently awaiting Taoist Yin Yun's address to convey his respect. Yet, he found himself continually interrupted by Yin Feiyang's well-meaning antics. Still, considering his son's sincere intentions, he felt it inappropriate to chastise him publicly. This boy, as time passed, more and more individuals arrived, bowing in deference to the old city lord. However, only those who had managed to bypass the city guards to reach this place were prominent figures from the entirety of Yinzhou City, powerful families or influential merchant guilds. Lin Qi observed several elderly representatives of noble families approach Feng Jiangji, exchanging greetings and murmuring amongst themselves. With his keen hearing and enhanced mental acuity, Lin Qi discerned the conversation, gradually grasping its significance. It turned out that the adept warriors who had ambushed them in the woods were dispatched from these very families. Indeed, the old foxes were far more cunning than the likes of Hong Ong and Yu Zheng, who were strong but lacked the strategic finesse. Were it not for Yu Zheng and his companions' exceptional backgrounds in Tianhua sect, they might have struggled to establish themselves in Yinzhou City. At the appointed hour, a system notification interrupted Lin Qi's observations. "Would the host like to check in?" He promptly responded, "Check in." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. Reward, 10,000 array compendium." The compendium, containing an extensive collection of array formations, was a treasure of unparalleled value. Lin Qi felt a surge of joy and surprise. He had finally secured something extraordinary after so many days. Yet, he was also bewildered by the identity of Taoist Yin Yun and the unique nature of his teachings, which had granted him such a remarkable reward. After all, He was merely a fading master of Qi transformation. Just then, the grand doors of the Yin Yun Taoist as Hall slowly swung open. Chapter 32. Yin Yun Taoist deceased. The wooden doors creaked as they opened, revealing a vast, open space. At the center stood a towering edifice. There, atop the structure, sat an elderly man with an ethereal aura, his eyes closed and his body still. "Old City Lord, please," Feng Jiangji urged with great courtesy. The old lord nodded, deeming it unnecessary to stand on ceremony given his stature, and stepped into the hall first. Approaching the central platform, he bowed respectfully to Taoist Yin Yun and then seated himself on the ground. Flanking him were Yin Feiyong, Feng Jiangji, Hong Ong, Yu Zheng, and the heads of several prominent families, forming an inner circle of the most esteemed figures in Yinzhou City, all positioned closely to Taoist Yin Yun. Lin Qi, fortunate to be in the company of Lin Xiaobai, found himself nestled between Yu Zheng and Hong Ong. This was an advantageous position, free from external distractions, allowing him to closely observe the Taoist atop the tower. The structure loomed 3 zhang high. Thanks to Lin Qi's potent mental strength, he was able to discern the details clearly. Taoist Yin Yun, with his white hair and beard, possessed a visage akin to that of an infant, smooth and youthful, starkly contrasting with the old city lord's weathered features. This could not merely be attributed to the art of longevity. He was a veritable immortal. Lin Qi was certain he was not mistaken. This Taoist Yin Yun appeared younger than many, defying the notion of approaching death. Just as he grappled with this puzzlement, a piercing gaze descended from above, akin to a divine force, tightening Lin Qi's heart as if he were laid bare before it, instantly feeling exposed and scrutinized. Astonishing, he was struck by awe. This was no mere master of Qi transformation. Even the formidable Dongfang Lanqin he had previously encountered paled in comparison to Taoist Yin Yun's strength. Overwhelmed by the intensity of that gaze, Lin Qi felt a flutter of anxiety, yet fortunately, it bore no malice and soon withdrew. In a soft voice, the Taoist spoke, "Today marks my final teaching. I wish for more souls to hear my words. Thus I shall remove the barriers and invite all to enter." The crowd was taken aback. The walls, erected for so many years, had encircled them for an expansive distance. How could they possibly dismantle them now, especially just before the teachings commenced? Would they rely on the city guards to forcibly remove them? Such a method would surely stir chaos and dust. All were bewildered by Taoist Yin Yun's request. Just then, a thunderous sound erupted. The surrounding stone walls began to tremble, and, to the astonished gazes of the crowd, slowly sank into the ground as if the earth itself had transformed into a colossal beast, consuming the walls. In mere moments, the entire structure vanished beneath the surface. This, a wave of incredulity washed over the spectators, disbelief etched on their faces, accompanied by heavy breaths. A miracle! This was undoubtedly a divine phenomenon. The earth had devoured the walls. Was this the manifestation of immortal magic? They, mere mortals, were fortunate enough to witness such a miraculous occurrence. Oh heavens! It turned out that Taoist Yin Yun was indeed a true immortal, and they had failed to recognize his greatness all these years. Thud thud. Countless individuals fell to their knees, fervently worshipping. Even the old city lord trembled in shock. Even Yin Feiyong, Feng Jiangji, Hong Ong, and Yu Zheng, all hailing from Tianhua sect, could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. The legends spoken of within their sect were indeed true. Pity the outer disciples who cannot delve deeply into the sect, deprived of witnessing its divine wonders. Fortunately, they have their eyes opened wide in the presence of the enigmatic Yin Yun Taoist. Interestingly, Yin Yun Taoist hails from the Heavenly Fire sect. Could it be that he is a reclusive master of the sect, deliberately hiding away to seek out a fated disciple? As this notion crossed their minds, Yu Zheng and the others felt a surge of fervor, longing to rush forward and kneel before him, yearning to be acknowledged as his adopted child. To be recognized by Yin Yun Taoist would surely propel one to unparalleled heights, promising an auspicious future. While everyone else was awestruck and worshipful in the face of this marvel, Lin Qi found himself in a state of bewilderment. No wonder he had signed in at the 10,000 Array Codex here. The explanation was quite simple. This was not a divine phenomenon, but rather an intricate formation. Yin Yun Taoist was not merely an ordinary cultivator, but a formidable array master. For a powerful array master, As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy and ample tools for arrangement, it is exceedingly simple to bury walls underground. He could even assemble the walls into a colossal stone giant, impervious to attack. Today, the teachings were open to all, with no prerequisites or selections made. Everyone was welcome to listen. Ignoring the crowd's astonishment, Yin Yun Taoist continued to speak in a calm manner. Although his voice was soft, it resonated like celestial music, echoing for hundreds of miles without fading. Moreover, it seemed to possess a certain enchantment, instantly calming the previously agitated crowd, compelling them to sit upright and listen attentively. Yin Yun Taoist proclaimed, "All cultivators bear shackles. 9 levels constitute a prison, 10 levels signify the limit, and 11 levels represent liberation." His booming voice unfolded slowly, yet left everyone perplexed. None could comprehend his words entirely. Those with some understanding of the 10 levels merely grasped fragments, for they did not know the meaning of 11 signifies liberation. Only Lin Qi felt a profound shock. The phrase 9 levels constitute a prison referred to the fact that reaching the 9th level of any realm still places one within shackles. 10 levels signify the limit indicates that even reaching the 10th level is merely the pinnacle of confinement. It is only upon reaching the 11th level that one can break free from these bonds. Yet whether in the body refinement realm or the acquired realm, Lin Qi had only grasped this through the supreme Dao Bone and the breaking boundary elixir. How did Yin Yun Taoist come to know of this? Was it common knowledge in the cultivation world? And was he simply lacking the experience to understand? However, he had never heard of the 11th level at the Feishuo Mountain Manor. Lin Qi was filled with both astonishment and doubt. Yet, as Yin Yun Taoist continued to speak without pause, Lin Qi had no time to ponder further. He understood that every word spoken by Yin Yun Taoist concealed profound truths. His inability to comprehend did not stem from the elder's incoherence, but rather from his own lack of attainment. Once he achieved mastery, he would naturally come to understand. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to memorize every word spoken. There would come a day when this knowledge would prove invaluable. Time slipped away quietly in the midst of his recollections. It was unclear how long had passed. Yin Yun Taoist's voice persisted, becoming increasingly ethereal. The heavenly path is formless. The earthly path is foundational. Excessive words lead to loss, revealing celestial secrets. The mystic array's thunder strikes, burning my remnants. Boom! Crack! As if responding to Yin Yun Taoist's final words, a bolt of heavenly thunder suddenly descended, striking him directly on the head. Smoke billowed from his body. The crowd was left stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Lin Qi was similarly shaken, his entire being trembling. However, unlike the others, a single phrase lingered in his mind, the gentle yet hopeful voice of Yin Yun Taoist. "Child, you must escape." Crack! Another thunderclap erupted, as if seeking further vengeance. The lightning rained down, reducing Yin Yun Taoist to a charred corpse. Chapter 33. Topple the tower. Shatter the corpse. Lin Qi was uncertain if everyone had heard that thunderous proclamation or if it was only him. He knew one thing. The death of Yin Yun Taoist was not in vain. At the very least, he had proven to Lin Qi that this realm was not truly the world, but merely an array. They all were, but ants within this formation. Yin Yun Taoist had merely spoken the truth and was struck down by the array's lightning for it. Suddenly, Lin Qi recalled the white thunder that had erupted when he broke through the acquired realm at the Lin family estate. Fortunately, he had concealed his aura using the concealment technique. Otherwise, the array might have detected him, instantly leading to his demise. Even if he had not been killed, he would have been stripped of his intellect by the array, becoming a slave to the array's master. What a tragic and terrifying fate. Lin Qi dared not imagine further. He could only express gratitude to Yin Yun Taoist for his life, reminding him to remain low-key and employ the concealment technique during future breakthroughs. Above all, he must not be discovered by the array's master after breaking through to the 11th level and shattering the shackles of his body. Jian Jun Taoist. No. He should be referred to as Saint Yin Yun. Your actions were those of a sage, and I, Lin Qi, owe you a life debt. Lin Qi silently expressed his gratitude. Raising his gaze to the charred remains atop the tower, he understood that Yin Yun Taoist was beyond saving, his soul extinguished, with no chance of reincarnation. He was destined to repay no favor, but would carry the memory of this elder in his heart, forever remembering that he had given a warning to the world through his life. even if the majority of the listeners were mere commoners, unable to grasp his admonishments. Yin Daoist words were seeds, buried deep within each heart. One day, these seeds would take root and blossom into beautiful flowers. At the very least, Lin Qi would never squander this seed. Just as Lin Qi was lost in his thoughts, the crowd finally emerged from their shock, each person panicking and shouting, unable to comprehend the sudden thunder. Wasn't Yun Daoist delivering a sermon? How could he have been struck down by heavenly lightning? Had he spoken some blasphemous words that provoked divine wrath? Spare us, spare us. Heavenly Lord, please open your eyes and do not slay the innocent. It was all Yin Daoist's fault. We had nothing to do with it. Someone took the lead and fell to their knees, prompting a chorus of others to bow in unison, pleading for the heavens to relent. Lin Qi found their actions utterly ridiculous. It seemed he had misjudged. There were no seeds to be found here. It was merely that Yin Daoist had been fortunate enough to encounter him. Otherwise, all those elaborate words he had spoken, those so-called teachings, were nothing but empty rhetoric. Yet Lin Qi had underestimated these people. Someone suddenly shouted, Yin, the old scoundrel, has insulted the heavens, committing grave sins. Topple his tower, burn his corpse. I have heard that those who have angered the heavens have caused droughts, leading to suffering for 1,000 miles, with corpses strewn everywhere for 3 years. Indeed, he must be torn to pieces. Otherwise, it would not suffice to appease the heavens' wrath. Topple the tower, shatter the corpse. The crowd was incited, charging towards the tower with fervor. Even the former city lord, who held Yin Daoist in high regard, dared not speak a word, retreating alongside Yin Feiyang to watch the chaos unfold. Father, do you think what the flame cloud Daoist said truly slanders the heavens and is utterly rebellious? Yin Feiyang inquired with a furrowed brow. The old city lord shook his head with a sigh. I do not know. In any case, let us refrain from mentioning the flame cloud Daoist again, lest we provoke the wrath of the heavens. Understood, Father. I shall not bring him up again. However, he is undeniably formidable. Even now, his body is not turned to ashes. That is the might of a thunder tribulation, and he endured several strikes without succumbing. How resilient must his form be? Yin Feiyang marveled. The old city lord's expression turned serious. Indeed, the corpse of the flame cloud Daoist, though charred, remained steadfast atop the tower. What a terrifying physical form. Its resilience rivaled that of the finest magical artifacts. Suddenly, a chill gripped the old city lord's heart. He realized that those who shouted to dismantle the tower and scatter the corpse did not genuinely seek to appease the heavens. On the contrary, the leader was merely coveting the flame cloud Daoist physical body. And if the flame cloud Daoist was so powerful, how many treasures might lie within the tower he occupied? Any astute observer could connect the dots and would undoubtedly wish to partake in the ensuing scramble. It was only his advancing age that dulled his perception. Otherwise, he would have grasped this sooner. Father, we must leave. The situation has spiraled out of control, Yin Feiyang urged, supporting the old city lord. The old city lord gazed deeply at his son, realizing he had never truly understood him, who claimed his son lacked the wisdom and resolve to be a city lord. It seemed more likely that his son simply had no desire for such a role and was feigning ignorance. If his son were truly foolish, how could he articulate such a clear understanding of the situation? The phrase great wisdom appears as folly seemed to describe him perfectly. Let's depart. The old city lord sighed, acknowledging his own frailty. This situation was beyond his control. Even the most capable city lord would struggle to manage it. Did they not witness Feng Jiangji, Hong Ong, Yu Zheng, and others frantically rushing into the tower? Each of the clan leaders exhibited a bloodlust that was palpable. Despite his status, he could only muster a handful of allies in this tumult. In the face of treasures, reason had fled from everyone. Stop! A voice thundered, halting the departing old city lord and Yin Feiyang. Who could maintain such composure in this chaos? They looked up to see a composed young man, curiously carrying another individual on his back. This was one of the subordinates brought back by Hong Ong and Yu Zheng, and he bore Lin Jinwu's son. Yin Feiyang immediately recognized the identity of the young man. The old city lord shook his head. This young man possesses remarkable composure, untainted by greed. Yet, as a mere practitioner of the acquired realm, how could he deter the crowd? Such arrogance. Indeed, but what advantage does he seek in calling for everyone to cease? What benefits him? Yin Feiyang pondered, furrowing his brow, for reasons he could not quite grasp. He felt the words of the flame cloud Taoist were neither nonsense nor blasphemy against the heavens. This young man's demeanor seemed unremarkable at first glance, easily lost among the masses. Yet his thunderous shout imbued him with an aura of command that transcended the ordinary. Not everyone shared Yin Feiyang's perceptiveness. Instead, the crowd aligned with the old city lord's sentiments. They were startled by Lin Qi's shout, momentarily pausing to look his way. Upon realizing he was merely a practitioner of the acquired realm, they dismissed him without a second glance. What is this fool doing to attract so much attention? Yu Zheng frowned, visibly irritated. Lin Qi still carried Lin Jinwu's son on his back, and if that child were seized, their efforts would be in vain. However, at this moment of treasure hunting, the treasures and the corpse took precedence. How many could withstand the heavenly thunder and emerge whole? Even Lord Gongsun Hua might struggle with that. Rather than anticipate a reward from Lord Gongsun Hua, it was more prudent to seize the corpse. As Yu Zheng's thoughts turned, he ignored Lin Qi and continued his ascent toward the tower's summit to claim the flame cloud Taoist corpse. Get out of the way. Move aside. Suddenly, someone charged forward, their body like a raging bull, fists like ram's horns, aiming to crush Lin Qi with a single blow. The old city lord shook his head, silently mourning for Lin Qi. Had he remained silent, no one would have noticed him. Now, with his loud shout, he had exposed Lin Jinwu's son behind him. Those unable to seize the body or treasures would surely target him, a soft target. As the old city lord sighed, he witnessed Lin Qi raise his fist to meet the oncoming attacker. Bang! Chapter 34. One punch, one victory. A piercing scream erupted. The old city lord watched in shock as a head exploded, replaced by a fist the size of a sandbag. He was utterly dumbfounded, his complexion shifting. This was no ordinary fist. It was akin to a divine weapon. Gods were slain by it, and Buddhas met their end. Not only had the man who struck Lin Qi been killed with a single punch, but even stronger foes could not withstand Lin Qi's might. In the blink of an eye, a space cleared around Lin Qi. Everyone recoiled in horror, fearing they might become another casualty at his hands. Was he truly just a practitioner of the acquired realm? The old city lord murmured, unable to believe his own eyes. Yin Feiyang exclaimed, "Look, he has ascended the tower." Lin Qi moved with the swiftness of the wind, stepping on heads as if riding the clouds, effortlessly reaching the tower's summit. In mere moments, he caught up with Feng Jiangji, Hong Ang, and the others. "You little brat, what are you doing up here? Get down." Hong Ang's expression soured upon seeing Lin Qi beside him, and he bellowed fiercely. Lin Qi smirked. "What gives a cur like you the right to command me? I have tolerated your insolence for long enough." With that, he launched a punch imbued with the force of snowstorm. "You dare, on l'anges face palette," brandishing his axe to block Lin Qi's strike. Were it not for the presence of Lin Jinwu's son behind him, he would have cleaved Lin Qi's head in two. Yet, even with a slight leniency, Lin Qi's audacity was infuriating. Clang! The axe and Lin Qi's fist collided, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Hong Yang's complexion changed drastically as he felt an overwhelming force surge from Lin Qi's fist, penetrating the axe and striking his arm. He could not contain a scream of agony. His robust form seemed to harbor immense power, which escaped in a cacophony of pain, akin to a pig being thrown in a boiling oil. Everyone was stunned by this wail. They turned in shock, witnessing Hong Yang's right hand shattered, his axe slipping from his grip, hurtling backward. Unfortunately, the man behind him could not react in time and was struck dead by the axe. You're not of the acquired realm. You've concealed your strength." Hong Ang shrieked in terror, stepping back as fear filled his eyes. As if he were encountering Lin Qi for the first time. He could never have anticipated that this little rascal, who had allowed himself to be punched and kicked from the very beginning, was actually a top-tier master of body refinement. No wonder he could recover from every blow. He had assumed it was due to a peculiar physique and extraordinary talent. In hindsight, he should have realized this sooner. However, he had overthought it. Even if given another chance, he would still not have grasped the truth. The breath concealment technique was indeed a supreme reward from the system, and not even the mightiest of warriors could see through Lin Qi's realm. "Hong Ang, you are hot-tempered and often leave people half-dead. Today, let's have a good practice." Lin Qi stepped forward and seized Hong Ang's left arm, twisting it with force. Hong Ang shrieked in agony. Spare me. Spare me. I was blind to your greatness." Crack! With a stomp, the sound of bones shattering echoed. Hong Ong cried out in despair, "I was wrong. Spare me." At that moment, everyone halted their actions and footsteps, their eyes wide with shock as they silently observed the scene before them. It was essential to note that while the previous battles had been chaotic, they were mere skirmishes among ordinary individuals. The top-tier warriors, such as Feng Jiangji and Hong Ong, had yet to engage in earnest combat. Even if they did, it would have been superficial, as their strengths were closely matched and divided among factions that kept each other in check. However, the situation was now profoundly different. This sudden emergence of Lin Qi was nothing short of a harbinger of death. The onlookers, who had previously been uncooperative, were now encircled and rendered powerless. He charged up the tower, directly confronting the most formidable figure, Hong Ong. This man was the strongest master of body refinement in the entire Yin prefecture, with a physique so resilient that even the former city lord would think twice before engaging him. Yet, such a formidable master found himself unable to withstand a single breath under Lin Qi's onslaught. With just one punch, he shattered Hong Ang's hand bones, causing the axe to slip from his grasp. Another punch and kick disabled one of his arms and legs. Now, Lin Qi's foot came crashing down once more. Hong Ong lamented in pain, "Do not kill me. I am a disciple of the Heavenly Fire Sect. You cannot threaten me." Lin Qi responded with a chilling smile. His fist, sized like a sandbag, struck Hong Ang's head with tremendous force. Bang! The explosion of flesh was vividly reflected in the eyes of everyone present. Each person instinctively took a step back, their hearts trembling. Such a powerful figure as Hong Ong, a disciple of the Heavenly Fire Sect, had been so easily dispatched. Who would believe it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Even the former city lord could not help but gasp in disbelief, exclaiming, "I have been blind. I have grown old." As everyone remained frozen in shock at this spectacle, Lin Qi's gaze pierced through the crowd, locking onto Yu Zheng. Yu Zheng could not help but shudder, collapsing to his knees and banging his head against the ground. He dared not utter a word of pleading, nor did he mention his own affiliation with the Heavenly Fire Sect, fearing Lin Qi's wrath. However, he finally grasped the truth. It was Lin Qi who had stealthily stolen their medicinal pills on the road. Despite having sensed something amiss and having guessed it, he was still deceived by Lin Qi's concealed realm. This was truly unfortunate. This individual was extraordinary, and his hidden cultivation techniques were beyond the ordinary. He must have concealed treasures as well. He clearly had no fear of the Heavenly Fire Sect, rendering their mention futile. Yet, he pondered why Lin Qi insisted on concealing his realm and following them, and what his intentions were. If only he could discern his motives, he could perhaps negotiate for a chance at survival. Yu Zheng's thoughts raced as he continued to bow, contemplating how to persuade Lin Qi. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of feet approaching him. An icy voice echoed, "Yu Zheng, you are a clever man, a strategist. Now I offer you an opportunity. Reveal your escape plan, and if you can persuade me, I shall spare your life." Yu Zheng opened his mouth, ready to speak, when suddenly a massive fist came crashing toward him. Bang! His skull exploded upon impact. Had he retained consciousness at that moment, he would have heard Lin Qi's voice saying, "I'm sorry, you failed to persuade me." The air fell into a heavy silence. Everyone realized that this man was a madman who toyed with lives. No one dared to utter a sound, even holding their breath for fear of inciting this killer's wrath. Then, a rustling sound broke the stillness. Lin Qi turned to see Hong Ang's younger brother, the second of the trio, a taciturn man, his face ashen, legs trembling subtly as he silently attempted to retreat and escape unnoticed. Yet, the surrounding silence rendered his movements conspicuous. Remaining still would have served him better, for now, he stood out like a beacon in the night, practically begging to be noticed. As everyone's gaze fell upon him, the second brother felt as though the sky had collapsed, his mind blank. In an instant, he became like a stunned goose, standing motionless, awaiting his fate. Chapter 35. Settling accounts requires precision. First bow. Bang. Facing this taciturn figure, Lin Qi wasted no words, advancing and delivering a punch that obliterated his head. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts, as though struck by a tremendous force. Kongkan, Igrekuzhenk, and the others were notorious figures in Yin Prefecture, known for their despotism, instilling fear in countless souls. Moreover, they were in their prime, more promising than the elderly Feng Jiangji. Many speculated they might one day seize control of the city lord's office. Yet, unexpectedly, they had met their demise here, within mere breaths, at the hands of this obscure youth. Truly, the vicissitudes of fate are unpredictable. However, now that they were deceased, they were but fleeting memories, no longer worthy of concern. What everyone was fixated on was whom this young man would target next. Lin Qi's gaze turned toward the illustrious Feng Jiangji. Feng Jiangji's complexion drained of color, his spirit trembling. Although uncertain why he had become a target for Lin Qi, he did not choose to remain passive. Instead, he took the initiative, saying, "Young brother, Hong Ong and his ilk have committed numerous atrocities and deserve death. You have done well. I thank you on behalf of all the citizens of Yin Prefecture." Before he could finish, Lin Qi moved closer, his voice icy. "I have not yet settled the score regarding your poisoning me, and you dare to speak here?" Slap! A resounding blow struck Feng Jiangji's face. He turned pale with terror, attempting to dodge, only to find himself ensnared by an overwhelming chill that rendered him immobile. All he could manage was a desperate cry. "No." The onlookers witnessed Feng Jiangji's head twist grotesquely, contorting into a twisted shape. His eyes widened in horror, bulging out disturbingly, a terrifying sight to behold. Several weaker souls, overwhelmed by the bloody carnage, felt their stomachs churn and vomited. The sound of retching pierced the silence, a jarring interruption. In a panic, he fell to the ground, banging his head repeatedly in desperate supplication. Yet, Lin Qi did not even glance his way, instead sweeping his gaze across the crowd, particularly focusing on the two commanders under Feng Jiangji, as well as the heads of the families allied with him. Upon meeting Lin Qi's gaze, these individuals immediately lowered their heads, filled with trepidation. Lynch stepped forward with measured strides, as if traversing an uninhabited expanse, and leisurely approached the corpse of the Yin Taoist. "From this moment forth, this tower belongs to me, the body of the Yin Taoist is mine, and the entire dojo is under my dominion. Does anyone dare to voice dissent?" Silence enveloped the gathering, punctuated only by the sound of their collective breaths. It was clear to even the most naive that anyone bold enough to speak now would soon find themselves alongside the likes of the Yin Taoist and Feng Jiangji. Lynch's fists were still stained with fresh blood, a testament to his ruthlessness. "Excellent," Lynch remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the silence. "Everyone, place your belongings upon the ground. I will count to 3, and you shall vacate the confines of my dojo. Should you fail to comply, your lives will be forfeited. Any objections?" Once more, no objections arose. Indeed, some, quick to gauge the situation, began to respectfully place their possessions on the ground, fearful that any delay might cost them their heads. This figure before them was no gentle elder like the Yin Taoist, but a merciless fiend. Anyone daring to play tricks in his presence would be akin to the old man facing poison. Life had no more patience for such folly. Though the items were relinquished, none dared to depart. Lynch had commanded them to wait until he counted, and while he had not explicitly stated that they could not leave before his count, no one was willing to risk their lives on such a gamble. Similarly, the leaders atop the tower and the heads of families complied, presenting their possessions with due deference. Lynch, increasingly pleased with their obedience, smiled and instructed, "Now, bow thrice and be gone." This decree was akin to a royal pardon. Bowing was a trivial act anyone could perform. Many hastily knelt, striking their heads against the ground before retreating with bowed forms, only to dash away in frantic escape once they were beyond the dojo's reach. However, some, with ulterior motives, attempted to feign submission while stealthily feeling the ground. Convinced Lynch was unaware. Yet, before they could lift their heads, a piercing sound shattered the air. "Spare me," they cried, but their heads were crushed by the projectiles that followed. Witnessing this, those with treacherous thoughts were seized by terror, drenched in cold sweat. Thankful they had not acted upon their instincts, for they realized their lives hung by a thread. After this grim lesson, the remaining individuals became markedly more compliant. In mere moments, the majority had exited, leaving only a scant few dozen behind. These individuals, clad in matching attire, appear to be the younger scions of several prominent families. Their hesitation to bow was rooted in the fact that the family heads atop the tower had yet to prostrate themselves. As scions, they were bound to follow their leaders. Failing to do so would invite disdain upon their return, regardless of their personal performance. "Let us bow as well," a voice sighed, tinged with melancholy. As family heads, they possessed their own dignity and pride. If they were to bow, it must be after all outsiders had departed. Such was the decorum, with one leader taking the initiative. The others felt emboldened, and one by one, they knelt atop the tower, striking their heads against the ground in submission to Lynch. They refrained from stepping down to bow out of fear that Lynch might misinterpret their intentions as an attempt to flee. Having survived as family heads for so long, none wished to lose their lives over a mere misunderstanding. Atop the tower, Lynch stood beside the Yin Taoist, and thus, their bows could be construed as homage to him. Yet, no one would perceive it that way. They understood their submission was to Lynch's overwhelming authority. After the bows, the family heads lowered their gazes, preparing to leap from the tower and make their escape. At that moment, Lynch interrupted, "Gentlemen, do not be so hasty to leave." The leaders' hearts raced, and they turned in unison, uncertain of Lynch's intent. "Why should we not depart after bowing in adherence to your command?" One particularly fiery leader could no longer contain his frustration at Lynch's capricious nature, demanding an explanation. "Do you dare speak to me in that manner?" Lynch's eyes narrowed, his voice cold and menacing. The leader's bravado evaporated, his complexion paling as he regretted his impulsive words, wishing he could retract them. Fortunately, Lynch did not overreact, but instead remarked, "When Feng Jiangji dispatched his men to ambush us during my return to Yinzhou City, it was individuals from your families who assisted him, was it not?" The color drained from the leaders' faces as realization dawned upon them. They understood that Lynch had retained them for a reckoning. The deaths of Hong Ong and Yu Zheng were not the end, nor would Feng Jiangji's demise suffice. They would find no easy escape from Lynch's grasp, for he bore a grudge with clarity and precision. With a thud, the previously defiant leader fell to his knees. "We were unaware that you were present, my lord, and thus became unwitting accomplices to Feng Jiangji. Fortunately, your extraordinary prowess thwarted his plans. The ignorant cannot be blamed. I beseech you to pardon our unintentional transgressions." "Indeed, my lord, the ignorant cannot be blamed. Spare us, for we intended you no harm," the group pleaded, hastily joining in submission. The two innate leaders trembled, for they were Feng Jiangji's right-hand men, complicit in his machinations. Should Lynch seek retribution, they feared their fates would be even grimmer than those of the family heads. Chapter 36. A Fortune Awaits. "The ignorant cannot be blamed," Lynch mused, nodding slightly with a smile. "I may forgive your ignorance, but not without recompense. Surrender half of your family fortunes to purchase your lives. Does that seem fair?" The family heads exchanged glances, their faces darkening as they hesitated, grappling with the gravity of Lynch's demand. Half of their fortunes, a lifetime's accumulation. How could they part with it so readily? Yet, as they beheld Lynch's enigmatic smile, one leader hastily declared, "It is fair, exceedingly fair. I shall return to prepare it for you." Lynch waved his finger, chuckling, "Dear leader, your status is too precious to burden you with such tasks. Have someone else attend to it. Remember, speed is of the essence. Do not attempt any subterfuge. Should I later discover that you have not delivered half of your wealth, I cannot predict what may ensue." "Certainly, certainly." The leader, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, rushed to instruct his clansmen to prepare the wealth. The remaining leaders and innate commanders, despite their reluctance, had no choice but to comply with the collective decision. Moments passed, and soon a procession of horse-drawn carts approached. What constitutes immense wealth? The abundance brought forth by these carts far exceeded mere riches. Various elixirs, weapons, fabrics, fine steeds, and silver coins were among the items presented. There was an overwhelming surplus. No one could know whether Lynch would hold them accountable later, and should he choose to investigate and find their offerings lacking, the consequences would be dire. Not only that, one of the clan leaders fawned, "My lord, our houses cannot be divided in two. Thus we shall convert everything into silver. However, half of the house still belongs to you. You may reside there at any time." "Indeed, indeed, we feel the same," the other clan leaders echoed in unison. Lin Qi burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent. With such good friends by my side, I shall never fear lacking a place to stay in Yinzhou City." "Yes, yes, you're always welcome in Yinzhou City. It belongs to you." A leader from the innate realm grinned. Lin Qi cast a sidelong glance at him, speaking nonchalantly. "I hear you have been quite close to Feng Jiangji?" "No, absolutely not. It's all rumors." The leader trembled slightly, nearly losing his balance atop the tower. Lin Qi patted his shoulder. "Make sure to keep an eye on Feng Jiangji's belongings. If anything goes missing, you will be held accountable. I guarantee the task will be completed." The leader saluted immediately, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. With those words, It was as if he had secured his own life. One could not help but marvel at the greed of this young man. He spared no opportunity for gain. Yet, there are merits to such avarice. One who seeks wealth over life is indeed a person of principle. All right, considering how perceptive you all are, let's erase our previous grievances. If any of you wish to remain in my Yin Dao venue, I, Lin Qi, will be delighted to welcome you. Should you choose to depart, I shall not hinder you. Lin Qi opened his arms, smiling warmly, embodying the spirit of a gracious host. The crowd, however, was filled with trepidation, hastily bidding their farewells. Is this Yin Dao venue a place for people? Who in their right mind would visit here? It is said that anyone who comes must shed skin thrice. It is a place that consumes without returning. Had we known that such a monstrous villain would suddenly emerge in Yenzhou City, we would have never ventured into this murky water. With a rush, the crowd retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind heavy carts lingering within the vast Yin Dao venue. If during the discourse of the Yin Daoist, the place was brimming with people, now it was overrun with carts, an array of items cluttering the space, rendering it nearly uninhabitable. Yet, Lin Qi's gaze subtly shifted, discovering 5 individuals still standing amidst the chaos. These 5 stood in stark contrast to the glittering treasures surrounding them. From the very beginning, they had remained in place, unperturbed even as the throng departed. Lin Qi bore no enmity towards them, and had perceived no suspicious actions. Thus he had chosen to ignore them. However, their continued presence began to draw attention. The 5 were none other than the former city lord, Yin Feiyang, and 3 others, 2 middle-aged men of the innate realm. Likely the commanders assisting Yin Feiyang, and an elderly man of lesser strength, seemingly a personal servant to the former city lord. Lin Qi observed them briefly and remarked, "As long as you remain unprovoked and do not trouble me, there is no need for you to bow in greeting." The former city lord breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At his age and status, to kneel in reverence would be an embarrassment he could scarcely bear. Thankfully, this Lin Qi was not unreasonable. "Thank you, young Master Lin, for considering my old face." The former city lord clasped his hands in gratitude. Lin Qi regarded him coolly before leaping down from the tower. "Now you may bow." "Ah." The former city lord was taken aback and bewildered. What did this mean? Lin Qi scoffed. "What? Are you owed a bow for merely listening to the teachings of others?" The former city lord froze for a moment, then realized. It was not a bow to Lin Qi, but rather to the Yin Daoist. However, since the Yin Daoist had perished in a thunderstorm, though he harbored doubts, he had always held great respect for the Yin Daoist. Bowing was not a significant issue. Moreover, with the thunder now gone, surely the heavens would no longer pay heed to them. Thus, with his son as support, the 5 solemnly bowed in respect. Seeing their sincerity, Lin Qi nodded. "Not bad. You are among the few in Yenzhou City who possess a semblance of dignity." The former city lord could not help but smile wryly, clasping his hands. "Young Master Lin, we shall not impose further." Just as they were about to leave, Lin Qi called out, "Wait, there is a matter for you to assist with." "What is it?" The former city lord halted, apprehensive, fearing it might be a demand akin to what he had dealt with regarding the clan leaders, perhaps even asking for half his wealth. If this fellow were to ask for half his fortune, it would be better for him to simply seize Yenzhou City. To his relief, Lin Qi sought not his wealth, but rather said, "It is not you I require, but rather your son." "Me?" Yin Feiyang pointed to himself in astonishment. Lin Qi nodded, then led Yin Feiyang to a secluded area. "You are a disciple of the Tianhui sect and know the location of the sect. When I am prepared, you shall guide me to the Tianhui sect. I will present the merit of Lin Jinwu's son to you, as long as you can say a few good words and allow me to enter the Tianhui sect under the tutelage of Gong Sunhua." Yin Feiyang was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. After a while, he exclaimed, "You wish to join the Tianhui sect? But your strength is formidable, far surpassing that of our disciples. Why would you want to join?" As he spoke, he began to understand. Lin Qi's desire to join the Tianhui sect must have ulterior motives. Revealing this would be tantamount to courting death. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Yet Lin Qi bore a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, stating, "No questions, only actions. Can you accomplish this?" "Yes." Yin Feiyang stood at attention immediately. All he had to do was lead the way, and he could gain merit effortlessly, perhaps even earn the favor of Gong Sunhua, allowing him to return to the Tianhui sect for further training. Not to mention the boundless future that lay ahead, he could potentially elevate his strength. If he could break through from the innate realm to the transformation realm, there might be opportunities to delve into ancient forests of the Yushan. With a stroke of luck, he could acquire life-extending treasures to bring back for his father, making his position as a son worthwhile. With these thoughts, Yin Feiyong felt invigorated. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he whispered, "Young Master Lin, may I request something of you?" "Speak," Lin Qi replied. Chapter 37, Master of Array Techniques. Yin Feiyong said, "Young Master Lin, I seek treasures that can extend life. You are a person of great stature, with a promising future. Should you come across such treasures, I hope you might bestow even a small portion upon me." Lin Qi chuckled upon hearing this. Life-extending treasures are exceedingly rare. Even a small portion would be worth a fortune. "What do you think you can offer in return?" Yin Feiyong's expression stiffened, internally lamenting. He knew his request was somewhat presumptuous. Not to mention life-extending treasures. Even lesser treasures were beyond his means to repay. For a moment, he found himself speechless. Lin Qi patted his shoulder. "Your performance will dictate your fortune. As long as you cooperate well, should luck be on our side, such treasures will not elude you." "Thank you, young master," Yin Feiyong exclaimed joyfully, bowing deeply. Lin Qi waved his hand. "You may take your father and the others with you. If you find yourself with nothing to do, bring Feng Jiangji's possessions to me alongside that commander." "Yes, I will ensure to fulfill the task you have assigned, young master," Yin Feiyong promised earnestly. Having long harbored disdain for Feng Jiangji, the old man, instead of contemplating a peaceful retirement, engaged in various futile endeavors, and now that he has finally passed away, rummaging through his possessions has become a delightful venture. With a heart full of joy, he departed from this place with his father and 3 others. Observing that everyone had exited the confines of the Yin Yun Daoist temple, Lin Qi leaped back onto the tower, surveying the surroundings. Although the temple lacked surrounding walls, no one dared to approach, fearing for their lives. Delighted by this, Lin Qi sat cross-legged and silently invoked, "System, I wish to learn the 10,000 array compendium." Suddenly, a colossal wall materialized in his mind, adorned with 4 gilded characters, 10,000 array compendium. Before Lin Qi could examine it closely, the wall abruptly split in 2. Golden light surged forth as myriad array diagrams emanated with dazzling brilliance, overwhelming his senses. Lin Qi found himself incapable of appreciating each one individually. They rushed towards his consciousness like a torrent. If his mind were ahead, these array diagrams were akin to bricks, incessantly pounding upon him, leaving him disoriented and nearly unconscious. "Stop!" Lin Qi bellowed, halting the system's relentless influx. In that brief moment, he had absorbed a dozen arrays, leaving him dazed. Should the transmission continue, his mind might not withstand the pressure. It seemed the 10,000 array compendium was indeed a remarkable tome. Without the system's aid, mastering even a single array would likely require months, if not years, of dedicated study. Furthermore, he would need to learn the foundational knowledge of arrays, which demanded substantial effort. However, the situation had changed. Once he grasped these arrays, a wealth of knowledge would naturally unfold before him, enhanced by the evolutionary capabilities bestowed by his supreme Dao Bone. With eyes gently closed, he immersed himself in his recent revelations, experiencing a significant enhancement in his array abilities within moments. At that instant, he could construct a maze using merely a few stones, though such a maze would only ensnare ordinary mortals. To entrap the powerful, spiritual stones were necessary, yet they were exceedingly rare, particularly for him at present. After contemplation, Lin Qi opened his eyes and surveyed the entire Yin Yun Daoist temple, finally fixing his gaze upon the Yin Yun Daoist himself. Previously, a mere word from the Daoist had activated the array, dismantling the surrounding walls without any visible effort. However, it was likely not as simple as it appeared. He was certain that the Daoist had concealed array flags, employing subtle methods to conceal their presence. With this in mind, Lin Qi reached into the Daoist's robes, only to find nothing but dust. Indeed, amidst the thunderous chaos, even if the Daoist body had remained intact, the array flags would have been reduced to ash. Resigned, Lin Qi leaped down from the tower and began to circle the perimeter of the temple. After considerable time had passed, he finally comprehended the array's intricacies and could not help but marvel at the strength of the Yin Yun Daoist formations. This array was not merely a simple wall. It was a fusion of shielding, illusion, protective, and lethal arrays, each function seamlessly integrated. Once activated, the walls would rise, presenting an illusion to anyone who attempted to scale them, rendering the true interior scene hidden from view. Furthermore, if the array's master wished, they could activate the lethal mechanisms to obliterate intruders. Had the Yin Daoist still been alive, even with the array flags in hand, Lin Qi would have been unable to control it. However, circumstances had changed. With the Daoist demise, the array had become masterless. Moreover, Lin Qi had discovered the Daoist's reserve array flags, prompting him to commend his own foresight. Had he not insisted that everyone retrieve their belongings and depart, those nefarious individuals might have absconded with the flags, squandering their potential. Now, with array flags in hand, Lin Qi silently recited the array incantations, extending his spiritual energy to connect with the entire formation through the flags. Time passed unmeasured. Finally, the array responded with a resounding rumble, and the walls abruptly rose from the ground. Overjoyed at this accomplishment, Lin Qi felt a renewed depth in his understanding of arrays. Yet, it was still insufficient. Seizing the opportunity, he sat cross-legged once more, utilizing the system's assistance to learn several additional arrays. When he finally regained his breath and awareness, he heard a voice from outside. "Young master, I have brought you the assets of Feng Jiangji." It was Yin Fei Yang's voice. Lin Qi remained seated, mentally communicating with the array flags. With a creak, the heavy wooden doors of the Yin Yun Daoist temple slowly opened, revealing Yin Fei Yang standing at the entrance. His face filled with respect and admiration as he gazed at Lin Qi with awe. He never anticipated that young Master Lin Qi was also a master of arrays, having completely mastered the Yin Yun Daoist formations in such a short time. Such an individual. Yet he chose to join the Tianhua sect and specifically requested to study under Gong Sunhua. The ambitions he harbored likely far exceeded what Yin Fei Yang could comprehend, compelling him to simply cooperate without harboring any excessive thoughts. "Once you deliver the items, you may return to rest," Lin Qi stated coolly. Yin Fei Yang obediently entered with a horse-drawn carriage, reverently leading all the horses away, leaving Lin Qi alone. With a creak, the doors closed once more. Lin Qi rose and surveyed the disarray within the Yin Yun Daoist temple, feeling the clutter was excessive. It seemed necessary to arrange a translocation array to relocate everything into the system's space. However, he quickly shook his head with a wry smile. Setting up a translocation array was no simple task. Not only was his proficiency insufficient, but he also lacked the necessary array tools and spiritual stones. Thus, he dismissed the thought. Fortunately, the system was a remarkable entity, capable of performing what others could not and addressing urgent needs. As Lin Qi contemplated organizing the space, a notification chimed, detected that the host has acquired a substantial number of items. "Would you like the system to assist in organization and storage?" "Yes," Lin Qi commanded immediately. "Please enable the automatic pickup function. Items within a 10-foot radius of the host will be automatically collected." The system prompted. Lin Qi confirmed the activation of this function and began to walk around the Yin Yun Daoist temple. He soon heard a series of chimes in his mind as items were collected. After a while, the system finally organized everything, converting them into small squares that displayed the items' thumbnails, names, and quantities. Lin Qi glanced over the collection, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of miscellaneous items. The wealth amounted to over 60 million taels of silver and more than 2 million taels of gold. Given that this was a significant portion of the wealth of Yinzhou City, such an amount was entirely reasonable. In the prosperous city of Yinzhou, wealth abounds. Should it be compared to the city of Qingzhou, even if one were to seize the entire city, such riches would remain unattainable. Beyond the abundant currency, there exists a plethora of elixirs, weapons, techniques, and fabrics. Fabrics are a form of hard currency. Who among us does not require clothing? Not to mention that most of the delivered fabrics consist of exquisite silks, essential for the affluent. Selling these items to a merchant would yield a substantial fortune. However, Lin Qi had no intention of selling. He believed that as long as he had enough money for his needs, that was sufficient. At present, he found himself in a position where he needed to spend no money at all. The system space was filled with an assortment of elixirs, far more than he could possibly use. It is worth noting that the patriarchs and leaders of the prominent families in Yinzhou are all innate realm experts, each possessing a considerable collection of innate realm elixirs. Despite Lin Qi's formidable combat prowess, he remained confined to the peak of the acquired realm, not having yet transcended to the innate level. Thus, these elixirs were a tremendous boon for him. Upon casually inspecting the contents, he discovered items such as bear bile pills, great replenishment pills, blood recovery pills, and even 6 innate pills among them. This clearly demonstrated that Yinzhou was indeed a prosperous locale, significantly more so than Qingzhou, which, while under the jurisdiction of the Feishu Mountain Manor, was too distant and impoverished to reap considerable benefits. In Qingzhou, a single innate pill could incite chaos, with countless individuals scrambling for it. Yet here, nearly every prominent family possessed at least one. With a sense of wonder, Lin Qi took one of the innate pills and swallowed it. It is often said that only those lacking talent cannot convert their internal power into internal energy through their own techniques, thus necessitating the aid of innate pills. In other words, those who rely on innate pills to break through to the innate realm are deemed mediocre, destined never to achieve greatness. However, Lin Qi was not swayed by such notions. What constitutes mediocrity or brilliance was irrelevant. To possess an innate pill and not utilize it would be the true folly. The value of an item lies not in its inherent worth, but in the ability to use it effectively. If one's foundation is robust enough, consuming an innate pill would not only yield no adverse effects, but would also facilitate progress and save time. For instance, Lin Qi now consumed one innate pill after another. In the blink of an eye, he had ingested all 6 innate pills. Crackling sounds erupted within his body, akin to beans being fried, resembling thunderclaps reverberating throughout. Should anyone have been present, they would have observed that Lin Qi's body seemed to swell with an abundance of energy, as if he had grown 3 sizes larger, transforming into a grotesque figure. Were it an ordinary person, they would likely have been overwhelmed by the violent internal energy, leading to their demise. However, Lin Qi's sinews, bones, and flesh were exceptionally resilient, impervious to any ferocious internal energy. He sensed the transformations within his body, yet remained undisturbed, calmly refining the medicinal potency of the innate pills, while simultaneously employing the supreme path to absorb the saturated internal energy at an accelerated pace. The transportation of energy and blood within him resonated with the sound of tumultuous tides, while his body, akin to a bellows, drew in fierce winds that howled through him. Suddenly, the sounds shifted, producing a sharp clinking, followed by explosive bangs. This cacophony persisted for an indeterminate duration until Lin Qi's body gradually returned to its original state. With a sudden, resounding roar, he sprang upright, stretching like a languid cat, elongating to an extraordinary length. Then, he curled up, diminishing to the size of a 3-year-old child. This peculiar posture did not last long. Abruptly, with a crack, Lin Qi leaped into the air, extending his form into a grand letter, akin to a rubber band snapping back, producing a crisp sound. Following this, a rustling noise echoed as his garments tore apart, with fine fragments of skin and flesh cascading to the ground. He underwent a profound transformation, his skin becoming delicate and fair, reminiscent of a newborn. At first glance, he appeared several years younger, and given that he was already 18, this newfound youthfulness rendered him even more innocent and immature. Gently touching his face, Lin Qi contemplated and rubbed his cheeks, flexing his muscles and skin. In an instant, he regained his original appearance. As he dressed once more, he thought of the elder Yin Yun, whose infant-like skin and visage suggested mastery of youthful preservation techniques. It became evident that his physical form had been refined to an extraordinary level, explaining why he had not been reduced to ashes by the heavenly tribulation. With this thought, Lin Qi raised his gaze toward the charred elder atop the tower. With a decisive stomp, he activated his extraordinary skill, the cloud-leaping step, propelling himself to the tower's summit. With both hands, he carefully lowered the elder's body to the ground. At that moment, Lin Qi activated the formation flag, causing the ground to yield a deep pit. Just as he was about to inter the elder's body, he paused, realizing that a coffin should be prepared. Thus, he exited the Yin dojo. Upon opening the wooden door, he spotted Yin Feiyang standing nearby, bowing respectfully. "Young master, you have emerged. Do you have any instructions?" Lin Qi was slightly taken aback. "What brings you here?" Yin Feiyang replied. "I was concerned that you might be unfamiliar with Yinzhou City and might not find me in time should you need assistance. So I chose to wait here. Very well, Lin Qi nodded, appreciating Yin Feiyang's attentiveness. In that case, I require a coffin and a gravestone. Yin Feiyang was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a request. However, understanding Lin Qi's temperament, he refrained from asking unnecessary questions and inquired, "What kind of coffin do you desire? And what inscription should the gravestone bear?" Lin Qi pondered briefly. "The style is of little consequence. Simply procure the finest coffin available. As for the gravestone, I shall inscribe it myself, so a blank one will suffice." "Understood, young master. I will procure it for you shortly." Yin Feiyang promptly set off, riding swiftly. Curiosity swirled within him regarding what Lin Qi would inscribe on the gravestone. He was no fool. Rather, he possessed an astute mind and understood that this gravestone was intended for the elder Yin Yun. It was said that Yin Yun had defied the heavens, resulting in divine retribution. Yet here was Lin Qi, choosing to erect a monument in his honor. Did this signify a rejection of heavenly punishment? Such thoughts left Yin Feiyang in astonishment, yet he stifled his musings. He recognized that Lin Qi was no ordinary individual, one who could not be assessed by conventional wisdom. If he could gain Lin Qi's favor, there was a chance to acquire treasures that could extend his lifespan, making his diligent flattery worthwhile. Chapter 39. The Tomb of the Sage. Yan Yuanden. While Yin Feiyang was occupied with acquiring the coffin and gravestone, Lin Qi returned to the Yin Yin dojo, seeking to comprehend the profound mysteries of the innate realm. The innate realm, in contrast to the acquired realm, involves the transformation of internal power into tangible internal energy. Internal power is formless, while internal energy possesses form. With a powerful strike of the frosty fist, the air seemed to freeze and shatter, transforming into a wintry landscape. The power of this technique far surpassed that of any move executed in the acquired realm, demonstrating that only in the innate realm could one truly unleash the full might of innate arts. It appears that having recently transcended to the innate realm, Lin Qi radiated an invigorated spirit, feeling an abundance of power, yearning for release. He commenced practicing the Gale steps within the Yin Yin dojo. His form flickered unpredictably, eluding the naked eye, while the air around him crackled with the ominous sound of wind blades. With Lin Qi's current strength, not even Feng Jiangji and Hong Ong, those petty figures, could withstand the wind blades that emanated from even a mere toe of his. "Young Master Lin Qi, I have returned," a voice suddenly resonated from outside, belonging to Yin Feiyang. Lin Qi then realized that a significant amount of time had passed unnoticed. He opened the door, allowing Yin Feiyang to enter. Although Yin Feiyang was merely a middle-aged man of substantial girth, he was nonetheless a master of the fourth stage of the innate realm. He appeared effortlessly as he entered the dojo, one shoulder bearing a coffin and the other a tombstone. "Very well, set it down," Lin Qi commanded, sending a pulse of energy to strike Yin Feiyang's brow, instructing, "Contemplate this well upon your return. It will be of great benefit to you." Yin Feiyang was momentarily taken aback, but then elation filled him as he bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, young Master Lin Qi." Although he was yet to comprehend the nature of the energy, its mere presence at his brow had sparked a flicker of enlightenment within him. After a prolonged period without any breakthroughs, he sensed a slight loosening. Truly, young Master Lin Qi was an extraordinary figure. Having performed such a minor task, he was rewarded with such a precious gift. Indeed, he had not misjudged the man. "Young Master, if you have any further commands, I shall await your call outside," Yin Feiyang said, bowing as he took his leave. Lin Qi nodded, and the heavy wooden door closed automatically, sealing the Yin Yin dojo from outside view. Lin Qi then placed the Yin Yin Taoist into the coffin and interred it in a pre-dug deep pit. He retrieved the tombstone, inscribing the 4 characters, "Tomb of the Saint." He paid no mind to whether the Yin Yin Taoist was worthy of such a title. To Lin Qi, he was a benefactor, having provided him with great enlightenment, deserving of such treatment. After setting the tombstone upright, Lin Qi bowed 3 times to the Yin Yin Taoist, offering incense, lighting candles, and burning paper money. Once he completed these rites, he activated the array flag, causing the ground to tremble once more as the coffin and tombstone were buried deep beneath the earth. After all, being a remarkable figure struck down by heavenly lightning, it would be unwise to leave the tombstone, boldly inscribed with "Tomb of the Saint," exposed to the world. Lin Qi hoped for the Yin-Yun Taoist peace, wishing to keep this matter discreet. Burying it ensured tranquility and stability, free from disturbance. Rest well, Yin-Yun Taoist. I, Lin Qi, shall surely fulfill your last wish and escape this grand array of heaven and earth. Lin Qi bowed once more before returning to the tower above. Why must he remain seated here? Because the vantage point was exquisite, allowing him to observe everything outside. Peering over the wall, he spotted Yin Feiyang nearby, surrounded by several city guards, with others beginning to erect tents, seemingly preparing for a prolonged stay. This was fortuitous, as Lin Qi intended to remain at the Yin-Yun dojo for a while. The reasons were simple. First, today marked the first day he signed in at the Yin-Yun dojo, resulting in the acquisition of the 10,000 array compendium, a treasure of remarkable value. This place was evidently special. If he established it as a long-term sign-in point, although the quality of rewards would diminish over time, the initial rewards would likely remain commendable. Second, regardless of the reward from signing in, he needed to cultivate and enhance his strength here. After all, he was about to visit the Tinhua sect, a formidable sect on par with the Feishua Mountain Villa. Such sects were heavily fortified, teeming with powerful experts, akin to a den of dragons and tigers. Moreover, he faced the prospect of direct engagement with someone like Gong Sanhua, a true disciple of the Qi realm, which posed an even greater danger. It was essential to recognize the significant gap between the innate realm and the Qi realm, with the existence of the transformation Qi and true Qi realms in between. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise at the hands of Gong Sanhua. Thus, he must spare no effort in enhancing his capabilities. Only then could he maximize his chances of survival. While rescuing his father, Lin Jinwu, was paramount, his own life took precedence. Only by remaining alive could he speak of saving others. Death would render all endeavors futile. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Lin Qi found no time to wander in the bustling city of Yinzhou, despite its allure, which far surpassed that of Qingzhou. He devoted all his time to consuming medicinal pills. Any item capable of enhancing his internal energy, no matter how minimal the effect, was ingested and refined. For instance, he consumed the Xiongdan, a pill meant for those in the later stages, which had negligible effects for someone in the innate realm. However, by downing several bottles and circulating his technique, the formidable absorption capacity of his supreme Dao Bone allowed him to significantly increase his internal energy. Next came the Great Recovery Pill, Purple Fire Pill, Yin Yun Pill, and many others. Lin Qi consumed them without hesitation. The Great Recovery Pill was a common remedy for enhancing internal energy, albeit weak in effect, yet abundant in quantity. The Purple Fire Pill, on the other hand, was crafted from the unique purple fire spiritual energy found within Yinzhou City, combined with various herbs, making it a local specialty and relatively easy to produce. It was the most plentiful of all pills. As for the Yin Yun Pill, named after the Yin Yun Taoist, Lin Qi suspected it was indeed created by him. Upon ingestion, it allowed for the rapid absorption of fire spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. In a brief span, this energy took on a cloud-like shape within his dantian, releasing a gentle and prolonged spiritual energy far more soothing than the direct absorption of natural energies. For an ordinary person, refining the spiritual energy within the Yin Yun pill could take months or even years. Yet, the pill's exceptional nature meant that this time was not wasted. It could potentially enable the user to break through a realm. Given the plethora of innate realm masters in Yinzhou City, it was evident that many owed their progress to the Yin Yun pill. In this regard, the Yin Yun Taoist contributions to Yinzhou City were immeasurable. It was a pity that after his demise by heavenly lightning, no one acknowledged his contributions or appreciated his kindness, instead seeking only to seize his treasures. Such generous offerings had only nurtured a pack of ingrates. Good pills ought to be inherited by good people. Ingrates do not deserve them. Lin Qi thought suddenly, exclaiming, Yin Feiyang, relay my command to gather all Yin Yun pills from Yinzhou City. Should anyone refuse to comply, you have full authority to handle the matter. Understood. Yin Feiyang's voice resonated as he promptly set to work. Chapter 40. The innate, indestructible divine skill. For others, the refining period of the Yin Yun pill was lengthy, requiring the passage of time. However, Lin Qi only needed to continuously circulate the supreme Dao law. After half a day's effort, he successfully absorbed one Yin Yun pill and, combined with other assorted pills, his cultivation soared, achieving a smooth breakthrough to the second stage of the innate realm. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped into the hour of Chun. This marked the second day since he had signed in at the Yin Yin Dojo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward. The innate indestructible divine art. The innate indestructible divine art. Innate Qi, enduring through countless tribulations, remains unscathed. With a whisper of innate Qi, one becomes impervious to myriad malevolent forces. The introduction is simple, yet after Lin Qi's study, he discovered this technique to be extraordinarily profound, surpassing even the pinnacle of innate martial arts. The term malevolent forces encompasses not only external demons and heretical entities, but also inner demons and chaotic energies. Inner demons arise when distractions invade the mind during cultivation, leading to potential deviations and even dangerous obsessions at critical moments. Chaotic energies result from the absorption and refinement of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, or from the energies of medicinal pills. The slow cultivation speed of ordinary individuals is largely due to the time required to stabilize their internal chaotic energies. Those with greater innate talent can stabilize their energies more swiftly. The innate indestructible divine art aids practitioners in solidifying their internal energies and calming their minds. However, this merely represents the most fundamental effect of the art. Since it boldly claims to be indestructible, it is naturally a supreme defensive skill. Practicing this art allows the practitioner to generate a protective energy membrane enveloping their entire body. What does it mean to be impervious to myriad malevolent forces? Regardless of the demonic entities or powerful cultivators that attempt to harm Lin Qi, as long as they cannot breach this energy membrane, they will never inflict any injury upon him. Furthermore, the innate indestructible divine art enhances his physical strength, rendering his flesh, tendons, and bones nearly unbreakable. What does indestructible mean? It signifies a physical form that can endure eternally. Indeed, this is a formidable skill. The more Lin Qi practiced, the more astonished he became. Completely immersed in the cultivation of this divine art, oblivious to the sounds of the outside world, time passed without him noticing. Suddenly, a visible layer of white membrane emerged on the surface of his body. Initially uneven and trembling, it appeared fragile and on the verge of vanishing. However, as time elapsed, the membrane thickened, ultimately forming a cocoon of white that enveloped Lin Qi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward. The Bagua Cloud Light Banner. The Bagua Cloud Light Banner. This banner can control formations and break them as well. The introduction is straightforward, and its specific functions must be explored gradually. But Lin Qi had no time to consider at present. After all, the system featured an automatic sign-in function that would ensure the treasure's safekeeping. So he had no worries of losing it. His entire focus remained on the cultivation of the innate indestructible divine art. With deeper understanding, the white membrane on his body continued to multiply. Yet upon reaching a certain limit, at one moment, the membrane began to retract, as if returning to Lin Qi's body, transforming his bones and flesh, further enhancing his physical strength. In this process of cultivation, time flowed like a rushing river, and before he knew it, several days had passed. During this time, the system continued to sign in automatically, although the rewards gradually diminished. They were still far superior to what Lin Qi had received in Qingzhou City and during his travels. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward. The Mountain Toppling Seal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward. The Sea Toppling Banner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward. The 8-length Dragon Steel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward. 1 Jinwu Illuminating Heaven Pill. For days slipped away in this manner, and the white membrane on Lin Qi's body had thinned to a mere layer. When the membrane transformed into transparency, a sound akin to the crashing of waves against cliffs echoed. Lin Qi let out a soft sigh, slightly opening his eyes. He had finally succeeded in cultivating the first level of the innate indestructible divine art. After stretching his limbs, Lin Qi felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him, as though he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. It is noteworthy that he had only recently broken through to the innate realm. Achieving such a breakthrough was akin to a rebirth. Now, he experienced another rebirth. The speed at which his strength increased was astonishingly rapid, yet his foundation remained remarkably solid, devoid of any impulsiveness, all unfolding naturally. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Qi executed the Gale steps, traversing the entire Yin dojo at a swift pace, testing the potency of his techniques. After a while, he came to a satisfied halt, pondering, having only cultivated the first level of the innate, indestructible divine art. He had already achieved such results. If he were to continue cultivating and break through to the second level, third, fourth, or even the ninth and 10th levels, how formidable would he become? However, this divine art was not easily mastered. Merely the first level had consumed most of his medicinal pills. Fortunately, he had been conserving the Yin pills. Otherwise, he would have exhausted his supply in the pursuit of this art. It seemed that to cultivate it, he would require more high-grade medicinal pills, and it would be ideal if he had spirit stones at his disposal. Lin Qi momentarily suppressed his desire to continue his cultivation and instead examined the rewards he had obtained over the past few days. The Bagua Cloud Light Banner, Mountain Toppling Seal, Sea Toppling Banner, 8-length Dragon Steel, and 1 Jinwu Illuminating Heaven Pill. The first 4 items were all treasures. Upon examining the Bagua Cloud Light Banner, Lin Qi realized its remarkable capabilities. Had he possessed it earlier, he could have directly controlled the Yin dojo, eliminating the need to search for auxiliary formation flags. Should he encounter any formations in the future, this banner would undoubtedly prove invaluable. He carefully stored it back in system space and then took out the Mountain Toppling Seal. The Mountain Toppling Seal was a palm-sized, earth-colored stone with a dragon tortoise resting upon it, perfectly fitting in his grasp. According to the description, when activated with magical energy, this seal could grow to the size of a mountain and could suppress an entire city in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, Lin Qi's cultivation level was too low to activate it yet. Even when using his internal energy, he could only make it slightly larger. Transforming it into a mountain was beyond his current capabilities. It would serve well as a tool for cracking walnuts. Lin Qi shook his head and took out the Sea Toppling Banner. This banner also required magical energy to activate, capable of controlling water and rivers, making it extraordinary. Next was the 8-length Dragon Steel, which similarly required magical energy and was temporarily unusable. However, this steel stood nearly as tall as a person, if wielded as a weapon. It could certainly knock down a large crowd. Lin Qi let out a wry smile as he retrieved the final treasure, the Jinwu Illuminating Heaven Pill. This pill was a fire-type spiritual elixir with remarkable effects. When consumed, it could unleash the fire-based divine abilities of the Jinwu Illuminating Heaven. At present, Lin Qi was but a small figure in the innate realm, hardly significant in the vast spirit martial domain, and divine abilities were beyond his reach. Yet he understood that possessing this pill provided him with a fundamental means of survival. Thus, he felt no apprehension about his journey to the Tianwu sect. Chapter 41. The Qi Transformation Technique. After carefully storing the Jinwu Illuminating Heaven Pill, Lin Qi finally noticed Yin Feiyang waiting at the entrance, prompting him to activate the formation flag and open the door. Creak. As soon as the door opened, Yin Feiyang immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Young master, I have gathered all the Yin pills within the city, totaling 34. 34? Lin Qi was somewhat taken aback, surprised by the sheer number. It seemed these individuals were quite clever. Even if they had to exchange their assets for gold and silver, they were unwilling to part with the Yin pills. After all, the efficacy of the Yin pill was extraordinary, and their personal strength was far more valuable than material possessions. Alas, they ultimately could not escape the fate of surrendering their Yin pills. Lin Qi accepted the Yin pills, estimating that there were still some hidden away by others who had not reported them, but he had no time to concern himself with them now. Rather than engaging in a battle of wits with these insignificant individuals, it would be more prudent to hasten to the Heavenly Fire Sect. After all, the Heavenly Fire Sect is a prestigious sect, undoubtedly possessing more advanced elixirs, rendering it unnecessary to squander time in Flame State City. Yin Feiyang. Lin Qi unleashed a surge of fire-infused spiritual energy onto Yin Feiyang, instructing him to fully comprehend and strive to break through to the 5th level of the innate realm. Hurry, we shall depart shortly. Yes. Yin Feiyang's body trembled with both astonishment and joy. Young Master Lin Qi was indeed magnanimous, bestowing upon him yet another wave of enlightening energy. With this latest infusion, if he were unable to ascend to the 5th level of the innate realm, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. Filled with excitement, Yin Feiyang dashed out the door to the training grounds to cultivate. Meanwhile, Lin Qi also commenced his own cultivation, having spent the previous 5 days honing the innate indestructible divine art without enhancing his internal energy. Now, he began to consume Yin Yun pills one by one, fully dedicating his mind to the supreme Dao law, exerting all his effort to absorb the fire-infused spiritual energy contained within the pills. Days passed in the throes of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward: Purple Cloud Vitality Pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward: White Cloud Blood Restoration Pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward: Cloud Treading Boots. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward: Flowing Cloud Sleeves. In the blink of an eye, for more days had elapsed. Lin Qi's cultivation level surged, successfully breaking through to the 3rd level of the innate realm, and he reached its pinnacle, merely a step away from the 4th level. Regrettably, fewer than 10 Yin Yun pills remained. Observing the pills in his hand, Lin Qi decided to consume them all at once. With a single surge of energy, he broke through to the 5th level. A day passed in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in for 11 consecutive days, triggering a special reward: Transformation Technique. As the system notification echoed at the hour of Chun, Lin Qi's eyes shot open as if radiant dawn light burst forth from within. However, this brilliance quickly faded and a crisp sound resonated within him. Breakthrough: 5th level of the innate realm. At last he had succeeded, though all elixirs that could enhance his internal energy had been exhausted. Shaking his head, Lin Qi rose, stretching his limbs. An overwhelming power surged through his entire being, a mere gesture now imbued with unparalleled force, significantly stronger than before. It should be noted that Lin Qi's every major realm surpassed others by 2 minor realms. Thus, although he was currently at the 5th level of the innate realm, he was, in essence, equivalent to the 9th level, if not higher. After all, the 11th level of body refinement and the 11th level of acquired realm were singular in the world, far exceeding the ordinary. To speak without modesty, Lin Qi felt capable of vanquishing a transformation realm expert. Yet, the problem remained. He had never encountered a true transformation realm expert. The only one he had seen, Dongfang Lanxin, was injured and unstable, failing to exhibit the prowess of a high-level expert. Uncertain of the unique abilities possessed by transformation realm experts, Lin Qi pondered deeply as he retrieved his newly acquired reward: Transformation Technique. As for the Purple Cloud Vitality Pill, White Cloud Blood Restoration Pill, Cloud Treading Boots, and Flowing Cloud Sleeves obtained from the previous 4 days of sign-ins, Lin Qi merely glanced at them, not delving into their details. The pills were for healing and restoring vitality, while the boots and sleeves were auxiliary gear to enhance speed, agility, and defense. These items were rather ordinary and not particularly rare. At this moment, the most crucial was undoubtedly the transformation technique. Transformation technique. By operating this heart technique, one can convert innate realm internal energy into true energy for a limited duration, thereby attaining the realm and power of the transformation realm. Lin Qi was overjoyed. Fortune had come knocking just as he needed it, as he had been contemplating the unknown strength of the transformation realm. And now the system had bestowed upon him such a special reward. Without hesitation, he began his studies, as Lin Qi commanded the system to initiate the learning process. He felt the world around him shift. It was as though he had entered an unknown realm, his entire being plunged into a state of transcendence, his spirit wavering. As the supreme Dao law surged in a frenzy, internal energy flowing like a fountain, as if wanting to burst forth from his body. However, this fountain of power soon dissipated, and he instead felt himself enveloped in an ocean of spiritual energy, the essence of the universe rushing towards him, flooding into his body. In an instant, Lin Qi noticed a transformation within his internal energy. Previously, it had been thin and intangible. Now, it had thickened, becoming tangible and substantial. In other words, What was once mere internal energy had now evolved into true energy, something that could be felt and touched, the authentic essence of the innate realm. This was the transformation realm. Lin Qi's heart suddenly enlightened. Seizing this rare opportunity, he directly began to practice the innate indestructible divine art. With the system's assistance in comprehending the transformation technique, it could be said that he had, at this moment, effectively leapt into the transformation realm, utilizing the transformation realm's capacity for frenzied absorption of spiritual energy. He quickly absorbed a considerable amount of essence. Layers of white membranes began to coalesce on the surface of his body. As time passed, these membranes multiplied, forming a massive white cocoon. In less than half a day, the white cocoon began to be consumed, being refined into his body. At this rate, it seemed that within half a day, he could directly elevate the innate indestructible divine art to the second level in one fell swoop. Regrettably, the strength of the transformation realm was only temporary. Gradually, he reverted to his original fifth level of the innate realm. As his realm completely reverted, Lin Qi felt an excruciating pain that radiated from his very marrow, involuntarily gasping in shock, blood spilling from his lips, his body twisting and trembling within the white membrane, spasming uncontrollably. Undoubtedly, while the transformation technique brought forth immense benefits, it bore terrifying side effects. Had he not possessed the supreme Dao Bone and practiced the innate indestructible divine art, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness, perhaps remaining in a state of coma for half a year. After all, it was a formidable technique capable of shattering the barriers of realms, and such side effects were only reasonable. That said, after such a lesson, Lin Qi resolved to approach the transformation technique with caution. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from utilizing this power. Of course, should he elevate the innate indestructible divine art to the third level, rendering his body increasingly resilient, an occasional use would be permissible. Fortunately, the white membrane was on the verge of successful refinement, and without the aid of the universe's spiritual energy, he could still break through to the second level, further advancing his strength, a cause for celebration. After some time, Lin Qi regained his composure, feeling exceptionally good, and resumed the refinement of the white membrane. Chapter 42, Arrival at Heavenly Fire City. With a resounding clap, akin to a multitude of hands striking in unison, all the white membranes surrounding Lin Qi were absorbed into his body. In that moment, his skin radiated a blinding milky glow. In the blink of an eye, the light permeated into his being, gradually merging with his bones and veins, becoming invisible. Lin Qi slowly rose, sensing the changes within, and suddenly leaped from the high tower. Whoosh! The entire figure plummeted to the ground with such force that his knees did not bend, resembling a spear piercing the earth and creating a deep pit. Yet, there was not the slightest discomfort in his body. Like a sprightly bamboo shoot, he instantly sprang back to the ground. Such a formidable constitution was akin to a divine weapon. With the addition of the celestial silkworm gloves and the flowing cloud sleeve for defense, his arms were invincible, impervious to any attacks below the true Qi realm. The second layer of the innate, indestructible divine skill possessed such power. One could only imagine how formidable it would be if he cultivated to the third layer. Lin Qi was filled with excitement. Unfortunately, he lacked more elixirs and could not enter the Qi transformation realm to absorb spiritual energy, leaving him with no choice but to halt his progress. After changing into a fresh outfit, Lin Qi donned the flowing cloud sleeves and celestial silkworm gloves, completing his ensemble with the cloud-treading boots. This gear ensured he was capable of both offense and defense, with the ability to flee as well. Particularly, the cloud-treading boots complemented his cloud-leaping steps, making his body feel light and his speed swifter, proving useful alongside the gale steps. The thought of having signed in for a full 11 days and acquiring such fine items made Lin Qi reluctant to depart. He resolved to exhaust the treasures at this sign-in location before leaving. Thus, he calmed his mind and began to study the high tower of the Flame Cloud Taoist Temple. Initially, this tower was where the Flame Cloud Taoist preached from its pinnacle, and later it became the site for his own cultivation. While he had not noticed its significance during his practice, upon reflection, the tower was extraordinary. It could aid in focusing the mind and purifying the surrounding spiritual energy, making cultivation considerably easier. Such a treasure should not be left here for others to benefit. Consequently, Lin Qi circled the tower, tracing its surface and entering within, seeking a method to refine the tower itself. After some time, he suddenly realized that the tower was, in fact, a formation. Various patterns etched upon its surface constituted the formation lines. However, these patterns were somewhat esoteric, and with Lin Qi's current level, he could not comprehend them. Thus, he settled into a lotus position and commenced studying the 10,000 Formation Compendium. Previously, he had only managed to learn a few formation diagrams, suffering from excruciating headaches that made it impossible to continue. Yet now, having broken through to the 5th level of the innate realm, his mental acuity had significantly enhanced. This time, he entered a state of concentration, and under the System-S guidance, he astonishingly learned over 30 formation diagrams in one go, even retaining additional energy. However, Lin Qi did not overexert his mental energy. Instead, he paused to reflect deeply. After more than half a day had passed, he finally grasped the formation diagrams he had studied. At this moment, the night had faded, and daylight broke forth, marking the hour of Chun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in. Reward: Soft Hedgehog Armor. The soft hedgehog armor, woven from a blend of golden threads and ancient vine branches, was impervious to blades and could defend against internal martial strikes. Its surface bristled with barbed hooks, ensuring that any flesh striking against it would be harmed. Moreover, it provided warmth. Holding this armor that could also keep him warm, Lin Qi felt it was rather superfluous. Its ability to defend against internal martial attacks essentially meant it could withstand strikes from those of the innate realm, its strength likely inferior to his own physical resilience. It was a rather insignificant item. Nevertheless, having received it, he decided to wear it. Lin Qi donned the soft hedgehog armor beneath his long robe and resumed his seated position to continue studying the 10,000 Formation Compendium. In the blink of an eye, the golden crow sank in the west while the moon rabbit rose in the east. When Lin Qi emerged from his contemplative state once more, the horizon was already painted with the pale light of dawn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in. Reward: Innate Pill. Upon retrieving the innate pill, Lin Qi swallowed it whole, instantly refining it. Before reaching the innate realm, the innate pill had been considered treasure. However, at this juncture, it had become little more than a mere candy, providing only a slight boost of energy. It seemed that Lin Qi had exhausted the sign-in rewards of the Flame Cloud Taoist Temple. Unless he could trigger a consecutive sign-in reward, the items he would receive were bound to be inferior to the innate pill. Clearly, there was no need to linger here any longer. Thus Lin Qi stood, retrieved the Bagua Cloud Light Flag, muttering incantations, and then swiftly tossed the flag to the top of the tower. Whoosh! The tall tower transformed into a stream of light and swiftly entered the Bagua Cloud Light Flag. With a motion of his right hand, Lin Qi retracted the flag into the system space. He then surveyed the Flame Cloud Taoist Temple, now an empty expanse, with only Lin Xiaobai lying nearby in deep slumber. Lin Qi seized Lin Xiaobai and exited through the gates, instructing Yin Feiyang, "Prepare 2 swift horses. We shall depart." Yes, Yin Feiyang had long been prepared. Ever since he successfully broke through to the 5th level of the innate realm, he had been immensely grateful to Lin Qi and was wholeheartedly devoted to following him. He promptly led forth a fine steed for Lin Qi to mount. Lin Qi handed Lin Xiaobai over to him, stating, "I wish to cultivate on the way. Please take care of him." Not at all. This is the merit bestowed upon me by the young master. I am grateful beyond words," Yin Feiyang said with enthusiasm, mounting his horse to ride alongside Lin Qi. Before long, they exited the city of Yinzhou and hit the open road, galloping swiftly. Days passed in the blink of an eye, yet Lin Qi had not signed in for anything of notable quality. It seemed his luck had been entirely spent at the Flame Cloud Taoist Temple. Fortunately, the journey was smooth, and even when they encountered some brazen bandits, a mere display of the Heavenly Fire Sect's token from Yin Feiyang was enough to send the bandits scurrying away, even offering silver as compensation. After all, this region lay under the threat of the Heavenly Fire Sect, who would dare to pluck a hair from the tiger's mouth and invite their own demise. One day, as Lin Qi pondered over the 10,000 Formation Compendium, he took a moment to question Yin Feiyang, given that this road is so easy to traverse. Why do you all remain cooped up in Yinzhou, not returning to the Heavenly Fire Sect for cultivation? Yin Feiyang sighed with a wry smile and explained, "Young Master Lin, you are unaware. Strictly speaking, We are no longer disciples of the Heavenly Fire sect, but merely former disciples. To remain within the sect and enjoy ample spiritual energy, one must expend contribution points daily. These points are earned through task execution or by achieving breakthroughs for rewards. If one possesses great strength, they may ascend the rankings and receive a daily allotment of contribution points. However, for individuals like us, with inadequate talent, slow cultivation speed, and lackluster combat prowess, it is impossible to ascend the rankings. Without a backing, we cannot seize tasks. The meager contribution points earned through outer sect assessments are quickly depleted, forcing us to leave in disgrace to avoid further humiliation. Although there are places within the outer sect where one need not expend contribution points, they are not even as good as Yinzhou. Rather than compete with a group of pitiful souls for scraps beneath a golden mountain, it is better to return and mine our own copper mountain. Wouldn't you agree, young master? Lin Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes at this. You, an official second generation with a father as the city lord, naturally wouldn't need to contend with others for scraps. But what the ordinary people? Not everyone has a city lord for a father. They must fight tooth and nail and are willing to risk their lives for it. Lin Qi suddenly thought of Ma Ziwei from the Feishua Mountain Manor. This wretched woman was a master at seizing scraps, ungrateful, ruthless, and unscrupulous, lacking any sense of guilt. And instead, she reveled in her triumphs. Once he rescued his father, she would be the first to meet her end. For now, he had no mind to deal with her, letting her live a few more days. Yin Feiyong suddenly reined in his horse and pointed ahead, saying, "Young master, we are approaching Tianhua City. From this moment on, we must dismount and walk into the city. Only those holding the identity tokens of the Tianhua sect can enter smoothly. All other outsiders must undergo thorough scrutiny. This is the first significant barrier to Tianhua sect, and it is exceedingly strict. The city is filled with experts, including inner disciples of the transformation realm. Young master, we must act discreetly and heed my guidance." Lin Qi furrowed his brow as he gazed at the city of moderate size before him. He inquired, did Gongsun Hua issue the command to capture Lin Jinwu's son directly from Tianhua sect, or was it relayed through Tianhua city? If the order came from the city, how can we meet Gongsun Hua at Tianhua sect? Yin Feiyong was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of anxiety. I do not know. If the order was issued from Tianhua city and intercepted by them, our achievements would be for naught. Lin Qi's expression darkened. If the people of Tianhua city were to take Lin Xiaobai away, he would be unable to approach Gongsun Hua, and how could he see his father then? This journey would have been in vain. However, since they had arrived, they might as well enter the city. For now, they could only proceed cautiously. Chapter 43, Begone. Return to Yinzhou City. Young Master Lin Qi, if anyone inquires, we shall claim that you are a prodigy I have brought to join the sect, and we will not linger in Tianhua City, but proceed directly to Tianhua sect, Yin Feiyong suggested as they neared the city entrance. I will seek an audience with Gongsun Hua, present Lin Jinwu's son, and earn great merit, ultimately securing your place in the sect. Lin Qi nodded, taking Lin Xiaobai on his back. That would be best. Yet, I fear it may not be so simple. Soon, they arrived at the city gates, where two city guards stood like hawks, scrutinizing every passerby. Clad in fiery red robes adorned with yellow flames on their chests, they were undoubtedly disciples of the Tianhua sect. Like Yin Feiyong, however, their prowess was evidently superior, both being at the 6th level of the innate realm. Their presence exuded a vigorous aura, showing no signs of fatigue despite standing guard all day. Armed with long spears, they were in a perpetual state of readiness. In stark contrast, Yin Feiyong appeared as a portly middle-aged man. Were it not for his sex attire, one might mistake him for a mere tradesman. As they approached the gates, the guards' piercing gazes felt as if they could see straight through him. Unable to maintain eye contact, he averted his gaze, feeling inferior as he had long been away from the sect. Now, burdened with the significant achievement of bringing Lin Xiaobai, anxiety gnawed at him. Are you a disciple of Tianhua sect? The taller guard on the left abruptly blocked their path with his spear, commanding, lift your head. Your timid demeanor brings shame to our sect. Or are you donning stolen robes? The other guard, with a prominent nose, demanded, Fatty, present your identity token. State your name, origin, and purpose for entering the city. Yin Feiyong was taken aback. He had not expected such scrutiny from fellow sect members. Had it truly become this stringent after years of absence? Trembling, He produced his identity token, stammering, "I am Yin Feiyang, a disciple of Tianhua's sect, and I assure you, these robes are not stolen. I have come to bring a prodigy to join the sect." Yin Feiyang? The guards exchanged glances, one of them suddenly chuckling. "So, you truly have come to present a prodigy?" "Indeed," Yin Feiyang affirmed, gesturing to Lin Qi beside him. "He is not yet trained in the major sects, but has already reached the 5th level of the innate realm. Such talent will surely shine in our sect. Spare us the trivialities." The guard interrupted brusquely, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qi. The prospect of introducing such a prodigy to the sect was undoubtedly a commendable achievement. However, their attention quickly shifted to Lin Qi's burden. "Is this person you carry also a genius?" Yin Feiyang hurriedly replied. "This is the younger brother of the prodigy Lin Qi. He is somewhat simple-minded and has a disability. The brothers rely on each other for support." Having rehearsed this narrative beforehand, he managed to maintain his composure. Yet suddenly, a hand struck him sharply, catching him off guard. Stumbling back, he looked up at the prominent-nosed guard, his expression filled with confusion. Why, you ask?" The guard spat. "Little Yin Feiyang, have you grown so bold in Yinzhou City, living off your father's legacy, that you dare to lie before me?" Yin Feiyang's face paled, speechless with fear. He had intentionally evaded the question of his origin, fearing they would discover he had come from Yinzhou City. To his dismay, they were already aware of his background and had been toying with him. "Who do you think you are?" The guard scoffed. "You dare to hoard the task assigned by young Master Hua? You must be tired of living. Even if you do not reveal your identity, do not expect to slip by unnoticed." As he spoke, the guard tossed several portraits against the city wall. With a loud smack, the images adhered to the surface, revealing several familiar faces: Feng Jiangji, Hong Ong, Yu Zheng, and Yin Feiyang. Seeing his own face among them plunged Yin Feiyang into despair. He had not anticipated that they had thoroughly investigated Yinzhou City. Whether he brought Lin Xiao by, or the Hong brothers brought others, the outcome remained unchanged. They were merely pawns in someone else's game. It was laughable that he had thought to outsmart them. Now, he was in deep trouble, having lied to their faces. He had not only exposed himself, but had also offended the city guards. From this day forth, he feared he would never enter Tianhua City again. Without access to Tianhua City, his connection to Tianhua's sect would be severed, leaving him with no further interactions. Any hopes of seeking treasures to extend his life would be nothing but a delusion. The prominent-nosed guard, observing Yin Feiyang's despondence, mockingly declared, "Begone, fool! Return to your Yinzhou City. In that impoverished corner, you can spend your days in retirement. It is the best fate for a waste like you. Do not indulge in daydreams, for the greatest folly is lacking self-awareness." With an air of superiority, he dismissed Yin Feiyang. Lost in despair, Yin Feiyang turned to leave, but a hand grasped him, stating, "Regardless, you were the one who introduced me. Without entering Tianhua's sect, your mission remains unfulfilled, and you cannot depart." Yin Feiyang looked into Lin Qi's eyes, unable to suppress his emotions, tears nearly spilling forth. He understood that with Lin Qi's talent, he would undoubtedly secure a place in Tianhua's sect. Even the prominent-nosed guard, motivated by reward, would naturally recommend him. In that moment, he felt utterly useless. However, young Master Lin Qi insisted on taking me along to the Tianhua sect. Such camaraderie cannot be underestimated. It is no wonder that, after the demise of Taoist Yin Yun, young Master Lin Qi personally buried him. Although he had merely attended one of Taoist Yin Yun's sermons, he displayed a depth of loyalty surpassing that of others. To follow a person of such integrity is truly the greatest fortune of my life. Yet do I truly deserve it? Before Yin Feiyang could respond, the burly city guard furrowed his brow and said, "Young man, you do not understand. Yin Feiyang's sole duty is to guide you. I shall introduce you to the sect. Do not worry, I assure you a smooth entry." He patted Lin Qi's shoulder, ushering him into the city, dismissing Yin Feiyang as inconsequential. Chapter 44. Has the city lord arrived? Lin Qi clasped his hands in greeting to the burly guard, saying, "Brother, Yin Feiyang has shown me great kindness. May I take him with me to the Tianhua sect?" The guard seemed to make a monumental decision, replying, "By rights, I should not allow him entry. The city lord would be displeased. However, since you have asked, I cannot deny you this favor." He then draped an arm around Lin Qi's shoulder, adopting a friendly demeanor. "Thank you, brother. May I ask your esteemed name?" "Haha, just call me Brother Liang." The burly guard chuckled, his demeanor towards Lin Qi vastly differing from that towards Yin Feiyang. Yet, Yin Feiyong did not dare voice any objections. Instead, he repeatedly expressed his gratitude, nearly in tears. Brother Liang stated, Yin Feiyong, that was merely a lesson for you to refrain from such clever tricks in the future and to conduct yourself properly. This is for your own good. Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Liang. I have taken your words to heart and shall no longer employ such cunning. Yin Feiyong assented repeatedly. Brother Liang then turned to Lin Qi, saying, if I am not mistaken, the person you are carrying is indeed the son of Lin Jinwu, correct? You share the same surname. Are you not related? Is he truly your brother? Lin Qi chuckled, of course not. There are many with the surname Lin in the world. I have no connection to him whatsoever. It was Yin Feiyong who rescued me on the way back to Yin Prefecture, seeing my potential and kindly recommending me to the Tianhui sect. Now it makes sense why you treat Yin Feiyong with such care. You are indeed a man of honor. I, Chun Liang, am proud to have you as a brother. Chun Liang praised enthusiastically. Brother, you flatter me. I adhere to a simple principle. Whoever treats me well, I shall reciprocate. Ha, we think alike. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of grace. Chun Liang laughed heartily, growing increasingly fond of Lin Qi. Such a good-natured individual. Assisting him in entering the Tianhui sect would surely yield future rewards. Aware of Yin Feiyong's life-saving deed for Lin Qi, Chun Liang's demeanor toward Yin Feiyong softened as well. Yin Feiyong was taken aback by this unexpected kindness. The three continued on their journey and soon arrived at a courtyard. The courtyard was deserted, save for a stable housing a dozen horses. Lin Qi inquired, Brother Liang, what is this place? Why not go directly to meet young Master Hua? Chun Liang replied, My brother, you are unaware that young Master Hua is a true disciple and a candidate for sect master, burdened with countless responsibilities. It is not so simple as just meeting him. We must first report to the city lord for his decision. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps could be heard approaching. Chun Liang beamed. The city lord has arrived. It turned out he had already sent word upon seeing Yin Feiyong, ensuring that they arrived at the designated location just as the city lord and his entourage arrived. Upon opening the courtyard door, they were greeted by a robust and handsome young man accompanied by several others. His eyes, like blazing torches, surveyed the courtyard, inquiring, Who is the son of Lin Jinwu? It is this cripple. Chun Liang indicated Lin Xiaobai. The handsome young man turned to Lin Qi, commanding, Put him down. You may remain here. This courtyard is a reward for you. Count it as your merit. Should you need anything in the future, you may confine me. Before he could finish speaking, a burly man behind him approached Lin Qi, intending to take Lin Xiaobai away. Lin Qi stepped back slightly to avoid him, saying, in response to the city lord, We do not want this courtyard. We only wish to go to the Tianhui sect and seek young Master Hua. Impudent, the burly man bellowed. What audacity to bargain with the city lord. Since you refuse this courtyard, you may leave, but Lin Jinwu's son must remain. With that, he advanced, reaching for Lin Qi's back. His grasp was like a steel hook, threatening to not only seize Lin Xiaobai, but also to leave Lin Qi severely injured. Seeing this, Chun Liang hastily exclaimed, Show mercy. This young man is a genius I have recruited, eager to enter our Tianhui sect. Spare his life. The burly man scoffed. No genius is entitled to negotiate with the city lord. Liangzi, have you not taught him the ways of respect? Though his words were fierce, he clearly tempered his strength, granting Chun Liang some face. Nonetheless, a slight punishment was deemed necessary. As a powerful practitioner at the 8th level of the innate realm, handling Lin Qi, who was merely at the 5th level, would surely leave him bruised, even with diminished force. This was to teach the lad a lesson about respect. However, to his astonishment, Lin Qi merely stepped back a fraction, effortlessly evading the grasp, rendering the burly man a mere figure of ridicule, flailing at the air. You! The burly man fumed, ready to strike again. Yet the handsome city lord interjected, Enough! He is indeed a genius with impressive footwork. No wonder Liangzi recommended him to our Tianhui sect. Thus, you shall accompany us. Lin Qi clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, city lord. However, I have one request. May I bring him along? He seeks no accolades, merely wishes to return to the Tianhui sect for a visit. Yin Feiyong felt both grateful and anxious, wishing to convey to Lin Qi not to concern himself with him. Whether he entered the Tianhui sect was of little consequence. Rather than becoming a burden to Lin Qi within the sect, it would be better to return to Yin Prefecture and enjoy a leisurely life with his father. Little did he know that Lin Qi's kindness was not without reason. Firstly, he found Yin Feiyang to be a capable individual, one who followed orders well. During their journey to Tianhua City, Yin Feiyang had been exceedingly cooperative, even taking care of Lin Xiaobai. Secondly, Lin Qi had already imparted insights twice to Yin Feiyang. While it was a form of reward, it was also a means of nurturing talent. To abandon this investment now would indeed be wasteful. Furthermore, once they entered the Tianhua sect, he would need individuals to assist him, and bringing Yin Feiyang along would save the trouble of training a new subordinate. Lastly, Lin Qi valued their good relationship. Having come together, it would only be fitting to enter the Tianhua sect together. The absence of Yin Feiyang would imply a lack of capability on Lin Qi's part. Thus, for both practical and emotional reasons, taking Yin Feiyang along was preferable to leaving him behind. Lin Qi merely needed to utter one additional sentence, so why not? Yet, the handsome city lord frowned slightly, remarking, "You seem a bit greedy." He appeared somewhat displeased. Yin Feiyang immediately felt a wave of trepidation, glancing at Lin Qi, his lips moving silently, signaling him to let it go. He would not pursue entry into the Tianhua sect. Lin Qi, however, disregarded him, stating, "City Lord, Yin Feiyang has rendered me a great favor. I promise to take him back to the Tianhua sect. Today, if you assist me, I, Lin Qi, shall repay your kindness 100-fold in the future." "All right," the handsome city lord, Cheng Hao, chuckled. "I, Cheng Hao, shall remember your words. Yin Feiyang may accompany us, but he must reside in the outer disciple courtyard." "Very well," Lin Qi nodded. Yin Feiyang was nearly moved to tears. After living for most of his life, he never imagined returning to the Tianhua sect would be so arduous. He suddenly realized that even without the matter concerning Lin Zhenwu's son, his return to the Tianhua sect would have been no easy feat given the nature of the individuals in Tianhua City. They would undoubtedly be adept at extortion. Insatiable in their greed, they might even strip him bare and leave him with nothing. It was entirely possible they would go so far as to kill him. After all, they controlled the routes. How absurd it was for Feng Jiangji, Hong Ong, and Yu Zheng to scheme against Lin Zhenwu's son, believing that acquiring such a significant merit would be a rare opportunity. In truth, while the merit existed, it had nothing to do with them. Alas, this world is indeed terrifying. Without the protection of his father in Yenzhou City, he was rendered powerless. Yin Feiyang could not help but feel overwhelmed with emotion, reflecting on the harsh realities of life. After 20 years of relying on parental support, he was once again confronted with life's brutal truths. "Enough, let us depart." With a grand wave of his hand, Cheng Hao commanded, and the group promptly mounted their steeds, eager to gallop out of the city. However, before they could exit the courtyard, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. "The city lord has arrived. All idle folk, retreat." The sound of hooves echoed as a new group approached, proclaiming themselves as city lords. Lin Qi and Yin Feiyang exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Two city lords? Chapter 45, Leave those three. It was Wang Yongling's men. The broad-nosed Chun, Liang, edged closer to Lin Qi and explained, "Wang Yongling is the rival of the Fire Young Master, another candidate for the sect leader, and he is exceedingly arrogant. His subordinate, Zhao Qianjing, has seized half of Tianhua City and is widely regarded as the true master of the city." "The master of Heaven's City, what an audacious claim," Lin Qi remarked, his thoughts swirling with disbelief. The incompetence of these major sect members was evident, yet their arrogance knew no bounds. Gong Sun Hua had dispatched individuals across great distances to capture people, displaying an outrageous level of hubris. Now, there was someone even more arrogant, Wang Yongling. Before Gong Sun Hua's targets had even arrived, Zhao Qianjing's subordinates were already at their doorstep. Was there no way to approach the Tianhua sect peacefully? How troublesome. Were it not for the fact that he had yet to rescue his father, Lin Qi would have already stormed through Tianhua City, uninterested in wasting time with them. "Cheng Hao, what are you hiding inside like a turtle? Come out." A languid voice called out. Cheng Hao furrowed his brow slightly, but remained composed, adjusting his attire before leading the group out on horseback. Lin Qi saw that across from them was another group of mounted men, larger in number, each exuding a formidable presence. The weakest among them was at the 4th level of the innate realm, while the strongest, the high-crowned Zhao Qianjing, was at the 3rd level of the transformation realm, on par with Cheng Hao. Among all present, only these two were of the transformation realm. As the two transformation realm experts locked eyes, the tension ignited the air, rendering the surroundings eerily silent. Cheng Hao calmly addressed Zhao Qianjing. Why are you here? Pestering me instead of currying favor with your beggar-like followers? Laughter erupted from Chun Liang and the others. Zhao Qianjing, despite claiming to have widespread intelligence, relied on the city's lowly merchants and tavern workers for information. Cheng Hao's words were merely a mockery, aimed at humiliating Zhao Qianjing. The latter's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile. This city lord treats everyone equally, which is why the people call for me to be their lord, even referring to me as the master of Heaven City. In contrast, your leadership is unpopular. You might as well step aside and let me take your place. Huh, you lack the capability to do so, Cheng Hao retorted with a dismissive smile. Though both were at the same level, Cheng Hao's strength surpassed Zhao Qianjing's, which was why he firmly held the position of city lord. Suddenly, the sound of hooves approached, and two identical young men emerged from the crowd, riding with an air of superiority. The Hu brothers. Cheng Hao's expression shifted dramatically. The Hu brothers were renowned in Tianhua City, though they were merely at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Their twin bond granted them a powerful combined attack technique that was exceptionally harmonious. In terms of combat ability, they nearly rivaled a first-level transformation realm expert. However, this alone did not alarm Cheng Hao. Being close to a first-level transformation realm didn't pose a threat. But now, the situation was different. The pair had quietly broken through to become genuine first-level transformation realm experts. If they unleashed their combined technique again, their combat prowess would likely approach the second level of transformation realm, which could not be underestimated. Zhao Qianjing, Cheng Hao bellowed. Allowing transformation realm participants to engage is against the rules. Tianhua City cannot permit the presence of additional transformation realm experts. I will report this to the sect, and you shall suffer dire consequences. Yet Zhao Qianjing remained unfazed, responding with a grin. Oh, little mouse, your words are quite exaggerated. It is simply that these two have both reached the transformation realm today, and they're merely stretching their limbs on their way back to the sect. Assisting an old friend. This city lord has many friends, after all. Cheng Hao's expression darkened. He understood that even if he reported this matter to the sect, it would lead nowhere. The Hu brothers were not summoned by Zhao Qianjing, but had achieved their transformation realm status while training in Tianhua City. As long as they did not linger too long, it would not be considered a violation. Furthermore, the Hu brothers did not need to act aggressively in Tianhua City. They could ambush on their return to the sect, committing no offenses while eliminating any potential witnesses. Zhao Qianjing, wary of Cheng Hao's strength and reluctant to engage directly for fear of injury, had chosen to negotiate instead, allowing Cheng Hao to save face in front of others. Cheng Hao, surrender the city lord's token, hand over those 3 individuals, and then return to the Tianhua sect with your people, and I shall ensure your safety. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Qianjing declared with an air of confidence, gesturing toward Lin Qi, Lin Xiaobai, and Yan Feiyang. Though he was unaware of the significance of these 3, he understood their importance to Cheng Hao. Securing them first would allow him to uncover their value later. Hearing Zhao Qianjing's words, Chun Liang and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Currently, they were outnumbered, and with the Hu brothers among them. Engaging in a fight would undoubtedly lead to disaster. However, if they surrendered Lin Jinwu's son, how could they explain that to the fire young master upon their return? They feared the consequences would be even more severe. City Lord, the burly man who had previously attacked Lin Qi suddenly shouted, "Let us fight. Yes, let us fight." Chun Liang and others shouted in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. Zhao Qianjing's expression changed, but instead of fear, he felt a surge of joy. He exchanged glances with the Hu brothers, realizing they had stumbled upon a significant opportunity. It was evident that Cheng Hao and his companions had erupted in fervor due to his suggestion to spare the 3 individuals. This indicated that the trio held no ordinary status. Capturing them and presenting them to Lord Wang Yangling would undoubtedly yield rewards. His heart raced with excitement, and despite his reluctance to engage in battle, he prepared himself for action. As one of the 2 individuals at the 3rd level of Qi transformation, he knew he had to restrain Cheng Hao to allow the Hu brothers to unleash their fury. Although the sect forbade killing fellow disciples, incapacitating them was not against the rules. After all, The Tianhua sect thrived on ferocity. With everyone practicing fire-based spiritual energy, tempers flared easily, and it was common to leave opponents severely injured, an occurrence the sect ignored and even encouraged. Just as the impending battle seemed unavoidable, a hearty laugh erupted, startling everyone. They turned to see Cheng Hao, the source of the laughter. Accompanying his mirth was a formidable aura that astonished all present. Zhao Qianjing felt the brunt of this energy, causing his horse to neigh in distress, nearly unseating him. You, fourth level of Qi transformation. Stabilizing his mount, Zhao Qianjing couldn't help but exclaim. Cheng Hao sneered. If you're afraid, you might as well leave. Afraid? Zhao Qianjing regained his composure and scoffed. If you truly had broken through, I might respect you, but alas, you're merely posturing. Cheng Hao retorted. Even without a breakthrough, taking your head would be as easy as reaching into a pocket. Ha, such arrogance. Zhao Qianjing laughed boisterously. The Hu brothers flanked him, and the three united against Cheng Hao, their combined presence creating a palpable tension once more. Amidst the crowd, Lin Qi listened to the exchange of insults and felt a twinge of annoyance. For heaven's sake, two grown men quarreling like children. Do they not feel the strain on their tongues? If they're going to fight, let them fight. If not, they should move on. Is wasting time their favorite pastime? Realizing neither leader intended to strike, Lin Qi settled his mind and began to decipher the myriad array of formations. Thanks to the concealment technique, even while engaged in his studies in front of everyone, no one noticed anything amiss. In a short while, he gleaned several formation diagrams from the compendium. However, as he delved deeper, he found the formations increasingly complex, requiring more time to comprehend. Otherwise, their true intricacies remained elusive. Consequently, his pace of learning slowed, but the sophistication of his understanding deepened. As he grasped the more profound aspects, Lin Qi entered a state of transcendence. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, someone nudged him, saying, Lin Qi, brother, what are you daydreaming about? Has the fighting begun? Lin Qi blinked in confusion. At his words, everyone turned to glare at him, their eyes filled with irritation. It was fortunate that no battle had ensued, yet this fool was hoping for one. Did he think the Hu brothers were idle? Cheng Hao frowned, displeased. Although he had reached the pinnacle of the third level of Qi transformation, a breakthrough to the fourth was still just out of reach. Without that breakthrough, he was only slightly superior to Zhao Qianjing and the Hu brothers, and there was even a chance he could be at a disadvantage. Currently, both sides were cautious, gauging each other's combat capabilities, which kept them at a stalemate. The optimal outcome was to avoid conflict altogether until reinforcements arrived from young Master Hua. Messages had already been dispatched. If they could hold out for a few days, help would undoubtedly come upon realizing the situation. Thus, avoiding conflict was preferable. Being temporarily cautious was not a disgrace. Zhao Qianjing seemed to share this sentiment, suddenly stating, It's getting late, and my stomach is growling. Let's discuss matters tomorrow after a meal. Indeed, Cheng Hao nodded, signaling everyone to return to the courtyard. After closing the courtyard door and assigning guards, they retreated to their quarters. One individual remarked, City Lord, Zhao Qianjing will undoubtedly inform Wang Yongling. If we continue to be at an impasse, it could spell trouble. Cheng Hao's expression darkened. He was not in the mood for conversation, reflecting bitterly that he should have dug a tunnel here. Who would have thought the esteemed city lord would find himself trapped? One day, when he broke through to the fourth level of Qi transformation, he would surely avenge today's humiliation and show Zhao Qianjing his true strength. Harboring this resentment, Cheng Hao consumed several pills and instructed, Protect me. Chun Liang and the others immediately surrounded him, a glimmer of hope igniting within them. If the city lord could achieve a breakthrough to the fourth level of Qi transformation at this critical juncture, then Zhao Qianjing and the Hu brothers would be of little concern. Time slipped by swiftly in cultivation, yet for Chun Liang and the others, it felt like an agonizing eternity. They spent the entire night worrying that Zhao Qianjing might burst in. Thankfully, by the time of the rooster's crow, all remained tranquil. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. Reward, Heavenly Fire Shield. Heavenly Fire Shield. When summoned, this treasure can trap enemies within, conjuring heavenly fire to incinerate them to ashes. Another magical artifact, and it appeared quite formidable. However, without a cultivated magical power, it was currently unusable. Lin Qi was not disheartened. It would eventually be of use, and there was no rush. At that moment, with time on his hands, he resumed studying the compendium of formations. Suddenly, he wrinkled his nose and exclaimed, "Something's amiss." His words shattered the room's silence. "What is wrong?" Liang and the others looked over, curious. Lin Qi replied, "Do you think Zhao Qianjing would be so benevolent as to allow us to recuperate? Is he not concerned that the city lord might break through to the 4th level of Qi transformation? Why has there been no action all night?" The others nodded in agreement. Liang added, "Indeed, I found it strange too. I was worried he might launch a nighttime ambush. You must know such tricks are futile against us." The burly man scoffed. Lin Qi countered, "It's not that simple. Have you noticed any unusual scents?" The group frowned and sniffed, but detected nothing. The burly man grumbled, "Kid, speak plainly. Don't keep us guessing." Lin Qi smiled, "Channel your techniques, and carefully sense for anything out of the ordinary." They complied, albeit skeptically. Having remained on guard, they had been circulating their techniques and had not sensed anything amiss. However, upon Lin Qi's prompting, they suddenly noticed a slight sluggishness in their energy flow, subtle enough that it would go unnoticed without careful observation. The burly man roared, "That scoundrel Zhao Qianjing is employing such despicable tactics. I'll confront him." "Stop." Cheng Hao abruptly opened his eyes, commanding, "Calm down. I have antidote pills. Everyone take one, and begin internal breathing while feigning poisoning. Let's turn the tables on him." "That's a splendid idea, truly worthy of the city lord." The burly man complimented enthusiastically. Liang and the others all agreed, and Lin Qi accepted the antidote pill. Cheng Hao praised, "You have done remarkably well. Being the first to detect the poison gas and alert us deserves recognition." "Thank you," City Lord came to reply. Subsequently, everyone assumed a defensive stance, bracing for an impending assault. Time dragged on slowly amidst heightened vigilance. At last, a sharp scream echoed from the lookout atop the roof. "A boulder is falling. Get out of the way." Boom! A massive stone was hurled onto the rooftop by Zhao Qianjing and the Hu brothers. In a frenzy, Cheng Hao and the others rolled out of the room. In an instant, the structure collapsed, leaving them standing amidst the wreckage. However, there was no time to catch their breath, as the sound of arrows slicing through the air surrounded them. Arrows rained down like a tempest. The clanging of metal resounded as everyone drew their weapons to fend off the lethal projectiles. Despite their prior preparations, several sustained minor injuries. Had it not been for the detoxifying pills, the toxins on the arrows might have claimed their lives. Lin Xiaobai, being a figure of importance, was shielded by Cheng Hao and other formidable warriors, emerging unscathed. Conversely, Yin Feiyang, lacking strength, would have likely perished amidst the chaos had it not been for Lin Qi's assistance. After all, these arrows were not ordinary. They were the finely crafted steel bolts shot by innate realm experts, possessing formidable penetrating and lethal power, far beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. It was merely due to Zhao Qianjing's insufficient manpower and lack of more innate realm experts that they had not suffered greater casualties. Otherwise, a single volley of arrows would have decimated half their ranks. Cheng Hao suddenly realized that he had misjudged the situation the previous day, contemplating a breakthrough to the 4th level of the transformation realm instead of preparing for battle. Had he acted differently, he would have denied Zhao Qianjing the opportunity to prepare, avoiding such a precarious predicament. However, it was too late for regrets. Cheng Hao bellowed, "Charge out with me. Kill. Do not mind the rules. Every enemy slain is a victory. Lord Hua will protect us. Kill," roared the burly man and Chun Liang as they surged forward. With their steeds fallen, they leaped into action, driven by indignation. Lin Qi and Yin Feiyang were no longer a concern. Safeguarding Lin Xiaobai was already the limit of Cheng Hao and his companions. Yin Feiyang, pale-faced, cried, "Young master, what shall we do?" Lin Qi pushed him towards a corner, saying, "You hide for now. Let me stretch my muscles." Grabbing a descending blade, he grinned. "At last, a fight has commenced. Let me score the first victory." The swordsman, wielding the knife, turned pale with fear. Before him stood merely a 5th-level innate realm youth, someone he thought to be an easy target. Yet the aura emanating from Lin Qi was more terrifying than that of his peers, and he had effortlessly seized the opponent's blade with his bare hands. What is happening? It seemed he had chosen the wrong adversary. There was no time for regrets as a fist, the size of a sandbag, hurtled toward him. Bang! The watermelon burst apart, its red flesh and white seeds scattering everywhere. Yin Feiyong felt a wave of nausea mixed with inexplicable excitement, almost wanting to cheer. Here it came again, the familiar, devastating punch. Back at the Yin Cloud Dojo, young Master Lin Qi had struck terror into the hearts of all, prompting collective pleas for mercy. Yet, after a period of silence, he had nearly forgotten the might of Lin Qi's fists. As the powerful fists re-emerged, Yin Feiyong felt a surge of confidence. With such fists at his disposal, what was there to fear? Gods be damned, he would slay them all. Chapter 47. Who is helping me? You. Another enemy charging at Yin Feiyong halted abruptly, gasping in shock and retreating, his face ashen. In the courtyard, Cheng Hao had led the others out, with only a few still targeting Lin Qi and Yin Feiyong. They had assumed these were merely two easy targets to present to the city lord for recognition. However, this seemingly unremarkable fifth-level innate realm youth unleashed combat prowess far surpassing his rank. With a single punch, he obliterated their disciple's head. Were they truly soft targets? Flee. Without needing a command, everyone instinctively rushed toward the courtyard's exit. Yet, just as they took a few steps, a shadow flashed toward them. In the blink of an eye, a fist appeared before them. Bang! Darkness enveloped the world, consciousness fading into oblivion. No, spare me. The chorus of pleas for mercy arose, yet Lin Qi remained unmoved, deftly clearing the courtyard of foes. He then stepped outside. The street was a chaotic battlefield, with both sides clashing fiercely, punctuated by shouts and the clang of weapons, mingled with the anguished cries of the wounded. Lin Qi surveyed the scene and spotted Cheng Hao, who was outnumbered 3-1, glowing with a fiery aura as he wielded his longsword. The crimson sword light seemed to radiate an intense heat, instilling fear in Zhao Qianjing and the Hu brothers, who dared not approach too closely. Cheng Hao appeared to possess the upper hand. However, the others were not so fortunate, having been struck by arrows earlier. Their stamina was depleted. Zhao Qianjing, somehow having procured additional reinforcements, though not particularly formidable, intermittently loosed arrows that caught Chen Liang and others off guard, leaving them at a disadvantage. Lin Qi, save me. Just as Lin Qi was observing, a voice suddenly called out. He turned to see Chen Liang, with an arrow lodged in his shoulder, panic-stricken as he fled. Help me hold him off for a moment. I need to recuperate, then we can face him together. As he spoke, Chen Liang dashed into the courtyard, where he was met with the sight of numerous corpses. His face paling as he turned to Yin Feiyong in the corner, exclaiming, "What happened to these people? Did you kill them all?" "I didn't. It was young Master Lin Qi," came the reply. Before he could finish, a scream echoed from outside. Chen Liang, perplexed, peered out to see that the innate realm 6th-level opponent who had been pursuing him was now a headless corpse, identical to those in the courtyard. "This?" Chen Liang gasped, staring at Lin Qi in shock, disbelief etched on his face. He had merely exchanged a few words with Yin Feiyong, and yet the enemy had been slain. That was an innate realm 6th-level fighter, a match for him and perhaps even superior. If Lin Qi could dispatch him with a single punch, did that not imply that Chen Liang was also no match for him? Before Chen Liang could ponder further, he suddenly noticed Lin Qi wielding an arrow in his right hand. Whoosh! Lin Qi casually released the arrow, sending it flying toward a concealed corner by the street. A scream pierced the air, followed by blood flowing from that hidden spot. Another kill? Chen Liang's heart raced. If he was not mistaken, the foe Lin Qi had just dispatched was the same scoundrel who had shot him with a hidden arrow. Yet he could not locate the adversary, and even if he did, he lacked the strength to confront them. How was it that Lin Qi could eliminate a foe in the blink of an eye? What kind of power was this? Was he truly only a 5th-level innate realm expert? Just as Chen Liang stood in astonishment, Lin Qi turned back and smiled. "Why is Brother Liang out here? If you're injured, you should rest inside." Chen Liang regained his senses and quickly replied, "Young Master Lin Qi, you are too kind. Just call me Xiaoyang." "Ha!" Lin Qi laughed heartily. "I will guard you. Quickly tend to your wounds." With that, he returned to the courtyard. Upon surveying the scene, he discerned that both sides were relatively evenly matched. Zhao Qianjing's forces were numerous, yet most lacked significant strength, while Cheng Hao's side was composed of elite fighters. Thus, there was no necessity for him to intervene. Although he could easily dispatch an enemy with a single blow, if he were to eliminate them all, the Tianhua sect would inevitably hold him accountable. Even if the sect did not seek retribution, Zhao Qianjing's master Wang Yongling, would certainly do so. It served no purpose to voluntarily acquire a formidable adversary at the Qi realm. Although he was not afraid, he had no desire to be Cheng Hao's scapegoat. If he were to kill indiscriminately while others reaped the rewards, he would only become a fool. With this in mind, Lin Qi decided to remain in the courtyard under the guise of protecting Chen Liang, content to observe the unfolding situation. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, particularly regarding Lin Xiaobai. For this was the key to meeting Gong Sunhua. Should he perish, they would be unable to penetrate the enemy's ranks. Additionally, Cheng Hao must survive. After several twists and turns, Lin Qi had come to understand that meeting a figure like Gong Sunhua was no easy feat. One required a liaison. Cheng Hao, at the pinnacle of the third stage of the Qi transformation realm, though perhaps not of high status as Gong Sunhua's subordinate, was nonetheless appointed as the Lord of Tianhua City, indicating he could communicate with Gong Sunhua. With him as a liaison, much effort could be spared. If he were to fall, Lin Xiaobai, and he would be unable to even enter the Tianhua sect, let alone meet Gong Sunhua. Hence, Lin Qi kept a close watch on both Cheng Hao and Lin Xiaobai. These two were crucial figures. As for the other burly men, he was not their guardian and had no obligation to concern himself with their fates. Losing one would only make things simpler. As Lin Qi observed, he noticed the leader of the Hu family subtly moving his lips, seemingly communicating something. Zhao Ge, continuing to entangle with Cheng Hao is futile. We cannot win. Zhao Qianjing maintained a calm demeanor and replied, I am aware. How about this? You all capture that cripple. He is an important figure guarded by 4 individuals. If we seize him, it will surely distract Cheng Hao. Yes, Zhao Ge, you must remain cautious and avoid injury. The Hu brothers cautioned, seeking an opportunity to retreat from a battle. Hearing their hushed whispers, Cheng Hao seemed to read their intentions and immediately intensified his assault, unleashing a furious roar as his figure flickered like lightning. His sword cleaved the air, sending forth streaks of fiery red sword energy that scorched the ground, cutting off the Hu brothers' escape. He was growing desperate. Zhao Qianjing was overjoyed. He could hardly believe that Cheng Hao's internal energy was limitless. Such reckless sword energy could not be sustained for long. Before long, he would be panting and become easy prey. As for the 4 innate 9th-level protectors of the cripple, they would soon be theirs. A grand achievement awaited. Despite Cheng Hao's formidable strength, he would ultimately be reduced to drinking Zhao Qianjing's bathwater. Ha ha ha. Yet, despite his elation, he could not disregard Cheng Hao's relentless onslaught, which left his back drenched in sweat and his heart racing with anxiety. Cheng Hao's power was a testament to true genius. It was no wonder he had been appointed as the Lord of Tianhua City at such a young age. He was indeed formidable. However, this was where it would end. As he watched Gong Sunhua's complexion pale and his breathing grow labored, Zhao Qianjing could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter. Ha! Little rat, surrender. The Hu brothers, seizing the moment, wiped the sweat from their brows and allowed smiles to break through. After enduring for so long, victory was finally within reach. They were not on par with Zhao Qianjing, being merely at the first stage of the Qi transformation realm. Their endurance was solely due to their effective teamwork, or they would have perished long ago. Yet, just as they relaxed their guard, the sound of arrows slicing through the air pierced their ears. They saw 2 arrows penetrate their chests, the tips resting against their bodies as they looked down in confusion and reluctance, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. What? Zhao Qianjing's expression shifted dramatically, shock and terror flooding his senses as his heart raced and his body trembled. He could scarcely believe that someone had managed to kill the Hu brothers, who were Qi transformation realm fighters. Who was aiding me? Did young Master Hua send someone? Cheng Hao, on the other hand, was filled with both shock and joy as he quickly scanned the area for which the arrows had come. There stood 2 figures, holding crossbows. One was flushed with excitement, trembling with exhilaration, eager to announce that he had fired the arrows. The other remained quietly shrouded in darkness. Chapter 48. This child has a rebellious nature. Chen Liang? Cheng Hao was taken aback upon recognizing the excited figure, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chen Liang was merely at the 6th level of the innate realm, not particularly formidable among Cheng Hao subordinates. How could he possibly possess the ability to slay the Hu brothers? Even in their fatigued state, they were still Qi transformation realm experts. How could Chen Liang have killed them? Cheng Hao was not the only one stunned. Everyone was captivated by the scene, their attention drawn to this critical confrontation. The outcome of this battle would determine the fate of both sides. With the Hu brothers dead, the tide had turned. Zhao Qianjing's men felt their morale plummet, overwhelmed by dread, having lost all fighting spirit. At that moment, the sound of arrows whistled through the air once more, followed by a scream as a man fell dead. Cheng Hao clearly saw that it was an arrow shot by one of Chen Liang's companions. The timing of this attack was impeccable. No wonder the Hu brothers could not withstand such a hidden assault. Regrettably, the assailant remained concealed in the shadows, rendering their face indistinguishable. However, knowing they were allies, Cheng Hao had no time to ponder further. He bellowed, "Kill them all, leave no one alive." Understood. The group shouted in unison, launching a furious assault. It was obvious to all that slaughtering their fellow disciples was a grave sin. If word got out and witnesses remained, even with young Master Hu's protection, they would face severe punishment. Thus, it was imperative to eradicate every last one of their enemies. Do not kill me. I surrender. The clash of swords erupted. Severed limbs scattered and blood splattered. As the adage states, a defeated army collapses like a mountain. Zhao Qianjing's side lost all fighting spirit, transforming into lambs awaiting slaughter. Cheng Hao, as he witnessed his subordinates falling, Zhao Qianjing realized his fate was sealed. Instead of making a futile last stand, he bellowed, "This defeat does not stem from my inferiority to you, but rather from your good fortune in having a powerful ally." With that, he turned toward the shadows and declared, "Why does this master not step forward and allow me to understand my defeat?" All eyes turned towards the darkness, eager to discover the identity of the powerful figure guiding Chen Liang. Then, a familiar figure emerged, a young man clad in light blue robes. "I am no master. I merely assist with minor tasks." "It is you." Zhao Qianjing's eyes widened in shock. He could hardly fathom that he had fallen to this nameless youth. Although he had suspected that Cheng Hao's three companions were not ordinary, the lack of respect Cheng Hao showed them indicated they were not formidable individuals. Unexpectedly, it was this seemingly insignificant figure who led to the utter annihilation of our forces. Zhao Qianjing suddenly erupted into a frenzied laugh. The whims of fate are unpredictable, and one cannot defy destiny. It seems that today, Zhao Qianjing is destined to meet his end here. Cheng Hao, it is not you who has triumphed over me, but rather the heavens that have claimed victory. Cheng Hao smirked sarcastically, his lips curling disdainfully. Suddenly, Zhao Qianjing let out a wild roar, charging towards him, driving his chest into the long sword. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced his heart. Drawing closer to Cheng Hao, he exclaimed, "Little rodent, that lad possesses keen vision, decisive judgment, and excels at concealing his strength. He is no ordinary adversary. You cannot contain him, so tread carefully. It is said that a dying man speaks kind words." Zhao Qianjing, in his final moments, offered a genuine warning to his opponent, Cheng Hao. Lin Qi furrowed his brow at this. The wretched creature was stirring discord even in death, uttering words to sow doubt. However, he was not entirely incorrect. "I, Lin Qi, am certainly no ordinary being, and Cheng Hao, this insignificant fellow, could never hold me back. Since I have chosen to act, I fear not the whims of Cheng Hao. He is merely a stepping stone. Furthermore, had this stepping stone not been so utterly useless, would I have needed to take matters into my own hands? As a subordinate, he cannot even accomplish the task assigned by Gong Sunhua." Lin Qi felt a twinge of pity for him. Unaware of Lin Qi's thoughts, Cheng Hao cast a deep glance at Lin Qi, then drew his long sword with a swift motion, commanding, "Clear the bodies and dispose of them in that courtyard to be burned. Have the surroundings restored to their original state, leaving no trace behind." "Understood," responded a subordinate immediately. After all, he was the captain of the city guards. Despite the ineptitude of his underlings, they were reliable for menial tasks. Before long, the area was tidied up, while the subordinates cleaned. Cheng Hao and a few trusted aides entered a chamber to recuperate. Lin Qi stood outside with Yan Feiyang, quietly waiting. As for Chen Liang, who had previously called Lin Qi brother with such familiarity, he had long since vanished. He, sharp-eyed and astute, recognized that Zhao Qianjing's dying words had sown discord in Cheng Hao's heart. If he foolishly continued to associate with Lin Qi, he would inevitably become a thorn in the eyes of the city lord. Thus, even though he acknowledged Lin Qi's prowess, he dared not draw near, lest he invite disaster upon himself. After all, no matter how formidable Lin Qi was, he could not rival the City Lord. The City Lord was at the pinnacle of the third stage of the Qi transformation realm, while Lin Qi was merely at the fifth stage of the innate realm. Even with his strength, he could only excel within his own tier. Faced with the Qi transformation realm, he would be easily subdued. As a perceptive and talented individual, Liang excelled at analyzing advantages and disadvantages, and his instinct for survival prompted him to act decisively. Naturally, Lin Qi held no concern for someone as inconsequential as Liang. Such a dog-like figure would have been easily dispatched had the timing been right. Yet Yin Feiyang felt indignation and whispered, "Young master, had you not intervened, they would all have perished at Zhao Qianjing's hands." Yet now, they fail to acknowledge your merit and instead retreat in fear. Such words cannot be spoken. We are all subordinates of young Master Hua in the same boat. If we had not acted, and Zhao Qianjing had triumphed, would we not have perished alongside him? Lin Qi replied, giving Yin Feiyang a knowing glance. Yin Feiyang understood and nodded. "You are correct. I only hope the City Lord does not overthink this and fall victim to other schemes. Zhao Qianjing is dead, yet he remains despicable. If he succeeds in sowing discord, it will be the punchline of a tragic joke." Sighing deeply, Lin Qi lamented, "I seek nothing more than to gain entry into the Tianhua sect. Who could have anticipated that a simple pilgrimage would become fraught with such complications?" The two conversed casually, unaware that the walls had ears. Cheng Hao absorbed their words, closing his eyes discreetly, revealing no emotion. One of his trusted aides, a stout man, spoke up, "City Lord, this fellow possesses treachery in his heart. He cannot be left alive. Shall we dispose of him?" Another aide, with striking eyes, frowned and countered, "If it weren't for him today, we would all have perished. If we were to kill him based solely on Zhao Qianjing's words, would that not fulfill Zhao Qianjing's desires? Such an act would alienate our allies and leave our brethren disheartened. It is unwise." The stout man sprang to his feet, exclaiming angrily, "Then what do you propose?" The striking-eyed aide replied, "We could take him to the sect, fulfilling his wishes." The stout man scoffed, "Are you not concerned he may harbor treachery?" The striking-eyed aide chuckled, "Let him plot. Can he truly defy the Tianhua sect?" The stout man fell silent, at a loss for words. The Tianhua sect is a colossal entity, with its leader being a practitioner of the true origin realm. How could they fear a mere novice of the innate realm? The world is replete with prodigies. Both young Master Hua and his rival Wang Yangling are paragons of excellence. Yet even they cannot overturn the Tianhua sect, much less Lin Qi. What if? The stout man stammered, his face flushing. The striking-eyed aide merely shook his head with a smile, choosing not to respond. The stout man, incensed, was about to erupt when Cheng Hao suddenly opened his eyes and smiled faintly. "Let us depart. City Lord, shall we execute him?" The stout man hastily inquired. Cheng Hao shot him a glance. "Do not speak of such things again." The stout man, having met resistance, promptly fell silent. The striking-eyed aide internally scoffed, believing Cheng Hao would never stoop to such a foolish act. He would undoubtedly follow through with his plan to bring Lin Qi to the Tianhua sect, allowing him to fend for himself. Yet the striking-eyed aide was mistaken. Cheng Hao intended not only to bring Lin Qi to the Tianhua sect, but also to introduce him to young Master Hua, ultimately making him a subordinate. He was determined to assert his control over Lin Qi. What was Zhao Qianjing after all? Could his words truly be taken at face value? Lin Qi is no ordinary being. Am I, Cheng Hao, merely an ordinary character? I am also a true dragon. Cheng Hao's pride swelled, refusing to be daunted. He exited the room, summoning his subordinates, then turned to Lin Qi, saying, "You have rendered great service. I shall speak favorably of you before young Master Hua." "Thank you," Lin Qi replied, bowing respectfully. Cheng Hao nodded, then called for another subordinate. Although Zhao Qianjing had delayed their progress for a day and claimed a few lives, it mattered little. They had eliminated Zhao Qianjing, thus solidifying his power. To avoid further complications that might jeopardize their mission, Cheng Hao issued a few brief instructions before mounting his steed, waving his hand, "Onward, let us depart." The group sped through the city, racing without pause. This main thoroughfare, originally constructed by the people of Tianhua City, was free from outside interference. In less than 5 days, they arrived at the foot of the Tianhua sect. Before them stood a towering mountain. From afar, one could see clouds resting atop the peak, glowing with a golden hue, resembling flames, creating a magnificent spectacle. It was as if the heavens themselves had ignited. This is the origin of the name of the Heavenly Fire Sect. When Lin Qi first beheld it, he couldn't help but gaze a little longer, pondering that signing in at the summit would surely yield treasures. Others, however, were already accustomed to it. "Dismount, ascend the mountain," commanded Cheng Hao. The Heavenly Fire Sect is not merely a single mountain, but a range of peaks. The one crowned with heavenly fire clouds is the highest peak of the range, also known as Heavenly Fire Peak, the most mysterious and esteemed location of the sect. It is rumored that an extraordinary ancestor resides there. Even the sect leader must kneel respectfully and pay homage before the ancestor. Unfortunately, no one has ever laid eyes upon the ancestor. All that is known are mere tales. At this moment, Lin Qi and the others ascended the Welcome Peak. This peak serves as the checkpoint into the Heavenly Fire Sect, manned by elders of the Qi realm. Behind this peak lies a network of distinct mountain paths leading to various destinations. If guests arrive, the elder at the Welcome Peak will guide them to different peaks based on their status and origin. For disciples ascending, the appropriate mountain path will be opened according to their rank. Miscellaneous disciples are directed to the Miscellaneous Disciples Courtyard. Outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples each have their own peaks and large courtyards, remaining undisturbed by one another. As for the most esteemed, true disciples, they are the elite among the elite, each possessing a peak of their own, wielding immense power, able to traverse any peak freely, and even cultivate their own factions, such as Gong Sunhua and Wang Yongling. These two are distinguished figures among the true disciples and the most formidable contenders for the sect leader position. As Cheng Hao is a subordinate of Gong Sunhua, he naturally enjoys certain privileges. Facing the elder at the Welcome Peak, he clasped his hands and presented the token bestowed upon him by Gong Sunhua. It was a golden token inscribed with a fiery red character, exuding an air of dominance. It is worth noting that the identity tokens of the Heavenly Fire Sect disciples bear a similar fire character, yet theirs is rendered in yellow, and the material is rather ordinary. In contrast, Gong Sunhua's token appears far more sophisticated and magnificent. Lin Qi couldn't help but marvel at Gong Sunhua's audacity. The token he created as a disciple is even more imposing than the sect's own. Curiously, the elder at the Welcome Peak, upon seeing the token, wore a friendlier expression and said, "I recognize you. Aren't you the city lord of Heavenly Fire City? What brings you back?" Cheng Hao was taken aback, surprised that the elder at the Welcome Peak knew him. He quickly replied, "Elder, I have important matters to report to young Master Hua, which is why I returned." The elder inquired, "Is it good news or bad news?" After a moment of hesitation, Cheng Hao replied, "It is good news." "That's wonderful," the elder smiled. Young Master Hua has been in a foul mood lately, raging with fury. He could use some good news to lift his spirits. Cheng Hao, alarmed, asked, "Why is young Master in a bad mood? What has happened?" The elder shook his head. "I am not quite sure. Enough with the trivialities. Since it is important good news, allow me to personally escort you, lest you be intercepted by ill-intentioned individuals." Cheng Hao was elated. "Thank you, elder." The elder continued, "My surname is Zhao de Zhu. If you have any matters in the future, feel free to seek me out. I can assist with anything concerning young Master Hua." "Thank you, Elder Zhao. I will certainly report to young Master Hua truthfully." Cheng Hao expressed his gratitude repeatedly, realizing that the elder had aligned himself with young Master Hua, becoming one of his supporters. Truly, young Master Hua is impressive, managing to win over the elder at the Welcome Peak. One wonders what benefits he promised him. These elders are crafty and not to be underestimated. Unless there are sufficient interests at stake, they cannot be swayed. As Elder Zhao Dezhu spoke, he clapped his right hand against his waist. In an instant, a magnificent ship appeared on the ground. "A storage treasure," Lin Qi exclaimed softly. It was his first encounter with such a treasure. Although he possessed a system space, he had never owned a storage treasure and could not openly retrieve items. How he wished to have one. Hearing Lin Qi's remark, Cheng Hao and the others turned to look astonished. "What a fuss," scoffed the burly man. However, Elder Zhao Dezhu chuckled and said, "Young man, work hard, and one day you too may possess your own storage treasure." He then stepped onto the grand ship and called out, "Come aboard. I will expend some true energy to take you to the Volcano Peak." The Volcano Peak is young Master Hua's mountain. Cheng Hao and the others hurriedly boarded the ship, expressing their gratitude. Lin Qi curiously asked, "Elder, is this ship also a treasure?" "Ignorant," the burly man scoffed. Beside him, the woman with phoenix eyes smiled and explained, "This ship is merely a Qi treasure, propelled by true energy. Even those of the Qi transformation realm can use it, but such a large Qi treasure likely requires thousands of Qi transformation realm practitioners to operate. Even those in the true Qi realm would need over 100 to manage it. Only top-tier Qi C realm experts like Elder Zhao can easily control alone. Even so, it consumes a significant amount of true energy. Elder Zhao is allowing us to enjoy a ride on this Qi treasure out of goodwill." Upon hearing this, Lin Qi quickly said, "Thank you, Elder Zhao. Without you, I might never have had the chance to experience this. Ha ha ha, no need for formalities. Let's be on our way." Elder Zhao Daju laughed heartily, slapping the ship's bow. A surge of immense, true energy flowed into the Qi treasure ship. With a whoosh, the grand vessel swiftly ascended into the air and glided onward. Chapter 50. What is Gong Senhua up to? It seemed that Elder Zhao Daju was reluctant to exhaust too much true energy, for the Qi treasure ship moved at a leisurely pace, floating gently in the air. Moreover, the heavenly fire sect's expanse was vast, and it would take some time to reach the volcano peak. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Qi approached the phoenix-eyed disciple and inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, Senior Brother?" Song Tianfeng, the phoenix-eyed disciple, smiled. "Senior Brother Song, you are well-versed and knowledgeable. Could you enlighten me on how to distinguish between treasures and Qi treasures?" Lin Qi asked earnestly. "Ah, that's quite simple," Song Tianfeng replied amiably. "Using a Qi treasure consumes true energy, while using a treasure consumes spiritual power. To generate spiritual power, one must break through to the true origin realm and produce a seed of primal energy. Since Elder Zhao is not in the true origin realm, what he is using cannot possibly be a treasure. This is quite an elementary deduction. Anyone with a modicum of understanding could arrive at it." However, Lin Qi remained puzzled. "But Elder Zhao can use a storage treasure. Indeed, you are just a country bumpkin, utterly ignorant. How laughable." The burly man sneered. Lin Qi clasped his hands and asked, "What is your esteemed name, Senior Brother?" "What's it to you? I am Dong Batian, and I shall not change my name or alter my seat," the burly man barked. Lin Qi smiled lightly. "Senior Brother, you speak truthfully. Hence, I must seek knowledge diligently to avoid remaining ignorant and embarrassing myself." Faced with Lin Qi's apparent submission, Dong Batian had no retort. He glanced at Chung Hao, conveying a message. "See? This fellow is indeed quite patient. He can smile even when provoked. Despite possessing considerable strength, he displayed no temper. If one were to claim he harbored no ill intentions, Dong Batian would not believe it. The more ominous and fearsome a person appears, the more capable they are of restraint. This is a lesson I have learned through experience over the years." Yet, in response to Dong Batian's gaze, Chung Hao simply ignored it, remaining unfazed. Without the incessant interruptions from Dong Batian, Song Tianfeng proceeded to address Lin Qi's new inquiry, stating, "The storage magical treasures are rather unique. Do you know what the most significant characteristic of a magical treasure is?" "I do not know," Lin Qi replied candidly. Song Tianfeng, well aware of Lin Qi's ignorance, decided to build suspense and smiled. "The most notable feature of a magical treasure is its ability to change size, embodying the laws of space. The greater the disparity in size, the more powerful the magical treasure becomes. Do you comprehend this principle?" Lin Qi pondered. "A significant variation in size indicates a stronger spatial law." "Correct," Song Tianfeng nodded approvingly. "Each magical treasure has its own range of transformation. Their spatial laws exist on the surface, and when infused with magical energy, they can alter their size amidst heaven and earth. However, storage magical treasures cannot change. Their spatial laws are internal, and their range of transformation is fixed upon successful refinement, which defines the storage space. Since there is no need to use magical energy to alter the size of the storage space, as long as one's mental strength is sufficient to refine the restrictions of the storage magical treasure, one can utilize it. After all I've explained, do you understand?" Song Tianfeng inquired with great care. Lin Qi nodded. "Thank you, Senior Brother Song, for enlightening me. I comprehend it all." Internally, he mused that his mental strength was far from weak, and he was also well-versed in array techniques. The so-called restrictions were, in essence, a form of array technique. Thus, once he acquired a storage magical treasure, he was confident he could wield it. Unfortunately, his current strength was inadequate. Even possessing a storage magical treasure, he still dared not employ it. After all, a commoner is not guilty for possessing a treasure. Yet using a storage magical treasure would be less discreet and mysterious than utilizing system space. Enough of the chatter. Elder Zhao Daizhong's commanding voice interrupted, as he directed the airship to descend slowly. Even he could not directly access the volcanic peak. Instead, he landed halfway up the mountain. Who dares to intrude upon the peak? Suddenly, from an unknown source, two individuals emerged, their expressions fierce and their aura imposing, their true energy almost palpable, akin to raging flames surging forth. In that moment, Lin Qi, Yin Fiang, and Cheng Hao felt as though they had plunged into a sea of fire, drenched in sweat, filled with anxiety and dread, unable to move a muscle. Though Lin Qi's supreme Dao Bone instantly released a cooling breeze to alleviate the pressure, the terror from that fleeting moment lingered. The strength of these two individuals was extraordinarily formidable, yet they were merely guards of the mountain peak, illustrating the hidden prowess within the volcanic mountain. How powerful must Gongsun be? Ah, it is I. Zhao Dezhong smiled lightly, emanating a gentle aura that effortlessly dissipated the hostility of the two. Lin Qi then realized that this seemingly amiable elder possessed equally unfathomable strength. Fortunately, this elder was an ally of Gongsun Hua and did not exert his influence over others. Otherwise, with his Qi Sea realm power, a mere wave of true energy could easily subdue the multitude present. For the first time, Lin Qi experienced the chasm between himself and these powerful figures. The innate realm, heralded as the martial arts masters of the mundane world, was nothing more than a trivial existence within a third-rate sect, an insignificant insect. It was only due to his ignorance and fearlessness that he dared to approach Gongsun Hua openly. Had Gongsun Hua discovered his true identity, he would likely have perished without understanding how. Fortunately, he possessed the transformation technique, the indestructible divine skill, and the Golden Crow's Radiance pill, among other treasures. Even if discovered, he would only be half dead, still retaining a chance to escape. With such confidence, Lin Qi steadied his mind and observed discreetly. The two men who had suddenly appeared were both middle-aged, around 40 years old, robust in stature, their eyes akin to copper bells, seemingly ablaze, capable of perceiving all. Merely being seen by those eyes left one feeling both cold and hot, as if afflicted by a severe illness. Fortunately, upon noticing Elder Zhao Dezhong, the two immediately retracted their auras and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Elder Zhao. Your esteemed presence signifies an important matter requiring our report. Zhao Daizhong replied with a smile. I have no urgent business. It is this young lord who seeks your assistance. Cheng Hao stepped forward eagerly. Esteemed brothers, we have captured the son of Lin Zhanwu as requested by young Master Hua and have come to present him, the son of Lin Zhanwu. The two men trembled with exhilaration, rushing forward, exclaiming, Who is Lin Zhanwu's son? Cheng Hao seized Lin Xiaobai from behind Dong Batian and declared, It is this cripple. How is he a cripple? One of them asked with surprise. Even a cripple will suffice, as long as he is alive. Quickly, follow us up the mountain. The young master will be elated by this news and will reward you generously. Cheng Hao, overjoyed, hurriedly kept pace. In that moment, the three disregarded Elder Zhao Daizhong entirely, consumed by their excitement as they ascended the mountain. It wasn't until they had ventured far that one of the middle-aged men regained his senses and turned to Zhao Daizhong. Thank you, Elder, for personally delivering them. My young master will surely come to express his gratitude in due time. Very well, I shall not impose further, Zhao Daizhong chuckled, turning to depart upon the airship. However, he did not venture far, instead retracting the vessel and landing once more. He pondered in silence. Was Lin Zhanwu's son truly of such significance? Who was Lin Zhanwu? Why did Gongsun Hua place such importance on his son? Ever since Gongsun Hua returned from his expedition, he has been acting strangely, coiling himself within the volcanic peak. Shrouded in mystery, he must be concealing some treasure. If I could partake in a fraction of it, perhaps I too could transcend to the true Yuan realm and become an esteemed elder, no longer needing to bow to others. Zhao Dezhong mused quietly, secretly probing. Chapter 51. The son of Lin Zhanwu a coward. Atop the volcanic peak, Lin Qi swiftly followed Cheng Hao and the others up the mountain. Upon reaching the summit, they encountered a vast, open plain. At the center stood an imposing palace, surrounded by vigilant guards stationed every few steps. As soon as Lin Qi set foot on the flat summit, he felt a powerful heat enveloping him. This was an exceptionally rich fire attribute spirit energy, a true sanctum for cultivation. If one could continuously practice here, even without elixirs, they could swiftly advance their realm. Having made the arduous journey, Lin Qi was determined not to squander such a fortuitous opportunity. He immediately circulated his cultivation technique, subtly absorbing the fire attribute spirit energy. Already at the pinnacle of the 5th level of the innate realm, he soon broke through to the 6th level. Yet Lin Qi did not settle for this. He continued to quietly absorb and refine the energy. It was not until a strikingly handsome young man clad in brocade emerged from the palace that he ceased his cultivation, standing silently among the crowd. The brocade-clad youth approached step by step, surrounded by admirers, akin to stars encircling the moon, his noble aura radiating effortlessly. This individual was none other than the renowned young master Hua, Gongsun Hua. Since Cheng Hao and the others ascended, someone had already entered the palace to announce their arrival. Now, Gongsun Hua personally stepped out to welcome them, indicating his regard for the son of Lin Zhanwu. Young master, everyone immediately bowed in reverence. Gongsun Hua calmly remarked, no need for excessive formalities. Which one is Lin Zhanwu's son? That would be him. Lin Zhanwu's son, Lin Xiaobai. Cheng Hao excitedly grasped Lin Xiaobai's hand. Gongsun Hua glanced over and remarked, though his legs are crippled, he possesses innate strength. Lin Zhanwu treats his son rather well. Despite the seemingly casual observation, Lin Qi distinctly perceived an overwhelming sense of hatred, akin to gritting teeth in fury. He found himself baffled, wondering how his father had offended this individual to evoke such animosity. It was essential to remember that his father was merely a postnatal martial artist, having never even broken through to innate strength. With such meager prowess, he should, in theory, have had no interactions with a powerful figure like Gongsun Hua. Yet, inexplicably, they had crossed paths and forged deep-seated enmity. The reason eluded Lin Qi, who opted to observe the unfolding events. Since he was present, he felt it imperative to unravel the entire situation. Regrettably, Gongsun Hua had not permitted anyone into the main hall, leaving Lin Qi unable to ascertain whether his father was imprisoned within. Upon hearing Gongsun Hua's commentary, Cheng Hao interjected, young master, although Lin Xiaobai is of innate strength, he appears to have a few screws loose, never speaking a word. Is he an imbecile? Gongsun Hua furrowed his brow and directed his inquiry at Lin Xiaobai. What is your name? Where do you hail from? And who is your father? Lin Xiaobai retorted, you have captured me, yet do not know my name? Huh. I believe you are the one who is foolish. Enough of this nonsense. I've heard you intend to torment me in front of my father. Where is he? I demand to see my father. Lin Xiaobai's responses flowed seamlessly, betraying no signs of idiocy. The onlookers, including Cheng Hao, were taken aback, realizing that the silence earlier had merely been a ruse. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xiaobai's words were all imparted by Lin Qi, who had maintained a close rapport with Lin Xiaobai since their departure from Qingzhou City, employing soul manipulation techniques to brainwash him daily. By now, Lin Xiaobai had fully embraced his identity as Lin Zhanwu's son, with his responses preordained by Lin Qi. Even if certain aspects had not been foreseen, he would still articulate himself as Lin Zhanwu's offspring. Thus, when confronted by Gongsun Hua, he responded with remarkable ease. Gongsun Hua had not anticipated that this cripple would prove to be such a tough nut, boldly retorting that he was the one lacking intelligence. Truly, he was Lin Zhanwu's son. Both father and son shared the same tenacity, both equally detestable. Yet, Gongsun Hua, instead of exhibiting anger, erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. You wish to see your father? I shall grant your request. With a flick of his wrist, he commanded, strip this boy and hang him up. Let Lin Zhanwu know that his son is in my grasp. As long as he fails to appear, I shall ensure his son suffers daily. As he spoke, a fiery red, spectral whip materialized in his hand. Crack! The whip struck Lin Xiaobai across the face, eliciting a piercing scream from him. In an instant, his true nature was revealed as he cried out in agony, spare me, spare me. I was wrong. Please do not harm me. I am willing to be your servant. The onlookers were stunned. They had not anticipated that the defiant figure, who had just challenged Gongsun Hua, would so swiftly cower in fear. It appeared that his bravado had all been an act. Gong Sunho's glee only intensified as he declared, Lin Jinwu, is this your precious son? Is it worth sacrificing your life for such a treasure? I advise you to surrender what I seek. Not only will I spare your life, but I shall also allow you to take your son home. His voice echoed ominously, reverberating across the peak, yet only the wind responded, leaving him with no reply. Infuriated, Gong Sunho lashed out again with the whip. Spare me. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Please do not strike me. Lin Xiaobai pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. Gong Sunho commanded, call your father forth. If he appears, I shall let you both go. Lin Xiaobai hastily cried out, Father, please come out and save your son. I am in pain. Silence ensued. Crack. Another fiery whip lashed down. Lin Qi, listening to the sounds of the whip and Lin Xiaobai's anguished cries, felt a mixture of shock and joy. He had not anticipated that his father had managed to escape in such a heavily guarded volcanic peak. How could his father have fled? Had he experienced some fortunate encounter that significantly enhanced his strength, granting him unfathomable abilities? Otherwise, Gong Sunho's current agitation was utterly inexplicable. It was precisely Gong Sunho's erratic behavior that suggested the truth of Lin Jinwu's escape. Had he known of his father's flight, he would not have gone to the lengths of sending Lin Xiaobai here. Lin Qi found himself speechless. Yet, he could hardly blame himself. Who could have foreseen his father's capabilities? Fortunately, it was Lin Xiaobai's suffering instead of his true son, and his father would surely not be foolish enough to reveal himself. With that in mind, Lin Qi felt a sense of relief. However, he lamented not knowing his father's whereabouts, how he wished he could make contact. Young master, a voice suddenly interjected, he is on the brink of death. Lin Xiaobai had fallen silent, devoid of his earlier cries of pain. Only then did Gong Sunho cease his assault, grumbling, heal him, and then whip him daily until Lin Jinwu appears. Yes, his subordinates promptly replied, taking Lin Xiaobai away for treatment. Gong Sunho closed his eyes momentarily to compose himself. Soon, his aura settled into calmness, transforming him back into an elegant and refined young master, devoid of the previous savagery. He turned to Cheng Hao and remarked, bringing Lin Jinwu's son here is a significant achievement for you. Speak, what reward do you desire? Cheng Hao quickly replied, it is an honor to serve the young master. I dare not make excessive demands. I only wish to enhance my cultivation swiftly to continue serving you. Gong Sunho smiled faintly. I can allow you to train on the volcanic peak for a while. Do you have any other requests? Cheng Hao continued. During our encounter in Tianhua City, we were ambushed by Zhao Qianjing and his associates, who sought to seize Lin Jinwu's son. I had no choice but to eliminate them all. I hope the young master can help us suppress this matter. Additionally, many of my brothers suffered casualties in this battle. I implore the young master to allow them to train at the foot of the volcano. They will be eternally grateful and repay you with their lives. Furthermore, Lin Qi had made significant contributions during this conflict and had captured Lin Xiaobai alongside Yin Feiyang from Qingzhou City. However, he was not yet a disciple of our Tianhua sect. I asked the young master to permit me to take him under my wing to serve you as well. Cheng Hao's words astonished Dong Batian and Song Tianfeng, who could hardly believe he wished to take Lin Qi under his wing, disregarding Zhao Qianjing's warnings entirely. What was the city lord thinking? Chun Liang and the others were puzzled. Yet, no one cared for their opinions. Gong Sunho barely paid attention to Cheng Hao's subsequent remarks. He simply waved his hand dismissively. I agree to all your requests. You may leave now. With that, he turned and returned to the main hall, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes as he coldly remarked, Wang Yongling's scoundrel dares to meddle in my affairs. Go kill a few people. Let him see the consequences. Yes. The subordinates swiftly moved, returning to their respective disciples' quarters. A tempest of bloodshed was about to unfold throughout the disciples' quarters due to Gong Sunho's decree. Chapter 52, The Assessment, a Test of Conscience. Lin Qi was unconcerned about the impending turmoil. All he knew was that his father had escaped, rendering his charade before Gong Sunho unnecessary. However, as a precaution, he decided to remain within the Tianhua sect. Perhaps his father was hiding somewhere nearby, and they would cross paths at any moment. As Cheng Hao watched Gong Sunho enter the Grand Hall, he turned and said, Lin Qi, your experience is still limited. Although you have achieved great merit, you must join the others in cultivating at the foot of the mountain. Song Tianfeng, Please take him to the Outer Disciples Academy to undergo the assessment and receive his identity badge and disciple's attire. Understood. Song Tianfeng promptly replied, addressing Lin Qi, come along. Brother Lin Qi. The sooner you join the sect, the sooner you can enjoy its benefits. With your abilities, you could earn a significant amount of contribution points at once. Lin Qi hurriedly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, City Lord, and thank you, Brother Song. He then followed Song Tianfeng and Yin Feiyang down the volcanic peak. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Song Tianfeng remarked, Yin Feiyang, you need not accompany us. You are fortunate enough to cultivate here, where the spiritual energy is abundant, far superior to the Outer Disciples Academy. Yin Feiyang glanced at the imposing Dongbatian and Chun Liang, feeling somewhat hesitant. He feared that without Lin Qi's presence to deter them, he would be bullied by these individuals. Chun Liang, in particular, made him uncomfortable. He had been tormented by that fellow at the entrance of Tianhua City, and without Lin Qi's intervention, he wouldn't have even entered the city. Given that the others formed a group, his solitary presence here would surely make him an easy target. Sensing Yin Feiyang's apprehension, Lin Qi patted his shoulder and reassured him. This place is rich in spiritual energy, a rare opportunity for cultivation. Stay here, and I shall return shortly. With Lin Qi's words, Yin Feiyang reluctantly agreed. Young master, I will cherish the time spent cultivating here. Good. Lin Qi nodded and departed with Song Tianfeng, momentarily setting aside concerns about Yin Feiyang's potential mistreatment. After all, a little hardship might not be a bad thing for him. This chubby fellow possessed considerable potential and talent, but he had grown complacent in his sheltered environment. A few challenges might rekindle his ambition and lead him toward a promising future. Do not worry, Brother Lin Qi. Since the City Lord requested to take you under his wing, we are all brothers here. No one will bully you, Song Tianfeng comforted, displaying his understanding. Lin Qi, who was not overly concerned to begin with, smiled gently. With Brother Song's assurance, I feel at ease. By the way, could you enlighten me about the rules of Tianhua Sect? Song Tianfeng grinned. You need not be so formal. Feel free to ask any questions. Lin Qi, naturally unreserved, inquired about everything he could think of. For any questions he had not considered, Song Tianfeng kindly provided thorough explanations. Brother Song, you are truly a good person. I have learned so much from you, and I shall repay your kindness in the future, Lin Qi remarked with genuine appreciation. It was refreshing to engage with someone as astute as Song Tianfeng. Intelligent individuals do not offend others without cause. They often lend a helping hand when it does not impede their own interests, fostering goodwill. In contrast, fools like Dong Batian are exceedingly irksome. Fortunately, Cheng Hao, being wise, did not allow Dong Batian to escort him to the Outer Disciples Academy. Otherwise, the journey would have been painfully awkward. Hearing Lin Qi's words, Song Tianfeng smiled slightly. No need for thanks, we are all brothers. Mutual assistance is expected. As they conversed comfortably, they lost track of time and soon arrived at the Outer Disciples Academy. Outside the academy, two disciple guards spotted Lin Qi and his companions approaching. They were about to interrogate them when they suddenly recognized Song Tianfeng and immediately changed their demeanor. Greeting him with utmost respect, Brother Song, you have returned. Indeed, I have returned. You two have worked hard guarding today, Song Tianfeng replied with a smile. The guards quickly responded. It has been no trouble at all. It is our honor to see Brother Song today. Their flattery was rather stiff, prompting Song Tianfeng to chuckle and shake his head. Focus on your cultivation. When Tianhua City is short on personnel, I shall ensure you are considered for the city guards. Thank you, Brother Song. Thank you. The guards hurriedly stepped forward, presenting several small porcelain vials to him. Song Tianfeng accepted them without hesitation, tucking them into his sleeve, clearly accustomed to receiving gifts. However, Lin Qi perceived that the guards' offerings were rather inconsequential. Their status was even inferior to that of Chun Liang, and they aspired to join the city guards of Tianhua City. Moreover, with the merits Song Tianfeng had earned, they would be cultivating at the foot of the volcano for quite some time and would not be heading to Tianhua City anytime soon, making it improbable that they would receive any new recruits. From this scene, Lin Qi gleaned the significance of Tianhua City. This place surpassed the Outer Disciples Academy. Otherwise, no one would be so eager to join. If he found himself lacking cultivation resources in Tianhua Sect in the future, he might consider becoming a local lord in Tianhua City, allowing his subordinates to gather resources for him. He could also establish a long-term sign-in point there, preparing for all contingencies, which should yield favorable results. Lin Qi's plans were quite far-reaching. However, for now, he followed Song Tianfeng swiftly to the assessment hall. Thanks to Song Tianfeng's introduction, they did not have to wait and were ushered directly to meet the assessment elder. At that moment, the assessment elder was evaluating the disciples. These disciples were not ordinary individuals, but the miscellaneous disciples of Tianhua sect. The assessment rules were straightforward. Among 1,000 miscellaneous disciples, any who made it into the top 10 by whatever means would pass the assessment and be rewarded with a foundational pill. The assessment took place in a vast forest, where everyone surged toward the destination. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qi was suddenly reminded of the assessment at Feishua Mountain Manor, which bore striking similarities. It was during that time that he was treacherously schemed against by the maid, Ma Ziwei. Originally in 10th place, he was ultimately reduced to her prey at the last moment, leading to his expulsion from the mountain gate. It was then that the fates of both him and his father irrevocably changed. Elder, my brother Lin Qi has already attained innate realm strength and has come to participate in the assessment. Song Tianfeng's voice interrupted Lin Qi's reflections. Lin Qi immediately bowed to the elder. Esteemed elder, I have come to join the sect and humbly request an assessment. Innate realm, you say? The assessment elder scrutinized Lin Qi with a sidelong glance, his gaze piercing as if he could see through everything. He declared, innate realm, 5th level. He proceeded to feel Lin Qi's spine and limbs, commenting, solid foundation, sturdy bones, age 18, quite impressive. His repeated commendations indicated a high regard for Lin Qi. After appraising Lin Qi for a moment, the elder's expression suddenly turned stern, and he bellowed, which sect do you belong to? What do you seek in our Tianhua sect? Speak the truth, or I shall flay you alive and subject you to torturous punishment. This abrupt change in demeanor rendered the atmosphere in the room stiflingly intense. Lin Qi could not help but break into a sweat, as if he had been thrown into a fiery inferno, enduring the most horrifying of tortures. Not only would an ordinary 18-year-old youth quail in fear, but even the most seasoned warriors would tremble under such pressure, compelled to confess without a hint of concealment. Song Tianfeng took a slight step back, unfazed by the scene. The elder's duty was clear, to discern the truth, regardless of who stood before him. If they had not yet broken through to the transformation realm, they would be as transparent as glass in the elder's presence, with all secrets laid bare and exposed. In the past, those with ulterior motives who attempted to deceive had all been easily apprehended by the assessment elder. It is precisely because of this trial that Song Tianfeng retorted against Dong Batian, asserting that no one could defy the Heavenly Fire sect. After all, those with ulterior motives had already revealed themselves during their innate stage. Observing Lin Qi, drenched in sweat and trembling, Song Tianfeng silently mused. Dong Batian claims you possess rebellious thoughts and a treacherous heart. I am eager to see if you can withstand the trial of the heart. Previously, while enlightening Lin Qi, Song Tianfeng had intentionally withheld this critical detail, now awaiting the unfolding drama. If Lin Qi harbored malicious intentions, he would undoubtedly expose himself at this moment, and the assessment elder could easily subdue him, thereby eliminating a potential threat for the city lord. Thus, Song Tianfeng watched quietly, anticipating the spectacle. However, unbeknownst to Song Tianfeng, beneath Lin Qi's trembling and fearful exterior lay a heart of remarkable calmness. Although Song Tianfeng had chosen to remain silent, Yan Feiyang had already informed Lin Qi of the trial of the heart, so he was well prepared. Moreover, with Lin Qi's formidable mental fortitude, even without prior preparation, it would be impossible for the adversary to penetrate his defenses. At this moment, he feigned weakness, pleading, I will speak, I will reveal everything. Our family, located near Jiangzhou City, practices the unbeaten divine skill, but we were ruthlessly slaughtered by our enemies who coveted our techniques. By a stroke of luck, I survived, saved by Yan Feiyang, and thus I came to the Heavenly Fire sect, seeking to join, and after achieving my goals, exact vengeance. What I speak is the truth. I implore the elder to show mercy. Lin Qi lamented in anguish. The assessment elder, detecting no anomalies, withdrew his imposing presence and instructed, demonstrate that unbeaten divine skill for me. His curiosity was not born from doubt regarding Lin Qi's words, but rather from the impressive prowess Lin Qi exhibited. prompting an interest in the intricacies of the unbeaten divine skill. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi obediently began to channel the technique. The so-called unbeaten divine skill was one that Yu Zheng had deliberately passed to Lin Qi, intending for him to be a scapegoat during their journey. It was a closely guarded secret among Hong Ong and the Yu brothers. However, this was not a genuine technique. It was merely a martial art that could only be cultivated when attached to another skill. While the name sounded formidable, its actual effects were rather mediocre, and it would mold a practitioner into an exceedingly unattractive, burly figure. Lin Qi had not truly practiced it, but to deceive Yu Zheng and his brothers. He had simulated a gentler version of the unbeaten divine skill using supreme Dao law. Now, before the assessment elder, Lin Qi activated this technique, and the elder immediately frowned. With such a skill, how could your enemies not attack you, leading to your family's demise? This is our family's most cherished secret, Lin Qi earnestly replied. The assessment elder shook his head in disbelief, interrupting Lin Qi. Enough. Since you have joined our Heavenly Fire sect, practice the Heavenly Fire formula taught by the sect. Discontinue this worthless technique. It is not suited for you. With your talent, you will achieve greater heights with the Heavenly Fire formula. Lin Qi hesitated, seemingly reluctant to part with the unbeaten divine skill. The elder waved his hand dismissively, tossing a wooden token to Lin Qi, which landed in his hand. Upon inspection, Lin Qi noticed that the token was crafted from a unique material, exuding a subtle fragrance that was refreshing to the spirit. Truly, as a grand sect, even a simple disciple's token possessed the ability to calm a mind. The assessment elder instructed, take this token to the side hall to collect your outer sect disciple attire, the sect regulations manual, and the Heavenly Fire formula, among other supplies. For the cultivation of the Heavenly Fire formula, you may either comprehend it from the written texts or spend contribution points to attend lectures by the elders or senior disciples. As a new disciple, you have 3 opportunities to attend free lectures. Make sure to cherish them. Thank you, Elder. Lin Qi promptly bowed and exited, following Song Tianfeng to the side hall. In the side hall, the disciples responsible for distributing the entry supplies treated Song Tianfeng, a 9th layer innate master, with utmost respect, ensuring that Lin Qi received only the finest items. Once attired in the outer sect disciple robe, Lin Qi admired the fabric as it rustled delightfully. What splendid attire, he exclaimed. The grandeur of the sect was evident. Had he become an outer disciple at Feishua Mountain Manor, he would have donned such fine garments as well. But now, it was not too late. After donning the attire and casually perusing the regulations manual, he opened the Heavenly Fire formula. Brother Lin Qi, Song Tianfeng suggested, let us return to the volcanic peak, where you can ponder the teachings in peace. The aura there is abundant, and others can provide you guidance. Lin Qi shook his head. Brother Song, you may return. I wish to contemplate here for a while and listen to the elders' lectures. Song Tianfeng hesitated, then said, actually, those 3 opportunities for free lectures can be sold. With your talent and the guidance of others, you can surely comprehend the material on your own. It would be wiser to sell those opportunities to others and earn 30 contribution points. Only 30 points? Lin Qi seemed unimpressed, having just received 500 contribution points. In comparison, 30 points for 3 lectures appeared insignificant. Song Tianfeng replied, Brother Lin Qi, you are unaware. Contribution points are not easily earned. The 500 points you received were a reward for breaking through a realm. Each layer of innate realm grants 100 points, totaling 9 layers for a maximum of 900 points. How else would one accumulate contribution points? As he spoke, he pointed to the outer sect disciple distributing supplies. Look at him. He earns only 1 contribution point a day, and he is not needed every day. Furthermore, the 2 guard disciples outside the courtyard also earn merely 1 point a day. Therefore, 30 contribution points are quite substantial. Selling all of them would yield 90 points, which would take them 3 months to earn. Upon hearing Song Tianfeng's words, Lin Qi realized he had misunderstood. Indeed, it was 30 points per lecture. He also grasped that standing guard and distributing supplies were tasks with such low value that they yielded only 1 point per day. Yet even such meager tasks were beyond Yin Feiyang's reach, forcing him to return to Yenzhou City in shame. This illustrated the rarity of contribution points. Lin Qi couldn't help but wonder, given the scarcity of contribution points, who could afford to buy my lecture opportunities? Those with great strength likely have sufficient contribution points, but may not need them, while those who could use them might not be able to afford the price. Song Tianfeng chuckled, "Brother Lin Qi, you misunderstand. The heavenly fire formula of our sect is profound and extensive. It is easy to comprehend in the early stages, but becomes increasingly difficult later on. Thus, the stronger one is, the more eager they are to attend the elders' lectures, as they may just gain insights that lead to breakthroughs." Understanding the underlying meaning, Lin Qi said, "If it is so valuable, how about I gift Brother Song an opportunity?" "That won't do." Song Tianfeng quickly waved his hand. "Such an opportunity cannot be given. The sect does not allow it. It must be purchased." "Then, Brother Song, name your price," Lin Qi generously offered. 30 contribution points, the official price. "We must go to the exchange hall to finalize the transaction," Song Tianfeng replied, pulling Lin Qi along. However, Lin Qi remained still, saying, "No rush. I wish to briefly cultivate the heavenly fire formula first. I just skimmed through it and found it quite suitable for me. I feel I have gained some understanding. Brother Song, please protect me," he added, promptly sitting cross-legged and beginning his practice of the heavenly fire formula, seemingly oblivious to those around him. For the average person, the process of switching cultivation methods requires a considerable amount of time. Not only must one dissipate their previous power, but they must also gradually replace it. This can be likened to replacing a bottle of water with a bottle of oil. Either one empties the entire container at once or gradually pours out the old while introducing the new. However, Lin Qi, possessing a supreme innate constitution and practicing an extraordinary cultivation technique, need not undergo such a transition. He can simply manifest the characteristics of the heavenly fire technique using his internal energy. In mere moments, Song Tianfeng sensed a shift in Lin Qi's aura. His mouth agape in astonishment. What kind of talent is this? It is simply astonishing. Could it be true, as Lin Qi claimed, that he is highly compatible with the heavenly fire technique, thus allowing him to switch cultivation methods at such an accelerated pace? No one was there to answer Song Tianfeng's shock and confusion. At this moment, Lin Qi was preoccupied with absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance his strength. To outsiders, it appeared he was merely switching cultivation methods, but in reality, he was simply engaged in ordinary cultivation to avoid drawing undue attention. Lin Qi only revealed the true extent of his prowess, the 6th level of the innate realm, after 3 hours had elapsed, having adjusted the effects of his concealing technique. This was indeed his current true strength. Previously, he had opted to display the 5th level of the innate realm to test whether his concealing technique could deceive the elder at the Qi realm, as well as to prevent Song Tianfeng from becoming suspicious. After all, in the eyes of Song Tianfeng and others, he had always been at the 5th level. An unexpected leap to the 6th level would undoubtedly raise questions. Thus, he required an opportunity, and this moment was perfectly timed, as a breakthrough in his cultivation method was both logical and reasonable. Moreover, achieving this breakthrough would also grant him an additional 100 contribution points, a reward too good to pass up. What Lin Qi did not anticipate, however, was that this breakthrough would yield benefits beyond his expectations. Just as he retracted his concealing technique to reveal his advancement, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Chapter 54. Hush. Keep it down. I am an elder's disciple. The elder, Song Tianfeng, was startled by the sudden appearance of the figure and instinctively took a few steps back. Upon recognizing the individual as the assessment elder from earlier, he observed the elder gazing intently at Lin Qi for a moment before inquiring, "Are you willing to become my disciple?" "What?" A chorus of astonished gasps echoed throughout the assessment hall, as countless eyes filled with envy and jealousy turned toward Lin Qi. It was common knowledge that this assessment elder had exceptionally high standards and had never taken in disciples, always remaining a solitary figure. Yet today, he had seemingly altered his disposition, setting his sights on this newcomer. What merit did this young man possess? Lin Qi was equally surprised by the elder's offer and quickly replied, "I am willing to be your disciple." Given the current situation, he could not afford to refuse. Doing so would be a slight against the elder, which could yield no favorable outcome. Furthermore, becoming an elder's disciple was a coveted status that countless individuals sought in vain. The assessment elder nodded, stating, "Although I am taking you as a disciple, you are merely an honorary disciple for now. If you wish to receive my true teachings, you must continue to strive and demonstrate your talent and abilities. Do you understand?" "I understand," Lin Qi replied, though internally he was unconcerned about the designation of honorary disciple, as if he were particularly enamored with it. What could an elder offer that the system could not? With a supreme, innate constitution, he was already reaping endless benefits, and the rewards from the system were plentiful. Did he truly need the elder's true teachings? Unaware of Lin Qi's thoughts, the assessment elder produced a token and said, "This token contains 1,000 contribution points for your use. However, I expect to see results within a month. If you fail to reach the 9th level of the innate realm, it will signify that our mentor-disciple fate is not meant to be. Do you comprehend?" "Understand." Lin Qi accepted the token amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master." He had not anticipated that merely being an honorary disciple would grant him 1,000 contribution points, an amount that would typically take an ordinary disciple 3 years to accumulate. This master was indeed generous and magnanimous. Achieving the 9th level of the innate realm within a month, Lin Qi was filled with confidence. Even without the contribution points, he could steadily reach the 7th or even 8th level within a month, given the abundant spiritual energy at the Heavenly Fire sect, especially with the additional rewards from a system. Now, with the contribution points, he could acquire various elixirs to enhance his internal energy, making the process even more efficient. He was eager to see what further benefits might come after his breakthrough. The elder added, "During this month, I will not provide you with any guidance. However, you may spend 1,000 contribution points to attend one of my lessons. Whether or not you choose to spend it is entirely up to you. Do you understand?" Lin Qi nodded. "I understand." "Very well. You may go." The assessment elder waved his hand, signaling Lin Qi to proceed to the exchange hall to utilize his contribution points, while he himself turned to return to the assessment hall. Lin Qi respectfully saw him off, but suddenly realized he had yet to learn the elder's name. "You do not need to know that for now," the elder's voice echoed back distantly. Lin Qi felt a wave of exasperation. This elder was quite the enigma. Having accepted him as an honorary disciple and generously bestowed 1,000 contribution points, yet he withheld his name. A modest benefactor, perhaps. However, as he observed the elder's retreating figure, Lin Qi found a certain charm in the elder's demeanor, sensing an air of distinction about him. At the very least, his bearing was not something many could replicate. Ethereal and otherworldly, the description seemed fitting. Reflecting on the elder's appearance, it struck Lin Qi as rather unremarkable, ordinary to the extreme. Had it not been for his own formidable spirit, he might not have even remembered what the elder looked like, treating him as a stranger upon their next encounter. It was precisely this ordinariness that hinted at the elder's extraordinary nature. "Brother Song, do you know the name of the assessment elder?" Lin Qi inquired, turning to Song Tianfeng. Snapped from his reverie, Song Tianfeng shook his head. "I do not know. All I am aware of is that he is the assessment elder, shrouded in mystery, and never leaves the assessment hall." Lin Qi furrowed his brow. Never leaves the assessment hall? Is he perhaps sealed within? Yet he had not detected any formidable sealing formations within the hall. Lin Qi could not comprehend this peculiar individual, but concluded that, regardless of his strangeness, he was a source of benefits rather than detriments. Thus, he bowed toward the main hall, proclaiming, "I shall proceed to the exchange hall to utilize my contribution points and strive for a swift breakthrough, after which I will pay my respects to my master." With that, he and Song Tianfeng set off toward another mountain peak, the exchange hall. This hall was grand and imposing, comprising 6 levels. The first level was the most chaotic, filled with people of all kinds, with no restrictions on entry. The sounds of transactions using contribution points echoed throughout. However, to access the second level, one needed at least 100 contribution points. The third level required 1,000, and so forth. 1,000 for the fourth level, 10,000 for the fifth, and 100,000 for the sixth. Such staggering figures were enough to instill fear. Lin Qi mused that perhaps only the sect leader could enter the 6th level. He could only speculate what treasures lay within. If only he could sign in on that level, he imagined it would yield great rewards. "Fortunately, I currently possess over 1,500 contribution points, allowing me access to the 3rd tier. Just as the hour of Chun approaches, Lin Qi instructs Song Tianfeng to wait below while he leisurely wanders through the 3rd tier, searching for worthy items to exchange, all the while silently anticipating the arrival of the new day's sign-in time. Despite the entry requirement of 1,000 contribution points for the 3rd tier, it is far from empty. The area is bustling with individuals, each radiating a formidable presence, comparable to or even surpassing Chung Hao's strength. Most are formidable cultivators at the 4th or 5th level of the transformation realm. Only a couple of practitioners at the innate realm, like Lin Qi, can be found here. Besides Lin Qi, there is a strikingly beautiful woman whose graceful figure is hardly concealed by her attire as a disciple of the Heavenly Fire sect. She is surrounded by 5 attentive men, akin to stars orbiting the moon. Lin Qi silently scoffs, pondering how such skilled individuals can exhibit such subservience. Have their arduous journeys to the transformation realm served only to demean them? Although he harbors disdain, he understands that everyone has their own path and chooses to focus on his search for suitable items. Suddenly, a melodious voice interrupts his thoughts. What is your name? How did you, as an innate realm cultivator, accumulate 1,000 contribution points? Lin Qi glances up to find that the woman has approached him. Before he can respond, he notices the 5 pairs of eyes behind her glaring at him, as if ready to devour him should he utter a misstep. Are you speaking to me? Lin Qi replies, hoping she will take her leave. He isn't interested in making friends unless they can provide him with contribution points. The woman, seemingly displeased by his feigned ignorance, narrows her brows and retorts, besides you, is there any other innate realm cultivator here? Are you not one? Lin Qi counters, leaving the woman momentarily speechless. The 5 men behind her immediately erupt, chastising him for his insolence, demanding he slap himself or kneel in apology. Lin Qi merely smiles, placing a finger to his lips and whispering, quiet down. I'm a disciple of an elder, and my contribution points are gifted by my master. In an instant, it feels as though invisible hands have clamped over the mouths of the 5, silencing them completely. Upon hearing Lin Qi's claim of being an elder's disciple, the 5 pairs of eyes instantly dart away, avoiding his gaze as though they were not the same ones who had just been so boisterous. The woman, astonished, exclaims, So you're also a disciple of an elder? How come I have never seen you? Which elder is your master? Lin Qi replies, My master is the assessment elder. I was just accepted today. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, he turns to continue his search for treasures in this tier. However, the woman is relentless, seemingly bemused by someone who would avoid her as if she were a venomous snake. She pursues him, insisting, You're lying. The assessment elder never takes disciples. Why would today be an exception? Why don't you go ask the assessment elder? Lin Qi responds impatiently. I'm quite busy, so please don't bother me unless it's important. The woman huffs, But you're just wandering around here. What could possibly be so urgent? Before she can finish, Lin Qi has already distanced himself. She stamps her foot in frustration, having never been so disregarded before. The 5 behind her, noticing her anger, quickly try to console her. Xiaomeng, don't mind him. Once we get outside, we can verify whether he speaks the truth. You need concern yourselves. She snaps, ignoring their attempts at comfort, and instead shadows Lin Qi, determined to see what this pretentious young man is truly about. Faced with her incessant pursuit, Lin Qi feels helpless. It is evident that she is simply bored, accustomed to having everyone around her obey like loyal dogs, and now finds amusement in encountering someone who defies her expectations. However, her amusement does not concern him. He remains focused on his quest for items. Fortunately, the woman's silence allows Lin Qi some peace as time passes. Suddenly, a notification chimes. Congratulations, the host has successfully signed in at the 3rd tier of the Heavenly Fire sect, receiving a reward. Heavenly Fire Divine Pill. The Heavenly Fire Divine Pill, birthed from celestial flames, can be retained within the body for an extended duration. All spiritual energy absorbed will be refined through this pill, transforming into the most exquisite fire-type energy, significantly enhancing the cultivation of fire-based techniques. The duration of this pill's effects is contingent upon the cultivator's speed of cultivation. The faster one cultivates, the quicker the pill is consumed. Lin Qi's heart swells with joy. Although the pill will deplete over time, its extraordinary quality, radiating a brilliant glow, makes it feel like an unparalleled treasure simply by residing in his system space. Once ingested, the purity of the spiritual energy he absorbs will increase exponentially, imbued with fire attributes. Undoubtedly, this pill will become a crucial ally in his upcoming training. Were it not for the woman's presence, Lin Qi would have eagerly consumed it at once to experience its effects. What are you smiling about? She inquires, noticing his elation. Lin Qi suppresses his smile, replying, "Nothing." "Humph," she scoffs. "I see you wandering about without any apparent purpose, yet you seem quite pleased with yourself. Truly a peculiar individual. Are you not also enjoying yourself by following me?" Lin Qi retorts with a smirk. The woman falls silent, watching as he prepares to walk away again. Unable to contain herself, she finally exclaims, "If you're searching for something, why not ask me? Perhaps I can offer some guidance." Lin Qi pauses and turns back. "Well, in that case, I am looking for an item that can rapidly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Do you know where I might find one on this tier?" Initially, Lin Qi sought items that could directly enhance his internal energy, aiming to swiftly elevate his cultivation level to the 9th stage of the innate realm. However, with the heavenly fire divine pill at hand, he now only needs to efficiently absorb spiritual energy to leverage the pill's effects for rapid enhancement. Upon hearing Lin Qi's request, the woman beams, her captivating eyes fluttering. "I know. If you plead with me, I might just share the information." "Forget it." Lin Qi rolls his eyes, uninterested in her antics. The woman continues, "Do you doubt me? To be honest, sharing the information wouldn't matter, as you likely can't afford it. That item requires 3,000 contribution points." 3,000? That's exorbitant. Lin Qi frowns. The woman smiles and gestures in a direction. "That item is called the Gathering Spirit Array. It's a formation plate. You can go take a look." Lin Qi immediately heads in the indicated direction, and indeed, he spots a palm-sized formation plate displayed in a jade cabinet, priced at 3,000 contribution points. He cannot help but marvel at the steep price of such a simple Gathering Spirit Array. Regrettably, he lacks the tools to set up the formation. Otherwise, who would need to purchase the plate? Suddenly, Lin Qi feels a surge of excitement. He may not have the tools, but he can still buy them. With his knowledge of formations, he could easily set up a Gathering Spirit Array without needing to waste 3,000 contribution points. Overjoyed, he bows slightly in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, miss, for your invaluable guidance. I am Lin Qi, and today I have made you my friend." The woman appeared bewildered. "Who wishes to befriend someone as pretentious as you? Why are you so familiar? Furthermore, I have not given you any guidance. Do you possess 3,000 contribution points to afford such a luxury?" she inquired, unable to suppress her skepticism. Lin Qi shook his head. "No." "Then what is there to be so cheerful about?" she retorted, speechless. Lin Qi smiled and asked, "Might you know where I could procure formation tools?" The woman stared at him in astonishment, suddenly realizing that he wished to arrange formations. It was utterly laughable. "Do you even know how to arrange formations? Are you aware that the Spirit Gathering formation is a level 1 formation?" She looked at Lin Qi as if he were a fool. Lin Qi replied, "I have studied a little. The Spirit Gathering formation is merely a level 1 formation, quite easy to set up." "Ha ha." The woman laughed uncontrollably, nearly brought to tears. The 5 suitors behind her shook their heads, finding Lin Qi increasingly ridiculous. At the same time, they felt a twinge of jealousy. How could this bumbling fellow amuse the goddess? Might they too employ such methods to entertain her in the future? This indeed presented a novel approach worth emulating. Observing the laughter around him, Lin Qi suddenly had an epiphany. Indeed, his understanding of formations was imparted by the system through the 10,000 Formation Codex, placing him at the pinnacle of formation mastery. In his perception, a formation like the Spirit Gathering formation was merely a level 1 formation. However, to an average person, it was likely considered a high-level formation. Otherwise, a shabby formation disc would not fetch a price of 3,000 contribution points. 3,000 contribution points equated to 100 months of labor for an ordinary disciple. Over 80 years of daily toil. How many people can claim 80 years of life? This underscores the rarity of the Spirit Gathering formation. It was merely a case of Lin Qi's elevated perspective. By stating a higher-level truth, he was perceived as foolish by the crowd. Perhaps this was for the best. Lin Qi had initially intended to attribute his formation knowledge to the Master Yin Yun of Yinzhou City, claiming he inherited it from him. After all, Yin Yun was also from the Heavenly Fire sect, learning formations from the same school. No one could challenge his credibility. Yet now, he need not resort to such ruse. Others regarded him as a mere jest, and none believed in his formation abilities. Thus, he could simply purchase the formation tools, practice in secret, and cultivate in solitude. How delightful. A level 1 formation, huh? Lin Qi, you truly crack me up. Given your amusing nature, I shall reluctantly accept you as a friend. Remember, My name is Chu Yiman. Should you encounter any troubles, invoke my name, but do keep in mind that you owe me a favor. However, I do not require repayment. I only wish to observe the spirit-gathering formation you create someday. A level 1 formation, Giggle. Are you truly a disciple of the Assessment Elder? It seems the Assessment Elder is lonely and needs you to bring him some laughter. Chu Yimeng chuckled, moving to a display cabinet of jade, retrieving her disciple identity token. Beep. The token was placed on the cabinet, automatically deducting contribution points. She withdrew an item from the cabinet, tucked it into her bosom, and proceeded toward the staircase. Her visit had been motivated by this item, and encountering Lin Qi was a serendipitous delight that added a touch of amusement to her otherwise mundane cultivation life. Having laughed enough, she prepared to depart. However, before leaving, she kindly imparted a piece of advice to Lin Qi. Lin Qi, if you have an interest in formations, I suggest you visit the first floor to exchange for a basic introductory formation book, then acquire a foundation stone to practice the introductory formations. If you possess talent, you will naturally gain insight. If not, it would be best not to overreach, lest you embarrass yourself and the Assessment Elder. Her voice echoed as Chu Yimeng disappeared from sight. Thank you. Lin Qi bowed to the empty air, feeling that the girl was not haughty or disagreeable. Rather, she was quite kind, albeit her words were somewhat blunt. Yet her reminder was remarkably timely. He indeed needed to exchange for a formation book to ascertain the standards of the Heavenly Fire Sects formations to avoid attracting envy with his formidable formation abilities. With this thought, Lin Qi promptly descended the stairs to the first floor of the exchange hall. Chapter 56. Anger. Who did this? The items on the first floor of the exchange hall were known for their affordability. A book on basic formation introduction required only a minimal contribution point. A foundation stone also cost merely 10 contribution points. Of course, the introductory book was truly basic, barely scratching the surface, written in a rudimentary manner, essentially low-quality material. Although the foundation stone was expensive, it too was subpar, serving only as a practice tool. Relying on such items to ignite formation patterns was nothing short of a pipe dream. Lin Qi, my brother, why are you purchasing these items? Do you wish to learn formations? I advise against it. It's a waste of time. These are merely toys for the elders to pass the time. As young individuals, we should focus our energy on elevating our cultivation level. The assessment elder has assigned you a task, and that 1,000 contribution points are not meant for frivolous pursuits. Hurry and acquire something useful to enhance your training. Song Tianfeng observed Lin Qi's reckless spending and earnestly urged him. Although his intentions were good, Lin Qi had his own plans and was disinclined to listen to his rambling. He produced a lecture pass and said, Brother Song, let us exchange this lecture pass. I still have considerable time to spend here, and you might as well attend the elder's lecture. Song Tianfeng's eyes lit up instantly, hastily retrieving his disciple identity token. Seemingly fearful that Lin Qi would change his mind, and promptly placed it on the lecture pass. Once you agree, this identity token will be mine. The exchange hall has strict regulations against forced transactions, he quickly explained. Lin Qi replied, agreed to the exchange. With a whoosh, the numbers on the identity token changed, adding 30 contribution points. Meanwhile, the lecture pass was now in Song Tianfeng's possession, who clutched it with delight, saying, Lin Qi, my brother, I shall attend the lecture now. Be sure to acquire some useful items for your own advancement. Thank you for the good wishes. Let us meet at the foot of the volcano in the future. Lin Qi clasped his hands, bidding Song Tianfeng farewell. Now, the world was quiet once more, free from any distractions. He could spend his contribution points as he pleased. With so many points in hand, weren't they meant to be spent? Thus, Lin Qi purchased another copy of the basic formation introductory text, expending 5 contribution points. This book contained much more information. Given that Lin Qi had already acquired extensive formation knowledge from the 10,000 Formation Codex, he quickly grasped the content of both the introductory and basic texts. In no time at all, he had read both books thoroughly and absorbed their teachings. Without hesitation, Lin Qi decided to continue his purchases with the intermediate and advanced texts. The intermediate text cost 20 contribution points, while the advanced text commanded a price of 50 contribution points. The prices were escalating. However, the explanations within the text regarding formations grew increasingly intricate. Although they remained focused on basic formations, the fundamentals were of utmost importance. Lin Qi had previously suffered due to a lack of foundational knowledge. which resulted in confusion while attempting to comprehend the 10,000 formation codex. Having undergone the enlightening experience of foundational formations, his comprehension of the path of formations became profoundly clearer. Previously, he could only absorb 50 diagrams at once and required a significant amount of time to ponder their intricacies. Now, however, he can master 100 diagrams simultaneously, with the time taken for comprehension considerably diminished. This clearly illustrates the value of these texts. The contribution points were not squandered. The significance of joining a major sect cannot be overstated. If it were an ordinary sect, such comprehensive literature on formations would be unattainable. This is the advantage of being part of a prestigious sect. Even without an elder as a mentor, one can acquire a wealth of knowledge, thus avoiding many detours. For this reason alone, Lin Qi felt that his journey to the Heavenly Fire sect was worthwhile. To enhance this value, he resolved to exploit every available resource fully. Thus, he ascended to the second level, heading directly to the formation zone. While referred to as the formation zone, it is merely a small area, as few wish to squander time on self-learning of formations, for true mastery is nearly impossible through solitary study. Consequently, the exchangeable items here are quite limited. Formation stones are essential, and they are available for purchase at a cost of 100 contribution points. More expensive options range from 200 to 900 points, with a distinction based on color. The more impurities, the more chaotic the hue, and the lower the quality. The 900-point stones are white, but still bear numerous spots. In addition to the formation stones, various formation flags and discs are available. Formation stones serve as adjuncts to the formation stones, allowing for the creation of formations. But they cannot be moved. Any such action would result in their destruction, as they are inscribed with formation patterns that are integral to the main formation stone. Unless the entire formation, including the main stone and the adjunct stones, can be relocated in unison, moving any one component will ruin all three. Formation flags are used to communicate with and control formations and can sometimes substitute for formation stones or be employed to stabilize formations, proving remarkably effective. Some flags even possess the ability to dismantle formations, such as the Bagua Cloudlight flag in Lin Qi's possession. Formation discs, on the other hand, contain pre-inscribed formations, merging the effects of the formation stones and allowing for ease of transport. When used in conjunction with formation flags, their utility is boundless. These comprise the primary tools for laying formations. There are also various bells, weapons, clay figurines, and talismans that serve only auxiliary purposes, classifiable as part of the formation flags. Some tools capable of inscribing formation patterns fall under the category of formation stones. After careful consideration, Lin Qi expended 300 contribution points to acquire a reasonably good formation stone. He then spent 500 contribution points to purchase 5 formation stones. All essential for arranging a spirit-gathering formation. No less would suffice. Additionally, he allocated 500 contribution points for a formation disc. This item is portable and can be utilized anywhere, ensuring no loss if the formation is inscribed correctly. To further enhance the efficacy of the formation disc, Lin Qi invested 200 contribution points in 2 formation flags. Including the Bagua Cloudlight flag he already possessed and the 2 spare flags obtained from the Flame Cloud Dojo, he now had a total of 5. After gathering all the necessary items, Lin Qi assessed his remaining contribution points, which had dwindled to a mere 44. He reluctantly returned to the first level to purchase some elixirs to enhance his inner energy. He then set off directly towards the volcanic peak. The volcanic peak is the domain of Gongsun Hua, where the aura is notably rich at its base. Those who can cultivate here have received permission from Cheng Hao, making it a rare opportunity not to be missed. With such a prime location, one cannot afford to waste it. If he could set up formations there to siphon the aura from the volcanic peak, wouldn't his cultivation speed soar to unprecedented heights? The more Lin Qi contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to arrange formations there. His steps were swift as he soon beheld the silhouette of the volcanic peak. Continuing forward, he spotted several figures at the foot of the mountain, each seated in meditation. However, one rotund figure lay sprawled at a distance, blood pooling around him, gasping for breath, nearly at death's door. Yin Feiyang. Lin Qi's expression darkened with rage. He had anticipated that Yin Feiyang might be bullied, but he never expected that within such a short span of time, he would be reduced to this pitiful state. This was no mere bullying. It was sheer brutality. Lin Qi felt a surge of fury rising within him as he hastily administered a medicinal pill to Yin Feiyang. Turning to the onlookers, his voice was cold as steel, demanding who did this. No one answered. Instead, smirks of disdain twisted their lips. Excellent. This meant everyone bore some responsibility. As he spoke, Lin Qi silently rolled up his sleeves. Seeing Lin Qi's fist glinting ominously, Yin Feiyang coughed up blood in a panic, exclaiming, "My lord, do not resort to murder." Cough. To harm one's own sect members is a grave sin. Lin Qi replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured I know my limits." Suddenly, a cacophonous laughter erupted from the foot of the mountain. None other than the boisterous Dong Batian, mocking Lin Qi. How frightening. Are you actually considering murder? I stand here unafraid. Let us see how much harm you can inflict upon me. He continued, muttering, pathetic creatures wishing to cultivate alongside us. The city lord is benevolent and won't hold it against you, but I find you insufferable. Especially you, fatso, utterly oblivious to your own shortcomings. I advise you to roll back to where you came from. Do you truly believe this pretty boy can sustain you for a lifetime? Dong Batian completely disregarded Lin Qi, focusing instead on berating Yin Feiyang. Unexpectedly, Yin Feiyang did not retreat, but instead turned to face him, silently regarding him with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. This infuriated Dong Batian, who felt deeply humiliated to be pitted by a worthless individual. Just as he prepared to teach Yin Feiyang another lesson, a large fist unexpectedly came flying towards him. Perfect. Dong Batian scoffed, undaunted. Let us see just how hard that fist of yours is, daring to strike before me. Bang! A stout figure was sent hurtling backward. The onlookers, who had been observing the spectacle, suddenly sprang to their feet as if their backsides had been ignited. Staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene, Dong Batian appeared embedded into the mountainside like a mural, his prominent face now partially concave, his nose entirely obscured. Blood smeared across his visage. Yet Lin Qi was not finished. He approached and pried him off the wall, asking, "Did you strike Yin Feiyang?" Dong Batian could hardly respond. His teeth scattered on the ground. Lin Qi remarked, "It seems you cannot hear me. Thus, your ears are of no further use." With that, he grasped Dong Batian's ears, ripping them off and discarding them carelessly on the ground. Thud! The severed ears twitched on the ground. Dong Batian let out a chilling wail, clutching his wounded head. Tears streaming down his face, his eyes wide with sheer terror. His back was broken, leaving him unable to flee, and he could only beg for mercy with his gaze. Lin Qi cast a dispassionate glance at him, and then surveyed the onlookers, declaring, "Kneel and sever one ear each, and present me with gifts of apology. I may consider sparing you." The crowd's expressions turned grim. While they could endure the humiliation of an apology, the demand to kneel and cut off an ear was utterly unacceptable. Lin Qi, do not go too far. Even if you possess slightly greater strength, can you truly take on all of us? I advise you to know when to stop. Spare those who deserve mercy. A tall and handsome young man spoke assertively, his steps light as he swiftly moved to join the others, forming a confrontational stance against Lin Qi. Among Chung Hao subordinates, if one were to speak of the highest defensive prowess, it would undoubtedly be Dong Batian. If one were to mention the most perceptive, it would be Song Tianfeng. Yet, when it comes to combat strength, it was none other than Zhao Chong. With a Chaoyang sword in hand, he wielded its energy to deliver 18 slashes. When he unleashed these 18 sword strikes, even against a first-layer warrior in the Hualing realm, he possessed the capability to engage in battle. Back in Tianhua City, the prolonged resistance of Chong Hao and his companions was largely due to Zhao Chong's contributions. Although he couldn't turn the tide of battle as Lin Qi did, he had nonetheless made significant efforts in safeguarding Lin Xiaobai. As the foremost subordinate of Chong Hao, Zhao Chong naturally bore a certain pride. Dong Batian's defeat was a testament to his inadequacy and a consequence of underestimating the opponent. Yet now, surrounded by his close comrades, their camaraderie and mutual trust would not allow Lin Qi, an outsider, to bully them. Witnessing everyone gather, their collective momentum solidified. Zhao Chong felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Initially, he had contemplated yielding to Lin Qi, proposing a compromise of merely apologizing without kneeling or mutilating himself. But now, with spirits high, he had completely reversed his decision. determined to suppress and incapacitate Lin Qi, making it clear who the true master of this domain was. Lin Qi, Zhao Chong bellowed, this insignificant creature, newly arrived, dares to utter such reckless words? Kneel and bow your head, sever your ears, and apologize, or face the consequences of your disrespect. He countered Lin Qi's earlier taunt, amplifying it. Ha ha! Lin Qi laughed heartily, his gaze sweeping across every face. If anyone disagrees with Zhao Chong's proposition, they may step forward. The previous terms still stand. However, should no one step forward, then all shall abide by Zhao Chong's words. The punishment shall be doubled. No one responded. Instead, they wore expressions of indifference, even tinged with mockery. Were you uttering foolish boasts, unaware of your own insignificance? I advise you to kneel immediately, or your life shall be uncertain, came a cold voice. This was another adept at the 9th layer of the innate realm, slightly weaker than Zhao Chong and Song Tianfeng, yet equally proud, unable to tolerate Lin Qi's arrogance. After all, he was merely at the 6th layer of the innate realm, relying on speed to ambush and injure Dong Batian. Was he truly so formidable? Absurd. Wait, something is amiss. Wasn't this fellow previously at the 5th layer of the innate realm? How did he suddenly advance to the 6th layer after the entrance assessment? The man pondered with suspicion. Yet before he could think further, he suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a hurried shout. Be careful. His mind exploded with realization as he discovered Lin Qi had vanished without a trace. In his place, a massive fist came crashing toward his face. Bang! The searing pain, accompanied by the shattering of teeth and jaw, struck him. And all he heard was a reprimand for his insolence before the world spun around him, his vision fading as he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. But this was not the end. A sudden warmth enveloped his ear, gripped by someone. Then, with a swift motion, came a ripping sound. Ah! A piercing scream erupted from his throat as he clutched his ear, writhing in agony on the ground. A voice echoed, originally, I only required one ear. But now you've lost both. What folly is this? The words were infuriating, stirring a blend of pain, regret, anger, and frustration within him, which all manifested in anguished howls as he rolled on the ground. How dare you launch a sneak attack? Everyone strike back. Zhao Chong roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Despite their numbers, they had allowed Lin Qi to break through and incapacitate one of their own. It was a disgrace. Yet, the speed of this youth was formidable. Zhao Chong's extensive experience urged him to shout, pair up, and surround him. This fellow's speed is extraordinary. Be cautious and find a chance to cripple his legs. Just as he finished speaking, another voice rang out almost simultaneously. First, let us cripple your legs. Zhao Chong's face turned pale with shock. He saw no attack coming, yet felt an invisible force enveloping his legs. His vast experience told him this sensation was no illusion, and he understood he was utterly defenseless. Thus, he cried out in desperation, help me! Crack! 2 sharp sounds echoed from his knees, faster than his cry for aid. Zhao Chong screamed in agony. Yet the pain ignited his ferocity. Even without seeing Lin Qi, he recklessly swung his Chaoyang sword, determined to inflict harm, even as he struggled to stand. However, fate was not on his side. The cries of his comrades around him revealed that he was striking not Lin Qi, but rather those he had fought alongside. From the very beginning of the battle, Lin Qi had stealthily incapacitated a 9th layer innate warrior. Now, with his own knees shattered and his companions injured by his own errant strikes, this battle could be said to have ended before it truly began. A complete rout. Zhao Chong felt a surge of regret. Had he known Lin Qi's methods were so elusive, he would never have opposed him. This man's speed was almost otherworldly. How could one possibly contend with him? Isudaniv. I concede, he cried desperately. For the sake of our shared allegiance to the Lord, I apologize. Spare me. Zhao Chong collapsed to the ground, terrified that Lin Qi would suddenly appear to take his ears as well. Yet at the same time, he remained vigilant, gripping his sword tightly, prepared for Lin Qi's unexpected emergence, believing that as long as he wielded his sword, he still had a fighting chance to turn the tide. This confidence stemmed from years of battle experience. Chapter 58. Unity is strength. Breakthrough. Your swordsmanship is commendable. With a subtle comment, Lin Qi finally revealed himself. Zhao Chong beheld Lin Qi standing at a distance, his attire perfectly unruffled, not a hair out of place, and his breathing steady. To Lin Qi, The recent skirmish had barely constituted a warm-up. Ikinseed, iopuludisa. Here, I possess a treasured innate pill. Take them all. They can aid you in enhancing your inner energy and breaking through realms. As he spoke, Zhao Chong produced a small bundle from his robes, filled with the clinking sounds of pills. Lin Qi shook his head. I offered you an opportunity, which you squandered. Now, apologies will not suffice. Both ears must go. Zhao Chong's face turned ashen. While he might not care if others lost a few ears, losing both would irreparably mar his handsome visage, diminishing his allure in the realm of romance. You might as well kill me, he sighed, closing his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. Lin Qi replied, I cannot kill you. I keep my word. If I say I will take both your ears, then I shall take both. As he spoke, he began to advance slowly. Zhao Chong, hearing Lin Qi's footsteps draw near, suddenly opened his eyes wide, grasping his Chaoyang sword with a clang, and with a swift motion, he unleashed 6 sword strikes. Each strike cleaved the air, creating white arcs that sealed off his surroundings completely. Not only was Lin Qi unprepared, but even if he had been, he would still fall victim to any one of those sword strikes. As visions of Lin Qi's demise filled his mind, a smile of triumph spread across Zhao Chong's face. A sound resonated, echoing like a rhythmic chime. There stood Lin Qi, his arms seemingly cradling an extraordinary treasure, bravely clashing against the sword energy, emitting a metallic clang akin to the clash of gold and iron. Zhao Chong's eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Lin Qi's hands, which bore not a single mark. Evidently, the recent sword attack had not even grazed his skin. What a staggering disparity. He finally comprehended that he and Lin Qi were not on the same level. Not only had he yet to break through to the Qi transformation realm, but even if he did, he would still be no match for Lin Qi. It was no wonder that during the grand battle in Tianhua City, the Hu brothers had met their demise at Lin Qi's hands. This was not mere luck, but sheer strength. I am willing to offer my ears. I implore you to sever them with your sword, not to tear them off with your hands. The harsh reality forced Zhao Chong to accept his fate, abandoning pleas for mercy in favor of a different strategy of negotiation. Lin Qi simply grinned. I'm afraid swords are not my forte. With a swift motion, he seized Zhao Chong's ears and ruthlessly tore them away, skinning the flesh from his neck in the process. The agony surged like a relentless tide from his ears to the soles of his feet. Zhao Chong's anguish cries were no less harrowing than those of his companions. Despite being a 9th-level master in the innate realm, he could not endure such torment in silence. Witnessing Zhao Chong's suffering, those still standing instinctively recoiled in terror, contemplating flight. Yet, thoughts of Lin Qi's unfathomable speed extinguished their courage to escape. In a moment of inspiration, someone brandished a dagger and slashed at their own ears. Thud! Both ears fell to the ground, and the individual knelt, prostrating themselves, offering up their pills and weapons with both hands. I apologize, I sincerely apologize. Interesting, Lin Qi remarked with a faint smile, accepting the items. Since he had encountered such compliance, it spared him the need to act personally, observing Lin Qi's tacit approval. The remaining individuals hastily followed suit, severing their ears in a frenzy, fearful of tempting fate. Suddenly, Lin Qi launched a kick that sent a 6th-level innate youth sprawling to the ground, blood streaming from his face, transforming his once prominent nose into a grotesque shape. Chun Liang's eyes brimmed with confusion, silently questioning Lin Qi why he had to endure such treatment even after submission. Lin Qi glanced at him and replied, I simply find you displeasing. With a spray of blood, Chun Liang succumbed to pain, frustration, and humiliation, collapsing into unconsciousness. The others fared little better. Though they bore no serious injuries, they knelt dejectedly, their spirits shattered. The arrogance they had previously exhibited had been replaced by abject humility. Lin Qi surveyed the scene, satisfied that no one had escaped his scrutiny. Collecting all the offerings, he called out, Yin Feiyong, come here and follow me. As he spoke, he proceeded toward the foot of the mountain. However, Lin Qi did not simply settle into a random spot to cultivate. Instead, he circled the mountain's base. Finally, he discovered a recessed section of the cliff. Though it was not particularly grand, with some effort, it could be transformed into a modest cave. Yet, excavating it alone would prove time-consuming. As the saying goes, unity is strength. Thus, Lin Qi summoned Yin Feiyong to gather the others. Except for the broad-faced Dong Batian and Zhao Chong, anyone who could still move, even Chun Liang, who had suffered a broken nose at Lin Qi's hands, was called to assist in the excavation. At that moment, Zhao Chong even felt a twinge of relief at his injured leg. Otherwise, he would have to endure a beating and then crawl like a dog to labor for Lin Qi. That would be utterly humiliating. Watching his companions laboriously chisel at the mountainside like miners, Zhao Chong could no longer bear to look away. Ironically, they had previously been too reluctant to waste time on such toil. Yet now they found themselves serving Lin Qi. With a sigh, Zhao Chong lamented his own inadequacy, chastising himself for being too kind-hearted and sentimental. If only he possessed Lin Qi's ruthlessness, treating others like mere tools for his own gain, he too could command free labor. Meanwhile, Zhao Chong was lost in self-pity, while the others worked fervently, and in no time at all, a cave spacious enough for one person was completely excavated, providing ample room for simple movement. Excellent work. Thank you, brothers. I shall treat you to drinks and feasts when we emerge. Lin Qi laughed heartily, dismissing them. The group, as if released from a great burden, hurriedly retreated to the opposite side of the cliff, unwilling to encounter Lin Qi again. Little did they know the methods he could employ to torment them further. Their departure, however, aligned perfectly with Lin Qi's intentions. With fewer eyes upon him, he instructed Yin Fei Yang, stand guard outside. I will be cultivating here. Take these worthless pills and use them. Yes, Yin Fei Yang replied, deeply moved, hastily consuming an innate pill. His only desire was to enhance his strength, unwilling to remain a target for others' bullying. Yet, he dared not take too many, well aware of his position. Although Dong Baishan's words could be harsh, one truth remained. Could Lin Qi truly support him for a lifetime? Certainly not. Thus, he resolved to train diligently, seizing the opportunity granted by Lin Qi's protection to elevate his power. This would honor Lin Qi's kindness. Chapter 59. The Gathering Spirit Formation, Remarkable Efficacy. Within the cave, Lin Qi first deployed the 8 trigrams Cloudlight flag to seal the entrance. The flag's effects were marvelous. Even without a formation, it could obscure vision. With Yin Fei Yang standing guard outside, and Zhao Chong and his companions well aware of Lin Qi's prowess, they would not dare to intrude. Thus, Lin Qi could proceed with his formation arrangements in peace. He retrieved the formation cornerstone, which, although not entirely pure and valued at 300 contribution points, was adequate for inscribing a formation. Yet, Lin Qi was in no rush. Instead, he settled cross-legged, closed his eyes, and connected with the system, delving into the compendium of 10,000 formations. As it stood, he had already studied several hundred formations from the compendium. While his mastery was not exceptionally high, it was certainly not lacking. Setting up a minor gathering spirit formation was well within his capabilities. However, to ensure optimal efficacy, Lin Qi decided to review the relevant formation techniques from the compendium once more. The wisdom of revisiting old knowledge is that it not only deepens understanding, but can also inspire new insights. Time passed, and Lin Qi finally opened his eyes, filled with confidence. He placed his hands upon the cornerstone and began to communicate with it. As he concentrated his mental energy, the cornerstone began to bear intricate markings without the need for physical gestures. After half a day, Lin Qi remained motionless, relying solely on his mental faculties, his complexion pale from exertion. At last, the final stroke of the formation was successfully inscribed, and a faint white mist began to emanate from the cornerstone. It was accomplished. Lin Qi marveled at the cornerstone, unable to contain his delight at this being his first successful formation. Although greatly aided by the formidable formations recorded in the 10,000 Array Codex, his own efforts have been considerable, as merely sketching the mental patterns left him utterly fatigued. Regrettably, the elixirs that restore mental energy are exceedingly rare. Even when available, their effectiveness in replenishing his unique mental energy is minimal. Typical potions are akin to a small pebble cast into a vast reservoir, creating only the slightest ripples. Only higher-tier elixirs can yield significant results for his expansive mental reservoir. However, such elixirs are beyond the means of ordinary individuals, requiring at least 100 contribution points for a single dose. Fortunately, Lin Qi's mental fortitude is not only robust, but also recovers swiftly. After meditating for half an hour, the supreme Dao method rapidly rejuvenated most of his mental energy. Since his energy had merely been expended rather than injured, recovery was relatively straightforward. Now, it was time to inscribe formations upon the erase stones. Lin Qi silently recited in his mind and produced an erase stone. The erase stone, made of the same material as the foundation stone but differing in size, serves as a subsidiary to the primary. The uniqueness of this stone lies in the necessity of mental energy for etching designs upon it. Brute force would either leave no trace or shatter the stone completely. Having just gained experience, Lin Qi was undeterred. In a brief moment, he successfully inscribed the formation patterns onto the erase stone. This time, the consumption of mental energy was negligible, prompting him to continue with another stone. Time slipped away as 2/4 of an hour passed. Lin Qi had become adept, images forming vividly in his mind. He found himself wishing for more erase stones to practice on, as this would enhance his speed in inscribing formations. Presently, all 5 erase stones have been inscribed. Lin Qi arranged the foundation stone and the 5 erase stones in their designated positions within the formation. Then, grasping an array flag, he connected his mental energy to the pre-drawn patterns within it, murmuring incantations. Go! Suddenly, he tossed the flag into the air, watching it descend atop the foundation stone. With a brilliant flash, the foundation stone erupted in dazzling light, merging with the illumination from the flag. At that moment, Lin Qi perceived a complete formation materializing before him. Activate! He swiftly executed hand seals, guiding the flag as it moved over each erase stone. At that instant, the foundation stone and the erase stones fully connected, and the entire formation came to life, officially commencing. Witnessing the successful deployment of his first formation, Lin Qi could hardly contain his excitement. Yet, he remained cautious, carefully controlling the formation's effects. Initially, to avoid drawing attention, he set the formation's effects to the minimum, gradually absorbing the spiritual energy surrounding the volcanic peak. Remarkably, within a mere 1/4 of an hour, the energy in the cavern thickened into a mist. Without hesitation, Lin Qi began to refine and absorb it. In this process, he was filled with astonishment. Indeed, the spirit-gathering formation he derived from the 10,000 Array Codex proved exceptional, not only gathering energy, but also cleansing it. It was far superior to absorbing the chaotic energy diffusing from the base of the mountain. Suddenly, Lin Qi recalled the reward from his previous sign-in, the Heavenly Fire Divine Pill. He retrieved the pill, observing its fiery glow, dancing in the air like a lively miniature infant. Lin Qi inhaled sharply, and the Heavenly Fire Divine Pill swiftly entered his throat, swirling within his body. As he absorbed the spiritual energy with fervor, the pill's rotation quickened. Each revolution helped him incinerate impurities within the energy and transform it into fire attributes. Since Lin Qi practiced the supreme Dao method, which is attribute-less and encompasses all attributes, the influx of fire attribute energy did not hinder his refining process. Instead, it imbued his meridians with a fiery essence. Given time, as his inner energy reached its peak, he might even manifest ethereal flames, possessing remarkable effects in combat. The only downside was that the stronger the fire energy, the weaker the effects of the Frost Fist became. However, Lin Qi could adapt, converting the ice power of the Frost Fist into fire power, creating the Heavenly Fire Fist, with even greater lethality. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Qi unleashed a punch. Boom! The air erupted with the sound of flames surging. Although the results were still modest, with further practice, and as his fire attribute energy intensified, he could unleash a true fiery divine fist. This new innate skill would be named the Heavenly Fire Fist, signaling a farewell to the Frost Fist. Innate skills, while formidable in their initial realm, become mere minor techniques in the subsequent stages. Thus, upon advancing to the Qi transformation realm, Lin Qi would need to study new techniques, rendering the Frost Fist obsolete in higher realms. Nonetheless, there was no sorrow in this. One must strive for greater heights, much like water flowing downward. Under the efficacy of the spirit-gathering formation, the fire attribute energy within Lin Qi continued to flourish, constantly transforming his body. Should anyone enter at this moment, they would find Lin Qi's form glowing a fiery red, reminiscent of a boiled shrimp. However, there's a saying, excess can be detrimental. By midnight, Lin Qi felt it was time to cease the formation's effects, allowing the surrounding energy to settle to avoid detection. He then contemplated the 10,000 array codex. Today, he had reaped the benefits of the formation and resolved to treat the study of formations as a serious endeavor. Who knows when it might prove extraordinarily useful? As time flowed by, before he realized it, dawn approached. Chapter 60. Song Tian phone returns astonishment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successful sign-in. Reward. Spirit Gathering Array Disc. Lin Qi. What ist? After laboriously setting up a Spirit Gathering formation, I receive a Spirit Gathering Array Disc as a reward. What use is this array now? My contribution points wasted. Initially disheartened, Lin Qi's perspective shifted upon retrieving the Spirit Gathering Array Disc. Clearly, its power far surpassed that of the modest Spirit Gathering formation he had just established, exceeding it by no less than 8 tiers. Not only did his humble formation pale in comparison, but even the Spirit Gathering Array Disc valued at 3,000 contribution points in the exchange hall could not hold a candle to the one in his possession. Truly, a product of the system. Alas, he dared not utilize it. He feared that activating the Spirit Gathering Array Disc might unleash a torrent of spiritual energy from the entire volcanic peak, prompting the enraged Gongsun Hua and his minions to descend upon him with lethal intent. That would be an immense loss. Thus, Lin Qi reluctantly returned the Spirit Gathering Array Disc to the system space. At present, his strength was insufficient, rendering him unable to make bold use of such treasures. He could only await the day when his power would allow for more audacious endeavors. In fact, not only the Spirit Gathering Array Disc, but even the Spirit Gathering formation he had just set up must remain concealed to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Therefore, Lin Qi took out the Array Disc he had previously purchased from the exchange hall, valued at 500 contribution points. It was reasonably priced, hence of average quality. However, it sufficed for establishing a concealment formation. Lynch, having acquired experience in arranging spiritual gathering formations, though currently utilizing a formation plate instead of formation stones, recognized the underlying principles were akin. Nevertheless, to enhance the intricacy of the concealment formation, he exerted considerable effort. It took him a full 4 hours to complete the arrangement. Upon activation, this concealment formation not only obscured the surrounding spiritual gathering formations, but also shrouded Lynch himself within its depths. The sole drawback was that activating the concealment formation required spiritual energy. The greater the number of concealed entities, the more energy was necessary. Interestingly, the spiritual gathering formation served as the energy source for the concealment formation, which in turn rendered itself invisible. It was a match made in heaven. No wonder the compendium of formations intricately wove each formation into a tapestry of interdependence, yielding boundless utility. Lynch experienced a moment of enlightenment, suddenly grasping many concepts that had previously eluded him, achieving a harmonious understanding. It became evident that while reading extensively was beneficial, practical experience was equally vital. Only through diligent practice could one truly apply their knowledge of formations rather than remain mired in theoretical discussions. With a swift motion, Lynch performed hand seals to activate the concealment formation plate. A gust of wind surged as spiritual energy flowed into the concealment formation plate from the spiritual gathering formation. The plate began to spin gracefully in midair, officially initiating the formation, as a wondrous force enveloped the entire cave. Once the concealment formation plate and the spiritual gathering formation had fully merged, Lynch called out, "Yin Feiyong, come in." Yes, Yin Feiyong immediately entered, respectfully inquiring, "What does young Master Lynch require of me?" His expression remained unchanged, clearly oblivious to any anomalies, demonstrating the effectiveness of the concealment formation. Pleased, Lynch felt reassured that their formation would remain undetected. He produced a piece of white cloth and, with a handful of yellow earth, sketched a simple visage, instructing Yin Feiyong, "Keep a vigilant watch outside. If you see this person, summon me immediately. Understood?" "Understood." Yin Feiyong promptly nodded, committing the face to memory. He refrained from asking any questions. Unconcerned about the identity of the figure, he understood one thing. Young Master Lynch had been immensely gracious to him, and he had no other ally but him. Whatever task young Master Lynch assigned, he would carry it out without question. "Excellent. Go now." Lynch expressed his satisfaction with Yin Feiyong's attitude and flicked the cloth, dispersing the image. That visage belonged to none other than his father, Lin Jinwu. as he was immersed in his cultivation here, effectively isolated from the world. Missing an opportunity to meet his father would be a grave loss. However, with Yan Feiyang as his eyes and ears, he felt no concern. Having arranged everything, Lin Qi began his focused cultivation. During the day, he utilized the Divine Fire Pill to refine Fire-type spiritual energy, significantly enhancing his internal power and rapidly improving his cultivation level. At night, he delved into the compendium of formations. Each day was immensely fulfilling, leaving him no time to wander aimlessly, as he remained in the cave for concentrated practice. Ding! Congratulations! Host has successfully checked in, receiving the reward. Pure Heart Jade Bottle. Ding! Congratulations! Host has successfully checked in, receiving the reward. Heart Mirror. Ding! Congratulations! Host has successfully checked in, receiving the reward. Miniature Formation Stone Mountain. Ding! Congratulations! Host has successfully checked in, receiving the reward. Divine Fire Mountain Flag. Ding! Congratulations! Host has successfully checked in, receiving the reward. Purple Qi Spirit Light Flag. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Although the rewards diminished daily, they remained extraordinary. After all, this was the Divine Fire Sect, and even nestled at the base of a volcanic peak, it was still part of the sect. Moreover, he had only recently begun checking in. The rewards could hardly be lacking. During his breaks, Lin Qi took out the pure Heart Jade bottle, poured a drop of dew into his mouth, and then continued to place it within the spiritual gathering formation. This pure Heart Jade bottle could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condensing it into sweet nectar. Although it only gathered a drop each day, it was sufficient to calm the mind. After just 4 days of consumption, Lin Qi felt a noticeable enhancement in his mental acuity, attesting to the efficacy of this treasure. With continued use, his mental prowess would undoubtedly undergo a transformation. After meditating to refine the sweet nectar, Lin Qi looked up to see the heart mirror suspended above. The heart mirror could cleanse the dust of confusion from the heart, ensuring one remained in a state of clarity, free from the clutches of inner demons. This treasure was immensely beneficial for Lin Qi's cultivation, allowing him to achieve results with half the effort while avoiding countless pitfalls. Contemplating the heart mirror, Lin Qi concentrated and, with a flicker of thought, severed a piece of formation stone from the miniature formation stone mountain. Despite being termed miniature, it was still the size of a small room. As a cohesive unit, he could slice it in any manner he desired. Larger pieces served as foundational stones, while smaller ones became formation stones. In his spare moments, Lin Qi etched formation patterns onto these stones, witnessing a significant daily improvement in his formation skills. Previously, it took him half a day to carve the patterns for the spiritual gathering formation. Now, he accomplished it in mere breaths. The Divine Fire Mountain Flag could enhance the fire attribute of spiritual energy, while the Purple Qi Spirit Light Flag could purify it. Lin Qi activated both flags, allowing them to exert their effects, and then resumed practicing his supreme techniques vigorously. Such days felt extraordinarily comfortable, and before he knew it, he had broken through to the 7th level of the innate realm. This was still without his full focus on cultivation. Had he dedicated himself day and night, he could have likely reached the 8th level of the innate realm. However, Lin Qi was methodical and unhurried, well aware that the Elder had granted him a month to prepare, and he merely needed to present himself by the deadline. Brother Lin Qi. One day, a voice called out from outside, brimming with joy. Yet, the voice abruptly ceased, as though encountering something astonishing. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qi heard Yan Feiyang's voice from outside. Young master, Song Tianfeng has returned and is inquiring about everyone, having noticed 2 missing ears. Understood. If he asks for me, just inform him that I am in seclusion, Lin Qi instructed Yan Feiyang. Song Tianfeng's exuberant return indicated he must have gained significant insights in the Elder's class, likely on the verge of breaking through to the Qi transformation realm. However, Lin Qi felt indifferent. It bore no relevance to him, so he continued his silent cultivation. Meanwhile, Cheng Liang and the others lamented, shedding tears as they recounted the events of the past few days to Song Tianfeng. His nose had been thoroughly shattered by Lin Qi, leaving it grotesquely flattened. Song Tianfeng could hardly bear to look at his face, grimacing as he listened. Once he grasped the situation, he sighed deeply, saying, "Alas, you should not have bullied Yan Feiyang. He is but a minor character. Why stir up trouble over him regarding Brother Lin Qi?" Old Song, Dong Batian, thundered, his nose even more disfigured than Chun Liang's, his teeth shattered, rendering his speech barely intelligible. Yet, the fury in his eyes was unmistakable. Zhao Cheng added, "Old song. After all these years among brothers, how can you speak in favor of an outsider? Enough. Let's not dwell on that humiliating incident. Now that our brothers have lost 2 ears, you must help us seek justice. Currently, I find myself in a state of physical discomfort, and I must therefore trouble you to ascend the mountain and inform the city lord of the recent events, so that he may take decisive action on behalf of our brotherhood." Zhao Cheng spoke, his eyes glimmering with earnest anticipation as he gazed at Song Tianfeng. "Brother Song, we rely solely upon you. Only you possess the privilege to meet the city lord. We lack that right and would only incite his wrath. I beseech you to advocate for us." The crowd echoed in unison, fervently hoping that Song Tianfeng would summon the city lord to put an end to Lin Qi. That scoundrel. After all, they had been loyal companions of the city lord for many years. Should he neglect to stand up for them, it would surely chill their hearts. It was hard to believe that the city lord would engage in such a detrimental act of division. However, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Song Tianfeng's brow furrowed even deeper. Zhao Cheng noticed this shift, and his expression darkened. "Old Song, what do you mean? Are you unwilling to stand up for your brothers?" "Alas," Song Tianfeng sighed. "It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that my efforts would be futile. Not only I, even if the city lord himself were to come, it would amount to nothing. We could not touch a single hair on Lin Qi's head." "Why?" Zhao Cheng shouted, losing all semblance of composure. Had it not been for his injured legs, he would have rushed forward to berate Song Tianfeng. To abandon one's brothers in their hour of need is one thing, but to speak such nonsense is another. The crowd glared at Song Tianfeng, their faces etched with indignation. Song Tianfeng sighed heavily. "You do not understand. I facilitated Lin Qi's passage through the entrance examination, and to my astonishment, he abruptly changed his cultivation method to the heavenly fire technique during the assessment, achieving an immediate breakthrough. The elder in charge of the examination took notice of him and accepted him as a disciple. He is now a disciple of an elder, elevated far beyond our own status. How can you contend with him? Let alone you, even the city lord would have to carefully consider how to engage him. A disciple of an elder is akin to one favored by the Fire Prince. What status do we possess to even compare ourselves with him?" As he spoke, Song Tianfeng shook his head. "Brothers, let us seek peace. If this matter can conclude here, we ought to be grateful for Lin Qi's magnanimity. Otherwise, if Lin Qi were to wield the elder's influence against us, who among us would have a path to survival?" Suddenly, Dong Batian spat out a mouthful of blood. Collapsing to the ground, unconscious, he had been overwhelmed by a wave of frustration. The crowd looked at him with sympathy, rendered speechless. Among them, Dong Batian bore the heaviest burden. His hatred for Lin Qi was deeply rooted, and only by tearing Lin Qi to shreds could he find relief. Yet now, learning from Song Tianfeng that Lin Qi had become a disciple of an elder, the gap in their statuses was insurmountable. How could he avenge himself? To have survived this ordeal was a testament to his remarkable composure. How could this be? Liang murmured to himself, his face a mask of regret and despair. In truth, he should have clung to Lin Qi when he saw him dispatching an enemy with a single punch. Instead, swayed by Zhao Qianjing's dying words, he feared the city lord's resentment and hastily altered his course. Not only did he abandon a powerful ally, but he also made an enemy of him. Now it seemed he had been blind to his own folly. Meanwhile, the worthless Yin Feiyang remained steadfast, reaping the benefits of that very ally. How could one not feel envy, jealousy, and hatred? Enough, enough. Zhao Cheng sighed deeply, leaning against the mountainside with his eyes shut tight. Witnessing the despondence on everyone's faces, Song Tianfeng felt a surge of compassion and offered words of comfort. "Do not lose heart, for there remains a glimmer of hope." "What hope could there possibly be?" someone asked casually. Song Tianfeng replied, "In truth, the elder merely accepted Lin Qi as a registered disciple and assigned him a task. He must achieve a breakthrough to the 9th level of the innate realm within a month. Should he fail, he will be expelled from the sect." "Really?" Zhao Cheng's eyes widened with exhilaration. "Absolutely true. I was present when they spoke," Song Tianfeng affirmed. Suddenly, Dong Batian sprang to his feet, excitement illuminating his face, fully revived. Liang chuckled. "To ascend from the 6th to the 9th level of the innate realm within a month is an arduous challenge. one that is practically impossible. The transition from 6th to 7th level is a significant hurdle. Indeed, the elders possess discerning eyes. How could they possibly favor him? Exactly. It appears we need only wait for his failure, and then we can have the city lord administer justice on our behalf. The crowd immediately ignited with enthusiasm, rekindling their hope for the future. Song Tianfeng quietly retreated to a distance. He withheld a crucial detail from them. He did not reveal that Lin Qi had also received 1,000 contribution points as a gift from the elder. These contribution points, if not enough to elevate Lin Qi to the 9th level directly, at least ensured a breakthrough to the 7th level. Whether Lin Qi could fulfill the task would depend on his own abilities, but it would be inaccurate to say there was no hope at all. However, seeing everyone's cheerful demeanor, he felt it unnecessary to dampen their spirits. In the crowd, Zhao Chong suddenly declared earnestly, "While inviting the city lord is one aspect, we must also cleanse our own shame. If the three of us can achieve breakthroughs, dealing with Lin Qi will be no trouble at all." The three he referred to, besides himself, were the other innate 9th level master with a shattered jaw and Dong Batian. Upon hearing this, the two immediately grew invigorated and joined the fray of fervent cultivation. The others, witnessing this, were equally unwilling to lag behind, seeking out their respective cultivation spots to silently elevate their realms. Song Tianfeng nodded slightly. "Now, this is more like it. I too shall seize the time to break through to the transformation realm. I gained immense insight from the Elder's lecture, and I am confident I can achieve a smooth breakthrough." He motivated himself. Then, casting a glance toward Yin Feiyang's direction, he was aware that Lin Qi was in seclusion within the cave, hoping for his successful breakthrough to the 9th level of the innate realm. After all, he held no personal grievances against Lin Qi. On the contrary, should Lin Qi successfully become a disciple of the elder, he would no longer need to spend money on lessons. This way, he could purchase 2 more classes from Lin Qi. What a delightful prospect. With such hopes in mind, Song Tianfeng's cultivation became even more fervent. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. One night, in the dead of night, a figure suddenly stumbled from afar, swaying unsteadily, catching the attention of Chun Liang and others. Who dares to wander near the volcanic peak? Are they seeking death? Scram! Zhao Chong bellowed. His legs had just begun to heal, and he was eager to vent his frustrations. Little did he know, someone had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. A self-imposed death sentence. Zhao Chong observed that the person did not flee. On the contrary, they pressed forward, and a sinister smile crept across his face as he grasped the rising sun's sword and advanced. Chapter 62. Innate 9th level. Entering the examination hall. Thud! The stumbling figure suddenly collapsed. As Zhao Chong approached, he heard the individual murmuring, "Quickly inform young Master Hua, we have been ambushed by Wang Yongling. Our entire army has been wiped out, and there are traitors among us. Quickly inform." Zhao Chong looked closely, his expression shifting dramatically. To his astonishment, the newcomer was not an enemy, but rather Su Ling, a trusted general under young Master Hua, a core disciple at the True Qi realm, a master among masters. What has happened? How could someone so revered be found in such a state? Zhao Chong had no time for questions. He hurriedly lifted Su Ling and raced toward the volcanic peak. Zhao Chong, who is this person, and how can you bring him to the volcanic peak? Dong Batian inquired loudly. Zhao Chong shouted back, "It is Brother Su Ling. He's been ambushed. I must report to Fire Young Master. You all stay here and shout if danger arises." How dare someone plot against Brother Su Ling? Dong Batian was astonished. Meanwhile, Song Tianfeng, who had been quietly cultivating, opened his eyes, revealing a look of profound shock. If he was not mistaken, the volcanic peak was about to become tumultuous. First, Lin Jinwu fled, and now Brother Su Ling had been ambushed. This is dire. It seems he must hasten his advancement to the Qi transformation realm. Otherwise, he would be nothing more than cannon fodder. He seized the moment and continued his cultivation diligently. The others, however, were filled with anxiety, unable to concentrate on their training. On another front, Yin Feiyang reported the situation to Lin Qi, saying, "Young master, it appears a formidable enemy is approaching. Should we take cover?" Lin Qi replied, "Pack up and prepare. After I break through to the 9th level of the innate realm, we shall head to the outer disciples assessment hall." Understood, Yin Feiyang replied obediently. though he was internally astonished. It had scarcely been a while, and young Master Lin Qi was already on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level of the innate realm. In contrast, he himself had only stabilized his cultivation at the mid-stage of the 6th level, thanks to being in close proximity to young Master Lin Qi's cave, which allowed him to absorb more spiritual energy along with the elixirs bestowed by the young master. Without these advantages, reaching even the mid-6th level would have been a challenge. That said, the cave that young Master Lin Qi had instructed them to develop was indeed remarkable. The spiritual energy outside the cave was several times denser than elsewhere. Truly, young Master Lin Qi possessed an extraordinary vision. Yin Feiyong held both admiration and respect in his heart, unaware that the presence of a spirit-gathering array was the true source of such abundant energy. He believed it was a naturally occurring phenomenon that Lin Qi had fortuitously discovered. Inside the cave, Lin Qi retrieved the elixirs he had accumulated over the past few days, along with the compensation elixirs he had received from Zhao Chong and others, and consumed them all at once. He immediately activated the supreme Dao method, fervently refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In truth, he had only recently broken through to the 8th level of the innate realm. Originally, he intended to proceed gradually and steadily. However, with the recent upheaval on the volcanic peak and the possibility of a great enemy approaching, remaining here to cultivate would inevitably lead to disaster. Even if no enemies appeared, there would certainly be powerful beings descending the mountain to investigate, exposing his formation, which would be troublesome. Thus, it was better to hasten his breakthrough and then formally become a disciple under the protection of the elders. The cave resonated with the surge of spiritual energy. Lin Qi's complexion flushed, his entire being enveloped in a fiery hue, the air thick with a scalding essence. Outside the cave, spiritual energy began to dissipate, causing Yin Feiyong to shiver with delight, promptly entering a state of cultivation. This was a rare opportunity. The waste of the dissipated spiritual energy could be absorbed by him, potentially allowing him to break through his own realm. Time flew swiftly during cultivation. Suddenly, Lin Qi felt an overwhelming surge of fiery energy ready to erupt from his throat. His mind became chaotic, agitated by the heat. In that moment, a gentle blue light emanated from the heart mirror above him, calming his spirit. He quickly grasped the clear heart jade purification bottle and consumed the accumulated essence within. With renewed vigor, his inner energy surged, washing through his meridians, broadening them, and refining the spiritual energy. The inner energy in his dantian continued to accumulate. Finally, with a crack, the bottleneck shattered, and the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to have found a breach, rushing into Lin Qi's body. At this critical juncture, he realized the urgency of the situation. This breakthrough was occurring too swiftly with insufficient preparation, leading to potential risks. Therefore, any mistake could result in the loss of all his prior efforts. Lin Qi decisively took out the spirit-gathering array disc he had signed in for. Activate! Boom! In an instant, the spiritual energy surged wildly. Lin Qi's body trembled, and the inner energy residing in his dantian and meridians rapidly escalated. Within a few breaths, his strength solidified at the 9th level of the innate realm, nearing the pinnacle of that stage. However, Lin Qi did not continue his cultivation, but instead stowed away the array disc and stamped his feet forcefully. Crack! The spirit-gathering array in the area was instantly dismantled. After all, it was merely a shoddy formation laid with stones purchased for 800 contribution points, and he would not utilize it in the future. It was unnecessary to leave it behind. With a flick of his sleeve, he collected all the fragments of the array stones back into the system space, leaving no trace. Then he took out the concealment array disc. With a swift motion, Lin Qi tossed the concealment array disc along with the purple Qi spirit light banner. Besides its primary function of purifying spiritual energy, the banner could also temporarily store spiritual energy for use, perfect for activating the concealment array. The banner swayed in the wind, its faint array patterns unfurling, activating the concealment formation and creating an invisible barrier that obscured all sight. Let us go. Lin Qi moved swiftly, grabbing Yin Feiyong and departing like the wind. In the blink of an eye, they reached the edge of the concealment formation. Lin Qi formed hand seals, beckoning with his right hand to retrieve both the concealment array disc and the purple Qi spirit light banner, storing them in the system space. They had already traveled a considerable distance, and employing the wind step, Lin Qi flickered through the darkness, rendering himself nearly invisible. In a short time, they covered several miles. Throughout the journey, he utilized his spiritual sense to probe the surroundings, finding no anomalies. It appeared that no great enemy was approaching, and he had stirred in vain. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Successfully breaking through to the 9th level of the innate realm, his inner energy had significantly increased, providing him with a solid foundation. Even if the assessment elder harbored ill intentions, he still possessed the Golden Crow illuminating heaven pill to counteract them. To err on the side of caution, Lin Qi instructed Yin Feiyang to find a place to hide in the outer disciples' courtyard, while he proceeded to the vicinity of the assessment hall. Quietly and discreetly, he retrieved the array stones and foundational stones he had prepared, nonchalantly moving in several directions to secretly bury the engraved array stones, forming an inactive dead formation. This formation was derived from the Myriad Array Compendium, and although Lin Qi's strength did not allow for true spatial displacement without comprehending spatial laws, he had the Spirit Gathering Array Disc and several advanced array flags like the 8 trigrams Cloud Light Banner and the purple Qi Spirit Light Banner at his disposal. By activating the formation with the Spirit Gathering Array Disc and forcibly detonating the powerful array patterns within the various array flags, he could make the formation operate chaotically in a self-destructive manner, achieving remarkable effects. While it may not allow for displacement over thousands of kilometers, it could at least transport him several dozen kilometers away. With that, relying on the Golden Crow illuminating heaven pill, escaping with his life would not be an issue. After making such comprehensive preparations, Lin Qi finally entered the assessment hall. Chapter 63. The Heart of the K. Lakakra. The assessment hall was sparsely populated in the evening. The guarding disciple, upon seeing Lin Qi, was unable to discern his realm and immediately replied respectfully, "Esteemed brother, have you come to claim your reward for breaking through your realm? The assessment elder is currently resting. You may either wait until morning when the elder awakens for your evaluation or spend 10 contribution points to prove your realm over there." Lin Qi followed the direction of the disciple's finger, noticing a detection stele inscribed with 10 gradations. As long as he infused his inner energy into it, the stele would illuminate to indicate his level of cultivation. Lin Qi approached and studied the situation for a while, realizing that this was merely a method of using a formation. As long as he had sufficient materials, he could create a detection monument himself. With the principle understood and his curiosity satisfied, Lin Qi immediately lost interest in the detection monument. He settled down to the side, sitting cross-legged to meditate. The elder in charge of the assessment was resting, and it would be inappropriate to disturb him. Waiting a while would not be a problem. However, before he could enter a state of cultivation, a voice suddenly echoed in the assessment hall. "Place your hand on the detection monument for a measurement. If you are at the 9th layer of the innate realm, you may enter directly." It was the voice of the assessment elder. The guarding disciple was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Lin Qi, unable to comprehend his identity. The elder had personally invited him. Could he be the named disciple of the elder, as rumored by many? Yet he appeared quite ordinary. The guarding disciple revealed a mix of envy and jealousy, watching as Lin Qi approached the detection monument and placed his right hand upon it. A rush of internal energy surged into the monument, causing it to immediately radiate light, with each scale illuminating one by one. It only stopped at the 9th scale, but the trend suggested a possibility of surpassing it. The guarding disciple was utterly shocked. It was said that unparalleled geniuses could break through the shackles of the 9th layer and reach the 10th layer. Such talents were exceedingly rare, with only a handful of extraordinary figures in the entire Tianhui sect, such as Gong Sunhua and Wang Yangling, the true disciples. Could this individual before him be yet another unparalleled genius? No wonder the assessment elder wanted to take him as a disciple. The guarding disciple felt a mix of shock and admiration, abandoning his jealousy, for he knew he was unworthy of envying such a talent. He thus respectfully said, "Congratulations. Senior brother, you have passed the elder's assessment and officially become his disciple." Lin Qi smiled slightly. "You too, do your best." With that, he walked towards the back hall where the assessment elder resided. Upon pushing open the doors to the back hall, a refreshing coolness greeted him. Lin Qi focused his gaze and saw that the back hall resembled a garden filled with various rare flowers and plants, such as clear heart grass, spirit nurturing flower, gallon flower, and soul calling mushroom, among others. Just inhaling the air made Lin Qi feel as if his spirit had been rejuvenated, and his mental strength even seemed to improve. These flowers and plants were all essential materials for refining spiritual elixirs, highly precious. If sold outside, they would likely incite a frenzy among countless people. Lin Qi couldn't help but marvel at the wealth and elegance of the assessment elder. As he navigated through the various plants and saplings towards the depths, he saw the assessment elder lying on the bed in a position of auspicious repose. "I have seen the master." Lin Qi clasped his hands in greeting. The assessment elder remained with his eyes closed, speaking lightly. "Your talent surpasses the ordinary, and your mental strength is remarkably strong, allowing you to break through to the 9th layer of the innate realm in such a short time. With such a solid foundation, I presume you have reached the 10th layer in both the body refinement and acquired realms. Without sufficient resources and powerful techniques, you could not have achieved this. Therefore, all your responses under my introspective assessment must be false." Although the assessment elder did not open his eyes while speaking, Lin Qi felt as if all of the elder's gaze was upon him, as if he could be seen through. This indicated the elder's formidable mental strength had developed a form of inner sight. Instead of relying on physical eyes for judgment, he used his inner vision to discern truth from falsehood. Faced with such a powerful mentalist, Lin Qi knew he could not deceive him, so he smiled slightly and said, "As expected of the master, keenly discerning and perceptive. What I previously spoke of my origins and techniques was indeed fabricated." The assessment elder frowned slightly and opened his eyes, astonished that Lin Qi remained calm and readily admitted to the deception. What gave him such confidence? Why fabricate? What could he possibly be concealing? The assessment elder asked gravely, though he did not impose mental pressure, perhaps aware that such tactics would not affect Lin Qi. Lin Qi spoke candidly, "Because previously Song Tianfeng was beside me, and he is a person of Gong Sunhua. I feared he would report me. My father was captured and tortured by Gong Sunhua. I came here seeking vengeance. Thus, there is nothing to conceal unless you, like Elder Zhao Dezhong, have also been bought off by Gong Sunhua." The assessment elder suddenly scoffed coldly, "No one can buy me. I do not concern myself with your enmity with Gong Sunhua, as long as you harbor no ill intentions towards the Tianhua sect. Naturally, I bear no grudge against the Tianhua sect," Lin Qi replied. The assessment elder nodded. "In that case, swear an oath to the heavens, vowing eternal loyalty to the Tianhua sect." Lin Qi suddenly laughed. "I'm afraid I could never make such a heavenly oath, even if it cost me my life." The assessment elder looked at him with eyes ablaze. "Why?" Lin Qi explained, "Some matters, if understood by the elder, you would naturally grasp their implications. If not, speaking them would only invite heavenly retribution. Having witnessed the demise of the flame cloud Taoist, he would never speak too plainly. If the assessment elder doubted him, he could always escape using formations. The heavenly oath, once made, would affect oneself, and even possessing the supreme Dao Bone would not eliminate the associated risks. Thus, one should never suffer for the sake of proving oneself to others. That would be the act of a fool." To Lin Qi's surprise, the assessment elder did not react with anger to his words. Instead, he appeared contemplative. After a moment, the elder said, "I heard that you exchanged some formation plates and flags in the exchange hall. Can you arrange formations? Where did you learn such techniques? You previously mentioned Yin Feiyang, the son of the city lord of Yinzhou. Did you encounter an old man named Yin Yundao in Yinzhou?" He abruptly changed the subject. Lin Qi was momentarily taken aback. Although he had long known the matter of purchasing items in the exchange hall could not be concealed, he did not expect the assessment elder to be aware of it, and even of Yin Feiyang, Yinzhou, and Yin Yundao. Indeed, Yin Yundao hailed from the Tianhua sect. Could he have a connection with the assessment elder? Yet he was uncertain whether they were enemies or allies. However, Lin Qi did not intend to speculate or lie. He was too lazy for that, so he directly stated, "My formation skills are passable. I have my own foundation and also learned some from Elder Yin Yundao." The assessment elder nodded. "Indeed, there is a trace of Yin Yundao's aura about you. He must have imparted considerable teachings to you." Upon mentioning Elder Yin Yundao's teachings, Lin Qi suddenly understood. He had taken Elder Yin Yundao's lecture tower, as well as his formation flags and other items, and had spent a long time comprehending within the formations of the Yin Yundao temple. Naturally, he would carry some of Elder Yin Yundao's aura. However, this aura was exceedingly faint, Had it not been for the elder being an old friend of Yin Yundao, he would never have detected it. Realizing this, Lin Qi admitted, I learned much from Elder Yin Yundao. He is a sage who sacrificed himself for the teachings. The assessment elder abruptly stood, his expression fierce. What did you say? He is dead? How did he die? He revealed heavenly secrets and was struck down by heavenly lightning. Lin Qi replied, Heavenly lightning, heavenly lightning. The assessment elder murmured, sinking back onto the bed, and after a long pause, he asked, Did he leave any final words? Lin Qi responded. He said, Child, you must escape. Escape? The elder of the assessment seems to be lost in a trance, muttering certain phrases that evoke both sorrow and recollection, as if he is ensnared in the labyrinth of his memories. Lin Qi chose not to disturb him, opting instead to remain quietly by his side. After a long, protracted silence, the elder regained his composure, gazing at Lin Qi and saying, You are one whom he has acknowledged. I am unworthy to be your master. However, for convenience's sake, let us refer to each other as master and disciple for the time being, which will spare you considerable trouble within the Tianwu sect. Thank you, master. Lin Qi replied with a respectful gesture. The elder sighed. Since he has entrusted you with the mission of escape, I shall naturally lend my utmost support. My name is Zhu Chongyan, and he is Chun Yinyin. We are sworn brothers. Lin Qi nodded earnestly. I shall remember both your names and will not disappoint you. I will escape and fulfill the mission entrusted to me by Taoist Yin Yun. I hope so, the elder responded, aware that this topic could not be further broached. He gestured towards the adjacent building, saying, Consider this place your home. Do not feel constrained, cultivate diligently, and help yourself to any medicinal pills you require. I must step out for a moment. With that, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Lin Qi stood there, staring at the empty air. Was it not said that the elder of the assessment never left the hall? Either this was mere nonsense, or the news of Taoist Yin Yun's demise had deeply affected the elder, compelling him to attend to urgent matters. Regardless, it was not something he could interfere with. It would be best to focus on cultivating in this ethereal realm. Here, an abundance of spiritual herbs thrived, and the shelves were lined with spiritual elixirs. Utilizing these treasures to enhance his mental prowess and comprehend the 10,000 array compendium would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. However, having just broken through to the 9th level of the innate realm, he was not in a position to pursue further breakthroughs. Otherwise, cultivating in such an enchanting place would be a delight. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in and receiving the reward. The heart pill of the Kalen Dao, the system suddenly announced. Unbeknownst to him, it was already the hour of Chun. Chapter 64, Mental Power. The new assessment elder. The heart pill of the Kalen Dao. After consumption, it significantly enhances comprehension. It can also nurture the Dao heart, refine the Dao intent, and augment the intensity of mental power, with a chance of transforming mental power into thought power. What is thought power? If mental power is formless and intangible, then thought power possesses substance within the formless. It signifies a qualitative transformation. The primary utility of thought power lies in its ability to grasp. When mental power evolves into thought power, Lin Qi can seize array flags with far greater ease and reliability than with internal energy. Moreover, inscribing array patterns on array stones using thought power will greatly enhance both speed and precision. In summary, should an opportunity arise to transform mental power into thought power, one must seize it without a moment's hesitation. Otherwise, the chance may slip away, leaving one filled with regret. Thus, Lin Qi entered the building and began meticulously cutting the miniature array stones. After some time, the foundational stones and array stones were expertly shaped and inscribed. Just as he was about to set up the array, he heard someone outside the back hall door announcing, Elder of the assessment, the hour of Chun has arrived. A disciple is here for assessment. Was this disciple rousing the elder from his slumber? Lin Qi was taken aback and opened the hall door, stating, My master is currently in seclusion. Please do not disturb him for the time being. Yet, as the disciple began to speak, the door was already firmly closed, leaving him to return in silence, though confusion clouded his thoughts. The assessment elder had always been diligent, never retreating into seclusion or leaving. Nor had he ever taken on a disciple. What had changed recently to disrupt all these established customs? Though perplexed, the disciple understood his place and refrained from further questioning, returning to his duties to attend to the visiting candidates. In the back hall, Lin Qi pondered for a moment before setting up a small defensive array at the door. This would serve as his first line of defense. Next, he entered his room and arranged protective, concealment, and shielding arrays. Unsure when the elder would return, he resolved to prepare thoroughly to avoid any interruptions during his cultivation. Subsequently, Lin Qi surrounded himself with an abundance of spiritual herbs and retrieved all the spiritual elixirs from a cabinet. Once everything was in place, Lin Qi adjusted his mindset and took out the spirit-gathering array plate. Activate. All the arrays sprang to life, enveloping the room in a mystical haze. Lin Qi swiftly consumed the heart pill of the Kalen Dao. The pill dissolved upon entering his throat, settling in his stomach. Lin Qi used his mental power to observe within, discovering that the pill floated in his stomach, emanating layers upon layers of profound energy. Under this aura, he felt an extraordinary clarity, as if he could hear the breathing of the flowers and trees, perceiving everything with acute insight. As he slightly activated the supreme Dao method, Lin Qi realized he could manipulate the surrounding spiritual energy. This newfound control significantly enhanced his cultivation efficiency. Such was the immense benefit derived from the elevation of his mental power. Yet, the true essence of the heart pill of the Kalen Dao extended beyond mere enhancement of mental power. The nurturing of the Dao heart was paramount. When Lin Qi calmed his mind, he sensed a transformation occurring within his supreme Dao bone. Previously, it had been a Dao without heart, requiring his effort to comprehend. Now, it had birthed a Dao heart. Moreover, this Dao heart was not a borrowed essence, but one uniquely evolved from Lin Qi's own body and will, entirely his own, shifting with his intentions. In that moment, as the Dao heart emerged, Lin Qi became the Dao itself. This was his path, a singular and unparalleled path. Should any celestial beings witness this scene, they would undoubtedly bow in reverence. A mere innate realm cultivator, capable of grasping a unique path and nurturing a Dao heart, foretold an exceptionally formidable future. However, no great beings were present here. The only elder had departed, and with Lin Qi's shielding arrays in place, he could quietly reflect on his insights, surrounded by a faint golden glow. Though his cultivation level did not visibly rise, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. As the supreme Dao bone underwent transformation, the resonant Dao aura inadvertently reshaped Lin Qi's skeletal structure. At this moment, he felt a surge of inspiration and, without a second thought, began to practice the innate indestructible divine skill. This body-refining technique, combined with the Dao aura of the supreme Dao bone, instantly infused the Dao essence throughout Lin Qi's entire skeletal framework, accompanied by the abundant spiritual energy gathered by the spirit-gathering array plate. Layers of white membranes began to form around Lin Qi, each membrane infused with Dao aura, stacking upon one another until they culminated in a cocoon of Dao aura. Within this cocoon, Lin Qi felt as though he were being reborn, undergoing the most fundamental metamorphosis under the baptism of Dao aura. Threads of ethereal Dao intent, nearly tangible, deeply etched into Lin Qi's very marrow. Time slipped away unnoticed until a voice echoed. The elder of the assessment is currently in seclusion. If you wish to undergo assessment, please come another day. Alternatively, you may spend 10 contribution points to use the testing stone. How could the elder still be in seclusion after so many days? Indeed, what has transpired? The assessment elder has always been diligent and never strayed from his post. Why has he chosen to retreat this time? Are you trying to gain our contribution points by spreading nonsensical rumors? A chorus of indignation erupted among the crowd. The disciple on duty called out in panic, "Everyone, do not worry. It has already been half a month. If the assessment elder does not appear in another half a month, the sect will appoint another elder to oversee the assessments. We just need to wait another half month." Under such reassurance, the clamor gradually subsided. However, Lin Qi was suddenly awakened. He could actually hear the sounds from the front hall. It is important to note that he was situated in the back hall, with the doors firmly shut, and the distance between the front and back halls was considerable, with multiple turns and protective doors in between. The ability to hear sounds from the front hall indicated that his mental strength had reached a remarkable level. Unfortunately, it had not yet transformed into true psychic power. Fortunately, the white cocoon enveloping him was gradually dissipating, nearing the final stage of refinement. and he was merely a step away from breaking through to the third level of the innate indestructible divine skill. Just 2 more days were needed for a successful breakthrough. After that, he could devote all his mental energy to the transformation of psychic power. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. As Lin Qi expected, he successfully broke through to the third level of the innate indestructible divine skill. With just a strike of his arms, he could produce the sound of weaponry clashing. Filled with joy, Lin Qi had no time to savor the mysteries of the third level and focused all his thoughts on the transformation of his mental strength. Although the Jialan Dao Heart Pill could significantly enhance his comprehension, granting Lin Qi new insights at every moment, the cultivation of mental strength was complex and perilous. To transform, he must proceed with caution. One misstep could render him a fool. Thus, Lin Qi occasionally consumed the nectar from the pure heart jade clean bottle, continuously cleansing his mind with a mirror of reflection, and took a substantial amount of mental enhancement pills. He had to be grateful for the stockpile left by the assessment elder. Without it, he could not have endured this arduous transformation of mental strength. Fortunately, the prolonged battle was nearing its end. Moreover, during the past half-month, he had obtained many mental enhancement pills through daily sign-ins, including a particularly special reward: the soul refining and spirit solidifying pill. This pill had the effect of purifying and refining mental strength, doubling its concentration, thereby providing a solid foundation for the transformation into psychic power. Upon swallowing this pill, Lin Qi instantly felt his entire being elevate, as if entering an unknowable realm. He felt as though he were floating in the air, seemingly rising above the entire assessment hall, observing figures moving to and fro below. Was this an out-of-body experience? Lin Qi was taken aback and dared not drift too far, promptly retracting his consciousness. Upon returning to the interior of the assessment hall, he overheard someone say, "In 3 days, the new assessment elder will take office." Another voice chimed in, "What on earth happened with our elder?" Suddenly retreating, "We are about to have a new elder. I wonder what his temperament will be." The first speaker replied, "Every elder has their own position and responsibilities. Being suddenly reassigned to the thankless task of assessment elder is bound to breed resentment. We must be cautious in our dealings." A sigh escaped the second speaker. Lin Qi listened intently, his heart racing. In 3 days, the newly appointed assessment elder would arrive. How could he continue to cultivate in peace here? He needed to hasten his efforts. Lin Qi immediately focused his mind, consuming several bottles of pills to forcibly stimulate the transformation of his mental strength. After all, once this opportunity passed, it would be gone forever. Having come this far, if he did not successfully transform, he would surely regret it. The sound of sizzling echoed as his mental strength burned, causing Lin Qi immense pain, making him wish to smash his own head. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, the pain unbearable. Finally, a wave of coolness descended upon his crown. Lin Qi's entire being trembled violently as his mental strength surged forth, leaping several feet into the air. Gazing down, he saw his physical body sitting steadily in place, motionless. With a thought, he felt his mental strength sprout tendrils, reaching for a bottle of pills and bringing it to his lips. With the supplement of this mental enhancement pill, Lin Qi felt his out-of-body mental strength refine further. Unable to resist dashing back into his body, he swiftly refined the pill and commanded his mental strength to grasp several more bottles, consuming them all at once. After a considerable time, Lin Qi exhaled a long breath of white vapor, having thoroughly refined his mental strength. With a mere thought, he could draw all nearby pills and herbs into his system space. Success! This was psychic power. Lin Qi's heart soared with joy. Just then, he heard voices outside. "Welcome. Assessment Elder." Oh no! Lin Qi quickly focused his mental strength to investigate. Realizing the new assessment elder had arrived, he could no longer remain here. Chapter 65. The Furious Assessment Elder. Retracting his mental strength, Lin Qi immediately sprang into action. In the back hall, aside from the formations he had set up, there were numerous mental herbs and many mental enhancement pills. Additionally, Elder Zhu Chongyan's room contained various miscellaneous items. He was unsure what had happened to Elder Zhu Chongyan, who had not returned for so long. Once the new assessment elder settled in, would all of this not belong to him? Lin Qi had never been one to leave things to outsiders, so he rapidly summoned his psychic power transferring all the mental herbs and pills into his system space. Then, he dashed out of his room, collecting all items from the other chambers into his system space. In the blink of an eye, the entire back hall was nearly emptied by him. Had it not been for the inconsequential bed frames and cabinets, he would have taken those as well. While using his psychic power to gather items, Lin Qi also destroyed all the formation stones that could not be taken, ensuring there was no trace left behind. Gazing at the now empty back hall, Lin Qi felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Since a new elder was arriving, it was only fitting for a fresh start. He had merely assisted in clearing out the old items, and the new elder should be grateful to him. With his mental strength constantly probing, Lin Qi discovered that the newly appointed assessment elder, surrounded by a throng of disciples, was approaching the corner and about to arrive at the back hall's entrance. This elder had a rather stern appearance, and just by looking at him, one could sense he was not easy to approach. The fact that he was assigned to the assessment hall, a place bustling with daily duties that hindered cultivation, indicated he was not favored by the sect. Unlike Zhu Chongyan, who seemed content to remain here for reasons unknown to Lin Qi, it was evident that Zhu Chongyan was no ordinary person. Moreover, being a peer of the fiery Cloud Taoist, he must be formidable. The presence of mental enhancement pills and other items in the back hall attested to Zhu Chongyan's strength. He might even be a powerful alchemist. It was unfortunate that he had vanished without imparting any knowledge to Lin Qi. With a sigh, Lin Qi heard the new elder outside expressing dissatisfaction. What is going on with Zhu Chongyan? Why has he not appeared? Could he have fled in secret? Although his tone was discontented, Lin Qi detected a hint of hidden excitement within. A disciple knocked on the door on behalf of the newly appointed elder, stating, "Elder of Assessment, the month has passed. You have abandoned your post, and the new elder has come to take over. Please open the door." Creaking, Lin Qi opened the door. The newly appointed elder's gaze sharpened, revealing a malevolent glint, and he bellowed, "Who dares to hide here, seeking death?" As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged forth like a raging inferno. Lin Qi fell backward, exclaiming in panic, "I'm a disciple of Elder Zhu Chongyan," guarding the door while awaiting the new elder's arrival. Although feigning his fall, Lin Qi was indeed shaken. Was this the might of an elder at the Qi Sea realm? Without employing any techniques, merely the pressure of his presence rendered one nearly breathless. Had his spiritual power not undergone transformation prior to developing thought power, facing such a terrifying aura would have compelled him to resort to the supreme Dao and the Qi transformation art for resistance. However, that would expose his cultivated skills, leaving him no choice but to fight desperately. Fortunately, the circumstances were different now. Relying on thought power and the breath-concealing technique, he was disguised without flaws. Moreover, the elder had not truly attacked. Merely intimidating him allowed Lin Qi to speak under his pressure, which was reasonable. As Lin Qi had anticipated, the elder doubted Lin Qi's identity rather than his strength, questioning, "When did Zhu Chongyan take on a disciple?" "I was not informed." A nearby disciple on duty in the assessment hall quickly replied. In response to Elder Su, "This brother's name is Lin Qi, and he is indeed a disciple of Elder Zhu. Did I ask you to speak?" Elder Su turned sharply, his expression darkening, causing the disciple to tremble in fear. Fortunately, Elder Su did not strike him. Instead, he flicked his sleeve, sending a wave of force that pushed Lin Qi aside and strode into the rear hall. Swish, swish, swish. His steps were swift as the wind, and in mere breaths, he had traversed the rear hall. His expression darkened further, his eyes like hooks, fixed on Lin Qi as he ominously inquired, "Where have all the items gone?" Lin Qi trembled in fear, stammering, "My master took everything when he left. Say my strength was too weak to use them. He will decide whether to give me access when he returns to test my strength." Bang! Elder Su, enraged, slammed his fist against the wall, causing the entire rear hall to tremble violently and dislodge countless dust and wood chips. His eyes reddened as he glared at Lin Qi with increasing hostility. Suddenly, he kicked out. Despite the distance, Lin Qi felt an overwhelming, irresistible force charging towards him. That searing power enveloped him like a colossal footprint. Bang! Lin Qi was sent flying, crashing against the outer wall, blood flowing from his wounds as he slowly slid down. Useless. Even Zhu Chongyan cannot keep you in check, yet you dare to call yourself his disciple? Get out of my sight. Elder Su roared, his fury resonating, slamming the hall door shut with a resounding bang. He was aware that striking a disciple of Zhu Chongyin was inappropriate, but his rage clouded his judgment. Besides, with Zhu Chongyin absent, what could it matter? Damn it! The very thought of Zhu Chongyin, that wretched person, leaving and cunningly taking all the pills and herbs with him, infuriated him further. He had agreed to become the assessment elder, hoping to acquire some spiritual pills to sample. Yet, he had obtained nothing. Those pills and herbs were not Zhu Chongyin's personal property. They were resources the sect had provided for him to refine. Why should he take them all? It drove him mad. The more he pondered, the more dissatisfied he became. He opened the hall door, intending to vent his frustration on Lin Qi. However, upon opening the door, he found Lin Qi had vanished, leaving only the other disciples present. Elder Su's heart raced with surprise and suspicion as he darkly demanded, "Where's that brat?" A disciple cautiously replied, "Elder, after you close the door." He got up and left at great speed, seemingly not severely injured. Impossible. Elder Su could hardly believe it. Even if he had not exerted his full strength, how could a mere disciple at the innate realm withstand a casual strike from him? It was conceivable that he could survive, but to say he got up and fled quickly was laughable. Did he think the imprint of this elder's foot was made of cotton? In response to the elder's inquiry, the disciples also found it implausible, yet the truth remained. The disciple spoke honestly, but suddenly a large hand struck his face. Bang! He was sent flying against the wall, slowly sliding down. Elder Su's cold voice echoed. "You demonstrate to me how he got up and left so quickly, so I can witness it for myself." Chapter 66. I will tear you to shreds. The disciple was left speechless, blood and tears streaming down his face. He had merely spoken the truth. Why unleash your fury upon me? If you have the capability, go take it out on Lin Qi. Unfortunately, Lin Qi had escaped long gone. Elder Su clearly understood this, and having just been appointed as the assessment elder, it would be unwise to abandon his post merely to vent his anger on an outer disciple. He would face repercussions from above. Thus, he could only seethe in frustration, berating the attending disciples. The atmosphere within the assessment hall became increasingly oppressive. Meanwhile, Lin Qi, the catalyst for all this, had already departed the outer disciple courtyard. Standing at the entrance, he gazed at the continuous peaks, feeling an overwhelming sense of aimlessness within the vast Tianhua sect. With Zhu Chongyin as his formidable support, he had the opportunity to cultivate in peace, improving his strength while seeking Zhu Chongyin's assistance in investigating his father's whereabouts. Yet now, he had lost everything. Zhu Chongyin's inexplicable disappearance had left him at odds with the new assessment elder. A wave of regret washed over Lin Qi. Had he known earlier, he would have promptly claimed the 300 contribution points upon proving his strength with the testing stone. Now, he dared not even approach the assessment hall, and those 300 contribution points had vanished into thin air. Damn it! Once I enhance my strength in the future, I shall reclaim those contribution points from that old man. Lin Qi cursed inwardly. Simultaneously, he scanned his surroundings with his spiritual power, turning back toward the outer disciple courtyard. He found no sign of Elder Su, indicating that the elder had not pursued him. Given this, he resolved to hide within Yin Feiyang's disciple courtyard to cultivate in secrecy. Once he reached the Qi transformation realm, he could move to the inner disciple courtyard, soaring high and free, severing all ties with Elder Su from the outer sect. Due to Yin Feiyang's limited strength, he resided in a large courtyard housing over a dozen individuals, where the spiritual energy was considerably less potent. Fortunately, it did not require contribution points. As Lin Qi walked, his brow suddenly furrowed. His extended spiritual power detected not only Yin Feiyang in the courtyard, but also several familiar faces. Yin Feiyang lay amidst a pool of blood, which was nearly dried up, indicating he had been there for more than a day, his complexion ashen and breath faint, barely clinging to life. Had he been beaten again? Lin Qi's expression darkened at once. Yan Feiyang's predicament alongside me is indeed a torment. The moment we part ways, he faces the grim fate of being mercilessly beaten and abused. Had I not intervened promptly, he would have likely been left here to await a death devoid of hope. However, what piques Lin Qi's curiosity is the audacity of Zhao Chong and Dong Batian, daring to seek trouble in this place. Soon enough, Lin Qi uncovers the source of their boldness. Cheng Hao. At this moment, Cheng Hao has ascended to the 4th level of the transformation stage, evidently having successfully broken through. And he has come seeking retribution for his comrades. A cold smile curls on Lin Qi's lips. Even if you have achieved a breakthrough, what of it? Initially, I chose not to contend with you, believing you still held some value, hoping to use you to encounter Gong Sunhua. But times have changed. Since you have come to my doorstep, let Zhao Qianjing's dying words come to fruition sooner rather than later, lest you truly mistake yourself for a significant figure. Thus, Lin Qi employs the concealment technique, veiling his power to the 6th level of the innate stage. He strides forward and knocks on the courtyard door. Bang, bang, bang. Who goes there? A voice calls out, alert and wary. It is none other than Dong Batian. Yet, as soon as the words leave his mouth, a figure vaults over the wall and descends from the heavens. Crack! With a single kick, Dong Batian's spine is shattered, leaving him crumpled on the ground, howling in agony. Lin Qi, run! The crowd is struck with panic, taken aback by Lin Qi's sudden strike, which caught everyone off guard. Yet, something feels amiss. How did this fellow approach so stealthily? Why did the lord of the city not issue a warning? Not only is the crowd bewildered, but Cheng Hao himself is equally perplexed. Having reached the 4th level of the transformation stage, his mental prowess has soared, making it easy for him to probe the outside from behind walls. Yet, why did he not detect Lin Qi until he descended? Could it be that Lin Qi's mental acuity surpasses his own, rendering his perception null and void? Cheng Hao is filled with astonishment and suspicion. Yet he refrains from revealing himself, choosing instead to remain hidden within the confines of the house. He is a trump card. How could he act recklessly? Moreover, he wishes to ascertain if Lin Qi is truly as formidable as the others claim, capable of taking on 10 opponents single-handedly. After all, he is merely at the 6th level of the innate stage. How could he have so thoroughly bested Zhao Chong and his ilk? Everyone, do not panic. Zhao Chong bellows, attempting to rally the fleeing crowd. This lad is still only at the 6th level of the innate stage, while our strengths have all improved. The only reason he subdued Dong Batian was through surprise. It was an ambush. Therefore, as long as we guard against his sneak attacks, defeating him should pose no challenge. His words resonate powerfully, and the crowd swiftly regains their composure. Upon realizing that Lin Qi is indeed only at the 6th level, they collectively exhale in relief. Since his realm has not advanced, it indicates his strength is limited, and he has not passed the Elder's assessment. Moreover, the Elder has not shown himself for a month. A clear misstep, and Lin Qi will face the Sects punishment. Even if Lin Qi were to take him as a master, what difference would it make? With this thought, the crowd's trepidation dissipates, replaced by a glint of malice in their gazes fixed upon Lin Qi. Each person longs for the years they once lost and yearns to see Lin Qi meet a gruesome fate. Suddenly, Lin Qi breaks into a grin. Who told you I am merely at the 6th level of the innate stage? Are you not? Zhao Chong's expression shifts dramatically, but before he can fully comprehend the situation, he finds himself engulfed in a blinding flash. It's over. A sense of dread inexplicably unfurls within him. How does the scene differ from the one he faced against Lin Qi before? The terrifying agility and speed are beyond his capacity to withstand. Even with his recent advancements, he realizes too late that they are trivial in comparison to Lin Qi's prowess. Lord of the city, save me. Zhao Chong cries out in desperation. Boom! In an instant, a fierce blaze erupts from the right side of the house, accompanied by a menacing and sharp crimson glow. Excellent! Lin Qi shouts, channeling the innate, indestructible divine art, and seizes that crimson light. Clad in celestial silkworm gloves, he can withstand all attacks below the true Qi stage. Unless a true Qi master employs true energy to cleave, he remains impervious to destruction. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal resonates, and Cheng Hao's complexion pales as he cannot help but exclaim, impossible. What are you wearing that allows you to withstand this? Lin Qi scoffs derisively, a trivial strike. What difficulty is there in blocking it? You hold yourself in too high regard. As he speaks, he grasps Zhao Chong and hurls him towards Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, taken aback, hastily retracts his sword and attempts to redirect it. Yet even so, he is a moment too late, and Zhao Chong's shoulder is severed. Zhao Chong emits a heart-wrenching scream, his eyes glazing over with despair. It is over. His life is irrevocably ruined. Had he known better, he would not have sought vengeance against Lin Qi. The lord of the city, Cheng Hao, is utterly useless, unable to offer any aid, and instead has brought about his own downfall. It was Dong Batian's suggestion to strike first against Lin Qi, yet the foolish lord of the city opposed it. Now, He finds himself vanquished by Lin Qi. Zhao Qianjing had warned that he could not subdue Lin Qi, and indeed, he could not. For Cheng Hao is nothing but an arrogant fool. At that moment, blood trickles from Cheng Hao's lips, his face a ghastly hue of green and white. Forcibly retracting his strike has cost him dearly, inflicting a minor wound. Though it is not life-threatening, it is a profound humiliation. As a proud 4th-level transformation stage master, he's been toyed with by Lin Qi. This lad seems to have anticipated his hiding place, fully prepared, even donning a treasured glove beforehand. How infuriating! How'd he know? Cheng Hao takes a moment to steady his breathing and solemnly questions, "Did the assessment elder wish to take you as a disciple because he recognized your mental prowess?" He is astute, having grasped the crux of the matter. Lin Qi offers a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying, perhaps. As he speaks, he approaches Yanfiang and feeds him a healing elixir. Then, he picks up a handful of small stones scattered about. Rising to his feet, he suddenly flings all the stones. Ah! The courtyard is filled with anguished cries. Chun Liang and the others are caught completely off guard, suffering grievous injuries, their joints shattered. One by one, they collapse to the ground, wailing incessantly. The air thick with a mournful atmosphere. Cheng Hao's face turns ashen. These are all his loyal brothers, his trusted comrades. He had envisioned promoting them alongside him after his breakthrough, continuing to guard Tianhua City while conquering the world together. Yet now, all of them lie before him, reduced to mere remnants of their former selves. He is powerless to intervene. That cunning Lin Qi seized the moment while he was recuperating to launch a surprise attack. "I will shred you into pieces." Cheng Hao roars in fury, charging forward, his sword ablaze with a fearsome fire, threatening to incinerate the entire courtyard. Chapter 67. His name is Lin Qi, the root of all calamity. A mere parlor trick, Lin Qi scoffs, his right fist, imbued with the raging flames, crashes down with tremendous force. Bang! The fiery sword light collides with his punch, producing a thunderous explosion. Stumbling backward, Cheng Hao's complexion shifts dramatically, his sword hand trembling slightly. In contrast, although Lin Qi was propelled further away, he emerged unscathed, with not even a trace of damage upon his fist. "What kind of gloves are you wearing? Where did you acquire such treasures?" Cheng Hao asked, laced with envy and jealousy. Lin Qi, disdainful of his inquiry, retorted, "Considering your contribution in bringing me to the Taiyang Fire sect, I shall spare your life today. Leave." Seeking death, Cheng Hao seethed. Possessing treasures, yet pretending to be an ordinary person, infiltrating our sect with ulterior motives. I will report you to the sect, and you shall find no place to bury your remains. Lin Qi's eyes narrowed, his voice cold as ice. "Your words compel me to kill you." "Kulme!" Cheng Hao shouted fiercely, yet he did not strike first, waiting for Lin Qi to make a move. He realized Lin Qi's formidable strength and, bolstered by the treasure gloves, his defense was astonishing. No matter how Cheng Hao attacked, Lin Qi effortlessly countered. Thus, he thought it wiser to provoke Lin Qi into action. Once he did, there would surely be a flaw to exploit for a decisive victory. However, to Cheng Hao's astonishment, when Lin Qi did strike, it was with a thunderous force. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qi's figure vanished abruptly. Cheng Hao was taken aback, immediately brandishing his longsword, unleashing streaks of crimson light to encase himself in a protective barrier. Yet, even so, it felt as though Lin Qi's presence surrounded him, sporadic fiery punches assailing him, leaving him defenseless and singeing his skin. "You're merely at the 6th level of the innate realm. How can you be so powerful? You must be concealing your true strength and harboring schemes." Cheng Hao cried out desperately. "Outer sect steward, this person has infiltrated our Taiyang Fire sect with ill intentions. Come quickly to assist me." No one responded. Lin Qi's cold laughter echoed. "Shout all you wish. If your voice reaches outside, I will concede defeat." "Why?" Cheng Hao questioned, confused. Although Lin Qi's punches dispersed much of his sound, his concentrated scream should have been audible for miles, at least several yards away. Why was Lin Qi so certain that his voice would not escape? What means did he possess? Lin Qi's means were none other than his mental power. Since his spiritual energy had transformed into mental energy, Lin Qi discovered its boundless potential. Not only could it grasp objects, but it could also form shields to obscure others' mental energies, even creating barriers to obstruct sound transmission. This was the essence of the intangible, yet substantial. With the aid of mental energy, not only could Cheng Hao's voice fail to escape, but Lin Qi could also block his sword Qi if he so desired. However, to avoid injuring his mental power, Lin Qi had no intention of undertaking such a thankless endeavor. Since he could eliminate Cheng Hao with certainty, why complicate matters? The crimson sword Qi surged forth wildly, whipping the air into a frenzy. As the energy was expended, Cheng Hao's breath grew heavier. His complexion turned ashen as he hastily swallowed a medicinal pill, grimacing in pain before bellowing, "Lin Qi, do not go too far." Boom! The sword Qi erupted violently, propelling Lin Qi back several feet. It appeared that the pill was no ordinary concoction, allowing him to unleash extraordinary strength temporarily. However, rather than seize the opportunity to pursue, Cheng Hao turned and fled. Realizing the disparity in strength between them, even the pill could not alter the outcome. He deemed retreat to be the wisest strategy. Admittedly, his reasoning and decision were astute. Unfortunately, Lin Qi's speed surpassed his expectations. No sooner had he turned than he felt a gust of fiery wind bearing down on his back, sending a shiver through his very being. He hurriedly summoned his sword's brilliance to counterattack, but this delay rendered escape impossible. Despair gripped Cheng Hao's heart as he felt his strength waning, his skin scorched and blistered by the fiery punches. Finally, he could no longer contain his pleas for mercy. "Lin Qi, spare me. Once, Dong Batian and the others urged me to kill you to eliminate future threats, but I did not listen. I spared you once, and even brought you to the Tiang Fire sect to meet young Master Hua. For this kindness, please show me mercy this time." Yet Lin Qi merely sneered. "I've already given you a chance, yet you insist on reporting me to the sect, seeking to end my life. Do not blame me for being ruthless." Cheng Hao cried out in desperation, "I was wrong. I was speaking recklessly. Do not take it to heart. I swear I will not speak of this. Should I break my oath, let the heavens strike me down. I can serve you as a subordinate, assisting you with strategies. You are isolated in the Tiang Fire sect, and though you have a master, the elders have made mistakes and can no longer aid you. As young Master Hua's confidant, I can provide invaluable assistance." In his anxiety, Cheng Hao hastily enumerated his usefulness, fearing that Lin Qi might dispose of him at any moment. The sight of those strewn about the courtyard served as a grim reminder of Lin Qi's mercilessness. Lin Qi suddenly halted, seemingly moved by Cheng Hao's words. Cheng Hao was elated, preparing to continue his deceitful act, when he heard a mocking voice from behind. "Oh, why are there so many lying here? An internal strife?" Another voice chimed in. "The lackeys of Gongsun Hua are known for their infighting. Is this surprising?" Indeed, the first one scoffed, turning to Cheng Hao. "The Lord of Tiang Fire City has graced us with his presence, yet you appear in such disarray, looking weak and frail. Have you been mistreated? Need I ask? Just look at that fellow. He has clearly been well attended to by Cheng Hao." The second one retorted, pointing at Lin Qi with a smirk. "Then you too should continue. Do not let us interrupt," they said, retreating with expressions of amusement. Cheng Hao's face turned a shade of deep distress as he barked. "What are the lackeys of Wang Yongling doing here? What else could we be here for but to avenge Zhao Qianjing?" A young man with a pale complexion replied, his smile chilling and filled with murderous intent. Cheng Hao felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing with fear. Although it was said that the truth would eventually come to light, he had not expected them to find him so swiftly and at such an isolated moment. Was this the heavens conspiring against him? Suddenly, another voice spoke up. "Cheng Hao, I've heard that Zhao Qianjing's death is linked to an outsider. If it were not for that person, you would already be dead. So I offer you a chance. Reveal who that person is, and I might let you live." Cheng Hao's heart surged with hope, recognizing this as his final opportunity. He immediately pointed at Lin Qi, shouting, "It was he who ambushed Zhao Qianjing. His name is Lin Qi, the true culprit." Chapter 68, Transformation Realm, Blood Like a Tide. "Oh, so it is he," the pale young man mused, producing a portrait from his robe to compare with Lin Qi's visage. He looks quite similar. Yet who would have thought a mere 6th level innate could bring down Zhao Qianjing? It seems Zhao Qianjing lived too comfortably in Tiang Fire City. Do not be so dismissive. Did you not see how Cheng Hao trembles from his presence? "This lad is extraordinary," another chimed in. Cheng Hao quickly concurred, "Indeed, do not underestimate him. He is concealing his true strength. He is not merely at the innate level, but at least at the 6th level of the transformation realm. His words were merely an attempt to embellish his own reputation. After all, being defeated by someone at the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm, while he himself was only at the 4th tier, was hardly disgraceful. The young man with the striking white appearance laughed outright. Do you think we are fools? Lin Qi, a disciple taken in by the former elder of assessments, is merely at the innate realm. Did you truly believe we wouldn't investigate? Cheng Hao's face turned a mottled shade of red and white, utterly humiliated. He had tried to deceive others, only to be exposed in an instant. Yet, he stubbornly persisted. Although he is at the innate realm, he is certainly not at the 6th tier, but rather at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Moreover, his combat prowess is formidable, comparable to that of someone at the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm. You should not underestimate him. The two young men in white laughed heartily, their derisive gazes fixed on Cheng Hao as if he were a mere jester. What kind of ineptitude must one possess to be frightened into such nonsensical babbling by someone at the innate realm? To claim that the combat strength of an innate realm cultivator rivals that of the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm? What a joke. Do you truly think that the vast chasm of power between realms does not exist? It is only because you, Cheng Hao, are so utterly incompetent that you were left scrambling like a dog. Enough. Given your awareness of the situation, if you willingly identify Lin Qi, we may spare your life. Kneel. The young man with the striking white appearance commanded coldly, his smile vanishing. Cheng Hao's face flushed with shame. But recalling that great achievers do not sweat the small stuff, he knelt down without hesitation. Truly pathetic. The young man scoffed. How could someone like you become the Lord of Fire City? What kind of people is Gongsun He recruiting now? Cheng Hao, tell us, is Gongsun He blind? Is he a fool? Cheng Hao's expression stiffened, and he obediently replied, Yes, Gongsun He is indeed a blind fool. Their laughter echoed. Little rat, kneel and observe how your grandfather exacts vengeance. As the young man approached, he shook his shoulders slightly, exuding an overwhelming aura. Cheng Hao's expression changed in horror. The 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm. Just moments ago, he had claimed Lin Qi was at that tier, and now he was faced with the true embodiment of it. Not one, but two. The individual beside the striking young man, who could team up with him, could not possibly be weaker. Realizing this, Cheng Hao's face drained of color, despair flooding his heart. He had initially hoped to feign submission and find an opportunity to escape, but now it was clear that he was merely daydreaming. Faced with one opponent at the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm, he was already at a disadvantage. Now, there were two. Even if Lin Qi could distract one, he would not be able to escape. Moreover, Lin Qi had already struggled to subdue him for an extended period, indicating his limited strength, coupled with the exhaustion from their previous battle. He could never hope to match the striking young man. His fate was sealed, and as for himself, he was also doomed. Damn Lin Qi. If it weren't for him, how could I have fallen into such a predicament? The more he pondered, the more resentment he felt. Even knowing his own outcome would not be much better than Lin Qi's, he resolved to keep his eyes wide open. He wanted to witness the moment Lin Qi was vanquished by the striking young man to assuage his own hatred. However, when his venomous gaze fell upon Lin Qi, he found no trace of fear in Lin Qi's demeanor. On the contrary, he appeared eerily calm, as if he had anticipated facing an opponent at the 6th tier of the Qi transformation realm. Some courage you possess. No wonder you were able to make Cheng Hao retreat like a dog, the young man with the striking white appearance remarked, revealing a chilling smile. Alas, you are ignorant and reckless. While I do not know what talent you possess that caught the eye of the Elder of Assessments, you will soon understand that no matter how great your talent may be, it is all but meaningless in the face of the chasm between realms. Is that so? Lin Qi replied with a slight smile, nodding slightly. The chasm between realms is indeed a concern, but for me, it is not an issue. The young man with the striking white appearance could not comprehend Lin Qi's words, snorting derisively as he prepared to teach Lin Qi a lesson. Suddenly, he sensed a tremendous aura surging toward him, compelling him to take a step back, his heart filled with shock. The Qi transformation realm? Not just the young man with the striking appearance, but Cheng Hao and the other individual wore expressions of disbelief and shock. Especially Cheng Hao, who had thought he was merely speaking in jest, now realized that Lin Qi was indeed at the Qi transformation realm. Yet, when he had faced Cheng Hao, he had suppressed his own cultivation to the innate realm. Even so, he had left Cheng Hao utterly overwhelmed, nearly bringing him to his knees in surrender. Such an utter humiliation. Cheng Hao's face turned pale as if struck by a hammer. From this moment onward, Lin Qi would become his inner demon. The young man with the striking appearance did not react as strongly. He was momentarily shocked, but quickly regained his composure. So what if you're hiding your strength? You can still be crushed. He lunged forward, his right hand swirling with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming into a massive grinding wheel that bore down upon Lin Qi's head with ferocity. So powerful. Cheng Hao marveled in his heart. The strength of this person, the sheer density of his vital energy, and the ferocity of his techniques were all exponentially greater than his own. It was clear that even if he were to stand at the same level, he would not be a match. No wonder the members of Mount Volcano had recently been trampled by Wang Yongling's subordinates, suffering heavy casualties. This was not merely a personal issue, but a disparity in overall strength. Boom! A resounding explosion jolted Cheng Hao from his thoughts. His eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Lin Qi actually blocking the attack. Moreover, with just a single hand, he had firmly grasped the young man's wrist, shattering the grinding wheel's palm imprint in an instant. It was crucial to note that the grinding wheel technique was not a simple martial art, but rather an advanced technique that only those above the Qi transformation realm could wield. In stark contrast, Lin Qi executed the maneuver without employing any martial art at all. How could he possibly shatter a technique of such magnitude? Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves echoed. Cheng Hao's expression shifted as he heard the young man, with a striking appearance, cry out in horror. Blood like a tidal wave. Blood like a tidal wave. How do you possess such a body refinement technique? It is impossible at your age. Before his words could fully escape, he felt a massive hand descending upon his head. That hand loomed like the imprint of a colossal beast, and though it approached slowly, it struck terror into the heart of the young man. No matter how he reasoned, he could not believe that someone as young as Lin Qi could have cultivated a body refinement technique to such an extent. Faced with such overwhelming physical power, how could he hope to fight back? Even if Lin Qi were merely at the innate realm, he would still be unable to prevail. The disparity in physical prowess was far more terrifying than that of internal energy. This was the true chasm between realms, an insurmountable divide. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. Under the terrified gazes of Cheng Hao and the other individual, they witnessed Lin Qi's hand exerting tremendous force, twisting and distorting the young man's head. The once handsome face of the young man vanished from existence, leaving only the expression of sheer terror in his eyes, which could not close even in death. Chapter 69. Dare to deceive my contribution points? With a thud, Lin Qi discarded the young man as if he were refuse. Cheng Hao and the others trembled in shock, their legs turning to jelly, forgetting to flee entirely. Spare me. The companion of the young man knelt down, devoid of any semblance of a sixth-tier Qi transformation realm warrior. However, what awaited him was a devastating blow. With a resounding thud, a fist struck his chest, causing his heart to shatter. He fell dead instantly. Only Cheng Hao remained, his eyes wide with sheer terror, his tongue trembling, unable to utter a word. At that moment, he finally comprehended the vast chasm between himself and Lin Qi. How foolish he had been to disregard Zhao Qianjing's warnings, thinking he could subdue Lin Qi to demonstrate his own superiority. What a delusion! Stand up and eliminate the others, Lin Qi commanded, his gaze fixed upon him. Cheng Hao, having already lost his mental fortitude, was ensnared by Lin Qi's soul-binding technique, rendered a mere puppet. His former brothers, Dong Batian, Zhao Chong, and Chen Liang, were all slain by his own hand. Dismember Wang Yongling's two subordinates into a pulp. Then take your own life, Lin Qi spoke indifferently. With a swift motion, he took Yin Feiyang and departed the courtyard. With his formidable mental prowess, Lin Qi had successfully ensnared Cheng Hao's soul, leaving no room for concern that he might regain consciousness. Thus, he disdainfully refrained from casting a backward glance. Master, what shall we do now? Yin Feiyang inquired, a hint of panic in his voice. You actually killed someone in the outer disciple courtyard. Although it could be attributed to Cheng Hao, can we truly evade everyone's scrutiny? If discovered, we would be committing an unforgivable crime, subject to the sect's harshest punishments. Perhaps we should simply flee from the Tianhua sect. But if we do, will it not bring calamity upon my father's Yinzhou city? The more Yin Feiyang pondered, the more terror seized him. Against the colossal entity of the Tianhui sect, individual strength seemed utterly insignificant. Yet Lin Qi remarked, "You are now at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the innate realm. Quickly break through to the 7th level. Then proceed to the assessment hall to spend 10 contribution points on a strength test and claim 200 contribution points." Yin Feiyang was taken aback, unsure if he had misheard. At such a critical juncture, he was being directed to the assessment hall merely for 200 contribution points. Was that not exceedingly audacious? Enough with the idle chatter. Follow my orders, Lin Qi interjected, not allowing him time to contemplate. He immediately produced a medicinal pill, urging Yin Feiyang to cultivate on the spot. The outer disciple courtyard was vast. Finding a corner to practice would attract no attention, as it was common for individuals to seize moments of inspiration for immediate cultivation. As long as there were no deep-seated enmities, interruptions were rare. Furthermore, with Lin Qi providing protection, Yin Feiyang was able to focus solely on his training, though anxiety still lingered in his heart. The calming effects of the spiritual enhancement pill allowed him to quickly enter a state of concentration. To expedite his progress, Lin Qi controlled the supreme Dao Bone to release a faint aura of Dao rhythm. In no time, Yin Feiyang experienced a tremor in his body, his momentum surging as he successfully broke through. His injuries were also entirely healed. Yin Feiyang was both astonished and elated, not expecting such a gain. No wonder the strong favored adventures. It turned out that cultivating after sustaining injuries was far more efficient than during regular practice, provided one did not harm their foundation. "Thank you, Master Lin Qi." Yin Feiyang bowed deeply, recognizing that his breakthrough was greatly aided by the Dao rhythm emanating from Lin Qi. Without such assistance, even with the medicinal pill, he would have required several more days to achieve this advancement. Lin Qi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Hurry to the assessment hall, and use the testing stone to demonstrate your strength as I instructed. Do not seek out the assessment elder. Also, keep an eye on whether the elder has emerged from the rear hall. If he remains inside, come to notify me immediately." Understood. Yin Feiyang promptly set off. After a short while, he hurried back, joyfully announcing, after deducting the 10 contribution points for the testing stone, "I now possess a total of 190 contribution points. Just as you predicted, the assessment elder is indeed sequestered in the rear hall. Moreover, all the guarding disciples are battered and bruised, as if a conflict has occurred." "Excellent," Lin Qi exclaimed. "Leave the outer disciple courtyard and wait for me at the exchange hall." With that, he rushed toward the assessment hall. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a stifling atmosphere. Everyone stood as though mourning a loss. However, when they spotted Lin Qi, their eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "You dare to show your face here? What is there to fear?" Lin Qi replied with a smile, "I am a disciple of the former assessment elder and have previously proven my strength at the 9th level of the innate realm. You all can attest to this. Therefore, it is time to settle the 300 contribution points owed to me." "Dream on." One individual spat, gritting his teeth. "Because of you, we were all disciplined by the assessment elder. That 300 contribution points is our healing and sustenance fund. Indeed, you'd best scram when the assessment elder appears. He will take your life," others chimed in. Lin Qi's expression darkened, and he swiftly moved to grasp the leader at the counter by the collar, coldly stating, "Dare to cheat me out of my contribution points? Do you wish to die?" His gaze was chilling to the core, causing the disciple to feel as if plunged into an ice cavern, trembling uncontrollably, and he urgently implored, "Quick, give him his contribution points. He is entitled to them." Understood. The nearby disciples, intimidated by Lin Qi's aura, hurriedly transferred the contribution points into his identity token and presented it with both hands. "Thank you," Lin Qi said with a slight smile, stowing away his identity token as if he hadn't just displayed ferocity. He turned and strode away, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. After a long moment, the crowd finally regained their composure, each one feeling a lingering dread. "Did you see the look in his eyes? He seemed like a merciless demon. I felt that uttering a single wrong word would lead to my immediate demise. His aura is terrifying, akin to an unparalleled beast. Just witnessing his fury made my head throb, rendering me incapable of thought. He is truly fearsome. No wonder he can disregard the Elder-S attacks. He is a dangerous individual, not to be trifled with. Shoo, let us say nothing of this matter," otherwise. If the assessment elder learns of it, we will surely be blamed for granting Lin Qi contribution points. The crowd fell silent, their expressions tense. After a lengthy pause, one finally exhaled, "Thank goodness the current assessment elder's mental prowess is not as formidable as the previous elder's. Otherwise, everything that transpired here would have been uncovered by his scrutiny." Upon hearing this, another exclaimed in sudden realization, "Now I understand." No wonder Lin Qi dared to appear so brazenly. He must have already discerned the current assessment elder's limitations. It all makes sense. Lin Qi's mental talent must be extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been taken as a disciple by the former elder. What a pity. If it weren't for Elder Zhu Chongyan's disappearance, Lin Qi's future would undoubtedly be boundless. Do not fret. Even without Elder Zhu Chongyan, given Lin Qi's recent display, would you dare say he lacks a promising future? Another retorted. The first speaker fell silent, realizing that a figure like Lin Qi, as long as he remained alive, could never fade into obscurity. They, mere mortals, should not concern themselves with the futures of such prodigies. The assessment hall returned to tranquility once more. Meanwhile, Lin Qi arrived at the exchange hall. Despite possessing 300 contribution points, he felt it was still insufficient. How he wished he could seize Cheng Hao and others' contribution points. Yet, the Tianhua sect had stringent regulations against such illicit appropriation, mandating that all transactions be conducted within the exchange hall, with restrictions placed on identity tokens. Even if Lin Qi could break the restrictions, he would not dare to do so. Without a solid backing, he must tread carefully, if not with the utmost caution. He would only expend as much contribution value as he possessed, striving to break through to the transformation realm as soon as possible, which would allow him to change his environment, enter the inner sect, and then seize opportunities to earn more contribution points. Upon entering the exchange hall, Lin Qi had yet to encounter Yin Feiyang, but he was greeted by a familiar face. It was Brother Song. Lin Qi recognized him instantly, discerning his realm at a glance, and slightly cupped his hands in congratulations, saying, "Congratulations, Brother Song, on your breakthrough to the transformation realm." Song Tianfeng waved his hand with a smile. "Ah, it was merely luck, just sheer luck. By the way, I hadn't seen you for a while. You must have passed the assessment and formally taken the examination elder as your master, right? I should be the one congratulating you." Indeed, he had taken on a master, but was Brother Song unaware that he had been in seclusion? The examination elder had gone missing without reason, and now there was a new elder who had expelled him from the outer court. It was a long story. Lin Qi sighed with a helpless expression. Song Tianfeng was taken aback and sighed. "I never expected such a turn of events. But do not worry, Brother Lin. The conflict between young Master Hua and Wang Yangming is fierce, and now is the time to gather allies. I will find an opportunity to persuade Dong Batian and the others. After all, we all work for young Master Hua, so there is no need for it to be so tense. Thank you very much, Brother Song." Lin Qi expressed his gratitude, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. From Song Tianfeng's demeanor, it was clear that his swift and discreet departure had gone unnoticed. Others merely assumed he had gone to see the examination elder. Even if someone had sensed the unusual spiritual energy back then, they would attribute it to an outsider, never suspecting him. After all, he was merely a small figure at the innate stage. Moreover, Gong Sunhua, as primary adversary, was Wang Yangling, who would direct his focus solely towards her, leaving someone like him, a minor character, untouched. With this in mind, Lin Qi felt no apprehension regarding Gong Sunhua. Currently, the only enemy of the Tianhua sect was an elder of the refining division. With this reassurance, Lin Qi's spirits lifted considerably. With the troublesome Cheng Hao and Dong Batian both dead, and the amicable Song Tianfeng still alive, aligning himself with Song Tianfeng and following Gong Sunhua not only provided a solid backing, but also the opportunity to gather information about his father. Why not seize the chance? As the saying goes, one must enter the tiger's den to capture a tiger cub. With Lin Qi's significantly enhanced mental strength, having transformed into telekinesis, and with more life-saving trump cards at his disposal, there was no reason for him to hesitate. He decisively followed behind Song Tianfeng, saying, "Brother Song, having broken through to the transformation realm, you've entered the inner court, granting you 1,000 contribution points, which means you can access the third floor." Song Tianfeng smiled but waved his hand. "The third floor is best avoided. Everything there is too expensive. 1,000 points is merely the entry fee, and once inside, one cannot afford anything. Let us continue to the second floor instead. There were many items I had my eye on there before, but couldn't purchase due to lack of contribution points. Now I could buy them all, haha. Experiencing the joy of having money to spend, Song Tianfeng walked with a spring in his step. As Lin Qi followed him, he spotted Yin Feiyang and waved him over. Although Yin Feiyang was puzzled as to why Lin Qi was so jovial with Song Tianfeng, he approached nonetheless, saying, "I greet you, senior brother Song." Yin Feiyang. Song Tianfeng replied, astonished to see this once useless individual trailing behind Lin Qi. Lin Qi had been exceedingly kind to him. "Oh, you've actually broken through to the 7th level of the innate realm?" he exclaimed, even more surprised. This rate of advancement was beyond everyone's expectations. Could it be that he was also a genius? Lin Qi chuckled. "I brought him along when I took on my master, claiming him as my good brother. My master had no objections and even allowed him to train alongside me for a few days, resulting in his rapid progress. Pure luck." Song Tianfeng felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Had he known, he would have accompanied Lin Qi to take on a master himself. Instead, he had missed the opportunity due to his seclusion and allowed this wasted benefit. However, everyone has their own opportunities. After breaking through to the transformation realm, he had garnered the favor of a senior brother from the volcanic peak. His status now even surpassed that of Chang Hao. With this backing, he was keen to start developing his own faction. As for Yin Feiyang, the so-called waste, he could serve as a mere number. As they spoke, the three ascended to the second floor. Upon entering the exchange hall on the second floor, Song Tianfeng noticed the contribution points of both Lin Qi and Yin Feiyang, stating, "You both have amassed quite a bit of contribution value. You can exchange for some good items. If you need anything, just ask me, and I can recommend some options." "Thank you, Brother Song." "Thank you, Senior Brother." Lin Qi and Yin Feiyang addressed him differently, but Song Tianfeng was quite pleased. To him, Lin Qi had the right to call him brother, while Yin Feiyang did not. Soon, the trio completed a circuit of the second floor exchange hall, each acquiring items suited to their needs. Song Tianfeng bought numerous combat items and advised Lin Qi, "You should also purchase more combat supplies. It will make future missions smoother." Lin Qi obediently bought some. "Why haven't you bought any weapons? Don't you use weapons?" Song Tianfeng inquired, surprised. Lin Qi replied, "I have not learned any martial arts for weapon use, so I don't need them for now." "That won't do. Not using weapons will put you at a disadvantage," Song Tianfeng suggested. "We practice swordsmanship a lot on the volcanic peak. You could choose to learn the sword and gain insights from the senior brothers. You could also learn spear techniques. I practice with the spear, and if you don't mind, I can teach you." Lin Qi pondered for a moment, but politely declined, "I think I will stick to my fists. The martial arts exchanged by the sect cannot be casually taught, and I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position." "That is fair enough. However, if you eventually exchange for spear techniques and have any questions, feel free to ask me." Song Tianfeng nodded in agreement. He had faith in Lin Qi's abilities. Even without weapons, he possessed sufficient combat prowess. The previous incident with Zhao Chong and the others had proven that point. Moreover, Lin Qi was a disciple of the examination elder. If he lacked talent, would the elder have taken notice of him? The current issue was not about teaching Lin Qi to use weapons, but rather introducing him to his influential brother, the 8th level transformation realm senior brother from the volcanic peak. Named Bai Hongchang. After breaking through to the transformation realm, he had earned the favor of Bai Hongchang and was able to follow him. Yet compared to others, he was still somewhat superficial, lacking even a subordinate. However, with Lin Qi, the situation would change. Given Lin Qi's talent, wouldn't it be a foregone conclusion that he would break through to the transformation realm? When that time came, their duo would find executing tasks much more convenient, and earning contribution points would become significantly easier. With these thoughts in mind, after finishing their purchases, Song Tianfeng was eager to introduce Lin Qi to Bai Hongchang. Just as they descended the stairs, a melodious and clear voice rang out, "Lin Qi." Song Tianfeng turned back, his heart racing and unable to meet her gaze. Yin Feiyang, on the other hand, stared in a daze, transfixed as if he had never seen anyone so beautiful. Lin Qi cleared his throat to remind Yin Feiyang to compose himself, then cupped his hands and said, "It is Miss Chu, greetings." "Impudent! Pluck out that lad's eyes." The powerful beings following Chu Yimeng shouted in unison, glaring fiercely at Yin Feiyang, wishing to tear him to shreds. Yin Feiyang's complexion turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat cascading down his body, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. Lin Qi quickly stepped in front of Yan Feiyang, clasping his hands in apology. My brother is inexperienced and has lost his composure upon encountering a fairy for the first time. I sincerely apologize on his behalf. I hope Miss Chu can forgive him. A soft giggle escaped from Chu Yiming. Since you have spoken, I shall overlook his disrespect. By the way, Lin Qi, I have heard about the situation with the assessment elder. The disappearance of Elder Zhu Chongyan has led to the arrival of Elder Su Lian, who is rather difficult to deal with. You must have been expelled by him, right? If you have nowhere to go, you are welcome to be my attendant. Absolutely not. What qualifications does he possess? Little Meng interjected. It is certainly this fool's ignorance that drove Elder Zhu Chongyan away. Do not invite him and bring trouble upon yourself. Before Lin Qi could respond, the entourage behind Chu Yiming grew anxious, each one voicing their objections, glaring fiercely at Lin Qi in an attempt to intimidate him into retreating. Chu Yiming furrowed her brows, responding coldly. If you are unwilling, then you may all leave. She understood perfectly well and paid no heed to their opinions. Her interest lay not in Lin Qi himself, but in the secrets he might hold. Being favored by Elder Zhu Chongyan assuredly indicated an extraordinary hidden talent. The benefits of uncovering his secrets would be immense. Even if she could not obtain his secrets, having such a genius as an attendant would not be a disadvantage. After all, she would merely gain an additional foolish follower. There was nothing to lose, so why not? Although Lin Qi had once treated her with disdain, appearing quite proud. Now, without the backing of Elder Zhu Chongyan, he still respectfully referred to her as a fairy. This clearly demonstrated that these lowly beings were all the same. Men, Chu Yiming thought with a cold smile. These fools were destined to be toyed with at her whim. After all, they lacked the capability. The likes of Gong Sunhua and Wang Yongling were true talents, genuine paragons of masculinity. The rest of the men were merely born to be subservient, hardly worthy of a smirk. Chapter 71. Know Your Place. Upon witnessing Chu Yiming's anger, the followers at the Transformation Realm immediately fell silent, glaring fiercely at Lin Qi, trying to force him to back down. Lin Qi smiled faintly and stated, I have not yet reached the point of desperation, should I find myself without options. I hope Miss Chu will still consider accepting me as an attendant. By the time you reach desperation, you will no longer be welcome here. If you cannot seize this opportunity today, that is your own failing, Chu Yiming replied coldly. This was not a refugee shelter. Offering him the position of attendant was an act of pity, and he should not overreach. Lin Qi clasped his hands. It seems I am not fortunate enough. Chu Yiming's expression grew icier, and with a derisive laugh, she said, Take care of yourself. Having never been publicly rebuffed in such a manner, she felt a surge of anger and turned to leave. Her entourage, secretly pleased, berated Lin Qi. Unappreciative fool. As the group departed, Song Tianfeng cast a complex gaze at Lin Qi and remarked, Brother Lin Qi, do you realize you have missed a great opportunity? Chu Yiming is no ordinary person. She is the favored disciple of the law enforcement Grand Elder. Should you have become her attendant, you would have been free from worries about food and clothing, and no one would dare to provoke you. Is that so? Lin Qi replied with a faint smile. It appears I am destined for misfortune and lack such luck. Song Tianfeng studied him intently, recognizing that this individual was, as Zhao Qianjing had said, far from ordinary. Such a person would never willingly submit, especially with his evident talent. The only question remained, could he endure? If he could tolerate being Chu Yiming's attendant, enjoying a comfortable life while enhancing his strength, would that not be favorable? Moreover, Chu Yiming was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Accompanying her would certainly be more pleasant than being with those older gentlemen. It was merely Lin Qi's excessive pride that prevented him from joining the others in flattering Chu Yiming. What a missed opportunity. While Song Tianfeng lamented Lin Qi's decision, he was nevertheless pleased that Lin Qi chose to remain. This indicated that his overtures had been effective. Lin Qi was indeed a person of loyalty, as evidenced by his continual care for Yan Feiyang. Having such a genius as an ally would undoubtedly be a significant advantage. However, Song Tianfeng understood clearly that while Lin Qi could befriend him, he could not be controlled. They could call each other brothers, but giving orders was out of the question. Come now, brother Lin Qi, it is not that you lack the fortune. It is Chu Yiming who lacks the fortune. We can live well without relying on women. I will take you to meet Senior Brother by Hongchang. Song Tianfeng led Lin Qi toward the volcanic peak, recounting the illustrious deeds of Senior Brother by Hongchang along the way. Bai Hongchang, like Song Tianfeng, was proficient with firearms. His attention to Song Tianfeng was likely due to their shared weaponry, whereas most individuals at the volcanic peak practiced sword techniques. If Lin Qi wished to follow him, as Song Tianfeng suggested, he would naturally need to align with his preferences, preferably also using firearms. However, the final choice would ultimately depend on Lin Qi's own inclinations. What weapon does Yin Feiyang use? Song Tianfeng unexpectedly inquired. I also use firearms, Yin Feiyang replied eagerly. How fortuitous, Song Tianfeng remarked, considering Yin Feiyang's luck to have finally discovered strength. At the very least, following him would improve his skills with firearms. Before long, the trio arrived at the volcanic peak. The mountain appeared unchanged, but the absence of Dong Batian and his group training at the foot of the mountain was noticeable, replaced instead by a considerable number of innate realm guards. It seemed the volcanic peak had recruited a fresh batch of cannon fodder. Or perhaps these individuals had always been present, temporarily summoned for duty. Why are there so many guards? Has something happened? Lin Qi feigned ignorance and inquired. Song Tianfeng sighed. Young Master Hua and Wang Yangming suffered losses in their rivalry, resulting in the deaths of several strong practitioners. Although the law enforcement elder has ordered a reduction in conflicts, many disciples have still been killed in the shadows, hence the heightened security at the volcanic peak. Lin Qi realized, I see. However, it seems they're not being protected, but rather sheltered. A group of mere innate realm practitioners cannot protect anyone. Song Tianfeng cast a surprised glance at Lin Qi. While he agreed with Lin Qi's assessment, he found it ironic that Lin Qi, himself only at the innate realm, would refer to them as mere practitioners. Was he not condemning himself? Greetings, Senior Brother Song. Before they could approach, an innate realm guard hurriedly bowed, fearing a reprimand for any perceived disrespect. Song Tianfeng smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. It is no trouble, the guard replied, standing at attention. Song Tianfeng patted the guard's shoulder and led Lin Qi up the mountain. The guard disciples cast envious glances, jealous that Lin Qi and Yin Feiyang had managed to latch onto a benefactor while they had not shared in such fortune. Although the volcanic peak was merely a mountain, each section of the ascent revealed different platforms and caves, signifying status. The higher one's rank, the loftier the dwelling, with greater spiritual energy. Innate realm disciples were hardly permitted to ascend. Even absorbing spiritual energy at the mountain's base was a privilege for them. Conversely, a strong practitioner like Bai Hongchang, at the 8th level of the transformation realm, not only had access to the mountain, but also possessed a vast territory. Though not exceptionally high, the spiritual energy here is already quite abundant, and it is situated close to the mountainside. This is a modest cave dwelling capable of accommodating 5 individuals. At its innermost recess resides Bai Hongchang, while the remaining 4 chambers are occupied by his trusted subordinates, consisting of 2 at the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm, 1 at the 5th level, and another at the 6th level of the same realm. Outside the cave, approximately 10 young men and women sit cross-legged in meditation, all beneath the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm. Among them are also disciples of the innate realm, likely akin to Song Tianfeng, existing at the lowest tier of their hierarchy. Lin Qi possesses an exceptionally formidable spiritual presence, even before reaching the cave entrance. He has already scrutinized everyone present and assessed their identities and standings. As Song Tianfeng approaches with them, a disciple of the Qi transformation realm barks, Song Tianfeng, you've just recently broken through, and instead of behaving properly at the exchange hall, you bring along 2 burdens? Another chimes in, that kid may suffice, being at the 9th level of the innate realm, but what of the other? A waste at the 7th level of the innate realm. Does he even qualify to join us? This is not a place for collecting refuse. Let that fat one roll away. All eyes focus on Yin Feiyang, which is hardly surprising, for his capabilities are indeed lacking, and his appearance does not set him apart. He is perceived as unremarkable by all. Song Tianfeng smiles slightly and responds, though this fat fellow may not amount to much. He stands in solidarity with Brother Lin Qi. Should he leave, Brother Lin must follow. Why flee? Countless seek to join us. Would he dare to depart? Laughter erupts from the crowd. Song Tianfeng continues, Brother Lin Qi is different. He is a disciple of an elder. What? Everyone is taken aback, rising to their feet in unison, scrutinizing Lin Qi closely. What brings a distinguished elder disciple to our midst? I see no extraordinary traits. Which elder-esque disciple are you? Song Tianfeng replies, he is a disciple of the assessment elder. The assessment elder? A youth with slender brows scoffs. That elder has been replaced. Currently, it is the cultivation elder. I know all his disciples. Where did this one come from? The crowd shakes their heads in disbelief, considering Song Tianfeng's claims mere fabrications to elevate the status of his underlings, attempting to deceive them. Are they to be regarded as fools? Before Song Tianfeng can clarify, Lin Qi interjects, how many disciples does the cultivation elder have, and what are their realms? Are there any disciples on Mount Hoshan? The slender-browed youth, momentarily taken aback by Lin Qi's inquiry, hastily responds, the cultivation elder has 3 disciples. His eldest is at the 6th level of the true Qi realm, while the other 2 are at the 4th level and the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi transformation. With that, he raises an eyebrow, implying that it is impossible for Lin Qi to impersonate a disciple of the cultivation elder to fool him. However, Lin Qi does not regard him, his expression growing slightly grave. Previously, he had not considered the matter of the cultivation elder's disciples, believing that upon entering the inner court, all would be well and that he would have no further entanglements with them. Yet, this fellow's words have awakened him. Even if the cultivation elder does not appear, he could still appoint disciples to trouble him. It seems that even in the inner court, tranquility is a farce. It would be wiser to settle on Mount Hoshan. Having such a stronghold is certainly preferable to venturing forth alone. Thus, Lin Qi surveys the crowd and declares, I am the disciple of the former assessment elder, Zhu Chongyan. If you doubt my words, feel free to investigate. Investigation is unnecessary. A tall man at the 3rd level of Qi transformation steps forward, stating, regardless of whether you are an elder-esque disciple, to join us, you must undergo a test. And what test might that be? To maintain harmony. It will be the simplest, a strength trial. If you can push him a step, you shall be deemed qualified. He gestures towards the hefty figure beside him. This rotund individual is 3 times Lin Qi's size, surpassing Yin Feiyang by a wide margin. His weight alone is akin to that of a small mountain. Furthermore, he is not weak, being at the 1st level of Qi transformation. Song Tianfeng's expression darkens immediately. Brother Hong, this is rather excessive. I did not undergo such a test when I first joined. You are different. Brother Hong, the tall man, waves his hand dismissively. Firstly, you are at the Qi transformation realm. Secondly, you are more agreeable to the eye. The latter remark leaves Song Tianfeng speechless. In other words, it is clear that they simply do not find Lin Qi and Yin Feiyang favorable, thus seeking to establish their dominance. Lin Qi inquires, if I manage to push him a step, does that mean I qualify, or do both of us? Brother Hong smiles at this. Naturally, whoever can push him qualifies. Lin Qi nods and proposes, I have a suggestion. If I can send him flying, both I and Yin Feiyang should be considered successful in your test. If I fail to do so, you may deal with us as you see fit. What audacity! A mere innate realm practitioner believes he can send Yuan Dapeng flying. How delusional. The crowd jeers. Yuan Dapeng, the hefty figure, twists his facial fat into a menacing grin. Kid, you're courting death. Brother Hong responds, I accept your proposal. Song Tianfeng, you need not involve yourself further. If he seeks death, it is his own misfortune, and it is of no concern to you, understand? Song Tianfeng can only smile wryly. He is aware of Lin Qi's exceptional strength, capable of defeating 10 opponents, including Zhao Chong. Yet, Zhao and his companions are merely of the innate realm, while Yuan Dapeng is a formidable 1st-level Qi transformation practitioner with far greater experience and depth. His specialty lies in defensive counterattacks. The difficulty in merely pushing him a step is already daunting. He may very well suffer a counterattack. Now, to claim he can send him flying increases the challenge tenfold. As the crowd has stated, this is nothing short of a self-inflicted demise. Only Lin Qi, in his ignorance and fearlessness, would dare make such a boast. Had he witnessed Yuan Dapeng in battle, he would not be so foolish. Kid, all who have underestimated me have perished. Out of respect for old song, I can offer you a chance to withdraw. Leave this mountain, and I shall consider you never having appeared. Yuan Dapeng's voice is grave, his facade of mockery fading to reveal a serious demeanor. Yet, those who know him understand that he is now earnest. Should Lin Qi choose not to retreat. He will face Yuan Dapeng's full might, and this is no jest. Song Tianfeng cannot help but cast Lin Qi a glance, urging him to refrain from a direct confrontation and to reconsider. However, Lin Qi appears oblivious, clasping his hands respectfully and stating, "Please, brother, prepare yourself. I shall make my move now." Yuan Dapeng scoffs coldly, his aura instantly growing weighty as he slightly bends his knees. With a thunderous sound, the ground beneath him caves in. His feet are anchored like roots to the mountain, his massive form resembling a mountain of flesh, impervious to the winds and rain. However, to be precise, he resembles not an immovable mountain, but rather a towering pine. This is not merely a matter of brute force. There's a certain flexibility. Like a giant tree swaying amidst the storm, it remains steadfast, relying on that inherent resilience to dissipate the force. Lynch observed with keen mental acuity. As Yuan Dapeng practiced his techniques, Lynch discerned the depth of his abilities. This was a skill of redirecting force, capable of transferring power to the ground beneath. The size or weight of the body was inconsequential. What mattered was the depth of one's foundation. His true energy flowed like fine threads, seeping from the soles of his feet into the mountain, anchoring him firmly. Moreover, depending on the varying intensity of his power, he could adjust the angle, position, and quantity of his energy threads at any moment. In essence, while his body appeared still, it was, in fact, in constant motion. This represented an extraordinarily sophisticated mastery of subtle control, a clever utilization of true energy. It was evident that even among this group, Yuan Dapeng, the hefty figure, could be hailed as a genius, explaining the immense confidence others had in him. However, for Lynch, this posed no challenge. He slightly clenched his right fist and softly declared, "With this punch, you may meet your demise." Yuan Dapeng let out a cold laugh, yet suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. He felt engulfed by an overwhelming inferno, sweat pouring from him as if he had shed weight in an instant. The approaching fist brought with it the tangible shadow of death, causing his techniques to falter. Forget subtle control. At this moment, he could not even manage his true energy. Deprived of the grounding ability of his energy threads, he became akin to a dandelion seed, swept away by the wind. With a whoosh, he was propelled far away, and then with a thud, he slammed against the mountainside. Fortunately, he did not spit blood, as his layers of flesh provided substantial cushioning. As he tumbled to the ground, a look of sheer terror and pallor crossed his face. His eyes filled with an overwhelming apprehension as they met Lynch's. He recognized that Lynch had held back. Otherwise, he would not be sitting here unscathed, but rather lying on the ground, bleeding. What transpired? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Although Lynch's punch had been fierce, Yuan Dapeng had offered no defense, surrendering without a fight, leaving everyone perplexed. Had they not known Yuan Dapeng for long, they might have suspected he was feigning defeat. "Forgive my offense, as I was merely yielding due to your prowess," Lynch said with a slight bow. Yuan Dapeng rose, stating, "I did not yield. I was simply outmatched. If I am not mistaken, your punch contained a mental attack that breached my defenses. No wonder Elder Zhu Chongyan chose you as his disciple." Understanding dawned on the crowd. Elder Zhu Chongyan was renowned for his formidable mental prowess. Naturally, he would recognize individuals with exceptional mental gifts. Such talents were rare, and any individual possessing them was undoubtedly extraordinary. The fact that someone of such caliber had been recruited by Song Tianfeng filled everyone with astonishment and delight, transforming their previous disdain into warm inquiries. "Brother Lynch, you truly embody Elder Zhu Chongyan's teachings. That punch was decisive and contained no leakage of mental energy. Your potential is boundless. How foolish we were to misjudge you. Please accept our apologies. Come, take a seat." In the blink of an eye, Lynch became the center of attention, surrounded by admirers, while Song Tianfeng was left on the periphery and Yin Feiyang was utterly ignored. Lynch smiled and remarked, "It is through encounters that we forge bonds. I find Brother Yuan Dapeng's mastery of true energy commendable. Each of us possesses unique talents, marking us as the elite. I am young and shall endeavor to learn from my esteemed seniors." "Absolutely. We will support one another without reservation," a brother declared, pounding his chest to mend his earlier missteps. Yuan Dapeng inquired, "Brother Lynch, your mental attack was indeed formidable. How should one defend against such a master in the future?" His question was too direct, silencing the crowd. all ears keen for Lin Qi's response. If Lin Qi revealed a genuine countermeasure, he would inadvertently furnish others with a means to counter his own abilities. Lin Qi smiled slightly and replied, "It is quite simple. Ignore and evade, shielding the five senses. If one possesses mental elixirs, consume them in advance. Naturally, the best approach is to enhance one's mental strength. If that proves impossible, rely on external aids, such as defensive treasures or magical artifacts." The initial advice, to ignore and evade, was practical, while the latter suggestions felt somewhat redundant. Yet they were indeed sound. In reality, when confronted with those possessing superior mental abilities, such strategies were often the only recourse. The rarity of mental gifts could not be overstated. Just as the gathering was warming to Lin Qi, a voice echoed from the depths of the cave. "Song Tianfeng, you and Lin Qi come here at once." Immediately, the crowd fell silent, casting envious glances at Song Tianfeng. Brother by Hongchang's call indicated he had been observing the scene closely. Song Tianfeng's recruitment of Lin Qi had proven fortuitous, and he would undoubtedly receive a reward, at least several hundred contribution points. "Quickly, Brother by calls for us. Let us go," Song Tianfeng urged as he led Lin Qi into the cave. Inside, luminous night stones illuminated the space, adorned with various animal pelts, arranged in a clean and elegant manner. Upon entering the innermost chamber, Lin Qi beheld walls lined with diverse depictions of long spears. Each spear bore a unique design, and upon closer inspection, one could sense an underlying profound essence, as if they contained a subtle yet powerful spear intent. When viewed collectively, they seemed to convey a formidable spear technique. "Have you discerned it?" Bai Hongchang inquired with a smile, interrupting Lin Qi's thoughts. Lin Qi nodded. "These designs are indeed profound, should you comprehend them. Brother Bai's spear technique will undoubtedly advance significantly, perhaps even leading you to grasp the spear intent." Bi Hongchang sighed, "Alas. I have possessed this set of designs for half a year, yet have been unable to comprehend them. I suspect I am missing a piece. What do you think?" "Indeed, a piece is missing, likely the overarching principles. It may not be a design, but rather a few lines of text on a single sheet of paper," Lin Qi analyzed. "Precisely." Bai Hongchang leapt to his feet, elated. "I finally understand why I've been unable to find it. It is not a design, but possibly just a piece of paper. Haha, you have truly aided me greatly. Here, take this contribution token I have redeemed." The contribution token was a form of unclaimed contribution value redeemable at the exchange hall, usable without scrutiny of its source. Only the strong dared to redeem it, as otherwise, they risked being killed and robbed, thereby benefiting their enemies. This was a method of rewarding loyalty among subordinates by bestowing contribution tokens. Lin Qi graciously accepted the token and bowed. "Thank you, Brother Bai." Bai Hongchang replied, "I currently have a limited number of contribution tokens, but this is all I can offer. Should you assist me in locating the overarching principles of the Thunder Fire Spear technique in the future, I shall grant you 5,000 contribution points. And I shall honor my word." Song Tianfeng was left speechless. 5,000 contribution points. One must surpass the 5th tier of the transformation realm to attain such a sum. What, pray tell, is the essence of this gun art manual that it holds such immense value? Despite perusing the surrounding illustrations of long spears, I gleaned nothing of substance. Am I truly lacking in talent? In an instant, Song Tianfeng was engulfed by self-doubt. Lin Qi, with a mere glance, had assisted senior brother by Hongchang in uncovering the crux, while he, after considerable effort, seemed to be groping in the dark. Is it truly the case that possessing a mental talent bestows such prowess? Yet, it is commendable that you could summon a prodigy like Lin Qi. With merit comes reward. I have compiled my insights on spear techniques over the years for you to peruse. Bai Hongchang produced a tattered manual from his robes, evidently well-thumbed and revised, filled with unique perspectives on spear mastery. Song Tianfeng was overjoyed, cherishing it as if it were a treasure. While this manual might fetch little in the outside world, to him, it was worth at least several hundred contribution points, and one could not purchase it even if they sought to. "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you." Song Tianfeng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Bai Hongchang, satisfied with his reaction, waved his hand and said, "All right, you may leave. Inform everyone to assist in the search for the gun art manual. Whoever finds it first will not be deprived of 5,000 contribution points." Acknowledged. Lin Qi and Song Tianfeng took their leave. Once outside the cave, they conveyed Bai Hongchang's command, and Lin Qi then found a clear space, sat cross-legged, and commenced his cultivation. Yin Feiyang naturally remained at his side, serving as a gatekeeper. Anyone wishing to converse with Lin Qi must first seek notice through Yin Feiyang. Even if they were outdoors and within sight of one another, this protocol could not be bypassed. To outsiders, this represented a symbol of status. Lin Qi's association with Yin Feiyang was a pretense of superiority. However, there was little choice, for he was indeed a genius endowed with mental talent. For Lin Qi, Yin Feiyang served not only as a FAAD, but also as a conduit for information. Anything he wished to disregard could be delegated to Yin Feiyang. This allowed him to focus solely on his cultivation, reserving time to listen to Yin Feiyang's reports later, thus saving considerable effort. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful check-in. Reward, breakthrough pill. Unbeknownst to him, it was once again the appointed time for daily check-in. Chapter 74. The City Lord Selection. The breakthrough pill is indeed a precious item. Yet I shall wait until I reach the 10th level of the innate realm before consuming it, Lin Qi contemplated. Transitioning from the 9th to the 10th level is merely a minor summit for me, one that I can surmount with diligence. However, the leap from the 10th to the 11th level presents a formidable chasm. Without the breakthrough pill, relying solely on my cultivation, it could take an eternity. Hence, the arrival of this breakthrough pill is exceptionally timely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successful check-in. Reward, Innate Qi Pill. The Innate Qi Pill, reputed to significantly enhance the internal energy of its user, is suitable only for those in the innate realm. Lin Qi, troubled by his inability to swiftly progress to the 10th level, found this elixir to be fortuitously well-timed. Having lingered at the 9th level for over a month, he had devoted all his attention to refining his mental strength during this period. However, the daily accumulation, coupled with the breakthrough of the indestructible divine skill, had stealthily propelled him to the pinnacle of the 9th level. Thus, when he ingested the innate Qi pill, he felt all his sinews and meridians beginning to stir, as if they had long been parched and were now eagerly absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to facilitate his transformation. For ordinary individuals, or even those of exceptional talent, breaking through from the 9th to the 10th level represents a momentous transformation akin to rebirth. Yet for Lin Qi, it was merely a simple elevation in realm. He had grown accustomed to it. The only distinction between the innate and the acquired realms lies in the greater demand for spiritual energy and more formidable techniques required at the innate level. Nevertheless, these obstacles posed no challenge. The Supreme Dao and Supreme Dao Bone are not without merit. Under the effective nourishment of the innate Qi pill, Lin Qi's body resonated with crackling sounds. Fortunately, the howling winds of the mountaintop, along with Lin Qi's breath-concealing technique and mental prowess, provided sufficient cover. Otherwise, the commotion would surely have drawn attention. Bang! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from within, causing Lin Qi's body to tremble slightly, his burgeoning aura retracting before it could fully manifest. Externally, he maintained a facade of composure, while internally, he rejoiced quietly. At last, he had successfully broken through to the 10th level of the innate realm. Next, he thought it prudent to seize the momentum and directly strive for the 11th level. To prevent any interruptions, Lin Qi specifically instructed Yin Feiyang. In the coming days, I am at a critical juncture in my cultivation. Ensure that no one disturbs me. Understood. Yin Feiyang responded, adding, Young Master, there have been rumors of a tragic incident in the outer sect. A fierce clash occurred among inner sect disciples, resulting not only in mutual destruction, but also the demise of numerous outer sect disciples. It is said that the conflict between young Master Hua and Wang Yongling has spilled over into the outer sect. The sect is exceedingly irate and has issued new regulations forbidding inner sect disciples from entering the outer sect. Violators will have their martial arts stripped and be expelled from the sect. I see, Lin Qi nodded. It appeared that the sect attributed this incident to the rivalry between Gongsun Hua and Wang Yongling, which bore no relevance to him. In truth, no one would believe that a mere novice at the innate level could have slain 3 disciples of the transformation realm. Moreover, the sect had not misjudged. Currently, being under by Hong Chang's tutelage positioned him as a subordinate of Gongsun Hua. The 2 subordinates of Wang Yongling he had eliminated were indeed part of the skirmish instigated by Gongsun Hua and Wang Yongling. This reasoning was sound and unassailable. With such a determination of the incident, Lin Qi felt greatly relieved, invigorating his commitment to cultivation. He promptly consumed the breakthrough pill. Boom! If the body is akin to a furnace, then the breakthrough pill is akin to explosive powder, igniting an immediate conflagration within. Fortunately, his body was remarkably resilient, wholly unperturbed by the explosive force. The resounding pops echoed as Lin Qi's internal organs trembled, and his bones emitted crisp, cracking sounds, surpassing the noise of his previous breakthrough to the 10th level. If the earlier breakthrough could be likened to boiling water, now it was akin to the tumultuous sea, waves crashing against the shore. This process persisted for an entire day. With a long exhalation, Lin Qi felt all internal turbulence subside. At this moment, he had finally reached the critical juncture. Withdraw. In the instant of breakthrough, Lin Qi hastily employed his breath-concealing technique to retract all his aura. He did not afford the heavenly array any time to react, reverting to an ordinary, unremarkable pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm. Although the rupture of his barriers and the exhilaration of a breakthrough tempted him to unleash a triumphant roar, Lin Qi restrained himself. He rose slightly, stretched his limbs, and took several deep breaths, dissipating the excitement and fervor that surged within. In this perilous world, he was still merely a fledgling at the innate level, with little to boast of. Not to mention, the numerous treasures he possessed remained dormant, indicating the vast potential for further enhancement. At present, the foremost task is to make further progress and seize the opportunity to break through to the Qi transformation realm. The efficacy of the boundary-breaking pill merely facilitates the transition. Thus, the accumulation of internal energy at the 11th level of the innate realm must be achieved through one's own efforts, absent any pills to enhance internal energy. This process could require no less than 10 days to 8 months. Consequently, Lin Qi produced the contribution token given by Hongchong, intending to visit the exchange hall. Lin Qi, brother. Before Lin Qi could descend the mountain, he was called to a halt by Song Tianfeng, who exclaimed, "Going down? Let us go together." As they walked, Song Tianfeng inquired, "Have you heard about the occurrences in the outer courtyard? Cheng Hao and the others have perished. However, they fought valiantly, taking down 2 of Wang Yongling's 6th-level Qi transformation subordinates in their final moments, which is a worthy end." Upon learning this, young Master Hua was elated and expressed his desire to commend them. "How will they be commended?" Lin Qi asked curiously. Song Tianfeng replied, The crux of his remarks is not about commendation. It is that Cheng Hao is dead. Yet, Lin Qi remains so calm. Could it be that this has no bearing on him? If it truly has no bearing, that would be for the best. If it does, then it matters not. As for the commendation, I cannot say, but with Cheng Hao's demise, the position of the city lord of Tianhua City is now vacant. I propose that the 2 of us apply for the position of city lord. You could be the main city lord, and I will be the deputy, and we can bring Yin Feiyang along, thus distancing ourselves from this tumultuous place. Song Tianfeng's proposal revealed the true focus of their conversation. He was confident that Lin Qi would acquiesce. After all, Lin Qi possessed a temperament that would not allow him to remain subordinate to others. Staying within the sect would yield limited benefits. A talent of his caliber undoubtedly required a broader horizon, and Tianhua City was an ideal fit. Cheng Hao had managed to ascend from the 1st to the 3rd pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm in Tianhua City within just 2 years, showcasing the immense potential therein. Now that the position of city lord was vacant, they could leverage the pretext of seeking the Thunderfire Spear techniques for Bai Hongchong to justify their endeavor, leaving Bai Hongchong with no reason to obstruct them. It was a rare opportunity. To not seize such a fortuitous chance would be sheer folly. Lin Qi exclaimed in delight. Is such a good fortune truly within reach? Then, Brother Song, you must take me along. Song Tianfeng chuckled. I knew you would agree. Hence I have been keeping an eye on this information. Given the efficiency of our sect, it has only been a few days since Cheng Hao's demise. The selection for the next city lord will likely occur within half a month to a month. How will the selection proceed? Lin Qi inquired. Song Tianfeng elucidated. Following past traditions, the position of city lord in Tianhua City has always been occupied by the strong. However, all contenders must be at the initial stage of the Qi transformation realm, neither higher nor lower. Brother Lin Qi, you're on the cusp of breaking through to the Qi transformation realm, are you not? Once the selection commences, the City Lord position will surely fall into your hands. Is it truly that simple? Lin Qi expressed his doubts. Within our Tianhui sect, there are many formidable individuals, and, aside from us and Wang Yongling as subordinates, they're disciples of various elders. We cannot underestimate our opponents. Lin Qi's uncertainty stemmed not from a lack of confidence in himself, but rather concern for Song Tianfeng. Should he participate in the selection, securing the City Lord title would be a certainty. Yet, for Song Tianfeng, defeating others to claim second place would not be so straightforward. Song Tianfeng reassured, "Brother Lin Qi, you worry too much. With your exceptional mental prowess, you are reputed to be invincible amongst your peers. Defeating opponents of the same realm should be as effortless as child's play. The current predicament lies with me, which is why I wish to ask a favor of you. Severely injure all those who challenge you. If all goes as planned, I will smoothly secure the second position." Lin Qi frowned at this request. "You're asking me to become the villain while you reap the rewards. Do I appear to be a fool who enjoys such a losing endeavor? While you, Song Tianfeng, have indeed assisted me a few times. Those were minor favors that did not offend anyone and even brought benefits. Truly a win-win situation. However, if I were to injure the disciples of the elders on your behalf, would that not jeopardize my future and lead me to ruin? Only a fool would act in such a manner. I fear that may not be appropriate." Lin Qi replied diplomatically. "If Yuan Dapeng were to participate, would you have me injure him as well? We are all under the command of Bai Hongchang and belong to the same faction as young Master Hua. Such actions may invite contempt." Song Tianfeng quickly countered. "Yuan Dapeng has already reached the pinnacle of the first level of the Qi transformation realm and is on the verge of breaking into the second. He is not qualified to participate. As for the other few disciples of the innate realm, even if they managed to break through recently, their abilities are mediocre, and I can handle them without burdening Brother Lin Qi. Thus, our focus should be on those outsiders, particularly Wang Yongling as subordinates. Since we are already divided into two factions, defeating them would yield no repercussions, preventing them from causing trouble like Zhao Qianjing once they reach Tianhui City. As for the disciples of the elders, with their backing, why would they even consider competing for the City Lord title?" Song Tianfeng analyzed the situation meticulously. Lin Qi nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. In that case, I must hasten my breakthrough to the Qi transformation realm. Let us proceed to the exchange hall to procure some pills." "Precisely." Song Tianfeng followed closely behind Lin Qi, aware of his need for assistance, and recognizing Lin Qi's extraordinary talent. He naturally adopted a humble demeanor. He even utilized his contribution value to help Lin Qi exchange for a considerable amount of pills. "Brother Song, you are too kind. How much debt do I owe you?" Lin Qi declined modestly. Song Tianfeng stuffed the items into Lin Qi's arms, grinning. "What debt? I will inevitably rely on Brother Lin Qi in the future." "Fair enough." Lin Qi chuckled as he accepted the pills, feeling no guilt for taking advantage. However, he wondered how much contribution value the position of Deputy City Lord in Tianhui City would require. It surely must exceed what Song Tianfeng had expended. In essence, both of them would benefit, resulting in a delightful collaboration. Lin Qi felt justified in accepting the pills. Upon entering the exchange hall, he noticed an unusually high number of individuals, particularly disciples at the peak of the 9th level of the innate realm and those at the initial stage of the Qi transformation realm. It was evident that everyone was gearing up for the City Lord title. Song Tianfeng gestured toward the bustling crowd in the exchange hall. "Look at all these people," Lin Qi remarked. "If these are the competitors, they pose no threat." Song Tianfeng chuckled. "Indeed, our only true opponent is Wang Yongling's subordinates. The others are merely here for show." Their carefree conversation drew the ire of passers-by, yet none dared voice their discontent. While many did not recognize Lin Qi, most were familiar with Song Tianfeng. Who would dare provoke someone under the banner of Gong Sunwoman? Let us go. Having exhausted his contribution value and feeling satisfied, the two were about to leave when several figures suddenly appeared before them. These three individuals were not particularly imposing, yet their aura was far more formidable than that of the ordinary disciples milling about. Among them, Lin Qi recognized a familiar presence, the fair-skinned youth he had previously slain. That youth was a 6th-level Qi transformation subordinate of Wang Yongling, who had once executed a powerful martial technique, his palm strikes resembling a grinding mill, undeniably lethal. The only tragedy lay in the fact that he had crossed paths with Lin Qi. Had it been anyone else, they they would have surely been pulverized by that grinding mill technique. Now, Lin Qi sensed a similar grinding aura emanating from this fair youth, indicating that he too was a subordinate of Wang Yangling, potentially related to the previous youth. Otherwise, one would not acquire the skill to discern the secrets hidden beneath the surface. Song Tianfeng remarked, "It seems that the positions of Deputy City Lord and City Lord will, barring any unforeseen circumstances, fall to us too. I hope we do not tread the same path as Cheng Hao and Zhao Qianjing. Shall we consider a partnership? Is it even feasible?" With a dismissive smile, Song Tianfeng replied, "Young Master Hua and Wang Yangling are as opposed as fire and water. Are you bold enough to propose collaboration in my presence, not fearing that I might inform Wang Yangling?" The fair-skinned youth scoffed at this. "Fool, do you dare to betray me in secret? Who do you think young Master Ling would believe, since you have chosen to reject my overtures? Do not blame me for lacking mercy. During the selection tournament, I shall shatter you into 1,000 pieces to avenge my brother. Your brother was not slain by my hand. You should seek revenge from Cheng Hao instead," Song Tianfeng retorted with a mocking grin. "Do you truly believe that the useless Cheng Hao could have killed my brother? It must have been you who orchestrated the schemes, employing your most cunning tricks. If I do not spare you, I shall not be called by Tianxing." The fair youth adeptly placed the blame squarely on Song Tianfeng, acknowledging the futility of defense. Song Tianfeng accepted the accusation, saying, "Call it as you wish. By Tianxing ha, but not by night." While exchanging banter, he chose not to engage in further conflict and departed alongside Lin Qi. By Tianxing trembled with rage. His disciple consoled him, "Brother, do not be enraged. Song Tianfeng is merely a master of words. I have investigated thoroughly, and he has not mastered any martial arts and is no match for you." However, Bai Tianxing's expression returned to calm in an instant, revealing that his fury had been feigned. He declared solemnly, "I am not concerned about Song Tianfeng. He is nothing but a waste, skilled only in schemes and lacking any genuine prowess. Yet, I am wary of that young man beside him. I have never encountered him before. Investigate him for me." The disciple, taken aback, responded, "That individual appears rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable characteristics. He is merely Song Tianfeng's lackey." "Not so," Bai Tianxing retorted coldly. "Song Tianfeng can deceive others, but not me. Anyone he personally brings along cannot be trivial. Indeed, the more ordinary they seem, the more extraordinary they may be. Hurry, investigate." "Yes." The disciple promptly set to work. Should Bai Tianxing ascend to the position of city lord, as a practitioner of the innate realm, could also serve in a subordinate role. Thus he diligently undertook the investigation. After half a day, he returned with findings. After all, supported by the formidable Wang Yangling, no disciple in either the exchange hall or the assessment hall dared to slight him. He reported to Bai Tianxing, "Brother, you were indeed astute. That young man is not simple. He is a disciple of the former assessment elder, but was expelled following the appointment of the new elder of refinement. Remarkably, he withstood a blow from the elder without any apparent harm. Is that so? I find it hard to believe." The disciple shook his head. Even if he remained unscathed, it was likely because the elder did not exert full force, considering his status as a former disciple. Otherwise, a single strike from the elder would have surely crushed him. Bai Tianxing scoffed. "Whether the elder could crush him, I cannot say, but my great millstone palm could easily reduce him to pulp." Though he feigned nonchalance, he kept Lin Qi firmly in mind, silently honing his palm strength by striking the massive stones in the courtyard, striving for perfection. He remained unaware that even his brother's great millstone palm could not inflict a scratch on Lin Qi. Given his mediocre skills, even with relentless practice, he would barely manage to tickle him. Meanwhile, on another peak, at the base stood a colossal stone tablet inscribed with 2 sharp characters: Law Enforcement. This was the mountain where the Law Enforcement Hall resided. Among all the peaks of the Tianhua sect, if Tianhua Peak is the most noble and mysterious, then the Law Enforcement Peak is the most fearsome. Any disciple captured by the Law Enforcement Hall would face severe punishment, even if they did not perish. They would be stripped of their dignity. It was a veritable den of dangers. Even passing by would incite trepidation, as if one could hear the haunting wails of the punished disciples echoing through the air. Yet, if one were to ascend and turn around the back of the Law Enforcement Hall, they would find a vibrant courtyard filled with fragrant blossoms. Here resided none other than the alluring and voluptuous Chu Yiming. As the cherished disciple of the Grand Elder of Law Enforcement, She not only enjoyed the privilege of her own small courtyard, but was also accompanied daily by numerous attendants from the refinement realm, living a life of utmost comfort. However, after a prolonged period of ease, she found herself increasingly bored. I have decided. I shall participate in the selection tournament for the city lord of Tianhua City, Chu Yimeng suddenly announced. Her attendants were taken aback, collectively urging, "No, you are of noble birth. How can you engage in battle with those uncouth individuals? What if you were to be harmed? Am I to be harmed?" Chu Yimeng shot back, her almond eyes wide with indignation. One attendant hastily slapped himself, exclaiming, "I spoke wrongly. I should be punished. Humph. I am at the pinnacle of the innate realm, with profound foundations. Once I break through to the refinement realm, my progress will be meteoric. Even without martial techniques, I can easily crush these worthless opponents. Enough chatter. Quickly gather the materials I need to break through to the refinement realm. I want to advance." Yes, yes. A group of attendants from the refinement realm hastily set to work, not daring to delay in the slightest.